Section 22 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 13. And then on the following morning, Samuel Griffiths, with his own son Gilbert standing by, in the large drawing room of their Waikiki Avenue mansion, listening to Smiley's report of his conference with Clyde and Mason, and Smiley reporting all he had heard and seen, and with Gilbert Griffiths, unbelievably shaken and infuriated by all this, exclaiming at one point, "Why, the little devil! The little beast! But what did I tell you, Dad? Didn't I warn you against bringing him on?" And Samuel Griffiths, after meditating on this reference to his earlier sympathetic folly, now giving Gilbert a most suggestive and intensely troubled look, which said, "Are we here to discuss the folly of my original, if foolish, good intentions, or the present crisis?" And Gilbert thinking, the murderer, and that wretched little show-off, Sondra Finchley, trying to make something of him in order to spite me, Gilbert, principally, and so getting herself smirched, the little fool. But it served her right. She would get her share of this now. Only it would cause him and his father and all of them infinite trouble also. For was this not an ineradicable stain which was likely to defile all? Himself, his fiancée, Bella, Myra, his parents, and perhaps cost them their position here in Lycurgus society? The tragedy, maybe an execution, and in this family! Yet Samuel Griffiths, on his part, going back in his mind to all that had occurred since Clyde had arrived in Lycurgus, his being left to work in that basement at first and ignored by the family, left to his own devices for fully 8 months, might not that have been at least a contributing cause to all this horror? And then being put over all those girls, was not that a mistake? He could see all this now clearly, although by no means condoning Clyde's deed in any way. Far from it. The wretchedness of such a mind as that, the ungoverned and carnal desires, the uncontrollable brutality of seducing that girl, and then, because of Sondra, the pleasant, agreeable little Sondra, plotting to get rid of her, and now in jail, and offering no better explanation of all the amazing circumstances, as reported by Smiley, than that he had not intended to kill her at all, had not even plotted to do so, that the wind had blown his hat off. How impossibly weak. And with no suitable explanation for the 2 hats, or the missing suit, or of not going to the aid of the drowning girl, and those unexplained marks on her face. How strongly all these things pointed to his guilt. "For God's sake," exclaimed Gilbert, "hasn't he got anything better than that to offer, the little fool?" And Smiley replied that that was all he could get him to say, and that Mr. Mason was absolutely and quite dispassionately convinced of his guilt. "Dreadful, dreadful," put in Samuel. "I really can't grasp it yet. I can't. It doesn't seem possible that anyone of my blood could be guilty of such a thing." And then, getting up and walking the floor, in real and crushing distress and fear. His family, Gilbert and his future, Bella with all her ambitions and dreams, and Sondra, and Finchley. He clenched his hands. He knitted his brows and tightened his lips. He looked at Smiley, who, immaculate and sleek, showed nevertheless the immense strain that was on him, shaking his head dismally whenever Griffiths looked at him. And then, after nearly an hour and a half more of such questioning and re-questioning as to the possibility of some other interpretation than the data furnished by Smiley would permit, Griffiths Sr., pausing and declaring, "Well, it does look bad, I must say. Still, in the face of what you tell me, I can't find it in me to condemn completely without more knowledge than we have here. There may be some other facts not as yet come to light. He won't talk, you say, about most things. Some little details we don't know about, some slight excuse of some kind. For without that, this does appear to be a most atrocious crime. Has Mr. Brookhart got in from Boston?" "Yes, sir, he's here," replied Gilbert. He telephoned Mr. Smiley. "Well, have him come out here at 2 this afternoon to see me. I'm too tired to talk more about this now. Tell him all that you have told me, Smiley, and then come back here with him at 2. It may be that he will have some suggestion to make that will be of value to us, although just what I can't see. Only one thing I want to say. I hope he isn't guilty, and I want every proper step taken to discover whether he is or not, and if not, to defend him to the limit of the law. But no more than that. No trying to save anybody who is guilty of such a thing as this. No, 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 not even if he is my nephew. Not me. I'm not that kind of man. Trouble or no trouble, disgrace or no disgrace, I'll do what I can to help him if he's innocent, if there's even the faintest reason for believing so. But guilty? No, never. If this boy is really guilty, he'll have to take the consequences. Not a dollar. Not a penny of my money will I devote to anyone who could be guilty of such a crime, even if he is my nephew." And turning and slowly and heavily moving toward the rear staircase, while Smiley, wide-eyed, gazed after him in awe. The power of him, the decision of him, the fairness of him in such a deadly crisis, and Gilbert equally impressed, also sitting and staring. His father was a man, really. He might be cruelly wounded and distressed, but unlike himself, he was neither petty nor revengeful. And next Mr. Dara Brookhart, a large, well-dressed, well-fed, ponderous and cautious corporation lawyer, with one eye half concealed by a drooping lid and his stomach rather protuberant, giving one the impression of being mentally, if not exactly physically, suspended, balloon-wise, in some highly rarefied atmosphere where he was moved easily hither and yon by the lightest breath of previous legal interpretations or decisions of any kind. In the absence of additional facts, the guilt of Clyde, to him, seemed obvious. Or, waiving that, as he saw it after carefully listening to Smiley's recounting of all the suspicions and incriminating circumstances, he would think it very difficult to construct an even partially satisfactory defense, unless there were some facts favoring Clyde which had not thus far appeared. Those 2 hats, that bag, his slipping away like that, those letters. But he would prefer to read them, for upon the face of the data so far, unquestionably public sentiment would be all against Clyde and in favor of the dead girl and her poverty and her class, a situation which made a favorable verdict in such a backwoods county seat as Bridgeburg almost impossible. For Clyde, although himself poor, was the nephew of a rich man, and hitherto in good standing in Lycurgus society. That would most certainly tend to prejudice country-born people against him. It would probably be better to ask for a change of venue so as to nullify the force of the prejudice. On the other hand, without first sending a trained cross-examiner to Clyde, one who, being about to undertake the defense, should be able to extract the facts from him, on the plea that on his truthful answers depended his life, he would not be able to say whether there was any hope or not. In his office was a certain Mr. Catchaman, a very able man, who might be sent on such a mission, and on whose final report one could base a reasonable opinion. However, there were now various other aspects of such a case as this, which, in his estimation, needed to be carefully looked into and decided upon. For of course, as Mr. Griffiths and his son so well knew, in Utica, New York City, Albany, and now that he came to think of it, more particularly in Albany, where were 2 brothers, Canavan and Canavan, most able if dubious individuals, there were criminal lawyers deeply versed in the abstrusities and tricks of the criminal law, and any of them, no doubt, for a sufficient retainer, and irrespective of the primary look of a situation of this kind, might be induced to undertake such a defense. And no doubt, via change of venue, motions, appeals, etc., they might and no doubt would be able to delay and eventually effect an ultimate verdict of something less than death, if such were the wish of the head of this very important family. On the other hand, there was the undeniable fact that such a hotly contested trial as this would most assuredly prove to be, would result in an enormous amount of publicity. And did Mr. Samuel Griffiths want that? For again, under such circumstances, was it not likely to be said, if most unjustly, of course, that he was using his great wealth to frustrate justice? The public was so prejudiced against wealth in such cases. Yet some sort of defense on the part of the Griffiths would certainly be expected by the public, whether subsequently the same necessity for such defense was criticized by them or not. And in consequence, it was now necessary for Mr. Griffiths and his son to decide how they would prefer to proceed, whether with very distinguished criminal lawyers such as the 2 he had just named, or with less forceful counsel, or none. For of course it would be possible, and that quite inconspicuously, to supply Clyde with a capable and yet thoroughly conservative trial lawyer, someone residing and practicing in Bridgeburg possibly, whose duty it would be to see that all blatant and unjustified reference to the family on the part of the newspapers was minimized. And so, after 3 more hours of conference, it was finally decided by Samuel himself that at once Mr. Brookhart was to dispatch his Mr. Catchaman to Bridgeburg to interview Clyde, and thereafter, whatever his conclusions as to his guilt or innocence, he was to select from the local array of legal talent, for the present anyhow, such a lawyer as would best represent Clyde fairly, yet with no assurances of means or encouragement to do more than extract from Clyde the true details of his relationship to this charge, and those once ascertained to center upon such a defense as would most honestly tend to establish only such facts as were honestly favorable to Clyde. In short, in no way, either by legal chicane or casuistry or trickery of any kind, to seek to establish a false innocence, and so defeat the ends of justice. End of Book 3, Chapter 13. Section 23 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 14. Mr. Catchaman did not prove by any means to be the one to extract from Clyde anything more than had either Mason or Smiley. Although shrewd to a degree in piecing together out of the muddled statements of another such data as seemed most probable, still he was not so successful in the realm of the emotions as was necessary in the case of Clyde. He was too legal, chilling, unemotional. And in consequence, after grilling Clyde for 4 long hours one hot July afternoon, he was eventually compelled to desist, with the feeling that as a plotter of crime, Clyde was probably the most arresting example of feeble and blundering incapacity he had ever met. For since Smiley's departure, Mason had proceeded to the shores of Big Bittern with Clyde, and there discovered the tripod and camera, and listened to more of Clyde's lies. And as he now explained to Catchaman that, while Clyde denied owning a camera, nevertheless he had proof that he did own one and had taken it with him when he left Lycurgus. Yet when confronted with this fact by Catchaman, as the latter now noticed, Clyde had nothing to say other than that he had not taken a camera with him, and that the tripod found was not the one belonging to any camera of his, a lie which so irritated Catchaman that he decided not to argue with him further. At the same time, however, Brookhart having instructed him that, whatever his personal conclusions in regard to Clyde, a lawyer of sorts was indispensable, the charity, if not the honor, of the Griffiths being this much involved, the Western Griffiths, as Brookhart had already explained to him, having nothing and not being wanted in the case anyhow, he decided that he must find one before leaving. In consequence, and without any knowledge of the local political situation, he proceeded to the office of Ira Kellogg, president of the Cataraqui County National Bank, who, although Catchaman did not know it, was high in the councils of the Democratic organization, and because of his religious and moral views, the same Kellogg was already highly incensed and irritated by the crime of which Clyde was accused. On the other hand, however, because as he well knew this case was likely to pave the way for an additional Republican sweep at the approaching primaries, he was not blind to the fact that some reducing opposition to Mason might not be amiss. Fate seemed too obviously to be favoring the Republican machine in the person of and crime committed by Clyde. For since the discovery of this murder, Mason had been basking in such publicity and even nationwide notoriety as had not befallen any district attorney of this region in years and years. Newspaper correspondents and reporters and illustrators from such distant cities as Buffalo, Rochester, Chicago, New York, and Boston were already arriving, as everybody knew or saw, to either interview or make sketches or take photos of Clyde, Mason, the surviving members of the Alden family, etc., while locally, Mason was the recipient of undiluted praise, even the Democratic voters in the county joining with the Republicans in assuring each other that Mason was all right, that he was handling this young murderer in the way that he deserved to be handled, and that neither the wealth of the Griffiths nor of the family of that rich girl whom he appeared to have been trying to capture was influencing this young tribune of the people in the least. He was a real attorney. He had not allowed any grass to grow under his feet, you bet. Indeed, previous to Catchaman's visit, a coroner's jury had been called, with Mason attending and directing even, the verdict being that the dead girl had come to her death through a plot devised and executed by one Clyde Griffiths, who was then and there in the county jail of Bridgeburg, and that he be held to await the verdict of the county grand jury to whom his crime was soon to be presented. And Mason, through an appeal to the governor, as all now knew, was planning to secure a special sitting of the Supreme Court, which would naturally involve an immediate session of the county grand jury in order to hear the evidence, and either indict or discharge Clyde. And now, Catchaman arriving to inquire where he was likely to find a local lawyer of real ability who could be trusted to erect some sort of a defense for Clyde. And immediately, as an offset to all this, there popped into Kellogg's mind the name and reputation of one Honorable Alvin Belknap, of Belknap and Jeffson, of this same city, an individual who had been twice state senator, 3 times Democratic assemblyman from this region, and more recently looked upon by various Democratic politicians as one who would be favored with higher honors as soon as it was possible to arrange an issue which would permit the Democrats to enter into local office. In fact, only 3 years before, in a contest with Mason for the district attorneyship, this same Belknap had run closer to victory than any other candidate on the Democratic ticket. Indeed, So rounded a man was he politically that this year he had been slated for that very county judgeship nomination which Mason had in view, and but for this sudden and most amazing development in connection with Clyde, it had been quite generally assumed that Belknap, once nominated, would be elected. And although Mr. Kellogg did not quite trouble to explain to Catcheman all the complicated details of this very interesting political situation, he did explain that Mr. Belknap was a very exceptional man, almost the ideal one, if one were looking for an opponent to Mason. And with this slight introduction, Kellogg now offered personally to conduct Catcheman to Belknap and Jeffson's office, just across the way in the Bowers block. And then, knocking at Belknap's door, they were admitted by a brisk, medium-sized, and most engaging-looking man of about 48, whose gray-blue eyes at once fixed themselves in the mind of Catcheman as the psychic windows of a decidedly shrewd, if not altogether masterful and broad-gauge man, for Belknap was inclined to carry himself with an air which all were inclined to respect. He was a college graduate, and in his youth, because of his looks, his means, and his local social position, his father had been a judge as well as a national senator from here, he had seen so much of what might be called mere city life that all those gaucheries, as well as sex inhibitions and sex longings, which still so greatly troubled and motivated and even marked a man like Mason, had long since been covered with an easy manner and social understanding, which made him fairly capable of grasping any reasonable moral or social complication which life was prepared to offer. Indeed, he was one who naturally would approach such a case as Clyde's with less vehemence and fever than did Mason. For once, in his 20th year, he himself had been trapped between two girls, one of whom he was merely playing while being seriously in love with the other, and having seduced the first and being confronted with an engagement or flight, he had chosen flight, but not before laying the matter before his father, by whom he was advised to take a vacation, during which time the services of the family doctor were engaged, with the result that for $1,000 in expenses necessary to house the pregnant girl in Utica, the father had finally extricated his son and made possible his return and eventual marriage to the other girl. And therefore, while by no means sympathizing with the more cruel and drastic phases of Clyde's attempt at escape, as so far charged, never in all the years of his law practice had he been able to grasp the psychology of a murderer, still, because of the rumored existence and love influence of a rich girl whose name had not as yet been divulged, he was inclined to suspect that Clyde had been emotionally betrayed or bewitched. Was he not poor and vain and ambitious? He had heard so, had even been thinking that he, the local political situation being what it was, might advantageously to himself, and perhaps most disruptingly to the dreams of Mr. Mason, be able to construct a defense, or at least a series of legal contentions and delays, which might make it not so easy for Mr. Mason to walk away with the county judgeship as he imagined. Might it not, by brisk legal moves now, and even in the face of this rising public sentiment, or because of it, be possible to ask for a change of venue, or time to develop new evidence, in which case a trial might not occur before Mr. Mason was out of office? He and his young and somewhat new associate, Mr. Reuben Jeffson, of quite recently the state of Vermont, had been thinking of it. And now Mr. Catcheman, accompanied by Mr. Kellogg, and thereupon a conference with Mr. Catcheman and Mr. Kellogg, with the latter arguing quite politically the wisdom of his undertaking such a defense, and his own interest in the case being what it was, he was not long in deciding, after a conference with his younger associate, that he would. In the long run, it could not possibly injure him politically, however the public might feel about it now. And then Catcheman having handed over a retainer to Belknap, as well as a letter introducing him to Clyde, Belknap had Jeffson call up Mason, and inform him that Belknap and Jeffson, as counsel for Samuel Griffiths on behalf of his nephew, would require of him a detailed written report of all the charges, as well as all the evidence thus far accumulated, the minutes of the autopsy, and the report of the coroner's inquest. Also information as to whether any appeal for a special term of the Supreme Court had as yet been acted upon, and if so, what judge had been named to sit, and when and where the grand jury would be gathered. Incidentally, he said, Messrs. Belknap and Jeffson, having heard that Miss Alden's body had been sent to her home for burial, would request at once a counsel's agreement whereby it might be exhumed, in order that other doctors now to be called by the defense might be permitted to examine it, a proposition which Mason at once sought to oppose, but finally agreed to, rather than submit to an order from a Supreme Court judge. These details having been settled, Belknap announced that he was going over to the jail to see Clyde. It was late, and he had had no dinner, and might get none now, but he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with this youth, whom Catcheman informed him he would find very difficult. But Belknap, buoyed up as he was by his opposition to Mason, His conviction that he was in a good mental state to understand Clyde was in a high degree of legal curiosity. The romance and drama of this crime! What sort of a girl was this Sondra Finchley, of whom he had already heard through secret channels? And could she by any chance be brought to Clyde's defense? He had already understood that her name was not to be mentioned, high politics demanding this. He was really most eager to talk to the sly and ambitious and futile youth. However, on reaching the jail, and after showing Sheriff Slack a letter from Catchaman and asking as a special favor to himself that he be taken upstairs to some place near Clyde's cell, in order that, unannounced, he might first observe Clyde, he was quietly led to the second floor, and, the outside door leading to the corridor which faced Clyde's cell being opened for him, allowed to enter there alone. And then, walking to within a few feet of Clyde's cell, he was able to view him, at the moment lying face down on his iron cot, his arms above his head, a tray of untouched food standing in the aperture, his body sprawled and limp. For since Catchaman's departure, and his second failure to convince anyone of his futile and meaningless lies, he was more despondent than ever. In fact, so low was his condition that he was actually crying, his shoulders heaving above his silent emotion. At sight of this, and remembering his own youthful escapades, Belknap now felt intensely sorry for him. No soulless murderer, as he saw it, would cry. Approaching Clyde's cell door, after a pause, he began with, Come, Clyde, this will never do. You mustn't give up like this. Your case mayn't be as hopeless as you think. Wouldn't you like to sit up and talk to a lawyer fellow who thinks he might be able to do something for you? Belknap is my name, Alvin Belknap. I live right here in Bridgeburg, and I have been sent over by that other fellow who was here a while ago. Catchaman, wasn't that his name? You didn't get along with him so very well, did you? Well, I didn't either. He's not our kind, I guess. But here's a letter from him authorizing me to represent you. Want to see it? He poked it genially and authoritatively through the narrow bars toward which Clyde, now curious and dubious, approached, for there was something so wholehearted and unusual, and seemingly sympathetic and understanding in this man's voice that Clyde took courage, and without hesitancy, therefore, he took the letter and looked at it, then returned it with a smile. There, I thought so, went on Belknap, most convincingly and pleased with his effect, which he credited entirely to his own magnetism and charm. That's better. I know we're going to get along. I can feel it. You are going to be able to talk to me as easily and truthfully as you would to your mother, and without any fear that any word of anything you ever tell me is going to reach another ear unless you want it to, see? For I'm going to be your lawyer, Clyde, if you'll let me, and you're going to be my client, and we're going to sit down together tomorrow, or whenever you say so, and you're going to tell me all you think I ought to know, and I'm going to tell you what I think I ought to know, and whether I'm going to be able to help you. And I'm going to prove to you that in every way that you help me, you're only helping yourself, see? And I'm going to do my damnedest to get you out of this. Now, how's that, Clyde? He smiled most encouragingly and sympathetically, even affectionately. And Clyde, feeling for the first time since his arrival here that he had found someone whom he could possibly confide in without danger, was already thinking it might be best if he should tell this man all, everything. He could not have said why, quite, but he liked him. In a quick, if dim way, he felt that this man understood, and might even sympathize with him if he knew all or nearly all. And after Belknap had detailed how eager this enemy of his, Mason, was to convict him, and how, if he could but devise a reasonable defense, he was sure he could delay the case until this man was out of office, Clyde announced that if he would give him the night to think it all out, tomorrow or any time he chose to come back, he would tell him all. And then, the next day, Belknap, sitting on a stool and munching chocolate bars, listened while Clyde before him on his iron cot poured forth his story, all the details of his life since arriving at Lycurgus, how and why he had come there, the incident of the slain child in Kansas City, without, however, mentioning the clipping which he himself had preserved and then forgotten, his meeting with Roberta and his desire for her pregnancy and how he had sought to get her out of it, on and on, until she, having threatened to expose him, he had at last, and in great distress and fright, found the item in the Times-Union and sought to emulate that in action. But he had never plotted it personally, as Belknap was to understand, nor had he intentionally killed her at the last. No, he had not. Mr. Belknap must believe that, whatever else he thought. He had never deliberately struck her. No, it had been an accident. There had been a camera, and the tripod reported to have been found by Mason was unquestionably his tripod. Also, he had hidden it under a log, after accidentally striking Roberta with the camera, and then seeing that sink under the waters, where no doubt it still was, and with pictures of himself and Roberta on the film it contained, if they were not dissolved by the water. But he had not struck her intentionally. No, he had not. She had approached, and he had struck, but not intentionally. The boat had upset. And then, as nearly as he could, he described how before that he had seemed to be in a trance almost, because having gone so far, he could go no farther. But in the meantime, Belknap, himself finally wearied and confused by this strange story, the impossibility as he now saw it of submitting to, let alone convincing, any ordinary backwoods jury of this region of the innocence of these dark and bitter plans and deeds, finally, in great weariness and uncertainty and mental confusion even, getting up and placing his hands on Clyde's shoulders, saying, "Well, that'll be enough of this for today, Clyde, I think. I see how you felt and how it all came about. Also, I see how tired you are, and I'm mighty glad you've been able to give me the straight of this, because I know how hard it's been for you to do it. But I don't want to talk any more now. There are going to be other days, and I have a few things I want to attend to before I take up some of the minor phases of this with you tomorrow or next day. Just you sleep and rest for the present. You'll need all you can get for the work both of us will have to do a little later. But just now you're not to worry, because there's no need of it, do you see? I'll get you out of this, or we will, my partner and I. I have a partner that I'm going to bring around here presently. You'll like him, too. But there are one or two things that I want you to think about and stick to. And one of these is that you're not to let anybody frighten you into anything, because either myself or my partner will be around here once a day anyhow, and anything you have to say or want to know, you can say or find out from us. Next, you're not to talk to anybody. Mason, the sheriff, these jailers, no one, unless I tell you to. No one, do you hear? And above all things, don't cry anymore. For if you are as innocent as an angel, or as black as the devil himself, the worst thing you can do is cry before anyone. The public and these jail officers don't understand that. They invariably look upon it as weakness or a confession of guilt. And I don't want them to feel any such thing about you now, and especially when I know that you're not really guilty. I know that now. I believe it, see? So keep a stiff upper lip before Mason and everybody. In fact, from now on I want you to try and laugh a little, or at any rate, smile and pass the time of day with these fellows around here. There's an old saying in the law, you know, that the consciousness of innocence makes any man calm. Think and look innocent. Don't sit and brood and look as though you had lost your last friend, because you haven't. I'm here, and so is my partner, Mr. Jeffson. I'll bring him around here in a day or two, and you are to look and act toward him exactly as you have toward me. Trust him, because in legal matters, he's even smarter than I am in some ways. And tomorrow I'm going to bring you a couple of books and some magazines and papers, and I want you to read them or look at the pictures. They'll help keep your mind off your troubles." Clyde achieved a rather feeble smile and nodded his head. "From now on, too, I don't know whether you're at all religious, but whether you are or not, they hold services here in the jail on Sundays, and I want you to attend them regularly. That is, if they ask you to. This is a religious community, and I want you to make as good an impression as you can. Never mind what people say or how they look. You do as I tell you. And if this fellow Mason or any of those fellows around here get to pestering you any more, send me a note. And now I'll be going along, so give me a cheerful smile as I go out, and another one as I come in. And don't talk, see?" Then, shaking Clyde briskly by the shoulders and slapping him on the back, he strode out, actually thinking to himself, "But do I really believe that this fellow is as innocent as he says? Would it be possible for a fellow to strike a girl like that and not know that he was doing it intentionally? And then swimming away afterwards, because, as he says, if he went near her he thought he might drown, too. Bad. Bad! What 12 men are going to believe that? And that bag, those 2 hats, that missing suit? And yet he swears he didn't intentionally strike her. But what about all the planning? The intent, which is just as bad in the eyes of the law? Is he telling the truth, or is he lying even now? Perhaps trying to deceive himself as well as me? And that camera. We ought to get hold of that before Mason finds it and introduces it. And that suit. I ought to find that and mention it, maybe, so as to offset the look of its being hidden. Say that we had it all the time, send it to Lycurgus to be cleaned. But no, wait a minute. I must think about that. And so on, point by point, while deciding wearily that perhaps it would be better not to attempt to use Clyde's story at all, but rather to concoct some other story, this one changed or modified in some way which would make it appear less cruel or legally murderous. End of Book 3, Chapter 14. Section 24 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 15. Mr. Reuben Jeffson was decidedly different from Belknap, Catchaman, Mason, Smiley, in fact anyone, thus far, who had seen Clyde or become legally interested in this case. He was young, tall, thin, rugged, brown, cool but not cold spiritually, and with a will and a determination of the tensile strength of steel, and with a mental and legal equipment for which shrewdness and self-interest was not unlike that of a lynx or ferret. Those shrewd, steel, very light blue eyes in his brown face, the force and curiosity of the long nose, the strength of the hands and the body. He had lost no time as soon as he discovered there was a possibility of Belknap and Jeffson, taking over the defense of Clyde, in going over the minutes of the coroner's inquest, as well as the doctor's reports, and the letters of Roberta and Sondra. And now being faced by Belknap, who was explaining that Clyde did now actually admit to having plotted to kill Roberta, although not to having actually done so, since at the fatal moment some cataleptic state of mind or remorse had intervened and caused him to unintentionally strike her, he merely stared, without the shadow of a smile or comment of any kind. But he wasn't in such a state when he went out there with her, though. No. Nor when he swam away afterwards. No. Nor when he went through the woods, or changed to another suit and hat, or hid that tripod. No. Of course, you know, constructively, in the eyes of the law, if we use his own story, he's just as guilty as though he had struck her, and the judge would have to so instruct. Yes, I know, I've thought of all that. Well, I'll tell you, Jeffson, it's a tough case and no mistake. It looks to me now as though Mason has all the cards. If we can get this chap off, we can get anybody off. But as I see it, I'm not so sure that we want to mention that cataleptic business yet. At least, not unless we want to enter a plea of insanity or emotional insanity or something like that. About like that Harry Thaw case, for instance. He paused and scratched his slightly graying temple dubiously. You think he's guilty, of course? Interpolated Jeffson, dryly. Well, now, as astonishing as it may seem to you, no. At least I'm not positive that I do. To tell you the truth, this is one of the most puzzling cases I have ever run up against. This fellow is by no means as hard as you think, or as cold. Quite a simple, affectionate chap, in a way, as you'll see for yourself. His manner, I mean. He's only 21 or 2, and for all his connections with these Griffiths, he's very poor. Just a clerk, really. And he tells me that his parents are poor, too. They run a kind of mission out west, Denver, I believe, and before that in Kansas City. He hasn't been home in 4 years. In fact, he got into some crazy boy scrape out there in Kansas City when he was working for one of the hotels as a bellboy and had to run away. That's something we've got to look out for in connection with Mason, whether he knows about that or not. It seems he and a bunch of other bellhops took some rich fellow's car without his knowing it, and then because they were afraid of being late, they ran over and killed a little girl. We've got to find out about that and prepare for it, for if Mason does know about it, he'll spring it at the trial, and just when he thinks we're least expecting it. Well, he won't pull that one, replied Jeffson, his hard, electric blue eyes gleaming. Not if I have to go to Kansas City to find out. And Belknap went on to tell Jeffson all that he knew about Clyde's life up to the present time, how he had worked at dishwashing, waiting on table, soda clerking, driving a wagon, anything and everything before he had arrived in Lycurgus, how he had always been fascinated by girls, how he had first met Roberta and later Sondra. Finally, how he found himself trapped by one and desperately in love with the other, whom he could not have unless he got rid of the first one. And notwithstanding all that, you feel a doubt as to whether he did kill her? Asked Jeffson at the conclusion of all this. Yes, as I say, I'm not at all sure that he did, but I do know that he is still hipped over the second girl. His manner changed whenever he or I happened to mention her. Once, for instance, I asked him about his relations with her, and in spite of the fact that he's accused of seducing and killing this other girl, he looked at me as though I had said something I shouldn't have, insulted him or her. And here Belknap smiled a wry smile, while Jeffson, his long, bony legs propped against the walnut desk before him, merely stared at him. You don't say, he finally observed. And not only that, went on Belknap, but he said, why no, of course not. She wouldn't allow anything like that, and besides... And then he stopped. And besides what, Clyde? I asked. Well, you don't want to forget who she is. Oh, I see, I said. And then, will you believe it, he wanted to know if there wasn't some way by which her name and those letters she wrote him couldn't be kept out of the papers in this case, Her family prevented from knowing so that she and they wouldn't be hurt too much. Not really? But what about the other girl? That's just the point I'm trying to make. He could plot to kill one girl, and maybe even did kill her for all I know, after seducing her, but because he was being so sculled around by his grand ideas of this other girl, he didn't quite know what he was doing, really? Don't you see? You know how it is with some of these young fellows of his age, and especially when they've never had anything much to do with girls or money and want to be something grand. You think that made him a little crazy, maybe? Put in Jeffson. Well, it's possible. Confused, hypnotized, loony, you know, a brainstorm, as they say down in New York. But he certainly is still cracked over that other girl. In fact, I think most of his crying in jail is over her. He was crying, you know, when I went to see him, sobbing as if his heart might break. Meditatively, Belknap scratched his right ear. But just the same, there certainly is something to this other idea, that his mind was turned by all this, that Alden girl forcing him on the one hand to marry her while the other girl was offering to marry him. I know, I was once in such a scrape myself. And here he paused to relate that to Jeffson. By the way, he went on, he says we can find that item about the other couple drowning in the Times-Union of about June 18th or 19th. All right, replied Jeffson. I'll get it. What I want you to do tomorrow, continued Belknap, is to go over there with me and see what impression you get of him. I'll be there to see if he tells it all to you in the same way. I want your own individual viewpoint of him. You most certainly will get it, snapped Jeffson. Belknap and Jeffson proceeded the next day to visit Clyde in jail, and Jeffson, after interviewing him and meditating once more on his strange story, was even then not quite able to make up his mind whether Clyde was as innocent of intending to strike Roberta as he said, or not. For if he were, how could he have swum away afterward, leaving her to drown? Decidedly, it would be more difficult for a jury than for himself, even, to be convinced. At the same time, there was that contention of Belknap's as to the possibility of Clyde's having been mentally upset or unbalanced at the time that he accepted the Times-Union plot and proceeded to act on it. That might be true, of course, yet personally, to Jeffson at least, Clyde appeared to be wise and sane enough now. As Jeffson saw him, he was harder and more cunning than Belknap was willing to believe. A cunning, modified, of course, by certain soft and winning social graces for which one could hardly help liking him. However, Clyde was by no means as willing to confide in Jeffson as he had been in Belknap, an attitude which did little to attract Jeffson to him at first. At the same time, there was about Jeffson a hard, integrated earnestness which soon convinced Clyde of his technical, if not his emotional interest. And after a while, he began looking toward this younger man, even more than toward Belknap, as the one who might do most for him. Of course, you know that those letters which Miss Alden wrote you are very strong, began Jeffson, after hearing Clyde restate his story. Yes, sir. They're very sad to anyone who doesn't know all of the facts, and on that account they are likely to prejudice any jury against you, especially when they're put alongside Miss Finchley's letters. Yes, I suppose they might, replied Clyde. But then, she wasn't always like that either. It was only after she got in trouble and I wanted her to let me go that she wrote like that. I know, and that's a point we want to think about and maybe bring out if we can. If only there was some way to keep those letters out, he now turned to Belknap to say. Then to Clyde. But what I want to ask you now is this. You were close to her for something like a year, weren't you? Yes. And all of that time that you were with her, or before, was she ever friendly or maybe intimate with any other young man anywhere? That is, that you know of? As Clyde could see, Jeffson was not afraid, or perhaps not sufficiently sensitive, to refrain from presenting any thought or trick that seemed to him likely to provide a loophole for escape. But far from being cheered by this suggestion, he was really shocked. What a shameful thing in connection with Roberta and her character it would be to attempt to introduce any such lie as this. He could not and would not hint at any such falsehood, and so he replied, No, sir, I never heard of her going with anyone else. In fact, I know she didn't. Very good, that settles that, snapped Jeffson. I judge from her letters that what you say is true. At the same time, we must know all the facts. It might make a very great difference if there were someone else. And at this point, Clyde could not quite make sure whether he was attempting to impress upon him the value of this as an idea or not, but just the same, he decided it was not right even to consider it. And yet he was thinking, if only this man could think of a real defense for me, he looked so shrewd. Well then, went on Jeffson, in the same hard, searching tone, devoid, as Clyde saw it, of sentiment or pity of any kind. "Here's something else I want to ask you. In all the time that you knew her, either before you were intimate with her or afterwards, did she ever write you a mean or sarcastic or demanding or threatening letter of any kind?" "No, sir, I can't say that she ever did," replied Clyde. "In fact, I know she didn't. No, sir. Except for those last few ones, maybe. The very last one." "And you never wrote her any, I suppose?" "No, sir, I never wrote her any letters." "Why?" "Well, she was right there in the factory with me, you see. Besides, at the last there, after she went home, I was afraid to." "I see." At the same time, as Clyde now proceeded to point out, and that, quite honestly, Roberta could be far from sweet-tempered at times, could in fact be quite determined and even stubborn, and she had paid no least attention to his plea that her forcing him to marry her now would ruin him socially as well as in every other way, and that even in the face of his willingness to work along and pay for her support, an attitude which, as he now described it, was what had caused all the trouble, whereas Miss Finchley, and here he introduced an element of reverence and enthusiasm which Jeffson was quick to note, was willing to do everything for him. "So you really loved that Miss Finchley very much then, did you?" "Yes, sir." "And you couldn't care for Roberta any more after you met her?" No, I just couldn't." "I see," observed Jeffson, solemnly nodding his head, and at the same time meditating on how futile and dangerous, even, it might be to let the jury know that, and then thinking that possibly it were best to follow the previous suggestion of Belknap's, based on the customary legal proceeding of the time, and claim insanity, or a brainstorm, brought about by the terrifying position in which he imagined himself to be. But apart from that, he now proceeded. "You say something came over you when you were in the boat out there with her on that last day, that you really didn't know what you were doing at the time that you struck her?" "Yes, sir, that's the truth." And here Clyde went on to explain once more just what his state was at that time. All right, I believe you," replied Jeffson, seemingly believing what Clyde said, but not actually able to conceive it at that. "But you know, of course, that no jury, in the face of all these other circumstances, is going to believe that," he now announced. "There are too many things that'll have to be explained, and that we can't very well explain as things now stand. I don't know about that idea." He now turned and was addressing Belknap. "Those 2 hats, that bag, unless we're going to plead insanity or something like that, I'm not so sure about all this. Was there ever any insanity in your family that you know of?" he now added, turning to Clyde once more. "No, sir, not that I know of." "No uncle or cousin or grandfather who had fits or strange ideas or anything like that?" "Not that I ever heard of, no, sir." "And your rich relatives down there in Lycurgus, I suppose they'd not like it very much if I were to step up and try to prove something like that?" "I'm afraid they wouldn't, no, sir," replied Clyde, thinking of Gilbert. "Well, let me see," went on Jeffson after a time. "That makes it rather hard. I don't see, though, that anything else would be safe." And here he turned once more to Belknap, and began to inquire as to what he thought of suicide as a theory, since Roberta's letters themselves showed a melancholy trend which might easily have led to thoughts of suicide. And could they not say that once out on the lake with Clyde and pleading with him to marry her, and he refusing to do so, she had jumped overboard, and he was too astounded and mentally upset to try to save her. "But what about his own story that the wind had blown his hat off, and in trying to save that he upset the boat?" interjected Belknap, and exactly as though Clyde were not present. "Well, that's true enough, too, but couldn't we say that perhaps, since he was morally responsible for her condition, which in turn had caused her to take her life, he did not want to confess to the truth of her suicide?" At this Clyde winced, but neither now troubled to notice him. They talked as though he was not present or could have no opinion in the matter, a procedure which astonished but by no means moved him to object, since he was feeling so helpless. "But the false registrations, the 2 hats, the suit, his bag," insisted Belknap staccatically, a tone which showed Clyde how serious Belknap considered his predicament to be. "Well, whatever theory we advance, those things will have to be accounted for in some way," replied Jeffson dubiously. "We can't admit the true story of his plotting without an insanity plea, not as I see it, at any rate, and unless we use that, we've got that evidence to deal with, whatever we do." He threw up his hands wearily, and as if to say, "I swear I don't know what to do about this." "But," persisted Belknap, "in the face of all that, and his refusal to marry her, after his promises referred to in her letters, Why, it would only react against him, so that public opinion would be more prejudiced against him than ever. No, that won't do, he concluded. We'll have to think of something which will create some sort of sympathy for him. And then, once more turning to Clyde as though there had been no such discussion, and looking at him as much as to say, "You are a problem indeed." And then Jephson, observing, "And, oh yes, that suit you dropped in that lake up there near the Cranstons. Describe the spot to me as near as you can where you threw it. How far from the house was it?" He waited until Clyde haltingly attempted to recapture the various details of the hour and the scene as he could remember it. "If I could go up there, I could find it quick enough." "Yes, I know, but they won't let you go up there without Mason being along," he returned, "and maybe not even then. You're in prison now, and you can't be taken out without the state's consent, you see? But we must get that suit." Then, turning to Belknap and lowering his voice, he added, "We want to get it and have it cleaned, and submit it as having been sent away to be cleaned by him, not hidden, you see?" "Yes, that's so," commented Belknap idly, while Clyde stood listening curiously and a little amazed by this frank program of trickery and deception on his behalf. "And now, in regard to that camera that fell in the lake, we have to try and find that, too. I think maybe Mason may know about it or suspect that it's there. At any rate, it's very important that we should find it before he does. You think that about where that pole was that day you were up there is where the boat was when it overturned?" "Yes, sir." "Well, we must see if we can get that," he continued, turning to Belknap. "We don't want that turning up in the trial if we can help it, for without that, they'll have to be swearing that he struck her with that tripod or something that he didn't, and that's where we may trip him up." "Yes, that's true, too," replied Belknap. "And now, in regard to the bag that Mason has, that's another thing I haven't seen yet, but I will see it tomorrow. Did you put that suit, as wet as it was, in the bag when you came out of the water?" "No, sir, I wrung it out first, and then I dried it as much as I could, and then I wrapped it up in the paper that we had the lunch in, and then put some dry pine needles underneath it in the bag and on top of it." "So there weren't any wet marks in the bag after you took it out, as far as you know?" "No, sir, I don't think so." "But you're not sure?" "Not exactly sure now that you ask me. No, sir." "Well, I'll see for myself tomorrow. And now, as to those marks on her face, you have never admitted to anyone around here or anywhere that you struck her in any way?" "No, sir." "And the mark on the top of her head was made by the boat, just as you said?" "Yes, sir." "But the others you think you might have made with the camera?" "Yes, sir, I suppose they were." "Well, then, this is the way it looks to me," said Jephson, again turning to Belknap. "I think we can safely say when the time comes that those marks were never made by him at all, see? But by the hooks and the poles with which they were scraping around up there when they were trying to find her. We can try it, anyhow. And if the hooks and poles didn't do it," he added, a little grimly and dryly, "certainly hauling her body from that lake to that railroad station and from there to here on the train might have." "Yes, I think Mason would have a hard time proving that they weren't made that way," replied Belknap. "And as for that tripod, well, we'd better exhume the body and make our own measurements, and measure the thickness of the edge of the boat, so that it may not be easy for Mason to make any use of the tripod now that he has it after all." Mr. Jephson's eyes were small and very clear and very blue as he said this. His head, as well as his body, had a thin, ferrety look, and it seemed to Clyde, who had been observing and listening to all this with awe, that this younger man might be the one to aid him. He was so shrewd and practical, so very direct and chill and indifferent, and yet confidence-inspiring, quite like an uncontrollable machine of a kind which generates power. And when at last these two were ready to go, he was sorry, for with them near him, planning and plotting in regard to himself, he felt so much safer, stronger, more hopeful, more certain of being free, maybe, at some future date. End of Book 3, Chapter 15. Section 25 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 16. The result of all this, however, was that it was finally decided that perhaps the easiest and safest defense that could be made, assuming that the Griffiths family of Lycurgus would submit to it, would be that of insanity or brainstorm, a temporary aberration due to love, and an illusion of grandeur aroused in Clyde by Sondra Finchley, and the threatened disruption by Roberta of all his dreams and plans. But after consultation with Catchaman and Dara Brookhart at Lycurgus, and these in turn conferring with Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths, It was determined that this would not do, for to establish insanity or brainstorm would require previous evidence or testimony to the effect that Clyde was of none too sound mind, erratic his whole life long, and with certain specific instances tending to demonstrate how really peculiar he was. Relatives, among them the Griffiths of Lycurgus themselves, perhaps, coming on to swear to it, a line of evidence which, requiring as it would, outright lying and perjury on the part of many, as well as reflecting on the Griffiths' blood and brain, was sufficient to alienate both Samuel and Gilbert to the extent that they would have none of it, and so Brookhart was compelled to assure Belknap that this line of defense would have to be abandoned. Such being the case, both Belknap and Jepson were once more compelled to sit down and consider, for any other defense which either could think of now seemed positively hopeless. "I want to tell you one thing," observed the sturdy Jepson after thumbing through the letters of both Roberta and Sondra again. "The letters of this Alden girl are the toughest thing we're going to have to face. They're likely to make any jury cry if they're read right, and then to introduce these letters from that other girl on top of these would be fatal. It will be better, I think, if we do not mention hers at all, unless he does. It will only make it look as though he killed that Alden girl to get rid of her. Mason couldn't want anything better, as I see it." And with this Belknap agreed most heartily. At the same time, some plan must be devised immediately, and so, out of these various conferences, it was finally deduced by Jepson, who saw a great opportunity for himself in this matter, that the safest possible defense that could be made, and one to which Clyde's own suspicions and most peculiar actions would most exactly fit, would be that he had never contemplated murder. On the contrary, being a moral, if not a physical coward, as his own story seemed to suggest, and in terror of being exposed and driven out of Lycurgus and of the heart of Sondra, and never as yet having told Roberta of Sondra, and thinking that knowledge of this great love for her, Sondra, might influence Roberta to wish to be rid of him, he had hastily, and without any worse plan in mind, decided to persuade Roberta to accompany him to any nearby resort, but not especially Grass Lake or Big Bittern, in order to tell her all this, and so win his freedom, yet not without offering to pay her expenses as nearly as he could during her very trying period. "All well and good," commented Belknap, "but that involves he refusing to marry her, doesn't it? And what jury is going to sympathize with him for that, or believe that he didn't want to kill her?" Wait a minute, replied Jepson, a little testily. "So far it does, sure, but you haven't heard me to the end yet. I said I had a plan." "All right, then, what is it?" replied Belknap, most interested. "Well, I'll tell you. My plan's this: to leave all the facts just as they are, and just as he tells them, and just as Mason has discussed them so far, except, of course, his striking her, and then explain them, the letters, the wounds, the bag, the 2 hats, everything, not deny them in any way." And here he paused, and ran his long, thin, freckled hands eagerly through his light hair, and looked across the grass of the public square to the jail where Clyde was, then toward Belknap again. "All very good, but how?" queried Belknap. "There's no other way, I tell you," went on Jepson, quite to himself and ignoring his senior, "and I think this will do it." He turned to look out the window again, and began as though talking to someone outside. "He goes up there, you see, because he's frightened, and because he has to do something or be exposed, and he signs those registers just as he did because he's afraid to have it known by anybody down there in Lycurgus that he is up there, and he has this plan about confessing to her about this other girl. But," and now he paused and looked fixedly at Belknap, "and this is the keystone of the whole thing, if this won't hold water, then down we go. Listen. He goes up there with her, frightened, and not to marry her or to kill her, but to argue with her to go away. But once up there, he sees how sick she is, and tired, and sad. Well, you know how much she still loves him, and he spends 2 nights with her, see?" "Yes, I see," interrupted Belknap, curiously, but not quite so dubiously now. "And that might explain those nights." "Might? Would," replied Jepson, slyly and calmly, his harebell eyes showing only cold, eager, and practical logic, no trace of emotion or even sympathy of any kind, really. "Well, while he's up there with her under those conditions, so close to her again, you see," and his facial expression never altered so much as by a line, "he experiences a change of heart. You get me? He's sorry for her. He's ashamed of himself, his sin against her. That ought to appeal to these fellows around here, these religious and moral people, oughtn't it?" "It might," quietly interpolated Belknap, who by now was very much interested and a little hopeful. He sees that he's done her wrong, continued Jephson, intent, like a spider spinning on a web, in his own plan. And in spite of all his affection for this other girl, he's now ready to do the right thing by this Alden girl, do you see? Because he's sorry and ashamed of himself. That takes the black look off his plotting to kill her while spending those 2 nights in Utica and Grass Lake with her. He still loves the other girl, though, interjected Belknap. Well, sure. He likes her at any rate, has been fascinated by that life down there and sort of taken out of himself, made over into a different person, but now he's ready to marry Roberta, in case, after telling her all about this other girl and his love for her, she still wants him to. I see. But how about the boat now, and that bag, and his going up to this Finchley girl's place afterwards? Just a minute, I'll tell you about that, continued Jephson, his blue eyes boring into space like a powerful electric ray. Of course, he goes out in the boat with her, and of course he takes that bag, and of course he signs those registers falsely, and walks away through those woods to that other girl after Roberta is drowned. But why? Why? Do you want to know why? I'll tell you. He felt sorry for her, see? And he wanted to marry her, or at least he wanted to do the right thing by her at the very last there. Not before, remember, but after he had spent a night with her in Utica and another one in Grass Lake. But once she was drowned, and accidentally, of course, as he says, there was his love for that other girl. He hadn't ceased loving her, even though he was willing to sacrifice her in order to do the right thing by Roberta. See? I see. And how are they going to prove that he didn't experience a change of heart if he says he did and sticks to it? I see, but he'll have to tell a mightily convincing story, added Belknap a little heavily. And how about those 2 hats? They're going to have to be explained. Well, I'm coming to that now. The one he had was a little soiled, and so he decided to buy another. As for that story he told Mason about wearing a cap, well, he was frightened and lied because he thought he would have to get out of it. Now, of course, before he goes to that other girl afterwards, well, Roberta is still alive, I mean, there's his relationship with the other girl, what he intends to do about her. He's talking to Roberta, now, you see? He continued. And that has to be disposed of in some way. But as I see it, that's easy. For of course, after he experiences a change of heart and wants to do the right thing by Roberta, all he has to do is write that other girl, or go to her and tell her, about the wrong he has done Roberta. Yes. For, as I see it now, she can't be kept out of the case entirely, after all. We'll have to ring her in, I'm afraid. All right, then we have to, said Belknap. Because, you see, if Roberta still feels that he ought to marry her, he'll go first and tell that Finchley girl that he can't marry her, that he's going away. That is, if Roberta doesn't object to his leaving her that long. Don't you see? Yes. If she does, he'll marry her, either at 3 Mile Bay or some other place. Yes. But you don't want to forget that while she's still alive, he's puzzled and distressed, and it's only after that second night at Grass Lake that he begins to see how wrong all his actions have been, you understand? Something happens. Maybe she cries or talks about wanting to die like she does in those letters. Yes. And so he wants a quiet place where they can sit down in peace and talk, where no one else will see or hear them. Yes, go on. Well, he thinks of Big Bittern. He's been up there once before, or they're near there, then, and just below there, 12 miles, is 3 Mile Bay, where, if they decide to marry, they can. I see. If not, if she doesn't want to marry him after his full confession, he can row her back to the inn, can't he? And he or she can stay there or go on. Yes. In the meantime, not to have any delay or be compelled to hang about the inn, it's rather expensive, you know, and he hasn't any too much money, he takes that lunch in his bag, also his camera, because he wants to take some pictures. For if Mason should turn up with that camera, it's got to be explained, and it will be better explained by us than it will be by him, won't it? I see, exclaimed Belknap, intensely interested by now, and actually smiling and beginning to rub his hands. So they go out on the lake? Yes. And they row around? Yes. And finally, after lunch on shore, some pictures taken? Yes. He decides to tell her just how things stand with him. He's ready, willing. I get you. Only just before doing that, he wants to take 1 or 2 more pictures of her there in the boat, just offshore. Yes. And then he'll tell her, see? Yes. And so they go out in the boat again for a little row, just as he did, see? Yes. But because they intend to go ashore again for some flowers, he's left the bag there. See? That explains the bag. Yes. But before taking any more pictures there, in the boat on the water, he begins to tell her about his love for this other girl, that if she wants him to, now he'll marry her and then write this Sondra a letter. Or if she feels she doesn't want to marry him with him loving this other girl. Yes, go on, interrupted Belknap eagerly. Well, continued Jephson, he'll do his best to take care of her and support her out of the money he'll have after he marries the rich girl. Yes. Well, she wants him to marry her and drop this Miss Finchley. I see. And he agrees? Sure. Also, she's so grateful that in her excitement or gratitude, she jumps up to come toward him, you see? Yes. And the boat rocks a little, and he jumps up to help her because he's afraid she's going to fall, see? Yes, I see. Well, now, if we wanted to, we could have him have that camera of his in his hand or not, just as you think fit. Yes, I see what you're driving at. Well, whether he keeps it in his hand or doesn't, there's some misstep on his part or hers, just as he says, or just the motion of the two bodies causes the boat to go over, and he strikes her, or not, just as you think fit, but accidentally, of course. Yes, I see, and I'll be damned, exclaimed Belknap. Fine, Reuben. Excellent. Wonderful, really. And the boat strikes her too, as well as him a little, see? Went on Jephson, paying no attention to this outburst, so interested was he in his own plot, and makes him a little dizzy too. I see. And he hears her cries and sees her, but he's a little stunned himself, see? And by the time he's ready to do something... She's gone, concluded Belknap quietly. Drowned. I get you. And then, because of all those other suspicious circumstances and false registrations, and because now she's gone and he can't do anything more for her anyhow, her relatives might not want to know her condition, you know. I see. He slips away, frightened, a moral coward, just as we'll have to contend from the first, anxious to stand well with his uncle and not lose his place in the world. Doesn't that explain it? About as well as anything could explain it, Reuben, I think. In fact, I think it's a plausible explanation, and I congratulate you. I don't see how anyone could hope to find a better one. If that doesn't get him off or bring about a disagreement, at least we might get him off with, well, say, 20 years, don't you think? And very much cheered, he got up, and after eyeing his long, thin associate admiringly, added, Fine, while Jephson, his blue eyes for all the world like windless, still pools, looked steadily back. But of course, you know what that means, Jephson now added, calmly and softly. That we have to put him on the witness stand? Surely, surely. I see that well enough, but it's his only chance. And he won't strike people as a very steady or convincing fellow, I'm afraid. Too nervous and emotional. Yes, I know all that, replied Belknap quickly. He's easily rattled, and Mason will go after him like a wild bull, but we'll have to coach him as to all this, drill him, make him understand that it's his only chance, that his very life depends on it, drill him for months. If he fails, then he's gone. If only we could do something to give him courage, teach him to act on it. Jephson's eyes seemed to be gazing directly before him at the very courtroom scene in which Clyde on the stand would have Mason before him, and then picking up Roberta's letters, copies of them furnished by Mason, and looking at them, he concluded, If it only weren't for these here. He weighed them up and down in his hand. Christ, he finally concluded darkly. What a case. But we're not licked yet, not by a darn sight. Why, we haven't begun to fight yet, and we'll get a lot of publicity anyhow. By the way, he added, I'm having a fellow I know down near Big Bittern dredge for that camera tonight. Wish me luck. Do I? Was all Belknap replied. End of Book 3, Chapter 16. Section 26 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 17. The struggle and excitement of a great murder trial. Belknap and Jephson, after consulting with Brookhart and Catcheman, learning that they considered Jephson's plan perhaps the only way, but with as little reference to the Griffiths as possible. And then at once, Messrs. Belknap and Jephson issuing preliminary statements framed in such a manner as to show their faith in Clyde, presenting him as being, in reality, a much maligned and entirely misunderstood youth, whose intentions and actions toward Miss Alden were as different from those set forth by Mason as white from black, and intimating that the undue haste of the district attorney in seeking a special term of the Supreme Court might possibly have a political rather than a purely legal meaning. Else, why the hurry, especially in the face of an approaching county election? Could there be any plan to use the results of such a trial as this to further any particular person's, or group of persons' political ambitions? Messrs. Belknap and Jeffson begged to hope not. But regardless of such plans or the prejudices or the political aspirations of any particular person or group, the defense in this instance did not propose to permit a boy as innocent as Clyde, trapped by circumstances, as counsel for the defense would be prepared to show, to be railroaded to the electric chair merely to achieve a victory for the Republican Party in November. Furthermore, to combat these strange and yet false circumstances, the defense would require a considerable period of time to prepare its case. Therefore, it would be necessary for them to file a formal protest at Albany against the district attorney's request to the governor for a special term of the Supreme Court. There was no need for the same, since the regular term for the trial of such cases would fall in January, and the preparation of their case would require that much time. But while this strong, if rather belated, reply was listened to with proper gravity by the representatives of the various newspapers, Mason vigorously pooh-poohed this windy assertion of political plotting, as well as the talk of Clyde's innocence. What reason have I, a representative of all the people of this county, to railroad this man anywhere or make one single charge against him unless the charges make themselves? Doesn't the evidence itself show that he did kill this girl? And has he ever said or done one thing to clear up any of the suspicious circumstances? No. Silence or lies. And until these circumstances are disproved by these very able gentlemen, I am going right ahead. I have all the evidence necessary to convict this young criminal now, and to delay it until January, when I shall be out of office, as they know, and when a new man will have to go over all this evidence with which I have familiarized myself, is to entail great expense to the county. For all the witnesses I have gotten together are right here now, easy to bring into Bridgeburg without any great expense to the county. But where will they be next January or February, especially after the defense has done its best to scatter them? No, sir, I will not agree to it. But if within 10 days or 2 weeks from now even, they can bring me something that will so much as make it look as though even some of the charges I have are not true, I'll be perfectly willing to go before the presiding judge with them, and if they can show him any evidence they have or hope to have, or that there are any distant known witnesses to be secured who can help prove this fellow's innocence, why then, well and good. I will be willing to ask the judge to grant them as much time as he may see fit, even if it throws the trial over until I am out of office. But if the trial comes up while I'm here, as I honestly hope it will, I'll prosecute it to the best of my ability, not because I'm looking for an office of any kind, but because I am now the district attorney and it is my duty to do so. And as for my being in politics, well, Mr. Belknap is in politics, isn't he? He ran against me last time, and I hear he desires to run again. Accordingly, he proceeded to Albany further to impress upon the governor the very great need of an immediate special term of the court so that Clyde might be indicted, and the governor, hearing the personal arguments of both Mason and Belknap, decided in favor of Mason, on the ground that the granting of a special term did not militate against any necessary delay of the trial of the case, since nothing which the defense as yet had to offer seemed to indicate that the calling of a special term was likely in any way to prevent it from obtaining as much time wherein to try the case as needed. Besides, it would be the business of the Supreme Court justice appointed to consider such arguments, not himself. And accordingly a special term of the Supreme Court was ordered, with one Justice Frederick Oberwalzer of the 11th Judicial District designated to preside, and when Mason appeared before him with the request that he fix the date of the special grand jury by which Clyde might be indicted, this was set for August 5th. And then that body sitting, it was no least trouble for Mason to have Clyde indicted. And thereafter the best that Belknap and Jeffson could do was to appear before Oberwalzer, a Democrat, who owed his appointment to a previous governor, to argue for a change of venue, on the ground that by no possible stretch of the imagination could any 12 men residing in Cataraqui County be found who, owing to the public and private statements of Mason, were not already vitally opposed to Clyde, and so convinced of his guilt that before ever such a jury could be addressed by a defense, he would be convicted. "But where are you going, then?" injured Justice Oberwalzer, who was impartial enough. "The same material has been published everywhere. But, Your Honor, this crime which the district attorney here has been so busy in magnifying—" A long and heated objection on the part of Mason. "But we contend just the same," continued Belknap, "that the public has been unduly stirred and deluded. You can't get 12 men now who will try this man fairly." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Mason, angrily. "What twaddle! Why, the newspapers themselves have gathered and published more evidence than I have. It's the publicly discovered facts in this case that have aroused prejudice, if any has been aroused. But no more than would be aroused anywhere, I maintain. Besides, if this case is to be transferred to a distant county when the majority of the witnesses are right here, this county is going to be saddled with an enormous expense, which it cannot afford and which the facts do not warrant." Justice Oberwalzer, who was of a sober and moral turn, a slow and meticulous man inclined to favor conservative procedure in all things, was inclined to agree, and after 5 days, in which he did no more than muse idly upon the matter, he decided to deny the motion. If he were wrong, there was the appellate division to which the defense could resort. As for Stays, having fixed the date of the trial for October 15th, ample time, as he judged, for the defense to prepare its case, he adjourned for the remainder of the summer to his cottage on Blue Mountain Lake, where both the prosecution and the defense, should any knotty or locally insoluble legal complication arise, would be able to find him and have his personal attention. But with the entry of the Messrs. Belknap and Jeffson into the case, Mason found it advisable to redouble his efforts to make positive, in so far as it was possible, the conviction of Clyde. He feared the young Jeffson as much as he did Belknap, and for that reason, taking with him Burton Burley and Earl Newcomb, he now revisited Lycurgus, where among other things he was able to discover, 1. Where Clyde had purchased the camera, 2. That 3 days before his departure for Big Bittern that he had said to Mrs. Peyton that he was thinking of taking his camera with him and that he must get some film for it, 3. That there was a haberdasher by the name of Orrin Short who had known Clyde well, and that but 4 months before Clyde had applied to him for advice in connection with a factory hand's pregnant wife. Also, and this in great confidence to Burton Burley, who had unearthed him, that he had recommended to Clyde a certain Dr. Glenn near Gloversville. 4. Dr. Glenn himself being sought and pictures of Clyde and Roberta being submitted, he was able to identify Roberta, although not Clyde, and to describe the state of mind in which she had approached him, as well as the story she had told, a story which in no way incriminated Clyde or herself, and which, therefore, Mason decided might best be ignored, for the present anyhow. And 5. Via these same enthusiastic efforts, there rose to the surface the particular hat salesman in Utica who had sold Clyde the hat. For Burton Burley, being interviewed while in Utica, and his picture published along with one of Clyde, this salesman chanced to see it, and recalling him at once, made haste to communicate with Mason, with the result that his testimony, properly typewritten and sworn to, was carried away by Mason. And, in addition, the country girl who had been on the steamer Cygnus, and who had noticed Clyde, wrote Mason that she remembered him wearing a straw hat, also his leaving the boat at Sharon, a bit of evidence which most fully confirmed that of the captain of the boat, and caused Mason to feel that Providence or fate was working with him. And last, but most important of all to him, there came a communication from a woman residing in Bedford, Pennsylvania, who announced that during the week of July 3rd to 10th, she and her husband had been camping on the east shore of Big Bittern near the southern end of the lake, and while rowing on the lake on the afternoon of July 8th at about 6 o'clock, she had heard a cry which sounded like that of a woman or girl in distress, a plaintive, mournful cry. It was very faint, and had seemed to come from beyond the island which was to the south and west of the bay in which they were fishing. Mason now proposed to remain absolutely silent regarding this information, and that about the camera and films and the data regarding Clyde's offense in Kansas City until nearer the day of trial, or during the trial itself, when it would be impossible for the defense to attempt either to refute or ameliorate it in any way. As for Belknap and Jeffson, apart from drilling Clyde in the matter of his general denial based on his change of heart once he had arrived at Grass Lake, and the explanation of the 2 hats and the bag, they could not see that there was much to do. True, there was the suit thrown in Fourth Lake near the Cranstons, but after much trolling on the part of a seemingly casual fisherman, that was brought up, cleaned and pressed, and now hung in a locked closet in the Belknap and Jeffson office. Also, there was the camera at Big Bittern, dived for but never found by them, a circumstance which led Jeffson to conclude that Mason must have it, and so caused him to decide that he would refer to it at the earliest possible opportunity in the trial. But as for Clyde striking her with it, even accidentally, well, it was decided at that time, at least, to contend that he had not, although after exhuming Roberta's body at Bilt's, it had been found that the marks on her face, even at this date, did correspond in some degree to the size and shape of the camera. For, in the first place, they were exceedingly dubious of Clyde as a witness. Would he or would he not, in telling of how it all happened, be sufficiently direct or forceful and sincere to convince any jury that he had so struck her without intending to strike her? For on that, marks or no marks, would depend whether the jury was going to believe him, and if it did not believe that he struck her accidentally, then a verdict of guilty, of course. And so they prepared to await the coming of the trial, only working betimes and in so far as they dared, to obtain testimony or evidence as to Clyde's previous good character, but being blocked to a degree by the fact that in Lycurgus, while pretending to be a model youth outwardly, he had privately been conducting himself otherwise, and that in Kansas City his first commercial efforts had resulted in such a scandal. However, one of the most difficult matters in connection with Clyde and his incarceration here, as Belknap and Jephson as well as the prosecution saw it, was the fact that thus far not one single member of his own or his uncle's family had come forward to champion him, and to no one save Belknap and Jephson had he admitted where his parents were. Yet would it not be necessary, as both Belknap and Jephson argued from time to time, if any case at all were to be made out for him, to have his mother or father, or at least a sister or a brother, come forward and say a good word about him? Otherwise, Clyde might appear to be a pariah, one who had been from the first a drifter and a waster, and was now purposely being avoided by all who knew him. For this reason, at their conference with Dara Burkhart, they had inquired after Clyde's parents, and had learned that insofar as the Griffiths of Lycurgus were concerned, there lay a deep objection to bringing on any member of this western branch of the family. There was, as he explained, a great social gap between them, which it would not please the Lycurgus Griffiths to have exploited here. Besides, who could say but that once Clyde's parents were notified or discovered by the yellow press, they might not lend themselves to exploitation? Both Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths, as Burkhart now informed Belknap, had suggested that it was best, if Clyde did not object, to keeping his immediate relatives in the background. In fact, on this, in some measure at least, was likely to depend the extent of their financial aid to Clyde. Clyde was in accord with this wish of the Griffiths, although no one who talked with him sufficiently or heard him express how sorry he was on his mother's account that all this had happened could doubt the quality of the blood and the emotional tie that held him and his mother together. The complete truth was that his present attitude toward her was a mixture of fear and shame because of the manner in which she was likely to view his predicament, his moral if not his social failure. Would she be willing to believe the story prepared by Belknap and Jephson as to his change of heart? But even apart from that, to have her come here now and look at him through these bars when he was so disgraced, to be compelled to face her and talk to her day after day, her clear, inquiring, tortured eyes, her doubt as to his innocence, since he could feel that even Belknap and Jephson, in spite of all their plans for him, were still a little dubious as to that unintentional blow of his. They did not really believe it, and they might tell her that. And would his religious, God-fearing, crime-abhorring mother be more credulous than they? Being asked again what he thought ought to be done about his parents, he replied that he did not believe he could face his mother yet. It would do no good and would only torture both. And fortunately, as he saw it, apparently no word of all that had befallen him had yet reached his parents in Denver. Because of their peculiar religious and moral beliefs, all copies of worldly and degenerate daily papers were consistently excluded from their home and mission, and the Lycurgus Griffiths had no desire to inform them. Yet one night, at about the time that Belknap and Jephson were most seriously debating the absence of his parents, and what, if anything, should be done about it, Esta, who some time after Clyde had arrived in Lycurgus, had married, and was living in the southeast portion of Denver, chanced to read in the Rocky Mountain News, and this just subsequent to Clyde's indictment by the grand jury at Bridgeburg, "Boy slayer of working girl indicted. Bridgeburg, New York, August 6th. A special grand jury appointed by Governor Stouterback of this state to sit in the case of Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of the wealthy collar manufacturer of the same name, of Lycurgus, New York, recently charged with the killing of Miss Roberta Alden of Bilt's, New York, at Big Bittern Lake in the Adirondacks on July 8th last. Today returned an indictment charging murder in the first degree. Subsequent to the indictment, Griffiths, who in spite of almost overwhelming evidence has persisted in asserting that the alleged crime was an accident, and who, accompanied by his counsel, Alvin Belknap and Reuben Jephson of this city, was arraigned before Supreme Court Justice Oberwalzer, pleaded not guilty. He was remanded for trial, which was set for October 15th. Young Griffiths, who is only 22 years of age, and up to the day of his arrest a respected member of Lycurgus smart society, is alleged to have stunned and then drowned his working girl sweetheart, whom he had wronged and then planned to desert in favor of a richer girl. The lawyers in this case have been retained by his wealthy uncle of Lycurgus, who has hitherto remained aloof. But apart from this, it is locally asserted, no relative has come forward to aid in his defense. Esta forthwith made a hurried departure for her mother's home. Despite the directness and clarity of this, she was not willing to believe it was Clyde. Still, there was the damning force of geography and names, the rich Lycurgus Griffiths, the absence of his own relatives. As quickly as the local streetcar would carry her, she now presented herself at the combined lodging house and mission known as the Star of Hope in Bidwell Street, which was scarcely better than that formerly maintained in Kansas City. For while it provided a number of rooms for wayfarers at 25 cents a night and was supposed to be self-supporting, it entailed much work and hardly any more profit. Besides, by now, both Frank and Julia, who long before this had become irked by the drab world in which they found themselves, had earnestly sought to free themselves of it, leaving the burden of the mission work on their father and mother. Julia, now 19, was cashiering for a local downtown restaurant, and Frank, nearing 17, had but recently found work in a fruit and vegetable commission house. In fact, the only child about the place by day was little Russell, the illegitimate son of Esta, now between 3 and 4 years of age, and most reservedly fictionalized by his grandparents as an orphan whom they had adopted in Kansas City. He was a dark-haired child, in some ways resembling Clyde, who, even at this early age, as Clyde had been before him, was being instructed in those fundamental verities which had irritated Clyde in his own childhood. At the time that Esta, now a decidedly subdued and reserved wife, entered, Mrs. Griffiths was busy sweeping and dusting and making up beds. But on sight of her daughter at this unusual hour approaching, and with blanched cheeks signaling her to come inside the door of a vacant room, Mrs. Griffiths, who, because of years of difficulties of various kinds, was more or less accustomed to scenes such as this, now paused in wonder, the swiftly beclouding mist of apprehension shining in her eyes. What new misery or ill was this? For decidedly Esta's weak gray eyes and manner indicated distress, and in her hand was folded a paper, which she opened, and after giving her mother a most solicitous look, pointed to the item, toward which Mrs. Griffiths now directed her look. But what was this? Boy slayer of working girl sweetheart indicted, charged with the killing of Miss Roberta Alden at Big Bittern Lake in the Adirondacks on July 8th last. Returned indictment charging murder in the first degree. In spite of almost overwhelming circumstantial evidence. Pleaded not guilty. Remanded for trial. Set for October 15th. Stunned and drowned his working girl's sweetheart. No relative has come forward. It was thus that her eye and her mind automatically selected the most essential lines, and then as swiftly going over them again. Clyde Griffiths, nephew of the wealthy collar manufacturer of Lycurgus, New York. Clyde, her son! And only recently, but no, over a month ago, and they had been worrying a little as to that, she and Asa, because he had not... July 8th, and it was now August 11th. Then, yes, but not her son. Impossible. Clyde, the murderer of a girl who was his sweetheart? But he was not like that. He had written to her now how he was getting along, the head of a large department with a future, but of no girl. But now, and yet that other little girl there in Kansas City, merciful God! And the Griffiths of Lycurgus, her husband's brother, knowing of this and not writing. Ashamed, disgusted, no doubt, indifferent. But no, he had hired 2 lawyers. Yet the horror! Asa, her other children, what the papers would say, this mission. They would have to give it up and go somewhere else again. Yet was he guilty or not guilty? She must know that before judging or thinking. This paper said he had pleaded not guilty. Oh, that wretched, worldly, showy hotel in Kansas City, those other bad boys, those 2 years in which he had wandered here and there, not writing, passing as Harry Tennant. Doing what? Learning what? She paused, full of that intense misery and terror which no faith in the revealed and comforting verities of God and mercy and salvation which she was always proclaiming could for the moment fend against. Her boy, her Clyde, in jail accused of murder. She must wire. She must write. She must go, maybe. But how to get the money? What to do when she got there? How to get the courage, the faith, to endure it? Yet again, neither Asa nor Frank nor Julia must know. Asa, with his protesting and yet somehow careworn faith, his weak eyes and weakening body. And must Frank and Julia, now just starting out in life, be saddled with this? Marked thus? Merciful God, would her troubles never end? She turned, her big, work-worn hands trembling slightly, shaking the paper she held, while Esta, who sympathized greatly with her mother these days because of all she had been compelled to endure, stood by. She looked so tired at times, and now to be racked by this. Yet, as she knew, her mother was the strongest in the family, so erect, so square-shouldered, defiant, a veritable soul pilot in her cross-grained, uniformed way. "Mama, I just can't believe it can be Clyde," was all Esta could say now. "It just can't be, can it?" But Mrs. Griffiths merely continued to stare at that ominous headline, then swiftly ran her gray-blue eyes over the room. Her broad face was blanched and dignified by an enormous strain and an enormous pain. Her erring, misguided, no doubt unfortunate son, with all his wild dreams of getting on and up, was in danger of death, of being electrocuted for a crime, for murder. He had killed someone, a poor working girl, the paper said. "Shh," she whispered, putting one finger to her lips as a sign. "He," indicating Asa, "must not know yet, anyhow. We must wire first, or write. You can have the answers come to you, maybe. I will give you the money. But I must sit down somewhere for a minute. I feel a little weak. I'll sit here. Let me have the Bible." On the small dresser was a Gideon Bible, which, sitting on the edge of the commonplace iron bed, she now opened instinctively at Psalms 3 and 4. "Lord, how are they increased that trouble? Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness." And then reading on silently, even placidly apparently, through 6, 8, 10, 13, 23, 91, while Esta stood by in silent amazement and misery. "Oh, Mama, I just can't believe it. Oh, this is too terrible." But Mrs. Griffiths read on. It was as if, and in spite of all this, she had been able to retreat into some still, silent place, where, for the time being at least, no evil human ill could reach her. Then at last, quite calmly closing the book and rising, she went on. "Now, we must think out what to say and who to send that telegram to. I mean, to Clyde, of course, at that place, wherever it is. Bridgeburg," she added, looking at the paper, and then interpolating from the Bible. "By terrible things in righteousness wilt thou answer us, O God." Or maybe those two lawyers, their names are there. I'm afraid to wire Ace's brother, for fear he'll wire back to him. Then, "Thou art my bulwark and my strength. In thee I will trust." But I suppose they would give it to him if we sent it care of that judge or those lawyers, don't you think? But it would be better if we could send it to him direct, I suppose. "He leadeth me by the still waters." Just say that I have read about him and still have faith and love for him, but he is to tell me the truth and what to do. If he needs money, we will have to see what we can do, I suppose. "He restoreth my soul." And then, despite her sudden peace of the moment, she once more began wringing her large, rough hands. "Oh, it can't be true. Oh, dear, no. After all, he is my son. We all love him and have faith. We must say that. God will deliver him. Watch and pray. Have faith. Under his wings shalt thou trust." She was so beside herself that she scarcely knew what she was saying, and Esta, at her side, was saying, "Yes, Mamma. Oh, of course. Yes, I will. I know he'll get it all right." But she, too, was saying to herself, my God, what could be worse than this? To be accused of murder? But of course it can't be true. It can't be true. If he should hear!" She was thinking of her husband. And after Russell, too, and Clyde's trouble there in Kansas City? Poor Mamma, she has so much trouble. Together, after a time, and avoiding Asa, who was in an adjoining room helping with the cleaning, the two made their way to the general mission room below, where was silence and many placards which proclaimed the charity, the wisdom, and the sustaining righteousness of God. End of Book 3, Chapter 17. Section 27 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 18. The telegram, worded in the spirit just described, was forthwith dispatched, care of Belknap and Jepson, who immediately counseled Clyde what to reply, that all was well with him, that he had the best of advice, and would need no financial aid. Also, that until his lawyers advised it would be best if no member of the family troubled to appear, since everything that could possibly be done to aid him was already being done. At the same time, they wrote Mrs. Griffiths, assuring her of the interest in Clyde, and advising her to let matters rest as they were for the present. Despite the fact that the Griffiths were thus restrained from appearing in the East, neither Belknap nor Jeffson were averse to some news of the existence, whereabouts, faith, and sympathy of Clyde's most immediate relatives creeping into the newspapers, since the latter were so persistent in referring to his isolation. And in this connection they were aided by the fact that his mother's telegram, on being received in Bridgeburg, was at once read by individuals who were particularly interested in the case, and by them whispered to the public and the press, and the result that in Denver the family was at once sought out and interviewed. And shortly after, there was circulated in all the papers, east and west, a more or less complete account of the present state of Clyde's family, the nature of the mission conducted by them, as well as their narrow and highly individualistic religious beliefs and actions, even the statement that often in his early youth Clyde had been taken into the streets to sing and pray, a revelation which shocked Lycurgus and Twelfth Lake society about as much as it did him. At the same time, Mrs. Griffiths, being an honest woman and wholeheartedly sincere in her faith and in the good of her work, did not hesitate to relate to reporter after reporter who called all the details of the missionary work of her husband and herself in Denver and elsewhere. Also that neither Clyde nor any of the other children had ever enjoyed the opportunities that come to most. However, her boy, whatever the present charge might be, was not innately bad, and she could not believe that he was guilty of any such crime. It was all an unfortunate and accidental combination of circumstances which he would explain at the trial. However, whatever foolish thing he might have done, it was all to be attributed to an unfortunate accident which broke up the mission work in Kansas City a few years before, and compelled the removal of the family from there to Denver, leaving Clyde to make his way alone. And it was because of advice from her that he had written her husband's rich brother in Lycurgus, which led to his going there, a series of statements which caused Clyde in his cell to tingle with a kind of prideful misery and resentment, and forced him to write his mother and complain. Why need she always talk so much about the past and the work that she did and his father were connected with, when she knew that he had never liked it and resented going on the streets? Many people didn't see it as she and his father did, particularly his uncle and cousin and all those rich people he had come to know, and who were able to make their way in so different and much more brilliant fashion. And now, as he said to himself, Sondra would most certainly read this, all that he had hoped to conceal. Yet even in the face of all this, because of so much sincerity and force in his mother, he could not help but think of her with affection and respect, and because of her sure and unfailing love for him, with emotion. For in answer to his letter, she wrote that she was sorry if she had hurt his feelings or injured him in any way. But must not the truth be shown always? The ways of God were for the best, and surely no harm could spring from service in his cause. He must not ask her to lie. But if he said the word, she would so gladly attempt to raise the necessary money and come to his aid, sit in his cell and plan with him, holding his hands. But as Clyde so well knew, and thought at this time, and which caused him to decide that she must not come yet, demanding of him the truth, with those clear, steady blue eyes of hers looking into his own, he could not stand that now. For frowning directly above him, like a huge and basalt headland above a troubled and angry sea, was the trial itself, with all that it implied, the fierce assault of Mason which he could only confront, for the most part, with the lies framed for him by Jeffson and Belknap. For, although he was constantly seeking to salve his conscience with the thought that at the last moment he had not had the courage to strike Roberta, nevertheless, this other story was so terribly difficult for him to present and defend, a fact which both Belknap and Jeffson realized, and which caused the latter to appear most frequently at Clyde's cell door with the greeting, "Well, how's tricks today?" The peculiarly rusty and disheveled and indifferently tailored character of Jeffson's suits, the worn and disarranged effect of his dark brown soft hat pulled low over his eyes, his long, bony, knotty hands, suggesting somehow an enormous tensile strength, and the hard, small blue eyes filled with a shrewd, determined cunning and courage, with which he was seeking to inoculate Clyde, and which somehow did inoculate him. Any more preachers round today? Any more country girls or Mason's boys? For during this time, because of the enormous interest aroused by the pitiable death of Roberta, as well as the evidence of her rich and beautiful rival, Clyde was being visited by every type of shallow, crime or sex-curious country bumpkin lawyer, doctor, merchant, yokel evangelist, or minister, all friends or acquaintances of one another, of the officials of the city, and who, standing before his cell door betimes, and at the most unexpected moments, and after surveying him with curious, or resentful, or horrified eyes, asked such questions as, "Do you pray, brother? Do you get right down on your knees and pray?" Clyde was reminded of his mother and father at such times. Had he made his peace with God? Did he actually deny that he had killed Roberta Alden? In the case of 3 country girls, "Would you mind telling us the name of the girl you are supposed to be in love with, and where she is now? We won't tell anyone. Will she appear at the trial?" Questions which Clyde could do no more than ignore, or if not, answer as equivocally, or evasively, or indifferently as possible. For although he was inclined to resent them, still, was he not being constantly instructed by both Belknap and Jephson that for the good of his own cause, he must try to appear genial and civil and optimistic? Then there came also newspaper men or women, accompanied by artists and photographers, to interview and make studies of him. But with these, for the most part, and on the advice of Belknap and Jephson, he refused to communicate, or said only what he was told to say. "You can talk all you want," suggested Jephson, genially, "so long as you don't say anything. And the stiff upper lip, you know, and the smile that won't come off, see? Not failing to go over that list, are you?" He had provided Clyde with a long list of possible questions which no doubt would be asked him on the stand, and which he was to answer according to answers typewritten beneath them, or to suggest something better. They all related to the trip to Big Bittern, his reason for the extra hat, his change of heart. Why, when, where. That's your litany, you know. And then he might light a cigarette without ever offering one to Clyde, since for the sake of a reputation of sobriety he was not to smoke here. And for a time after each visit, Clyde finding himself believing that he could and would do exactly as Jephson had said, walk briskly and smartly into court, bear up against everyone, every eye, even that of Mason himself, forget that he was afraid of him, even when on the witness stand, forget all the terror of those many facts in Mason's possession, which he was to explain with this list of answers, forget Roberta and her last cry, and all the heartache and misery that went with the loss of Sondra and her bright world. Yet with the night having once more fallen, or the day dragging on with only the lean and bearded Kraut, or the sly and evasive Sissel, or both hanging about, or coming to the door to say, "Howdy," or to discuss something that had occurred in town, or to play chess or checkers, Clyde growing more and more moody, and deciding, maybe, that there was no real hope for him after all. For how alone he was, except for his attorneys, and mother, and brother, and sisters. Never a word from Sondra, of course. For along with her recovery to some extent from her original shock and horror, she was now thinking somewhat differently of him. That after all it was for love of her, perhaps, that he had slain Roberta, and made himself the pariah and victim that he now was. Yet, because of the immense prejudice and horror expressed by the world, she was by no means able to think of venturing to send him a word. Was he not a murderer? And in addition, that miserable Western family of his, pictured as street preachers, and he too, or as a singing and praying boy from a mission. Yet occasionally returning in thought, and this quite in spite of herself, to his eager, unreasoning, and seemingly consuming enthusiasm for her, how deeply he must have cared to venture upon so deadly a deed. And hence wondering whether at some time, once this case was less violently before the public eye, it might not be possible to communicate with him, in some guarded and unsigned way, just to let him know, perhaps, that because of his great love for her, she desired him to know that he was not entirely forgotten, yet as instantly deciding no, her parents, if they should learn, or guess, or the public, or her one-time associates. Not now. Oh, not now, at least. Maybe later if he were set free, or convicted, she couldn't tell. Yet suffering heartaches for the most part, as much as she detested and abhorred the horrible crime by which he had sought to win her. And in the interim, Clyde in his cell, walking to and fro, or looking out on the dull square through the heavily barred windows, or reading and rereading the newspapers, or nervously turning the pages of magazines or books furnished by his counsel, or playing chess and checkers, or eating his meals, which, by special arrangement on the part of Belknap and Jephson, made at the request of his uncle, consisted of better dishes than were usually furnished to the ordinary prisoner. Yet with the iterated and reiterated thought, based on the seemingly irreparable and irreconcilable loss of Sondra, as to whether it was possible for him to go on with this, make this, as he at times saw it, almost useless fight. At times, in the middle of the night or just before dawn, with all the prison silent, dreams, a ghastly picture of all that he most feared and that dispelled every trace of courage and drove him instantly to his feet, his heart pounding wildly, his eyes strained, a cold damp upon his face and hands. That chair, somewhere in the state penitentiary. He had read of it, how men died in it. And then he would walk up and down, thinking how, in case it did not come about as Jeffson felt so sure that it would, in case he was convicted and a new trial refused, then might one be able to break out of a jail such as this, maybe, and run away? These old brick walls, how thick were they? But was it possible that with a hammer or a stone, or something that someone might bring him, his brother Frank, or his sister Julia, or Ratterer, or Hegland, if only he could get in communication with one of them, and get him or her to bring him something of the kind, if only he could get a saw to saw those bars, and then run as he should have in those woods up there that time. But how? And whither? End of Book 3, Chapter 18. Section 28 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 19. October 15th. With gray clouds and a sharp, almost January wind that herded the fallen leaves into piles, and then scurried them in crisp and windy gusts like flying birds here and there. And, in spite of the sense of struggle and tragedy in the minds of many, with an electric chair as the shadowy mental background to it all, a sense of holiday or festival, with hundreds of farmers, woodsmen, traders, entering in Fords and Buicks, farmer wives and husbands, daughters and sons, even infants in arms, and then idling about the public square long before the time for court to convene, or, as the hour neared, congregating before the county jail in the hope of obtaining a glimpse of Clyde, or before the courthouse door nearest the jail, which was to be the one entrance to the courtroom for the public in Clyde, and from which position they could see and assure entrance into the courtroom itself when the time came, and a flock of pigeons parading rather dismally along the cornices and gutters of the upper floor and roof of the ancient court. And with Mason and his staff, Burton Burley, Earl Newcomb, Zillah Saunders, and a young Bridgeburg law graduate by the name of Manigault, helping to arrange the order of evidence, as well as direct or instruct the various witnesses and veneer men who were already collecting in the antechamber of the now almost nationally known attorney for the people. And the cries outside of peanuts, popcorn, hot dogs, get the story of Clyde Griffiths with all the letters of Roberta Alden, only 25 cents. This being a set of duplicate copies of Roberta's letters, which had been stolen from Mason's office by an intimate of Burton Burley's, and by him sold to a penny dreadful publisher of Binghamton, who immediately issued them in pamphlet form together with an outline of the great plot, and Roberta's and Clyde's pictures. And in the meantime, over in the reception or conference room of the jail, Alvin Belknap and Reuben Jeffson, side by side with Clyde, neatly arrayed in the very suit he had sought to sink forever in the waters of Lower Twelfth Lake, and with a new tie and shirt and shoes added in order to present him in his Lycurgus best. Jeffson, long and lean and shabbily dressed as usual, but with all of that iron and power that so impressed Clyde in every line of his figure and every movement or gesture of his body. Belknap, looking like an Albany beau, the one on whom was to fall the burden of the opening presentation of the case as well as the cross-examining, now saying, "Now, you're not going to get frightened or show any evidence of nervousness at anything that may be said or done at any time, are you, Clyde? We're to be with you, you know, all through the trial. You sit right between us. And you're going to smile and look unconcerned or interested, just as you wish, but never fearful, but not too bold or gay, you know, so that they'd feel that you're not taking this thing seriously. You understand. Just a pleasant, gentlemanly, and sympathetic manner all the time. And not frightened, for that will be certain to do us and you great harm. Since you're innocent, you have no real reason to be frightened, although you're sorry, of course. You understand all that, I know, by now." "Yes, sir, I understand," replied Clyde. "I will do just as you say. Besides, I never struck her intentionally, and that's the truth. So why should I be afraid?" And here he looked at Jeffson, on whom, for psychic reasons, he depended most. In fact, the words he had just spoken were the very words which Jeffson had so drilled him into the 2 months just past. And catching the look, Jeffson now drew closer, and fixing Clyde with his gimlet and yet encouraging and sustaining blue eyes, began, "You're not guilty. You're not guilty, Clyde, see? You understand that fully by now, and you must always believe and remember that, because it's true. You didn't intend to strike her, do you hear? You swear to that. You have sworn it to me and Belknap here, and we believe you. Now, it doesn't make the least bit of difference that because of the circumstances surrounding all this, we are not going to be able to make the average jury see this or believe it just as you tell it. That's neither here nor there. I've told you that before. You know what the truth is, and so do we. But, in order to get justice for you, we've had to get up something else, a dummy or substitute for the real fact, which is that you didn't strike her intentionally, but which we cannot hope to make them see without disguising it in some way. You get that, don't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, always overawed and intrigued by this man. "And for that reason, as I've so often told you, we've invented this other story about a change of heart. It's not quite true as to time, but it is true that you did experience a change of heart there in the boat, and that's our justification. But they'd never believe that under all of the peculiar circumstances, so we're merely going to move that change of heart up a little, see? Make it before you ever went into the boat at all. And while we know it isn't true that way, still, neither is the charge that you intentionally struck her true, and they're not going to electrocute you for something that isn't true. Not with my consent, at least." He looked into Clyde's eyes for a moment more, and then added, "It's this way, Clyde. It's like having to pay for potatoes, or for suits of clothes, with corn or beans instead of money, when you have money to pay with, but when, because of the crazy notions on the part of someone, they won't believe that the money you have is genuine. So you've got to use the potatoes or beans. And beans is what we're going to give 'em. But the justification is that you're not guilty. You're not guilty. You've sworn to me that you didn't intend to strike her there at the last, whatever you might have been provoked to do at first. And that's enough for me. You're not guilty." And here, firmly and convincingly, which was the illusion in regard to his own attitude which he was determined to convey to Clyde, he laid hold of his coat lapels, and after looking fixedly into his somewhat strained and now nervous brown eyes, added, "And now, whenever you get to feeling weak or nervous, or if, when you go on the stand, you think Mason is getting the best of you, I want you to remember this. Just say to yourself, 'I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty, and they can't fairly convict me unless I really am.' And if that don't pull you together, look at me. I'll be right there. All you have to do, if you feel yourself getting rattled, is to look at me, right into my eyes, just as I'm looking at you now, and then you'll know that I'm wanting you to brace up and do what I'm telling you to now. Swear to the things that we are asking you to swear to, however they may look like lies, and however you may feel about them. I'm not going to have you convicted for something you didn't do, just because you can't be allowed to swear to what is the truth. Not if I can help it. And now that's all." And here he slapped him genially and heartily on the back, while Clyde, strangely heartened, felt, for the time being at least, that certainly he could do as he was told, and would. And then Jephson, taking out his watch and looking first at Belknap, then out of the nearest window through which were to be seen the already assembled crowds, one about the courthouse steps, a second, including newspaper men and women, newspaper photographers and artists, gathered closely before the jail walk, and eagerly waiting to snap Clyde or anyone connected with this case, went on calmly with, "Well, it's about time, I guess. Looks as though all Cataraqui would like to get inside. We're going to have quite an audience." And turning to Clyde once more, he added, "Now, you don't want to let those people disturb you, Clyde. They're nothing but a lot of country people come to town to see a show." And then the two of them, Belknap and Jephson, going out, and Kraut and Sissel coming in to take personal charge of Clyde, while the two lawyers, passing amid whispers, crossed over to the court building in the square of brown grass beyond. And after them, and in less than 5 minutes, and preceded by Slack and Sissel, and followed by Kraut and Swank, yet protected on either side by 2 extra deputies in case there should be an outbreak or demonstration of any kind, Clyde himself, attempting to look as jaunty and nonchalant as possible, yet because of the many rough and strange faces about him, men in heavy raccoon coats and caps, and with thick whiskers, or in worn and faded and nondescript clothes such as characterized many of the farmers of this region, accompanied by their wives and children, and all staring so strangely and curiously, he felt not a little nervous, as though at any moment there might be a revolver shot, or someone might leap at him with a knife, the deputies with their hands on their guns lending not a little to the reality of this mood. Yet the cries of, "Here he comes! Here he comes! There he is!" Would you believe that he could do a thing like that? And then the cameras clicking and whirring, and his two protectors shouldering closer and closer to him while he shrank down within himself mentally. And then a flight of 5 brown stone steps leading up to an old courthouse door, and beyond that an inner flight of steps to a large, long, brown, high-ceilinged chamber, in which, to the right and left, and in the rear facing east, were tall, thin, round-topped windows, fitted with thin panes admitting a flood of light, and at the west end a raised platform with a highly ornamental, dark brown carved bench upon it, and behind it a portrait, and on either side, north and south, and at the rear, benches in rows, the space behind them packed with standing bodies, and all, apparently, as he entered, leaning and craning and examining him with a sharp, keen eye, while there went about a conversational buzz or burr. He could hear a general sp as he approached and passed through a gate to an open space beyond it, wherein, as he could see, were Belknap and Jephson at a table, and between them a vacant chair for him, and he could see and feel the eyes and faces on which he was not quite willing to look. But directly before him, at another table in the same square, but more directly below the raised platform at the west end, as he could see now, were Mason and several men whom he seemed to recollect, Earl Newcomb and Burton Burley, and yet another man whom he had never seen before, all 4 turning and gazing at him as he came. And about this inner group, an outer circle of men and women writers and sketch artists. And then, after a time, recalling Belknap's advice, he managed to straighten up, and with an air of studied ease and courage, which was belied to a certain extent by his strained, pale face and somewhat hazy stare, look at the writers and artists who were studying or sketching him, and even to whisper, "Quite a full house, eh?" But just then, and before he could say anything more, a resounding whack, whack, from somewhere, and then a voice. "Order in the court? His Honor the court, everybody please rise." And as suddenly the whispering and stirring audience growing completely silent. And then, through a door to the south of the dais, a large, urbane, and florid, and smooth-faced man, who, in an ample black gown, walked swiftly to the large chair immediately behind the desk, and after looking steadily upon all before him, but without appearing to see any one of them, seated himself, whereupon everyone assembled in the courtroom sat down. And then to the left, yet below the judge at a smaller desk, a smaller and older individual standing and calling, "Oyez! Oyez! All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of Cataraqui, draw near and give attention. This court is now in session." And after that, this same individual, again rising and beginning, "The State of New York against Clyde Griffiths." Then Mason, rising and standing before his table, at once announced, "The people are ready." Whereupon Belknap arose, and in a courtly and affable manner, stated, "The defendant is ready." Then the same clerk reached into a square box that was before him, and drawing forth a piece of paper, called Simeon Dinsmore, whereupon a little, hunched and brown-suited man, with claw-like hands and a ferret-like face, immediately scuttled to the jury box and was seated, and once there he was approached by Mason, who, in a brisk manner, his flat-nosed face looking most aggressive and his strong voice reaching to the uttermost corners of the court, began to inquire as to his age, his business, whether he was single or married, how many children he had, whether he believed or did not believe in capital punishment. The latter question, as Clyde at once noted, seemed to stir in him something akin to resentment or suppressed emotion of some kind, for at once, and with emphasis, he answered, "I most certainly do. For some people." A reply which caused Mason to smile slightly, and Jephson to turn and look at Belknap, who mumbled sarcastically, "And they talk about the possibility of a fair trial here." But at the same time, Mason, feeling that this very honest, if all too convinced farmer, was a little too emphatic in his beliefs, saying, "With the consent of the court, the people will excuse the talesman." And Belknap, after an inquiring glance from the judge, nodding his agreement, at which the prospective juror was excused. And the clerk, immediately drawing out of the box a second slip of paper, and then calling, "Dudley Shearline?" Whereupon a thin, tall man of between 38 and 40, neatly dressed and somewhat meticulous and cautious in his manner, approached and took his place in the box, and Mason once more began to question him as he had the other. In the meantime, Clyde, in spite of both Belknap's and Jephson's preliminary precautions, was already feeling stiff and chill and bloodless, for decidedly, as he could feel, this audience was inimical. And amid this closely pressing throng, as he now thought, with an additional chill, there must be the father and mother, perhaps also the sisters and brothers of Roberta, and all looking at him, and hoping with all their hearts, as the newspapers during the past weeks informed him, that he would be made to suffer for this. And again, all those people of Lycurgus and Twelfth Lake, no one of whom had troubled to communicate with him in any way, assuming him to be absolutely guilty, of course, were any of those here? Jill, or Gertrude, or Tracy Trumbull, for instance? Or Winnette Fant, or her brother? She had been at that camp at Bear Lake the day he was arrested. His mind ran over all the social personages whom he had encountered during the last year, and who would now see him as he was, poor and commonplace and deserted, and on trial for such a crime as this. And after all his bluffing about his rich connections here and in the West. For now, of course, they would believe him as terrible as his original plot, without knowing or caring about his side of the story, his moods and fears, that predicament that he was in with Roberta, his love for Sondra and all that she had meant to him. They wouldn't understand that, and he was not going to be allowed to tell anything in regard to it, even if he were so minded. And yet, because of the advice of Belknap and Jephson, he must sit up and smile, or at least look pleasant and meet the gaze of everyone boldly and directly, and in consequence, turning, and for the moment feeling absolutely transfixed. For there, God, what a resemblance! To the left of him, on one of those wall benches, was a woman or girl who appeared to be the living image of Roberta. It was that sister of hers, Emily, of whom she had often spoken, but oh, what a shock! His heart almost stopped. It might even be Roberta, and transfixing him with what ghostly, and yet real and savage and accusing eyes. And next to her, another girl, looking something like her too. And next to her, that old man, Roberta's father, that wrinkled old man whom he had encountered that day he had called at his farm door for information, now looking at him almost savagely, a gray and weary look that said so plainly, "You murderer! You murderer!" And beside him a mild and small and ill-looking woman of about 50, veiled and very shrunken and sunken-eyed, who, at his glance, dropped her own eyes and turned away, as if stricken with a great pain, not hate. Her mother, no doubt of it. Oh, what a situation was this! How unthinkably miserable! His heart fluttered. His hands trembled. So now, to stay himself, he looked down, first at the hands of Belknap and Jephson on the table before him, since each was toying with a pencil poised above the pad of paper before them, as they gazed at Mason and whoever was in that jury box before him, a foolish-looking fat man now. What a difference between Jephson's and Belknap's hands, the latter so short and soft and white, the former so long and brown and knotty and bony. And Belknap's pleasant and agreeable manner here in the court, his voice, "I think I will ask the juror to step down," as opposed to Mason's revolver-like, "Excused," or Jephson's slow and yet powerful, though whispered, "Better let him go, Alvin. Nothing in him for us." And then, all at once, Jephson saying to him, "Sit up! Sit up! Look around! Don't sag down like that. Look people in the eye. Smile naturally, Clyde, if you're going to smile at all. Just look 'em in the eye. They're not going to hurt you. They're just a lot of farmers out sightseeing." But Clyde, noting at once that several reporters and artists were studying and then sketching or writing of him, now flushed hotly and weakly, for he could feel their eager eyes and their eager words as clearly as he could hear their scratching pens. And all for the papers, his blanching face and trembling hands, they would have that down, and his mother in Denver and everybody else there in Lycurgus would see and read. How he had looked at the Aldens, and they had looked at him, and then he had looked away again. Still, he must get himself better in hand, sit up once more and look about, or Jephson would be disgusted with him. And so once more he did his best to crush down his fear, to raise his eyes and then turn slightly and look about. But in doing so, there next to the wall, and to one side of that tall window, and just as he had feared, was Tracy Trumbull, who evidently, because of the law interest, or his curiosity and what not, no pity or sympathy for him, surely, had come up for this day anyhow, and was looking, not at him for the moment, thank goodness, but at Mason, who was asking the fat man some questions. And next to him Eddie Sells, with nearsighted eyes equipped with thick lenses of great distance power, and looking in Clyde's direction, yet without seeing him apparently, for he gave no sign. Oh, how trying all this! and 5 rows from them again, in another direction, Mr. and Mrs. Gilpin, whom Mason had found, of course. And what would they testify to now? His calling on Roberta in her room there? And how secret it had all been? That would be bad, of course. And of all people, Mr. and Mrs. George Newton! What were they going to put them on the stand for? To tell about Roberta's life before she got to going with him, maybe? And that Grace Marr, whom he had seen often but met only once out there on Crumb Lake, and whom Roberta had not liked any more. What would she have to say? She could tell how he had met Roberta, of course, but what else? And then... But no, it could not be. And yet it was, too, surely. That Orange Short, of whom he had asked concerning Glenn. Gee, he was going to tell about that now, maybe. No doubt of it. How people seem to remember things, more than ever he would have dreamed they would have. And again, this side of that third window from the front, but beyond that dreaded group of the Aldens, that very large and whiskered man who looked something like an old-time Quaker turned bandit. Height was his name. He had met him at 3 Mile Bay, and again on that day on which he had been taken up to Big Bittern against his will. Oh yes, the coroner he was. And beside him, that innkeeper up there who had made him sign the register that day. And next to him the boathouse keeper who had rented him the boat. And next to him, that tall, lank guide who had driven him and Roberta over from Gun Lodge, a brown and wiry and loutish man, who seemed to pierce him now with small, deep-set, animal-like eyes, and who most certainly was going to testify to all the details of that ride from Gun Lodge. Would his nervousness on that day, and his foolish qualms, be as clearly remembered by him as they were now by himself? And if so, how would that affect his plea of a change of heart? Would he not better talk all that over again with Jephson? But this man Mason, how hard he was, how energetic, and how he must have worked to get all of these people here to testify against him. And now here he was, exclaiming as he chanced to look at him, and as he had in at least the last dozen cases, yet with no perceptible result in so far as the jury box was concerned, acceptable to the people. But invariably, whenever he had done so, Jephson had merely turned slightly, but without looking, and had said, "Nothing in him for us, Alvin, as set as a bone." And then Belknap, courteous and bland, had challenged for cause, and usually succeeded in having his challenge sustained. But then, at last, and oh, how agreeably, the clerk of the court announcing in a clear, thin, rasping and aged voice a recess until 2 p.m., and Jephson smilingly turning to Clyde with, "Well, Clyde, that's the first round. Not so very much to it, do you think? And not very hard either, is it? Better go over there and get a good meal, though. It'll be just as long and dull this afternoon." And in the meantime, Kraut and Sissel, together with the extra deputies, pushing close and surrounding him, and then the crowding and swarming and exclaiming, "There he is! There he is! Here he comes! Here! Here!" And a large and meaty female pushing as close as possible and staring directly into his face, exclaiming as she did so, "Let me see him! I just want to get a good look at you, young man. I have 2 daughters of my own." But without one of all of those of Lycurgus or 12th Lake whom he had recognized in the public benches coming near him, and no glimpse of Sondra anywhere, of course, for as both Belknap and Jephson had repeatedly assured him, she would not appear. Her name was not even to be mentioned, if possible. The Griffiths, as well as the Finchleys, were opposed. End of Book 3, Chapter 19. Section 29 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 20. And then 5 entire days consumed by Mason and Belknap in selecting a jury. But at last the 12 men who were to try Clyde, sworn and seated. And such men, odd and grizzled, or tanned and wrinkled, farmers and country storekeepers, with here and there a Ford agent, the keeper of an inn at Tom Dixon's Lake, a salesman in Hamburger's dry goods store at Bridgeburg, and a peripatetic insurance agent residing in Purday, just north of Grass Lake. And with but one exception, all married. And with but one exception, all religious, if not moral, and all convinced of Clyde's guilt before ever they sat down, but still, because of their almost unanimous conception of themselves as fair and open-minded men, and because they were so interested to sit as jurors in this exciting case, convinced that they could pass fairly and impartially on the facts presented to them.
and so all rising and being sworn in. And at once Mason rising and beginning, "Gentlemen of the jury," and Clyde, as well as Belknap and Jephson, now gazing at them and wondering what the impression of Mason's opening charge was likely to be. For a more dynamic and electric prosecutor under these particular circumstances was not to be found. This was his opportunity. Were not the eyes of all the citizens of the United States upon him? He believed so. It was as if someone had suddenly exclaimed, "Lights! Camera!" "No doubt many of you have been wearied, as well as puzzled at times during the past week," he began, "by the exceeding care with which the lawyers in this case have passed upon the panels from which you 12 men have been chosen. It has been no light matter to find 12 men to whom all the marshalled facts in this astonishing cause could be submitted, and by them weighed with all the fairness and understanding which the law commands. For my part, the care which I have exercised, gentlemen, has been directed by but one motive, that the state shall have justice done. No malice, no preconceived notions of any kind. So late as July 9th last, I personally was not even aware of the existence of this defendant, nor of his victim, nor of the crime with which he is now charged. But, gentlemen, as shocked and unbelieving as I was, at first, upon hearing that a man of this age, training, and connections of the defendant here could have placed himself in a position to be accused of such an offense, step by step I was compelled to alter and then dismiss forever from my mind my original doubts, and to conclude from the mass of evidence that was literally thrust upon me that it was my duty to prosecute this action on behalf of the people. But however that may be, let us proceed to the facts. There are 2 women in this action. One is dead. The other," and he now turned toward where Clyde sat, and here he pointed a finger in the direction of Belknap and Jephson, "by agreement between the prosecution and the defense is to be nameless here, since no good can come from inflicting unnecessary injury. In fact, the sole purpose which I now announce to you to be behind every word and every fact as it will be presented by the prosecution is that exact justice, according to the laws of this state and the crime with which this defendant is charged, shall be done. Exact justice, gentlemen, exact and fair. But if you do not act honestly and render a true verdict according to the evidence, the people of the state of New York and the people of the county of Cataraqui will have a grievance, and a serious one. For it is they who are looking to you for a true accounting of your reasoning and your final decision in this case." And here Mason paused, and then turning dramatically toward Clyde, and with his right index finger pointing toward him at times, continued, "The people of the state of New York charge," and he hung upon this one word as though he desired to give it the value of rolling thunder, "that the crime of murder in the 1st degree has been committed by the prisoner at the bar, Clyde Griffiths. They charge that he willfully, and with malice and cruelty and deception, murdered and then sought to conceal forever from the knowledge and justice of the world the body of Roberta Alden, the daughter of a farmer who has for years resided near the village of Biltz in Mimico County. They charge," and here Clyde, because of whispered advice from Jephson, was leaning back as comfortably as possible and gazing as imperturbably as possible upon the face of Mason, who was looking directly at him, "that this same Clyde Griffiths, before ever this crime was committed by him, plotted for weeks the plan and commission of it, and then, with malice, aforethought, and in cold blood, executed it. And in charging these things, the people of the state of New York expect to, and will, produce before you substantiations of every one of them. You will be given facts, and of these facts you, not I, are to be the sole judge." And here he paused once more, and shifting to a different physical position while the eager audience crowded and leaned forward, hungry and thirsty for every word he should utter, he now lifted one arm, and dramatically pushing back his curly hair, resumed, "Gentlemen, it will not take me long to picture, nor will you fail to perceive for yourselves, as this case proceeds, the type of girl this was, whose life was so cruelly blotted out beneath the waters of Big Bittern. All the 20 years of her life," and Mason knew well that she was 23 and 2 years older than Clyde, "no person who ever knew her ever said one word in criticism of her character. And no evidence to that effect, I am positive, will be introduced in this trial. Somewhat over a year ago, on July 19th, she went to the city of Lycurgus, in order that by working with her own hands she might help her family." And here the sobs of her parents and sisters and brothers were heard throughout the courtroom. Gentlemen, went on Mason, and from this point carrying on the picture of Roberta's life, from the time she first left home to join Grace Marr, until, having met Clyde on Crumb Lake and fallen out with her friend and patrons, the Newtons, because of him, she accepted his dictum that she live alone, amid strange people, concealing the suspicious truth of this from her parents, and then finally succumbing to his wiles, the letters she had written him from Biltz detailing every single progressive step in this story. And from there, in the same meticulous process, he proceeded to Clyde, his interest in the affairs of Lycurgus society and the rich and beautiful Miss X, who, because of a purely innocent and kindly, if infatuated, indication on her part that he might hope to aspire to her hand, had unwittingly evoked in him a passion which had been the cause of the sudden change in his attitude and emotions toward Roberta, resulting, as Mason insisted he would show, in the plot that had resulted in Roberta's death. "But who is this individual?" he suddenly and most dramatically exclaimed at this point, "against whom I charge all these things? There he sits! Is he the son of wastrel parents, a product of the slums, one who had been denied every opportunity for a proper or honorable conception of the values and duties of a decent and respectable life? Is he? On the contrary. His father is of the same strain that has given Lycurgus one of its largest and most constructive industries, the Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company. He was poor, yes, no doubt of that, but not more so than Roberta Alden, and her character appears not to have been affected by her poverty. His parents in Kansas City, Denver, and before that Chicago and Grand Rapids, Michigan, appear to have been unordained ministers of the proselytizing and mission-conducting type. People who, from all I can gather, are really sincerely religious and right-principled in every sense. But this, their oldest son, and the one who might have been expected to be deeply influenced by them, early turned from their world and took to a more garish life. He became a bellboy in the celebrated Kansas City hotel, the Green Davidson. And now he proceeded to explain that Clyde had ever been a Rolling Stone, one who, by reason of some quirk of temperament, perhaps, preferred to wander here and there. Later, as he now explained, he had been given an important position as head of a department in the well-known factory of his uncle at Lycurgus, and then gradually he was introduced into the circles in which his uncle and his children were familiar, and his salary was such that he could afford to keep a room in one of the better residences of the city, while the girl he had slain lived in a mean room on a back street. "And yet," he continued, "how much has been made here of the alleged youth of this defendant?" Here he permitted himself a scornful smile. "He has been called by his counsel and others in the newspaper a boy, over and over again. He is not a boy, he is a bearded man. He has had more social and educational advantages than any one of you in the jury box. He has traveled. In hotels and clubs and the society with which he was so intimately connected in Lycurgus, he has been in contact with decent, respectable, and even able and distinguished people. Why, as a matter of fact, at the time of his arrest 2 months ago, he was part of as smart a society and summer resort group as this region boasts. Remember that. His mind is a mature, not an immature one. It is fully developed and balanced perfectly. Gentlemen, as the state will soon proceed to prove," he went on, "it was no more than 4 months after his arrival in Lycurgus that this dead girl came to work for the defendant in the department of which he was the head. And it was not more than 2 months after that before he had induced her to move from the respectable and religious home which she had chosen in Lycurgus to one concerning which she knew nothing, and the principal advantage of which, as he saw it, was that it offered secrecy and seclusion, and freedom for observation, for that vile purpose which already he entertained in regard to her. There was a rule of the Griffiths Company, as we will later show in this trial, which explains much, and that was that no superior officer or head of any department was permitted to have anything to do with any girls working under him, or for the factory, in or out of the factory. It was not conducive to either the morals or the honor of those working for this great company, and they would not allow it. And shortly after coming there, this man had been instructed as to that rule. But did that deter him? Did the so recent and favorable consideration of his uncle in any way deter him? Not in the least. Secrecy. Secrecy from the very beginning. Seduction. Seduction. The secret and intended and immoral and illegal and socially unwarranted and condemned use of her body outside the regenerative and ennobling pale of matrimony. That was his purpose, gentlemen. But was it generally known by anyone in Lycurgus or anywhere else that such a relationship as this existed between him and Roberta Alden? Not a soul. Not a soul, as far as I have been able to ascertain, was ever so much as partially aware of his relationship until after the girl was dead. Not a soul. Think of that. Gentlemen of the jury, and here his voice took on an almost reverential tone, Roberta Alden loved this defendant with all the strength of her soul. She loved him with that love which is the crowning mystery of the human brain and the human heart, that transcends in its strength and its weakness all fear of shame or punishment from even the immortal throne above. She was a true and human and decent and kindly girl, a passionate and loving girl, and she loved as only a generous and trusting and self-sacrificing soul can love. And loving so, in the end, she gave to him all that any woman can give the man she loves. Friends, this thing has happened millions of times in this world of ours, and it will happen millions and millions of times in the days to come. It is not new, and it will never be old. But in January or February last, this girl, who is now dead in her grave, was compelled to come to this defendant, Clyde Griffiths, and tell him that she was about to become a mother. We shall prove to you that then and later she begged him to go away with her and make her his wife. But did he? Would he? Oh, no! For by that time a change had come over the dreams and the affections of Clyde Griffiths. He had had time to discover that the name of Griffiths in Lycurgus was one that would open the doors of Lycurgus exclusive circles, that the man who was no one in Kansas City or Chicago was very much of a person here, and that it would bring him in contact with girls of education and means, girls who moved far from the sphere to which Roberta Alden belonged. Not only that, but he had found one girl to whom, because of her beauty, wealth, position, he had become enormously attached, and beside her the little farm and factory girl in the pathetically shabby and secret room to which he had assigned her looked poor indeed, good enough to betray but not good enough to marry, and he would not. Here he paused, but only for a moment, and went on. But at no point have I been able to find the least modification or cessation of any of these social activities on his part which so entranced him. On the contrary, from January to July 5th last, and after, yes, even after she was finally compelled to say to him that unless he could take her away and marry her, she would have to appeal to the sense of justice in the community in which they moved, and after she was cold and dead under the waters of Big Bittern, dances, lawn fetes, automobile parties, dinners, gay trips to 12th Lake and Bear Lake, and without a thought, seemingly, that her great moral and social need should modify his conduct in any way. And here he paused and gazed in the direction of Belknap and Jephson, who, in turn, were not sufficiently disturbed or concerned to do more than smile, first at him and then at each other, although Clyde, terrorized by the force and the vehemence of it all, was chiefly concerned to note how much of an exaggeration and unfairness was in all this. But even as he was thinking so, Mason was continuing with, "But by this time, gentlemen, as I have indicated, Roberta Alden had become insistent that Griffiths make her his wife, and this he promised to do. Yet, as all the evidence here will show, he never intended to do anything of the kind. On the contrary, when her condition became such that he could no longer endure her pleas, or the danger which her presence in Lycurgus unquestionably spelled for him, he induced her to go home to her father's house, with the suggestion, apparently, that she prepare herself by making some necessary clothes, against the day when he would come for her and remove her to some distant city where they would not be known, yet where as his wife she could bring her child honorably into the world. And according to her letters to him, as I will show, that was to have been in 3 weeks from the time she departed for her home in Biltz. But did he come for her, as he had promised? No, he never did. Eventually, and solely because there was no other way out, he permitted her to come to him, on July 6th last, exactly 2 days before her death. But not before. But wait! In the meantime, or from June 5th to July 6th, he allowed her to brood in that little, lonely farmhouse on the outskirts of Biltz in Mimico County, with the neighbors coming in to watch and help her make some clothes, which even then she did not dare announce as her bridal trousseau, and she suspected and feared that this defendant would fail her, for daily, and sometimes twice daily, she wrote him, telling him of her fears and asking him to assure her by letter or word in some form that he would come and take her away. But did he do that? Never by letter. Never. Oh no, gentlemen, oh no. On the contrary, some telephone messages, things that could not be so easily traced or understood, and these so few and brief that she herself complained bitterly of his lack of interest and consideration for her at this time, so much so that at the end of 5 weeks, growing desperate, she wrote, and here Mason picked from a collection of letters on the table behind him a particular letter, and read, "This is to tell you that unless I hear from you either by telephone or letter before noon Friday, I will come to Lycurgus, and the world will know how you have treated me." Those are the words, gentlemen, that this poor girl was at last compelled to write. But did Clyde Griffiths want the world to know how he had treated her? Of course not. And there and then began to form a plan by which he could escape exposure and seal Roberta Alden's lips forever. And gentlemen, the state will prove that he did so close her mouth. At this point Mason produced a map of the Adirondacks which he had had made for the purpose, and on which in red ink were traced the movements of Clyde up to and after her death, up to the time of his arrest at Big Bear. Also, in doing this, he paused to tell the jury of Clyde's well-conceived plan of hiding his identity, the various false registrations, the 2 hats. Here also he explained that on the train between Fonda and Utica, as again between Utica and Grass Lake, he had not ridden in the same car with Roberta. And then he announced, "Don't forget, gentlemen, that although he had previously indicated to Roberta that this was to be their wedding journey, he did not want anybody to know that he was with his prospective bride. No, not even after they had reached Big Bittern, for he was seeking, not to marry, but to find a wilderness in which to snuff out the life of this girl of whom he had tired. But did that prevent him, 24 and 48 hours before that time, from holding her in his arms and repeating the promises he had no intention of keeping? Did it? I will show you the registers of the 2 hotels in which they stayed, and where, because of their assumed approaching marriage, they occupied a single room together. Yet the only reason it was 48 instead of 24 hours was that he had made a mistake in regard to the solitude of Grass Lake. Finding it brisk with life, the center of a summer religious colony, he decided to leave and go to Big Bittern, which was more lonely. And so you have the astounding and bitter spectacle, gentlemen, of a supposedly innocent and highly misunderstood young man dragging this weary and heartsick girl from place to place in order to find a lake deserted enough in which to drown her, and with her but 4 months from motherhood. And then, having arrived at last at one lake lonely enough, putting her in a boat and taking her out from the inn, where he had again falsely registered as Mr. Clifford Golden and wife, to her death. The poor little thing imagined that she was going for a brief outing before that marriage of which he talked, and which was to seal and sanctify it. To seal and sanctify it! To seal and sanctify, as closing waters seal and sanctify, but in no other way. No other way. And with him walking, whole and sly, as a wolf from its kill, to freedom, to marriage, to social and material and affectionate bliss and superiority and ease, while she slept still and nameless in her watery grave. But, oh, gentlemen, the ways of nature, or of God, and the providence that shapes our ends, rough-hew them how we may, it is man who proposes, but God who disposes. The defendant is still wondering, I am sure, as to how I know that she thought she was still going to be married after leaving the inn at Big Bittern, and I have no doubt that he still has some comforting thoughts to the effect that I cannot really and truly know it. But how shrewd and deep must be that mind that would foresee and forestall all the accidents and chances of life. For, as he sits there now, secure in the faith that his counsel may be able to extract him safely from this, and at this Clyde sat bolt upright, his hair tingling, and his hands concealed beneath the table, trembling slightly. He does not know that that girl, while in her room in the Grass Lake Inn, had written her mother a letter, in which she had not had time to mail, and which was in the pocket of her coat, left behind because of the heat of the day, and because she imagined she was coming back, of course, and which is here now, upon this table. At this, Clyde's teeth fairly chattered. He shook as with a chill. To be sure, she had left her coat behind. and Belknap and Jephson also sat up, wondering what this could be. How fatally, if at all, could it mar or make impossible the plan of defense which they had evolved? They could only wait and see. "But in that letter," went on Mason, "she tells why she was up there. To be married, no less." And at this point Jephson and Belknap, as well as Clyde, heaved an enormous sigh of relief. It was directly in the field of their plan. "And within a day or two," continued Mason, thinking still that he was literally riddling Clyde with fear. But Griffiths, or Graham, of Albany or Syracuse, or anywhere, knew better. He knew he was not coming back, and he took all of his belongings with him in that boat. And all afternoon long, from noon until evening, he searched for a spot on that lonely lake, a spot not easily observed from any point of the shore, as we will show. And as evening fell, he found it, and walking south through the woods afterwards, with a new straw hat upon his head, a clean dry bag in his hand, he imagined himself to be secure. Clifford Golden was no more. Carl Graham was no more, drowned at the bottom of Big Bittern, along with Roberta Alden. But Clyde Griffiths was alive and free, and on his way to 12th Lake, to the society he so loved. Gentlemen, Clyde Griffiths killed Roberta Alden before he put her in that lake. He beat her on the head and face, and he believed no eye saw him. But as her last death cry rang out over the water of Big Bittern, there was a witness, and before the prosecution has closed its case, that witness will be here to tell you the story." Mason had no eyewitness, but he could not resist this opportunity to throw so disrupting a thought into the opposition camp. And decidedly, the result was all that he expected, and more. For Clyde, who up to this time, and particularly since the thunderbolt of the letter, had been seeking to face it all with an imperturbable look of patient innocence, now stiffened and then wilted. A witness! And here to testify! God! Then he, whoever he was, lurking on the lone shore of the lake, had seen the unintended blow, had heard her cries, had seen that he had not sought to aid her, had seen him swim to shore and steal away, maybe had watched him in the woods as he changed his clothes. God! His hands now gripped the sides of his chair, and his head went back with a jerk as if from a powerful blow, for that meant death, his sure execution. God! No hope now! His head drooped, and he looked as though he might lapse into a state of coma. As to Belknap, Mason's revelation at first caused him to drop the pencil with which he was making notes, then next to stare in a puzzled and dumbfounded way, since they had no evidence wherewith to forfend against such a smash as this, but as instantly recalling how completely off his guard he must look, recovering. Could it be that Clyde might have been lying to them after all? That he had killed her intentionally, and before this unseen witness? If so, it might be necessary for them to withdraw from such a hopeless and unpopular case after all. As for Jephson, he was for the moment stunned and flattened, and through his stern and not easily shakeable brain raced such thoughts as, was there really a witness? Had Clyde lied? Then the die was cast, for had he not already admitted to them that he had struck Roberta, and the witness must have seen that? And so the end of any plea of a change of heart. Who would believe that after testimony such as this? But because of the sheer contentiousness and determination of his nature, he would not permit himself to be completely baffled by this smashing announcement. Instead, he turned, and after surveying the flustered and yet self-chastising Belknap and Clyde, commented, "I don't believe it. He's lying, I think, or bluffing. At any rate, we'll wait and see. It's a long time between now and our side of the story. Look at all those witnesses there. And we can cross-question them by the week if we want to, until he's out of office. Plenty of time to do a lot of things. Find out about this witness in the meantime. And besides, there's suicide or there's the actual thing that happened. We can let Clyde swear to what did happen, a cataleptic trance, no courage to do it, and it's not likely anybody can see that at 500 feet. And he smiled grimly. At the same time, he added, but not for Clyde's ears, we might be able to get him off with 20 years at the worst, don't you think? End of Book 3, Chapter 20. Section 30 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 21. And then witnesses, 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 to the number of 127, and their testimony, particularly that of the doctors, 3 guides, the woman who heard Roberta's last cry, all repeatedly objected to by Jephson and Belknap, for upon such weakness and demonstrable error as they could point out depended the plausibility of Clyde's daring defense. And all of this carrying the case well into November, and after Mason had been overwhelmingly elected into the judgeship which he had so craved. And because of the very vigor and strife of the trial, the general public from coast to coast taking more and more interest. And obviously, as the days passed and the newspaper writers at the trial saw it, Clyde was guilty. Yet he, because of the repeated commands of Jephson, facing each witness who assailed him with calm and even daring. "Your name?" "Titus Alden." "You are the father of Roberta Alden?" "Yes, sir." "Now, Mr. Alden, just tell the jury how and under what circumstances it was that your daughter Roberta happened to go to Lycurgus." "Objected to. Irrelevant, immaterial, incompetent," snapped Belknap. "I'll connect it up," put in Mason, looking up at the judge, who ruled that Titus might answer subject to a motion to strike out his testimony if not connected up. "She went there to get work," replied Titus. "And why did she go there to get work?" Again, objection, and the old man allowed to proceed after the legal formalities had been complied with. "Well, the farm we have over there near Bilt's hasn't ever paid so very well, and it's been necessary for the children to help out, and Bobby being the oldest—" "Move to strike out." "Strike it out." "Bobby was the pet name you gave your daughter Roberta, was it?" "Objected to, etc., etc., exception." "Yes, sir. Bobby was what we called her sometimes around there. Just Bobby." And Clyde, listening intently and enduring without flinching the stern and accusing stare of this brooding priam of the farm, wondering at the revelation of his former sweetheart's pet name. He had nicknamed her Bert. She had never told him that at home she was called Bobby. And amid a fusillade of objections and arguments and rulings, Alden continuing, under the leading of Mason, to recite how she had decided to go to Lycurgus after receipt of a letter from Grace Marr and stop with Mr. and Mrs. Newton, and after securing work with the Griffiths Company, how little the family had seen of her until June 5th last, when she had returned to the farm for a rest and in order to make some clothes. No announcement of any plans for marriage? None. But she had written a number of long letters, to whom he did not know at the time, and she had been depressed and sick. Twice he had seen her crying, although he had said nothing, knowing that she did not want to be noticed. There had been a few telephone calls from Lycurgus, the last on July 4th or 5th, the day before she left, he was quite sure. And what did she have with her when she left? Her bag and her little trunk. And would you recognize the bag that she carried if you saw it? Yes, sir. Is this the bag? A deputy assistant district attorney carrying forward a bag and placing it on a small stand. And Alden, after looking at it and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, announcing, "Yes, sir." And then, most dramatically, as Mason intended in connection with every point in this trial, a deputy assistant carrying in a small trunk, and Titus Alden and his wife and daughters and sons all crying at the sight of it. And after being identified by him as Roberta's, the bag and then the trunk were opened in turn, and the dresses made by Roberta, some underclothing, shoes, hats, the toilet set given her by Clyde, pictures of her mother and father and sister and brothers, an old family cookbook, some spoons and forks and knives and salt and pepper sets, all given her by her grandmother and treasured by her for her married life, held up and identified in turn. All this over Belknap's objection and on Mason's promise to connect it up, which, however, he was unable to do, and the evidence was accordingly ordered struck out, but its pathetic significance by that time deeply impressed on the minds and hearts of the jurymen, and Belknap's criticism of Mason's tactics merely resulting in that gentleman bellowing, in an infuriated manner, "Who's conducting this prosecution anyhow?" To which Belknap replied, "The Republican candidate for county judge in this county, I believe," thus evoking a wave of laughter, which caused Mason to fairly shout, "Your Honor, I protest. This is an unethical and illegal attempt to inject into this case a political issue which has nothing to do with it. It is slyly and maliciously intended to convey to this jury that because I am the Republican nominee for judge of the county, it is impossible for me to properly and fairly conduct the prosecution of this case, and I now demand an apology, and will have it before I proceed one step further in this case." whereupon Justice Oberwalzer, feeling that a very serious breach of court etiquette had occurred, proceeded to summon Belknap and Mason before him, and after listening to placid and polite interpretations of what was meant and what was not meant, finally ordered, on pain of contempt, that neither of them again refer to the political situation in any way. Nevertheless, Belknap and Jephson congratulating themselves that in this fashion their mood in regard to Mason's candidacy and his use of this case to further it had effectively gotten before the jury and the court. But more and more witnesses! Grace Marr now taking the stand, and in a glib and voluble outpouring describing how and where she had first met Roberta, how pure and clean and religious a girl she was, but after meeting Clyde on Crum Lake, a great change had come over her. She was more secretive and evasive, and given to furnishing all sorts of false excuses for new and strange adventures. For instance, going out nights and staying late, and claiming to be places over Saturday and Sunday where she wasn't, until finally, because of criticism which she, Grace Marr, had ventured to make, she had suddenly left, without giving any address. But there was a man, and that man was Clyde Griffiths. For having followed Roberta to her room one evening in September or October of the year before, she had observed her and Clyde in the distance, near the Gilpin home. They were standing under some trees, and he had his arm around her. And thereafter Belknap, at Jephson's suggestion, taking her and by the slyest type of questioning, trying to discover whether, before coming to Lycurgus, Roberta was as religious and conventional as Miss Marr would have it. But Miss Marr, faded and irritable, insisting that up to the day of her meeting with Clyde on Crum Lake, Roberta had been the soul of truth and purity, in so far as she knew. And next the Newtons, swearing to much the same thing. And then the Gilpins, wife and husband and daughters, each swearing to what she or he alone saw or heard. Mrs. Gilpin as to the approximate day of Roberta's moving into her home, with one small trunk and bag, the identical trunk and bag identified by Titus. And thereafter seeming to live very much alone, until she, feeling sorry for her, had suggested one type of contact and another, but Roberta invariably refusing. But later, along in late November, although she had never had the heart to say anything about it because of her sweetness and general sobriety, she and her 2 daughters had become aware of the fact that occasionally, after 11 o'clock, it had seemed as though Roberta must be entertaining someone in her room, but just whom she could not say. And again, at this point, on cross-examination, Belknap trying to extract any admissions or impressions which would tend to make it look as though Roberta was a little less reserved and puritanical than all the witnesses had thus far painted her, but failing. Mrs. Gilpin, as well as her husband, was plainly fond of her, and only under pressure from Mason and later Belknap testified to Clyde's late visits. And then the elder daughter, Stella, testifying that during the latter part of October or the 1st of November, shortly after Roberta had taken the room, she had passed her and a man, whom she was now able to identify as Clyde, standing less than 100 feet from the house, and noticing that they were evidently quarreling, she had paused to listen. She was not able to distinguish every word of the conversation, but upon leading questions from Mason was able to recall that Roberta had protested that she could not let him come into her room. It would not look right. And he had finally turned upon his heel, leaving Roberta standing with outstretched arms as if imploring him to return. And throughout all this, Clyde staring in amazement, for he had in those days, in fact throughout his entire contact with Roberta, imagined himself unobserved, and decidedly this confirmed much of what Mason had charged in his opening address, that he had willfully and with full knowledge of the nature of the offense persuaded Roberta to do what plainly she had not wanted to do, a form of testimony that was likely to prejudice the judge as well as the jury and all these conventional people of this rural county. And Belknap, realizing this, trying to confuse this Stella in her identification of Clyde, but only succeeding in eliciting information that sometime in November or the early part of December, shortly after the incident, she had seen Clyde arrive, a box of some kind under his arm, and knock at Roberta's door and enter, and was then positive that he was the same young man she had seen that moonlight night, quarreling with Roberta. And next, Wiggum, and after him Liggett, testifying as to the dates of arrival of Clyde at the factory, as well as Roberta, and as to the rule regarding department heads and female help, and, in so far as they could see, the impeccable surface conduct of both Clyde and Roberta, neither seeming to look at the other or at anyone else, for that matter. That was Liggett testifying. And after them again, others. Mrs. Peyton to testify as to the character of his room and his social activities insofar as she was able to observe them, Mrs. Alden to testify that at Christmas the year before, Roberta had confessed to her that her superior at the factory, Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of the owner, was paying attention to her, but that it had to be kept secret for the time being. Frank Harriet, Harley Baggett, Tracy Trumbull, and Eddie Sells to testify that during December last, Clyde had been invited here and there and had attended various social gatherings in Lycurgus. John Lambert, a druggist of Schenectady, testifying that sometime in January he had been applied to by a youth, whom he now identified as the defendant, for some medicine which would bring about a miscarriage. Or in short to testify that in late January, Clyde had asked him if he knew of a doctor who could aid a young married woman, according to Clyde's story, the wife of an employee of Griffiths & Company, who was too poor to afford a child, and whose husband, according to Clyde, had asked him for this information. And next, Dr. Glenn, testifying to Roberta's visit, having previously recalled her from pictures published in the papers, but adding that professionally he had been unwilling to do anything for her. And then C.B. Wilcox, a farmer neighbor of the Aldens, testifying to having been in the washroom back of the kitchen on or about June 29th or 30th, on which occasion Roberta, having been called over the long-distance telephone from Lycurgus by a man who gave his name as Baker, he had heard her say to him, "But Clyde, I can't wait that long. You know I can't, and I won't." And her voice had sounded excited and distressed. Mr. Wilcox was positive as to the name Clyde. And Ethel Wilcox, a daughter of this same C.B., short and fat and with a lisp, who swore on 3 preceding occasions, having received long-distance requests for Roberta, she had proceeded to get her, and each time the call was from Lycurgus from a man named Baker. Also, on one occasion, she had heard her refer to the caller as Clyde, and once she had heard her say that under no circumstances would she wait that long, although what she meant by that she did not know. And next, Roger Bean, a rural free delivery letter carrier, who testified that between June 7th or 8th to July 4th or 5th, he had received no less than 15 letters from Roberta herself or the mailbox at the crossroads of the Alden farm, and that he was positive that most of the letters were addressed to Clyde Griffiths, care of General Delivery, Lycurgus. And next, Amos Showalter, General Delivery Clerk at Lycurgus, who swore that to the best of his recollection, from or between June 7th or 8th and July 4th or 5th, Clyde, whom he knew by name, had inquired for and received not less than 15 or 16 letters. And after him, R.T. Biggin, an oil station manager of Lycurgus, who swore that on the morning of July 6th, at about 8 o'clock, having gone to Fielding Avenue, which was on the extreme west of the city, leading on the northern end to a stop on the Lycurgus and Fonda electric line, he had seen Clyde, dressed in a gray suit and wearing a straw hat, and carrying a brown suitcase, to one side of which was strapped a yellow camera tripod and something else, an umbrella it might have been. And knowing in which direction Clyde lived, he had wondered at his walking, when at Central Avenue, not so far from his home, he could have boarded the Fonda Lycurgus car. And Belknap, in his cross-examination, inquiring of this witness how, being 175 feet distant, he could swear that it was a tripod that he saw, and Biggins insisting that it was. It was bright yellow wood, and had brass clops and 3 legs. And then, after him, John W. Trocher, station master at Fonda, who testified that on the morning of July 6th last, he recalled it clearly because of certain other things which he listed, he had sold Roberta Alden a ticket to Utica. He recalled Miss Alden because of having noted her several times during the preceding winter. She looked quite tired, almost sick, and carried a brown bag, something like the brown bag there and then exhibited to him. Also, he recalled the defendant, who also carried a bag. He did not see him notice or talk to the girl. And next, Quincy B. Dale, conductor of the particular train that ran from Fonda to Utica. He had noticed, and now recalled, Clyde in one car toward the rear. He also noticed, and from photographs later published, had recalled Roberta. She gave him a friendly smile, and he had said that such a bag as she was carrying seemed rather heavy for her, and that he would have one of the brakemen carry it for her out of Utica, for which she thanked him. He had seen her descend at Utica and disappear into the depot. He had not noticed Clyde there. And then the identification of Roberta's trunk as having been left in the baggage room at the station house at Utica for a number of days. And after that, the guest page of the Renfrew House of Utica for July 6th last, identified by Jerry K. Carnosian, general manager of said hotel, which showed an entry, Clifford Golden and wife. And the same then and there compared by the handwriting experts with 2 other registration pages from the Grass Lake and Big Bittern inns, and sworn to as being identically the same handwriting. And these compared with the card in Roberta's suitcase, and all received in evidence and carefully examined by each juror in turn, and by Belknap and Jeffson, who, however, had seen all but the card before. And once more protest on the part of Belknap as to the unwarranted and illegal and shameful withholding of evidence on the part of the district attorney, and a long and bitter wrangle as to that, serving, in fact, to bring to a close the 10th day of the trial. End of Book 3, Chapter 21. Section 31 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 22. And then, on the 11th day, Frank W. Schaefer, clerk of the Renfrew House in Utica, recalling the actual arrival of Clyde and Roberta and their actions. Also, Clyde's registering for both as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden of Syracuse. And then Wallace Vanderhoff, one of the clerks of the Star Haberdashery in Utica, with a story of Clyde's actions and general appearance at the time of buying a straw hat. And then the conductor of the train running between Utica and Grass Lake, and then the proprietor of the Grass Lake house, and Blanche Pettingill, a waitress, who swore that at dinner she had overheard Clyde arguing with Roberta as to the impossibility of getting a marriage license there, that it would be better to wait until they reached some other place the next day, a bit of particularly damaging testimony, since it predated by a day the proposed confession which Clyde was supposed to have made by Roberta, but which Jeffson and Belknap agreed between themselves might easily have had some preliminary phases. And after her the conductor of the train that carried them to Gun Lodge, and after him the guide and the driver of the bus, with his story of Clyde's queer talk about many people being over there, and leaving Roberta's bag while he took his own, saying they would be back. And then the proprietor of the inn at Big Bittern, the boat-keeper, the 3 men in the woods, their testimony very damaging to Clyde's case, since they pictured his terror on encountering them, and then the story of the finding of the boat and Roberta's body, and the eventual arrival of Height and his finding of the letter in Roberta's coat, a score of witnesses testifying to all this. And next, the boat captain, the farm girl, the Cranston chauffeur, the arrival of Clyde at the Cranstons, and at last, every step accounted for and sworn to, his arrival at Bear Lake, the pursuit and his capture, to say nothing of the various phases of his arrest, what he said, this being most damaging indeed, since it painted Clyde as false, evasive, and terrified. But unquestionably, the severest and most damaging testimony related to the camera and the tripod, the circumstances surrounding the finding of them, and on the weight of this Mason was counting for a conviction. His one aim first was to convict Clyde of lying as to his possession of either a tripod or a camera, and in order to do that, he first introduced Earl Newcomb, who swore that on a certain day, when he, Mason, and Height, and all the others connected with the case, were taking Clyde over the area in which the crime had been committed, he and a certain native, one Bill Swartz, who was afterwards put on the stand, while poking about under some fallen logs and bushes, had come across the tripod, hidden under a log. Also, under the leadership of Mason, although over the objections of both Belknap and Jeffson, which were invariably overruled, he proceeded to add that Clyde, on being asked whether he had a camera or this tripod, had denied any knowledge of it, on hearing which Belknap and Jeffson actually shouted their disapproval. Immediately following, though eventually ordered stricken from the records by Justice Oberwalzer, there was introduced a paper signed by Height, Burley, Slack, Kraut, Swank, Sissel, Bill Swartz, Rufus Forster, county surveyor, and Newcomb, which set forth that Clyde, on being shown the tripod and asked whether he had one, vehemently and repeatedly denied that he had. But in order to drive the import of this home, Mason immediately adding, "Very well, your honor, but I have other witnesses who will swear to everything that is in that paper and more," and at once calling, "Joseph Fraser? Joseph Fraser?" and then placing on the stand a dealer in sporting goods, cameras, etc., who proceeded to swear that some time between May 15th and June 1st, the defendant, Clyde Griffiths, whom he knew by sight and name, had applied to him for a camera of a certain size, with tripod attached, and that the defendant had finally selected a Sank, 3½ by 5½ for which he had made arrangements to pay in installments, and after due examination and consulting certain stock numbers with which the camera and the tripod in his own book were marked, Mr. Fraser, identifying first the camera now shown him, and immediately after that the yellow tripod as the one they had sold Clyde. And Clyde sitting up aghast. Then they had found the camera, as well as the tripod after all, and after he had protested so that he had no camera with him. What would that jury and the judge and this audience think of his lying about that? Would they be as likely to believe his story of a change of heart after this proof that he had lied about a meaningless camera? Better to have confessed in the first place. But even as he was so thinking, Mason calling Simeon Dodge, a young woodsman and driver, who testified that on Saturday, the 16th of July, accompanied by John Pole, who had lifted Roberta's body out of the water, he had, at the request of the district attorney, repeatedly dived into the exact spot where her body was found, and finally succeeded in bringing up a camera, and then the camera itself identified by Dodge. Immediately after this, all the testimony in regard to the hitherto as yet unmentioned films found in the camera at the time of its recovery, since developed, and now received in evidence, 4 views which showed a person looking more like Roberta than anyone else, together with 2, which clearly enough represented Clyde. Belknap was not able to refute or exclude them. Then Floyd Thurston, one of the guests at the Cranston Lodge at Sharon on June 18th, the occasion of Clyde's first visit there, placed on the stand to testify that on occasion, Clyde had made a number of pictures with a camera about the size and description of the one shown him, but failing to identify it as the particular one, his testimony being stricken out. After him again, Edna Patterson, a chambermaid in the Grass Lake Inn, who, as she swore, on entering the room which Clyde and Roberta occupied on the night of July 7th, had seen Clyde with a camera in his hand, which was of the size and color, as far as she could recall, of the one then and there before her. She had also at the same time seen a tripod. And Clyde, in his curious and meditative and half-hypnotized state, recalling well enough the entrance of this girl into that room, and marveling and suffering because of the unbreakable chain of facts that could thus be built up by witnesses from such varying and unconnected and unexpected places, and so long after, too. After her, but on different days, and with Belknap and Jeffson contending every inch of the way as to the admissibility of all this, the testimony of the 5 doctors whom Mason had called in at the time Roberta's body was first brought to Bridgeburg, and who in turn swore that the wounds, both on the face and head, were sufficient, considering Roberta's physical condition, to stun her, and because of the condition of the dead girl's lungs, which had been tested by attempting to float them in water, averring that at the time her body had first entered the water, she must have still been alive, although not necessarily conscious. But as to the nature of the instrument used to make these wounds, they would not venture to guess, other than to say it must have been blunt, and no grilling on the part of either Belknap or Jeffson could bring them to admit that the blows could have been of such a light character as not to stun or render unconscious. The chief injury appeared to be on the top of the skull, deep enough to have caused a blood clot, photographs of all of which were put to evidence. At this psychological point, when both audience and jury were most painfully and effectively stirred, a number of photographs of Roberta's face, made at the time that Haight, the doctors, and the Lutz brothers had her in charge, were introduced. Then the dimensions of the bruises on the right side of the face were shown to correspond exactly in size with 2 sides of the camera. Immediately after that, Burton Burley placed on the stand to swear how he had discovered the 2 strands of hair which corresponded with the hair on Roberta's head, or so Mason tried to show, caught between the lens and the lid. And then, after hours and hours, Belknap, infuriated and yet made nervous by this type of evidence and seeking to riddle it with sarcasm, finally pulling a light hair out of his head and asking whether the jurors and Burley could venture to tell if one single hair from anyone's head could be an indication of the general color of a person's hair, and if not, whether they were ready to believe that this particular hair was from Roberta's head or not. Mason then calling a Mrs. Rutger Donahue, who proceeded, in the calmest and most placid fashion, to tell how on the evening of July 8th last, between 5:30 and 6, she and her husband immediately after setting up a tent above Moon Cove, had started out to row and fish, when being about a half-mile offshore and perhaps a quarter of a mile above the woods or northern fringe of land which enclosed Moon Cove, she had heard a cry. "Between 5:30 and 6 in the afternoon, you say?" "Yes, sir." "And on what date again?" July 8th. And where were you exactly at that time? Where were you, personally? I was crossing what I have since learned was South Bay in a rowboat with my husband. Yes, now tell us what happened next. When we reached the middle of the bay, I heard a cry. What was it like? It was penetrating, like the cry of someone in pain or in danger. It was sharp, a haunting cry. Here a motion to strike out, with the result that the last phrase was so ordered, stricken out. Where did it come from? From a distance, from within or beyond the woods. Did you know at the time that there was another bay or cove there, below that strip of woods? No, sir. Well, what did you think then? That it might have come from within the woods below where you were? Objected to, and objection sustained. And now tell us, was it a man's or a woman's cry? What kind of cry was it? It was a woman's cry, and something like, "Oh, oh," or "Oh my." Very piercing and clear, but distant, of course. A double scream, such as one might make when in pain. You are sure you could not be mistaken as to the kind of cry it was? Male or female? No, sir, I am positive. It was a woman's. It was pitched too high for a man's voice or a boy's. It could not have been anything but a woman's. I see. And now tell us, Mrs. Donahue, you see this dot on the map showing where the body of Roberta Alden was found? Yes, sir. And you see this other dot over those trees showing approximately where your boat was? Yes, sir. Do you think that the voice came from where this dot in Moon Cove is? Objected to. Sustained. And was that cry repeated? No, sir. I waited, and I called my husband's attention to it, too, and we waited but didn't hear it again. Then Belknap, eager to prove that it might have been a terrified, and yet not a pained or injured cry, taking her and going all over the ground again, and finding that neither she nor her husband, who was also put on the stand, could be shaken in any way. Neither, they insisted, could the deep and sad effect of this woman's voice be eradicated from their minds. It had haunted both, and once in their camp again they had talked about it. Because it was dusk, he did not wish to go seeking after the spot from which it came, because she felt that some woman or girl might have been slain in those woods. She did not want to stay any longer, and the next morning early on they had moved to a different lake. Thomas Barrett, another Adirondack guide, connected with a camp at Dams Lake, swore that at the time referred to by Mrs. Donahue, he was walking along the shore toward Big Bittern Inn, and had seen not only a man and woman offshore and about the position described, but farther back, toward the south shore of this bay, had noted the tent of these campers. Also that from no point outside Moon Cove, unless near the entrance, could one observe any boat within the cove. The entrance was narrow, and any view from the lake proper completely blocked, and there were other witnesses to prove this. At this psychological moment, as the afternoon sun was already beginning to wane in the tall, narrow courtroom, and as carefully planned by him beforehand, Mason's reading of all Roberta's letters, one by one, in a most simple and non-declamatory fashion, yet with all the sympathy and emotion which their first perusal had stirred in him, they had made him cry. He began with letter number 1, dated June 8th, only 3 days after her departure from Lycurgus, and on through them all down to letters 14, 15, 16, and 17, in which, in piecemeal or by important references here and there, she related her whole contact with Clyde down to his plan to come for her in 3 weeks, then in a month, then on July 8th or 9th, and then the sudden threat from her which precipitated the sudden decision to meet her at Fonda. And as Mason read them, almost movingly, the moist eyes and the handkerchiefs and the coughs in the audience and among the jurors attested their import. You said I was not to worry or think so much about how I feel and have a good time. That's all right for you to say, when you're in Lycurgus and surrounded by your friends and invited everywhere. It's hard for me to talk over there at Wilcox's with somebody always in earshot, and with you constantly reminding me that I mustn't say this or that. But I had so much to ask and no chance there, and all that you would say was that everything was all right. But you didn't say positively that you were coming on the 27th, because of something I couldn't quite make out. There was so much buzzing on the wire. You might not be able to start until later. But that can't be, Clyde. My parents are leaving for Hamilton, where my uncle lives, on the 3rd, and Tom and Emily are going to my sister's on the same day. But I can't and won't go there again. I can't stay here all alone. So you must. You really must come, as you agreed. I can't wait any longer than that, Clyde, in the condition that I'm in, and so you just must come and take me away. Oh, please, please, I beg of you not to torture me with any more delays now. And again, Clyde, I came home because I thought I could trust you. You told me so solemnly before I left that if I would, you would come and get me, in 3 weeks at the most, that it would not take you longer than that to get ready, have enough money for the time we would be together, or until you could get something to do somewhere else. But yesterday, although the 3rd of July will be nearly a month since I left, you were not at all sure at first that you could come by then, and when I told you my parents are surely leaving for Hamilton to be gone for 10 days. Of course, afterwards, you said you would come, but you said it as though you were just trying to quiet me. It has been troubling me awfully ever since. For I tell you, Clyde, I am sick. Very. I feel faint nearly all the time. And besides, I am so worried as to what I shall do if you don't come that I am nearly out of my mind. Clyde, I know that you don't care for me any more like you did, and that you are wishing things could be different. And yet, what am I to do? I know you'll say that it has been all as much my fault as yours. And the world, if it knew, might think so too. But how often did I beg you not to make me do what I did not want to do, and which I was afraid, even then I would regret, although I loved you too much to let you go, if you still insisted on having your way. Clyde, if I could only die, that would solve all this. And I have prayed and prayed that I would lately. Yes, I have. For life does not mean as much to me now as when I first met you and you loved me. Oh, those happy days. If only things were different. If only I were out of your way. It would all be so much better for me and for all of us. But I can't now, Clyde, without a penny and no way to save the name of our child except this. Yet if it weren't for the terrible pain and disgrace it would bring to my mother and father and all my family, I would be willing to end it all in another way. I truly would. And again, oh, Clyde, life is so different today than what it was last year. Think, then we were going to Crum and those other lakes over near Fonda and Gloversville and Little Falls, but now. Only just now some boy and girl friends of Tom's and Emily's came by to get them to go after strawberries, and when I saw them go and knew I couldn't, and that I couldn't be like that any more ever, I cried and cried ever so long. And finally, I have been bidding goodbye to some places today. There are so many nooks, dear, and all of them so dear to me. I have lived here all my life, you know. First there was the spring house with its great masses of green moss, and in passing it I said goodbye to it, for I won't be coming to it soon again, maybe never. And then the old apple tree where we had our playhouse years ago, Emily and Tom and Gifford and I. Then the Believe, a cute little house in the orchard where we sometimes played. Oh, Clyde, you can't realize what all this means to me. I feel as though I shall never see my home again after I leave here this time. And Mamma, poor dear Mamma, how I do love her, and how sorry I am to have deceived her so. She is never cross, and she always helps me so much. Sometimes I think if I could tell her, but I can't. She has had trouble enough, and I couldn't break her heart like that. No, if I go away and come back sometime, either married or dead, it doesn't make so much difference now. She will never know, and I will not have caused her any pain, and that means so much more than life itself to me. So goodbye, Clyde, until I do meet you as you telephoned, and forgive me all the trouble that I have caused you. Your sorrowful, Roberta. And at points in the reading, Mason himself crying, and at their conclusion, turning, weary and yet triumphant, a most complete and indestructible case, as he saw it, having been presented, and exclaiming, "The people rest." And at that moment Mrs. Alden, in court with her husband and Emily, and overwrought, not only by the long strain of the trial, but this particular evidence, uttering a whimpering yet clear cry, and then falling forward in a faint. And Clyde, in his own overwrought condition, hearing her cry and seeing her fall, jumping up, the restraining hand of Jephson instantly upon him, while bailiffs and others assisted her and Titus, who was beside her, from the court-room. And the audience, almost, if not quite, as moved and incensed against Clyde by that development, as though, then and there, he had committed some additional crime. But then, that excitement having passed, and it being quite dark, and the hands of the court clock pointing to 5, and all the court weary, Justice Oberwalter signifying his intention of adjourning for the night. And at once all the newspaper men and feature writers and artists rising and whispering to each other that on the morrow the defense would start, and wondering as to who and where the witnesses were, also whether Clyde would be permitted to go on the stand in his own defense in the face of this amazing mass of evidence against him, or whether his lawyers would content themselves with some specious argument as to mental and moral weakness, which might end in prison for life, not less. And Clyde hissed and cursed as he had left the court, wondering if, on the morrow, as they had planned this long time since, he would have the courage to rise and go on the stand, wondering if there were not some way, in case no one was looking, he was not handcuffed as he went to and from the jail, maybe tomorrow night when all were rising, the crowds moving and these deputies coming toward him, if he could only run or walk easily and quietly, and yet quickly, and seemingly unintentionally, to that stair and then down and out, to wherever it went, that small side door to the main stairs, which before this he had seen from the jail. If he could only get to some woods somewhere, and then walk and walk, or run and run, maybe, without stopping and without eating, for days, maybe, until, he had gotten away. Anywhere. It was a chance, of course. He might be shot, or tracked with dogs and men, but still it was a chance, wasn't it? For this way he had no chance at all. No one anywhere, after all this, was going to believe him not guilty, and he did not want to die that way. No, not that way. And so another miserable, black and weary night, and then another miserable, gray, and wintry morning. End of Book 3, Chapter 22. Section 32 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 23. By 8 o'clock the next morning, the great city papers were on the stands with the sprawling headlines, which informed everyone in no uncertain terms. Prosecution in Griffiths' case closes with impressive deluge of testimony. Motive as well as method hammered home. Destructive marks on face and head shown to correspond with one side of camera. Mother of dead girl faints at close of dramatic reading of her letters. And the architectonic way in which Mason had built his case, together with his striking and dramatic presentation of it, was sufficient to stir in Belknap and Jephson, as well as Clyde, the momentary conviction that they had been completely routed, that by no conceivable device could they possibly convince this jury now that Clyde was not a quadruple-dyed villain, and all congratulating Mason on the masterly way he had presented his case. And Clyde, greatly reduced and saddened by the realization that his mother would be reading all that had transpired the day before. He must ask Jephson to please wire her so that she would not believe it, and Frank and Julia and Esta. No doubt Sondra reading all this too, today, yet through all these days, all these black nights, not one word. A reference now and then in the papers to a Miss X, but at no time a single correct picture of her. That was what a family with money could do for you. And on this very day his defense would begin, and he would have to go forward as the only witness of any import, yet asking himself, how could he? The crowd, its temper, the nervous strain of its unbelief and hatred by now. And after Belknap was through with him, then Mason. It was all right for Belknap and Jephson. They were in no danger of being tortured, as he was certain of being tortured. Yet in the face of all of this, and after an hour spent with Jephson and Belknap in his cell, finding himself back in the courtroom under the persistent gaze of this nondescript jury and the tensely interested audience, and now Belknap rising before the jury, and after solemnly contemplating each one of them, beginning. Gentlemen, somewhat over 3 weeks ago we were told by the district attorney that because of the evidence he was about to present, he would insist that you jurors must find the prisoner at the bar guilty of the crime of which he stands indicted. It has been a long and tedious procedure since then. The foolish and inexperienced, yet in every case innocent and unintentional, acts of a boy of 15 or 16 have been gone into before you gentlemen, as though they were the deeds of a hardened criminal, and plainly with the intention of prejudicing you against this defendant, who, with the exception of one misinterpreted accident in Kansas City, the most brutally and savagely misinterpreted accident it has ever been my professional misfortune to encounter, can be said to have lived as clean and energetic and blameless and innocent a life as any boy of his years anywhere. You have heard him called a man, a bearded man, a criminal and a crime-soaked product of the darkest vomiting of hell. And yet he is but 21, and there he sits. And I venture to say that if by some magic of the spoken word, I could at this moment strip from your eye the substance of all the cruel thoughts and emotions which have been attributed to him by a clamorous and mistaken, and I might say, if I had not been warned not to do so, politically biased prosecution, you could no more see him in the light that you do than you could rise out of that box and fly through those windows. Gentlemen of the jury, I have no doubt that you, as well as the district attorney and even the audience, have wondered how, under the downpour of such linked and at times almost venomous testimony, I or my colleague or this defendant could have remained as calm and collected as we have. And here he waved with grave ceremoniousness in the direction of his partner, who was still waiting his own hour. Yet, as you have seen, we have not only maintained but enjoyed the serenity of those who not only feel but know that they have the right and just end of any legal contest. You recall, of course, the words of the Avon bard, "Thrice armed is he who hath his quarrel just." In fact, we know, as the prosecution in this case unfortunately does not, the peculiarly strange and unexpected circumstances by which this dramatic and most unfortunate death came about. And before we are through, you shall see for yourselves. In the meantime, let me tell you, gentlemen, that since this case opened, I have believed that even apart from the light we propose to throw on this disheartening tragedy, you gentlemen are not at all sure that a brutal or bestial crime can be laid upon the shoulders of this defendant. You cannot be, for after all, love is love, and the ways of passion and the destroying emotion of love in either sex are not those of the ordinary criminal. Only remember, we were once all boys, and those of you who are grown women were girls, and know well, oh, how very well, the fevers and aches of youth that have nothing to do with a later practical life. Judge not, lest ye be judged, and with whatsoever measure ye meet, it will be measured unto ye again. We admit the existence and charm and potent love spell of the mysterious Miss X and her letters, which we have not been able to introduce here, and their effect on the defendant. We admit his love for this Miss X, and we propose to show by witnesses of our own, as well as by analyzing some of the testimony that has been offered here, that perhaps the sly and lecherous overtures with which this defendant is supposed to have lured the lovely soul, now so sadly and yet so purely accidentally blotted out, as we shall show, from the straight and narrow path of morality, were perhaps no more sly nor lecherous than the proceedings of any youth who finds the girl of his choice surrounded by those who see life only in the terms of the strictest and narrowest moral regime. And gentlemen, as your own county district attorney has told you, Roberta Alden loved Clyde Griffiths. At the very opening of this relationship, which has since proved to be a tragedy, this dead girl was deeply and irrevocably in love with him, just as at the time he imagined that he was in love with her. And people who are deeply and earnestly in love with each other are not much concerned with the opinions of others in regard to themselves. They are in love, and that is sufficient. But, gentlemen, I am not going to dwell on that phase of the question so much as on this explanation which we are about to offer. Why did Clyde Griffiths go to Fonda, or to Utica, or to Grass Lake, or to Big Bittern at all? Do you think we have any reason, or any desire, to deny or discolor in any way the fact of his having done so, or with Roberta Alden either? Or why, after the suddenness and seeming strangeness and mystery of her death, he should have chosen to walk away as he did? If you seriously think so, for one fraction of a moment, you are the most hopelessly deluded and mistaken dozen jurymen it has been our privilege to argue before in all our 27 years' contact with juries. Gentlemen, I have said to you that Clyde Griffiths is not guilty, and he is not. You may think, perhaps, that we ourselves must be believing in his guilt, but you are wrong. The peculiarity, the strangeness of life, is such that oftentimes a man may be accused of something that he did not do, and yet every circumstance surrounding him at the time seems to indicate that he did do it. There have been many very pathetic and very terrible instances of miscarriages of justice through circumstantial evidence alone. Be sure, oh, be very sure that no such mistaken judgment based on any local or religious or moral theory of conduct or bias, because of presumed irrefutable evidence, is permitted to prejudice you, so that without meaning to, and with the best and highest-minded intentions, you yourself see a crime, or the intention to commit a crime, when no such crime, or any such intention, ever truly or legally existed, or lodged in the mind or acts of this defendant. Oh, be sure. Be very, very sure. And here he paused to rest, and seemed to give himself over to deep and even melancholy thought, while Clyde, heartened by this shrewd and defiant beginning, was inclined to take more courage. But now Belknap was talking again, and he must listen. not lose a word of all this that was so heartening. When Roberta Alden's body was taken out of the water at Big Bittern, gentlemen, it was examined by a physician. He declared at the time that the girl had been drowned. He will be here and testify, and the defendant shall have the benefit of that testimony, and you must render it to him. You were told by the district attorney that Roberta Alden and Clyde Griffiths were engaged to be married, and that she left her home at Bilt's and went forth with him on July 6th last on her wedding journey. Now, gentlemen, it is so easy to slightly distort a certain set of circumstances. "Were engaged to be married" was how the district attorney emphasized the incidents leading up to the departure on July 6th. As a matter of fact, not one iota of any direct evidence exists which shows that Clyde Griffiths was ever formally engaged to Roberta Alden, or that, except for some passages in her letters, he agreed to marry her. And those passages, gentlemen, plainly indicate that it was only under the stress of moral and material worry, due to her condition, for which he was responsible, of course, but which, nevertheless, was with the consent of both, a boy of 21 and a girl of 23, that he agreed to marry her. Is that, I ask you, an open and proper engagement? The kind of an engagement you think of when you think of one at all? Mind you, I am not seeking to flout or belittle or reflect in any way on this poor dead girl. I am simply stating, as a matter of fact and of law, that this boy was not formally engaged to this dead girl. He had not given her his word beforehand that he would marry her. Never. There is no proof. You must give him the benefit of that. And only because of her condition, for which we admit he was responsible, he came forward with an agreement to marry her, in case, and here he paused and rested on the phrase, she was not willing to release him. And since she was not willing to release him, as her various letters read here show, that agreement, on pain of a public exposure in Lycurgus, becomes, in the eyes and words of the district attorney, an engagement, and not only that, but a sacred engagement, which no one but a scoundrel and a thief and a murderer would attempt to sever. But, gentlemen, many engagements, more open and sacred in the eyes of the law and of religion, have been broken. Thousands of men and thousands of women have seen their hearts change, their vows and faith and trust flouted, and have even carried their wounds into the secret places of their souls, or gone forth, and gladly, to death at their own hands because of them. As the district attorney said in his address, it is not new and it will never be old. Never. But it is such a case as this last, I warn you, that you are now contemplating and are about to pass upon, a girl who is the victim of such a change of mood. But that is not a legal, however great a moral or social crime it may be. And it is only a curious and almost unbelievably tight and yet utterly misleading set of circumstances in connection with the death of this girl that chances to bring this defendant before you at this time. I swear it. I truly know it to be so. And it can and will be fully explained to your entire satisfaction before this case is closed. However, in connection with this last statement, there is another which must be made as a preface to all that is to follow. Gentlemen of the jury, the individual who is on trial here for his life is a mental as well as a moral coward. No more and no less. Not a downright, hard-hearted criminal by any means. Not unlike many men in critical situations, he is a victim of a mental and moral fear complex. Why, no one as yet has been quite able to explain. We all have one secret bugbear or fear, and it is these two qualities, and no others, that have placed him in the dangerous position in which he now finds himself. It was cowardice, gentlemen. Fear of a rule of the factory of which his uncle is the owner, as well as fear of his own word given to the officials above him, that caused him first to conceal the fact that he was interested in the pretty country girl who had come to work for him, and later to conceal the fact that he was going with her. Yet no statutory crime of any kind here. You could not possibly try a man for that, whatever privately you might think. And it was cowardice, mental and moral, gentlemen, which prevented him, after he became convinced that he could no longer endure a relationship which had once seemed so beautiful, from saying outright that he could not, and would not continue with her, let alone marry her. Yet will you slay a man because he is the victim of fear? And again, after all, if a man has once and truly decided that he cannot and will not endure a given woman, or a woman a man, that to live with her could only prove torturesome, what would you have that person do? Marry her? To what end? That they may hate and despise and torture each other forever after? Can you truly say that you agree with that as a rule, or a method, or a law? Yet, as the defense sees it, a truly intelligent and fair enough thing, under the circumstances, was done in this instance. An offer, but without marriage, and alas, without avail, was made. A suggestion for a separate life, with him working to support her while she dwelt elsewhere. Her own letters, read only yesterday in this court, indicate something of the kind. But the so often tragic insistence upon what in so many cases were best left undone. And then that last, long, argumentative trip to Utica, Grass Lake, and Big Bittern, and all to no purpose, yet with no intention to kill or betray unto death, not the slightest, and we will show you why. Gentlemen, once more I insist that it was cowardice, mental and moral, and not any plot or plan for any crime of any kind, that made Clyde Griffiths travel with Roberta Alden under various aliases to all the places I have just mentioned, that made him write Mr. and Mrs. Carl Graham, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden, mental and moral fear of the great social mistake as well as sin that he had committed in pursuing and eventually allowing himself to fall into this unhallowed relationship with her, mental and moral fear or cowardice of what was to follow. And again, it was mental and moral cowardice that prevented him there at Big Bittern, once the waters of the lake had so accidentally closed around her, from returning to Big Bittern Inn and making public her death. Mental and moral cowardice, and nothing more and nothing less. He was thinking of his wealthy relatives in Lycurgus, their rule which his presence here on the lake with this girl would show to have broken, of the suffering and shame and rage of her parents. And besides, there was Miss X, the brightest star in the brightest constellation of all his dreams. We admit all that, and we are completely willing to concede that he was, or must have been, thinking of all of these things. The prosecution charges, and we admit that such is the fact, that he had been so completely ensnared by this Miss X, and she by him, that he was willing and eager to forsake his first love who had given herself to him, for one who, because of her beauty and her wealth, seemed so much more desirable, even as to Roberta Alden he seemed more desirable than others. And if she erred as to him, and plainly she did, might he not have erred eventually, in his infatuated following of one who, in the ultimate, who can say, might not have cared so much for him? At any rate, one of his strongest fear-thoughts at this time, as he himself has confessed to us, his counsel, was that if this Miss X learned that he had been up there with this other girl, of whom she had not even so much as heard, well then, it would mean the end of her regard for him. I know that as you gentlemen view such things, such conduct has no excuse for being. One may be the victim of an internal conflict between two illicit moods, yet nevertheless, as the law and the church see it, guilty of sin and crime. But the truth, nonetheless, is that they do exist in the human heart, law or no law, religion or no religion, and in scores of cases they motivate the actions of the victims, and we admit that they motivated the actions of Clyde Griffiths. But did he kill Roberta Alden? No. And again, no. Or did he plot in any way, half-heartedly or otherwise, to drag her up there under the guise of various aliases, and then, because she would not set him free, drown her? Ridiculous! Impossible! Insane! His plan was completely and entirely different. But, gentlemen, and here he suddenly paused as though a new or overlooked thought had just come to him, perhaps you would be better satisfied with my argument and the final judgment you are to render if you were to have the testimony of one eyewitness at least of Roberta Alden's death, one who, instead of just hearing a voice, was actually present, and who saw and hence knows how she met her death. He now looked at Jephson as much as to say, "Now, Reuben, at last, here we are." And Reuben, turning to Clyde, easily and yet with iron in his every motion, whispered, "Well, here we are, Clyde. It's up to you now. Only I'm going along with you, see? I've decided to examine you myself. I've drilled and drilled you, and I guess you won't have any trouble in telling me, will you?" He beamed on Clyde genially and encouragingly, and Clyde, because of Belknap's strong plea, as well as this newest and best development in connection with Jephson, now stood up, and with almost a jaunty air, and one out of all proportion to his mood of but 4 hours before, now whispered, "Gee, I'm glad you're going to do it. I'll be all right now, I think." But in the meantime, the audience, hearing that an actual eyewitness was to be produced, and not by the prosecution but the defense, was at once upon its feet, craning and stirring, and Justice Oberwalzer, irritated to an exceptional degree by the informality characteristic of this trial, was now rapping with his gavel, while the clerk cried loudly, "Order! Order! Unless everybody is seated, all spectators will be dismissed. The deputies will please see that all are seated." And then a hushed and strained silence falling as Belknap called, "Clyde Griffiths, take the witness chair." And the audience, seeing to its astonishment Clyde, accompanied by Reuben Jeffson, making his way forward, straining and whispering in spite of all the gruff commands of the judge and bailiffs, and even Belknap, as he saw Jeffson approaching, being a little astonished, since it was he who, according to the original plan, was to have led Clyde through his testimony. But now Jeffson drawing near to him as Clyde was being seated and sworn, merely whispering, "Leave him to me, Alvin. I think it's best. He looks a little too strained and shaky to suit me, but I feel sure I can pull him through." And then the audience, noting the change and whispering in regard to it, and Clyde, his large nervous eyes turning here and there, thinking, "Well, I'm on the witness stand at last, and now everybody's watching me, of course. I must look very calm, like I didn't care so very much, because I didn't really kill her. That's right, I didn't." Yet his skin blue, and the lids of his eyes red and puffy, and his hands trembling slightly in spite of himself. And Jeffson, his long, tensile, and dynamic body like that of a swaying birch, turning toward him, and looking fixedly into Clyde's brown eyes with his blue ones, beginning, "Now, Clyde, the first thing we want to do is make sure that the jury and everyone else hears our questions and answers. And next, when you're all set, you're going to begin with your life as you remember it. Where you were born, where you came from, what your father did and your mother, too, and finally, what you did and why, from the time you went to work until now. I may interrupt you with a few questions now and then, but in the main I'm going to let you tell it, because I know you can tell it better than anyone." Yet in order to reassure Clyde, and to make him know each moment that he was there, a wall, a bulwark, between him and the eager, straining, unbelieving and hating crowd, he now drew nearer, at times so close as to put one foot on the witness stand, or if not that, to lean forward and lay a hand on the arm of the chair in which Clyde sat, and all the while saying, "Yes, yes, and then what? And then?" And invariably at the strong and tonic or protective sound of his voice, Clyde stirring as with a bolstering force, and finding himself able, and without shaking or quavering, to tell the short but straitened story of his youth. "I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. My parents were conducting a mission there at that time, and used to hold open-air meetings." End of Book 3, Chapter 23. Section 33 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 24. Clyde's testimony proceeded to the point where the family had removed from Quincy, Illinois, a place resorted to on account of some Salvation Army work offered his father and mother, to Kansas City, where from his 12th to his 15th year he had browsed about trying to find something to do, while still resenting the combination of school and religious work expected of him. "Were you up with your classes in the public schools?" "No, sir, we had moved too much." "In what grade were you when you were 12 years old?" "Well, I should have been in the 7th, but I was only in the 6th. That's why I didn't like it." "And how about the religious work of your parents?" "Well, it was all right, only I never did like going out at nights on the street corners." And so on, through 5 and 10-cent store, soda, and newspaper carrier jobs, until at last he was a bellhop at the Green Davidson, the finest hotel in Kansas City, as he informed them. "But now, Clyde," proceeded Jeffson, who, fearful lest Mason on the cross-examination, and in connection with Clyde's credibility as a witness, should delve into the matter of the wrecked car and the slain child in Kansas City, and so mar the effect of the story he was about now to tell, was determined to be beforehand in this. Decidedly, by questioning him properly, he could explain and soften all that, whereas if left to Mason it could be tortured into something exceedingly dark indeed. And so now he continued. "And how long did you work there?" "A little over a year." "And why did you leave?" "Well, it was on account of an accident." "What kind of an accident?" And here Clyde, previously prepared and drilled as to all this, plunged into the details which led up to and included the death of the little girl and his flight, which Mason, true enough, had been meaning to bring up. But now, as he listened to all this, he merely shook his head and grunted ironically. He'd better go into all that, he commented. And Jeffson, sensing the import of what he was doing, how most likely he was, as he would have phrased it, spiking one of Mr. Mason's best guns, continued with, "How old were you then, Clyde, did you say?" "Between 17 and 18. "And do you mean to tell me," he continued, after he had finished with all of the questions he could think of in connection with all this, "that you didn't know that you might have gone back there, since you were not the one who took the car, and after explaining it all, been paroled in the custody of your parents?" "Object!" shouted Mason. "There's no evidence here to show that he could have returned to Kansas City and been paroled in the custody of his parents." "Objection sustained," boomed the judge from his high throne. "The defense will please confine itself a little more closely to the letter of the testimony." "Exception," noted Belknap from his seat. "No, sir, I didn't know that," replied Clyde just the same. "Anyhow, was that the reason after you got away that you changed your name to Tenet, as you told me?" continued Jeffson. "Yes, sir." "By the way, just where did you get that name of Tenet, Clyde?" "It was the name of a boy I used to play with in Quincy." "Was he a good boy?" "Object!" called Mason from his chair. "Incompetent, immaterial, irrelevant." "Oh, he might have associated with a good boy in spite of what you would like to have the jury believe, and in that sense it is very relevant," sneered Jeffson. "Objection sustained," boomed Justice Oberwalzer. "But didn't it occur to you at the time that he might object, or that you might be doing him an injustice in using his name to cover the identity of a fellow who was running away?" "No, sir. I thought there were lots of Tenets." An indulgent smile might have been expected at this point, but so antagonistic and bitter was the general public toward Clyde that such levity was out of the question in this courtroom. "Now, listen, Clyde," continued Jeffson, having, as he had just seen, failed to soften the mood of the throng. "You cared for your mother, did you? Or didn't you?" Objection and argument finally ending in the question being allowed. "Yes, sir. Certainly I cared for her," replied Clyde, but after a slight hesitancy which was noticeable, a tightening of the throat and a swelling and sinking of the chest as he exhaled and inhaled. "Much?" "Yes, sir. Much." He didn't venture to look at anyone now. "Hadn't she always done as much as she could for you in her way?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, Clyde, how was it, after all that, and even though that dreadful accident had occurred, you could run away and stay away so long, without so much as one word to tell her that you were by no means as guilty as you seemed, and that she shouldn't worry, because you were working and trying to be a good boy again?" "But I did write her, only I didn't sign my name." "I see. Anything else?" "Yes, sir, I sent her a little money, $10 once." "But you didn't think of going back at all?" "No, sir, I was afraid if I went back they might arrest me." "In other words," and here Jeffson emphasized this with great clearness, "you were a moral and mental coward, as Mr. Belknap, my colleague, said." "I object to this interpretation of this defendant's testimony for the benefit of the jury," interrupted Mason. "This defendant's testimony really needs no interpretation. It is very plain and honest, as anyone can see," quickly interrupted Jeffson. "Objection sustained," called the judge. "Proceed. Proceed." "And it was because you were a moral and mental coward, as I see it, Clyde. Not that I am condemning you for anything that you cannot help. After all, you didn't make yourself, did you?" But this was too much, and the judge here cautioned him to use more discretion in framing his future questions. "Then you went about in Alton, Peoria, Bloomington, Milwaukee, and Chicago, hiding away in small rooms and back streets, and working as a dishwasher or soda fountain man, or a driver, and changing your name to Tenet when you really might have gone back to Kansas City and resumed your old place?" continued Jeffson. "I object! I object!" yelled Mason. "There is no evidence here to show that he could have gone there and resumed his old place." "Objection sustained," ruled Oberwalzer, although at the time in Jeffson's pocket was a letter from Francis X. Squires, formerly captain of the bellboys of the Green Davidson at the time Clyde was there, in which he explained that apart from the one incident in connection with the purloined automobile, he knew nothing derogatory to Clyde, and that always previously he had found him prompt, honest, willing, alert, and well-mannered. Also, at the time the accident occurred, he himself had been satisfied that Clyde could have been little else than one of those led, and that if he had returned and properly explained matters, he would have been reinstated. It was irrelevant. Thereafter followed Clyde's story of how, having fled from the difficulties threatening him in Kansas City, and having wandered here and there for 2 years, he had finally obtained a place in Chicago as a driver, and later as a bellboy at the Union League, and also how, while still employed at the first of these places, he had written his mother, and later at her request was about to write his uncle, when, accidentally meeting him at the Union League, he was invited by him to come to Lycurgus, and thereupon, in their natural order, followed all of the details of how he had gone to work, been promoted and instructed by his cousin and the foreman as to the various rules, and then later how he had met Roberta, and still later Miss X. But in between came all the details as to how and why he had courted Roberta Alden, and how and why, having once secured her love, he felt and thought himself content, but how the arrival of Miss X and her overpowering fascination for him had served completely to change all his notions in regard to Roberta, and although he still admired her, caused him to feel that never again as before could he desire to marry her. But Jephson, anxious to divert the attention of the jury from the fact that Clyde was so very fickle, a fact too trying to be so speedily introduced into the case, at once interposed with, "Clyde, you really loved Roberta Alden at first, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, you must have known, or at least you gathered from her actions from the first, didn't you, that she was a perfectly good and innocent and religious girl?" "Yes, sir, that's how I felt about her," replied Clyde, repeating what he had been told to say. "Well then, just roughly now, without going into detail, do you suppose you could explain to yourself and this jury how and why and where and when those changes came about which led to that relationship which we all of us," and here he looked boldly and wisely and coldly out over the audience and then afterwards upon the jurors, "deplore? How was it, if you thought so highly of her at first, that you could so soon afterwards descend to this evil relationship? Didn't you know that all men, and all women also, view it as wrong, and outside of marriage unforgivable, a statutory crime?" The boldness and ironic sting of this was sufficient to cause at first a hush, later a slight nervous tremor on the part of the audience, which, Mason as well as Justice Oberwalzer noting, caused both to frown apprehensively. Why, this brazen young cynic! How dared he, via innuendo and in the guise of serious questioning, intrude such a thought as this, which by implication at least picked at the very foundations of society, religious and moral? At the same time, there he was, standing boldly and leoninely. All the while Clyde replied, "Yes, sir, I suppose I did, certainly, but I didn't try to seduce her at first or at any time, really. I was in love with her." "You were in love with her?" "Yes, sir." "Very much?" "Very much." "And was she as much in love with you at that time?" "Yes, sir, she was." "From the very first?" "From the very first." "She told you so?" "Yes, sir." "At the time she left the Newtons, you have heard all the testimony here in regard to that. Did you induce, or seek to induce her in any way, by any trick or agreement, to leave there?" "No, sir, I didn't. She wanted to leave there of her own accord. She wanted me to help her find a place." "She wanted you to help her find a place?" "Yes, sir." "And just why?" "Because she didn't know the city very well, and she thought maybe I could tell her where there was a nice room she could get, one that she could afford." "And did you tell her about the room she took at the Gilpins?" "No, sir, I didn't. I never told her about any room. She found it herself." This was the exact answer he had memorized. "But why didn't you help her?" "Because I was busy, days and most evenings. And besides, I thought she knew better what she wanted than I did, the kind of people and all." "Did you personally ever see the Gilpin place before she went there?" "No, sir." Ever have any discussion with her before she moved there as to the kind of a room she was to take, its position as regards to entrance, exit, privacy, or anything of that sort?
No, sir, I never did.
Never insisted, for instance, that she take a certain type of room which you could slip in and out of at night or by day without being seen?
I never did. Besides, no one could very well slip in or out of that house without being seen.
And why not?
Because the door to her room was right next to the door to the general front entrance, where everybody went in and out, and anybody that was around could see.
That was another answer he had memorized. But you slipped in and out, didn't you?
Well, yes, sir. That is, we both decided from the first that the less we were seen together anywhere, the better.
On account of that factory rule?
Yes, sir, on account of that factory rule.
And then the story of his various difficulties with Roberta due to Miss X coming into his life.
Now, Clyde, we will have to go into the matter of this Miss X a little. Because of an agreement between the defense and the prosecution, which you gentlemen of the jury fully understand, we can only touch on this incidentally, since it all concerns an entirely innocent person, whose real name can be of no service here anyhow. But some of the facts must be touched upon, although we will deal with them as light as possible, as much for the sake of the innocent living as the worthy dead. And I am sure Miss Alden would have it so if she were alive. But now, in regard to Miss X, he continued, turning to Clyde, is it already agreed by both sides that you met her in Lycurgus sometime in November or December of last year? That is correct, is it not?
Yes, sir, that is correct, replied Clyde, sadly. And that at once you fell very much in love with her?
Yes, sir, that's true.
She was rich?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful?
I believe it is admitted by all that she is, he said to the court in general, without requiring or anticipating a reply from Clyde. Yet the latter, so thoroughly drilled had he been, now replied, Yes, sir. Had you, too, yourself and Miss Alden, I mean, at that time when you first met Miss X, already established that illicit relationship referred to?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, in view of all that, but no, one moment, there is something else I want to ask you first. Now, let me see. At the time that you first met this Miss X, you were still in love with Roberta Alden, were you, or were you not?
I was still in love with her, yes, sir.
You had not, up to that time at least, in any way become weary of her, or had you?
No, sir, I had not.
Her love and her companionship were just as precious and delightful to you as ever?
Yes, sir, they were.
And as Clyde said that, he was thinking back, and it seemed to him that what he had just said was really true. It was true that just before meeting Sondra, he was actually at the zenith of content and delight with Roberta. And what, if any, were your plans for your future with Miss Alden, before you met this Miss X? You must have thought at times of that, didn't you?
Well, not exactly. And as he said this, he licked his lips in sheer nervousness.
You see, I never had any real plan to do anything. That is, to do anything that wasn't quite right with her. And neither did she, of course. We just drifted, kinda, from the first. It was being alone there so much, maybe. She hadn't taken up with anybody yet, and I hadn't either. And then there was that rule that kept me from taking her about anywhere. And once we were together, of course we just went on without thinking very much about it, I suppose. Either of us. You just drifted because nothing had happened as yet, and you didn't suppose anything would. Is that the way?
No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. That's the way it was.
Clyde was very eager to get these much rehearsed and very important answers just right. But you must have thought of something. One or both of you? You were 21 and she was 23.
Yes, sir, I suppose we did. I suppose I did think of something now and then.
And what was it that you thought? Can you recollect?
Well, yes, sir, I suppose I can. That is, I know that I did think at times that if things went well all right, and I made a little more money and she got a place somewhere else, that I would begin taking her out openly, and then afterwards maybe, if she and I kept on caring for each other as we did, then marry her, maybe.
You actually thought of marrying her then, did you?
Yes, sir. I know I did in this way that I've said, of course. But that was before you met this Miss X? Yes, sir, that was before that. Beautifully done, observed Mason sarcastically under his breath to State Senator Redmond. Excellent stage play, replied Redmond in a stage whisper. But did you ever tell her in so many words? Continued Jeffson. Well, no, sir, I don't recall that I did, not just in so many words. You either told her or you didn't tell her. Now, which was it? Well, neither, quite. I used to tell her that I loved her and that I never wanted her to leave me and that I hoped she never would. But not that you wanted to marry her. No, sir, not that I wanted to marry her. Well, all right. And she, what did she say? That she would never leave me, replied Clyde, heavily and fearsomely, thinking as he did so of Roberta's last cries and her eyes bent on him, and he took from his pocket a handkerchief and began to wipe his moist, cold face and hands. Well staged, murmured Mason, softly and cynically. Pretty shrewd, commented Redmond lightly. But tell me, went on Jeffson, softly and coldly, feeling as you did about Miss Alden, how was it that upon meeting this Miss X you could change so quickly? Are you so fickle that you don't know your own mind from day to day? Well, I didn't think so up to that time. No, sir. Had you ever had a strong and binding love affair at any time in your life before you met Miss Alden? No, sir. But did you consider this one with Miss Alden strong and binding? A true love affair? Up to the time you met this Miss X? Yes, sir, I did. And afterwards, then what? Well, afterwards, it wasn't quite like that anymore. You mean to say that on sight of Miss X, after encountering her once or twice, you ceased to care for Miss Alden entirely? Well, no, sir, it wasn't quite like that, volunteered Clyde, swiftly and earnestly. I did continue to care for her some, quite a lot, really, but before I knew it I had completely lost my head over Miss... Yes, this Miss X, we know. You fell madly and unreasonably in love with her. Was that the way of it? Yes, sir. And then? Well, and then I just couldn't care for Miss Alden so much anymore. A thin film of moisture covered Clyde's forehead and cheeks as he spoke. I see, went on Jeffson, oratorically and loudly, having the jury and audience in mind. A case of the Arabian Nights, of the ensorcelled and the ensorceller. I don't think I know what you mean, said Clyde. A case of being bewitched, my poor boy, by beauty, love, wealth, by things that we sometimes think we want very, very much and cannot ever have. That is what I mean, and that is what much of the love in the world amounts to. Yes, sir, replied Clyde, quite innocently, concluding rightly that this was a mere show of rhetoric on Jeffson's part. But what I want to know is, how was it that loving Miss Alden as much as you say you did, and having reached that relationship which should have been sanctioned by marriage, how was it that you could have felt so little bound or obligated to her as to entertain the idea of casting her over for this Miss X? Now, just how was that? I would like to know, and so would this jury, I'm sure. Where was your sense of gratitude, your sense of moral obligation? Do you mean to say that you have none? We want to know. This was really cross-examination, an attack on his own witness, yet Jeffson was within his rights, and Mason did not interfere. Well, and here Clyde hesitated and stumbled, quite as if he had not been instructed as to all this beforehand, and seemed to and did truly finger about in his own mind or reason for some thought that would help him to explain all this. For although it was true that he had memorized the answer, now that he was confronted by the actual question here in court, as well as the old problem that had so confused and troubled him in Lycurgus, he could scarcely think clearly of all he had been told to say, but instead twisted and turned, and finally came out with, "The fact is, I didn't think about those things at all very much. I couldn't after I saw her. I tried to at times, but I couldn't. I only wanted her, and I didn't want Miss Alden any more. I knew I wasn't doing right, exactly, and I felt sorry for Roberta, but just the same, I didn't seem to be able to do anything much about it. I could only think of Miss X, and I couldn't think of Roberta as I had before, no matter how hard I tried." "Do you mean to say that you didn't suffer in your own conscience on account of this?" "Yes, sir, I suffered," replied Clyde. "I knew I wasn't doing right, and it made me worry a lot about her and myself, but just the same, I didn't seem to be able to do any better." He was repeating words that Jeffson had written out for him, although at the time he first read them he had felt them to be fairly true. He had suffered some. "And then?" "Well, then she began to complain because I didn't go round to see her as much as before." "In other words, you began to neglect her?" "Yes, sir, some, but not entirely. No, sir." "Well, when you found you were so infatuated with this Miss X, what did you do? Did you go and tell Miss Alden that you were no longer in love with her, but in love with someone else?" "No, I didn't. Not then." "Why not then? Did you think it fair and honorable to be telling two girls at once that you cared for them?" "No, sir, but it wasn't quite like that either. You see, at the time I was just getting acquainted with Miss X, and I wasn't telling her anything. She wouldn't let me. But I knew then, just the same, that I couldn't care for Miss Alden any more." "But what about the claim Miss Alden had on you? Didn't you feel that that was enough, or should be, to prevent you from running after some other girl?" "Yes, sir." "Well, why did you then?" "I couldn't resist her." "Miss X, you mean?" "Yes, sir." "And so you continued to run after her until you had made her care for you?" "No, sir, that wasn't the way at all." "Well, then, what was the way?" "I just met her here and there and got crazy about her." "I see. But still, you didn't go and tell Miss Alden that you couldn't care for her any longer?" "No, sir, not then." "And why not?" "Because I thought it would hurt her, and I didn't want to do that." "Oh, I see. You didn't have the moral or mental courage to do it, then." "I don't know about the moral or mental courage," replied Clyde, a little hurt and irritated by this description of himself. "But I felt sorry for her just the same. She used to cry, and I didn't have the heart to tell her anything." "I see. Well, let it stand that way, if you want to. But now answer me one other thing. That relationship between you two. What about that, after you knew that you didn't care for her any more? Did that continue?" "Well, no, sir, not so very long, anyhow," replied Clyde, most nervously and shamefacedly. He was thinking of all the people before him now, of his mother, Sondra, of all the people throughout the entire United States, who would read and so know. And on first being shown these questions weeks and weeks before, he had wanted to know of Jeffson what the use of all that was. And Jeffson had replied, "Educational effect. The quicker and harder we can shock 'em with some of the real facts of life around here, the easier it is going to be for you to get a little more sane consideration of what your problem was. But don't you worry your head over that now. When the time comes, just answer 'em and leave the rest to us. We know what we're doing." And so now, Clyde added, "You see, after meeting Miss X, I couldn't care for her so much that way any more, and so I tried not to go around her so much any more. But anyhow, it wasn't so very long after that before she got in trouble, and then, well, I see. And when was that, about?" "Along in the latter part of January last year." "And once that happened, then what? Did you or did you not feel that it was your duty under the circumstances to marry her?" "Well, no, not the way things were then. That is, if I could get her out of it, I mean." "And why not? What do you mean by as things were then?" "Well, you see, it was just as I told you. I wasn't caring for her any more, and since I hadn't promised to marry her, and she knew it, I thought it would be fair enough if I helped her out of it, and then told her that I didn't care for her as I once did." "But couldn't you help her out of it?" "No, sir, but I tried." "You went to that druggist who testified here?" "Yes, sir." "To anybody else?" "Yes, sir, to 7 others before I could get anything at all." "But what you got didn't help?" "No, sir." "Did you go to that young haberdasher who testified here as he said?" "Yes, sir." "And did he give you the name of any particular doctor?" "Well, yes, but I wouldn't care to say which one." "All right, you needn't. But did you send Miss Alden to any doctor?" "Yes, sir." "Did she go alone, or did you go with her?" "I went with her, that is, to the door." "Why only to the door?" Well, we talked it over, and she thought as I did, that it might be better that way. I didn't have any too much money at the time. I thought he might be willing to help her for less if she went by herself than if we both went together. I'll be damned if he isn't stealing most of my thunder, thought Mason to himself at this point. He's forestalling most of the things I intended to riddle him with. And he sat up, worried. Burley and Redmond and Earl Newcomb all now saw clearly what Jeffson was attempting to do. I see. And it wasn't by any chance because you were afraid that your uncle or Miss X might hear of it? Oh, yes, that is, we both thought of that and talked about it. She understood how things were with me down there. But not about Miss X. No, not about Miss X. And why not? Well, because I didn't think I could very well tell her just then. It would have made her feel too bad. I wanted to wait until she was all right again. And then tell her and leave her. Is that what you mean? Well, yes, if I still couldn't care for her any more. Yes, sir. But not if she was in trouble. Well, no, sir, not if she was in trouble. But you see, at that time I was expecting to be able to get her out of that. I see. But didn't her condition affect your whole attitude toward her? Cause you to want to straighten the whole thing out by giving up this Miss X and marrying Miss Alden? Well, no, sir, not then exactly. That is, not at that time. How do you mean, not at that time? Well, I did come to feel that way later, as I told you, but not then. That was afterwards, after we started on our trip to the Adirondacks. And why not then? I've said why. I was too crazy about Miss X to think of anything but her. You couldn't change even then. No, sir, I felt sorry, but I couldn't. I see. But never mind that now. I will come to that later. Just now, I want to have you explain to the jury, if you can, just what it was about this Miss X, as contrasted with Miss Alden, that made her seem so very much more desirable in your eyes. Just what characteristics of manner, or face, or mind, or position, or whatever it was that so enticed you. Or do you know? This was a question which both Belknap and Jeffson, in various ways and for various reasons, psychic, legal, personal, had asked Clyde before, and with varying results. At first, he could not and would not discuss her at all, fearing that whatever he said would be seized upon and used in his trial with the newspapers, along with her name. But later, when because of the silence of the newspapers everywhere in regard to her true name, it became plain that she was not to be featured, he permitted himself to talk more freely about her. But now here on the stand, he grew once more nervous and reticent. Well, you see, it's hard to say. She was very beautiful to me, much more so than Roberta, but not only that, she was different from anyone I had ever known, more independent, and everybody paid so much attention to what she did and what she said. She seemed to know more than anyone else I ever knew. Then she dressed awfully well, and was very rich and in society, and her name and pictures were always in the paper. I used to read about her every day when I didn't see her, and that seemed to keep her before me a lot. She was daring, too, not so simple or trusting as Miss Alden was, and at first it was hard for me to believe that she was becoming so interested in me. It got so that I couldn't think of anyone or anything else, and I didn't want Roberta any more. I just couldn't, with Miss X always before me. Well, it looks to me as if you might have been in love, or hypnotized at that, insinuated Jeffson at the conclusion of this statement, the tail of his right eye upon the jury. If that isn't a picture of pretty much all gone, I guess I don't know one when I see it. But with the audience and the jury as stony-faced as before, as he could see. But immediately thereafter, the swift and troubled waters of the alleged plot, which was the stern trail to which all of this was leading. Well now, Clyde, from there on, just what happened? Tell us now as near as you can recall. Don't shade it or try to make yourself look any better or any worse. She is dead, and you may be, eventually, if these 12 gentlemen here finally so decide. And at this an icy chill seemed to permeate the entire courtroom as well as Clyde. But the truth for the peace of your own soul is the best. And here Jeffson thought of Mason. Let him counteract that if he can. Yes, sir, said Clyde simply. Well then, after she got in trouble and you couldn't help her, then what? What was it you did? How did you act? By the way, one moment. What was your salary at that time? $25 a week. confessed Clyde. No other source of income? I didn't quite hear. Was there any other source from which you were obtaining any money at that time in any way? No, sir. And how much was your room? $7 a week? And your board? Oh, from 5 to 6. Any other expenses? Yes, sir, my clothes and laundry. You had to stand your share of whatever social doings were on foot, didn't you? Objected to as leading, called Mason. Objection sustained, replied Justice Oberwalzer. Any other expenses that you can think of? Well, there were car fares and train fares, and then I had to share in whatever social expenses there were. Exactly, cried Mason with great irritation. I wish you would quit leading this parrot here. I wish the Honorable District Attorney would mind his own business, snorted Jeffson, as much for Clyde's benefit as for his own. He wished to break down his fear of Mason. I'm examining this defendant, and as for parrots, we've seen quite a number of them around here in the last few weeks, and coached to the throat like schoolboys. That's a malicious lie, shouted Mason. I object and demand an apology. The apology is to me and this defendant, if your honor pleases, and will be exacted quickly if your honor will only adjourn this court for a few minutes. And then stepping directly in front of Mason, he added, and I will be able to obtain it without any judicial aid. Whereupon Mason, thinking he was about to be attacked, squared off, the while assistants and deputy sheriffs, the stenographers and writers, and the clerk of the court himself gathered round and seized the two lawyers, while Justice Oberwalzer pounded violently on his desk with his gavel. Gentlemen! Gentlemen! You are both in contempt of court, both of you! You will apologize to the court and to each other, or I'll declare a mistrial and commit you both for 10 days, and have you fined $500 each. With this he leaned down and frowned on both. And at once Jeffson replied, most suavely and ingratiatingly, Under the circumstances, your honor, I apologize to you and to the attorney for the people and to this jury. The attack on this defendant by the district attorney seemed too unfair and uncalled for. That was all. Never mind that, continued Oberwalzer. Under the circumstances, your honor, I apologize to you and to the counsel for the defense. I was a little hasty, perhaps. And to this defendant also, sneered Mason, after first looking into Justice Oberwalzer's angry and uncompromising eyes, and then into Clyde's, who instantly recoiled and turned away. Proceed, growled Oberwalzer sullenly. Now, Clyde, resumed Jeffson anew, as calm as though he had just lit and thrown away a match. You say your salary was $25, and you had these various expenses. Had you, up to this time, been able to put aside any money for a rainy day? No, sir, not much. Not any, really. Well then, supposing some doctor to whom Miss Alden had applied had been willing to assist her and wanted, say, $100 or so, were you ready to furnish that? No, sir, not right off, that is. Did she have any money of her own that you know of? None that I know of. No, sir. Well, how did you intend to help her, then? Well, I thought if either she or I found anyone, and he would wait and let me pay for it on time, that I could save and pay it that way, maybe. I see. You were perfectly willing to do that, were you? Yes, sir, I was. You told her so, did you? Yes, sir, she knew that. Well, when neither you nor she could find anyone to help her, then what? What did you do next? Well, then she wanted me to marry her. Right away? Yes, sir, right away. And what did you say to that? I told her I just couldn't then. I didn't have any money to get married on. And besides, if I did and didn't go away somewhere, at least until the baby was born, everybody would find out, and I couldn't have stayed there anyhow, and she couldn't either. And why not? Well, there were my relatives. They wouldn't have wanted to keep me any more, or her either, I guess. I see. They wouldn't have considered you fit for the work you were doing, or her either. Is that it? I thought so anyhow, replied Clyde. And then what? Well, even if I had wanted to go away with her and marry her, I didn't have enough money to do that, and she didn't either. I would have had to give up my place and gone and found another somewhere before I could let her come. Besides that, I didn't know any place where I could go and earn as much as I did there. How about hotel work? Couldn't you have gone back to that? Well, maybe, if I had had an introduction of some kind, but I didn't want to go back to that. And why not? Well, I didn't like it so much anymore. Not that kind of life. But you didn't mean that you didn't want to do anything at all, did you? That wasn't your attitude, was it? Oh, no, sir, that wasn't it. I told her right away if she would go away for a while she had her baby, and let me stay on there in Lycurgus, that I would try to live on less so I could give her all I could save until she was all right again. But not marry her. No, sir, I didn't feel that I could do that then. And what did she say to that? She wouldn't do it. She said she couldn't and wouldn't go through with it unless I would marry her. I see. Then and there? Well, yes, pretty soon, anyhow. She was willing to wait a little while, but she wouldn't go away unless I would marry her. And did you tell her that you didn't care for her any more? Well, nearly. Yes, sir. What do you mean by nearly? Well, that I didn't want to. Besides, she knew I didn't care for her any more. She said so herself. To you, at that time? Yes, sir, lots of times. Well, yes, that's true. It was in all of those letters of hers that were read here. But when she refused so flatly, what did you do then? Well, I didn't know what to do, but I thought maybe if I could get her to go up to her home for a while I tried and saved what I could, well, maybe, once she was up there and saw how much I didn't want to marry her. Clyde paused and fumbled at his lips. This lying was hard. Yes, go on. And remember, the truth, however ashamed of it you may be, is better than any lie. And maybe when she was a little more frightened and not so determined. Weren't you frightened too? Yes, sir, I was. Well, go on. That then, well, maybe if I offered her all that I had been able to save up to then, you see, I thought maybe I might be able to borrow some from someone too, that she might be willing to go away and not make me marry her. Just live somewhere and let me help her. I see. But she wouldn't agree to that? Well, no. Not to my not marrying her, no. But to going up there for a month, yes. I couldn't get her to say that she would let me off. But did you, at that or any other time before or subsequent to that, say that you would come up there and marry her? No, sir, I never did. Just what did you say then? I said that, as soon as I could get the money, stuttered Clyde at this point, so nervous and shamed was he, I would come for her in about a month, and we could go away somewhere until she was out of that. But you did not tell her that you would marry her. No, sir, I did not. But she wanted you to, of course. Yes, sir. Had you any notion that she could force you so to do at that time? Marry her against your will, I mean? No, sir, I didn't, not if I could help it. My plan was to wait as long as I could and save all the money I could, and then when the time came, just refuse, and give her all the money that I had, and help her all I could from then on. But you know, proceeded Jeffson, most suavely and diplomatically at this point, there are various references in these letters here which Miss Alden wrote you, and he reached over and from the district attorney's table picked up the original letters of Roberta and laid them solemnly in his hand, to a plan which you two had in connection with this trip, or at least that she seemed to think you had. Now, exactly what was that plan? She distinctly refers to it, if I recall all right, as our plan. I know that, replied Clyde, since for 2 months now he, along with Belknap and Jeffson, had discussed this particular question. But the only plan I know of, and here he did his best to look frank and be convincing, was the one that I offered over and over. And what was that? Why, that she go away and take a room somewhere, and let me help her, and come over and see her once in a while. Well, no, you're wrong there, returned Jeffson slyly. That isn't and couldn't be the plan she had in mind. She says in one of these letters that she knows it will be hard on you to have to go away and stay so long, or until she is out of this thing, but that it can't be helped. Yes, I know, replied Clyde, quickly and exactly as he had been told to do. But that was her plan, not mine. She kept saying to me most of the time that that was what she wanted me to do, and that I would have to do it. She told me that over the telephone several times, and I may have said all right, not meaning that I agreed with her entirely, but that I wanted to talk with her about it some more later." "I see. And so that's what you think, that she meant one thing and you meant another." "Well, I know I never agreed to her plan, exactly. That is, I never did any more than just ask her to wait and not do anything until I could get money enough together to come up there and talk to her some more and get her to go away, the way I suggested." "But if she wouldn't accede to your plan, then what?" "Well, then I was going to tell her about Miss X and beg her to let me go." "And if she still wouldn't?" "Well, then I thought I might run away, but I didn't like to think about that very much." "You know, Clyde, of course, that some here are of the opinion that there was a plot on your part which originated in your mind about this time to conceal your identity and hers, and lure her up there to one of those lone lakes in the Adirondacks, and slay her or drown her in cold blood, in order that you might be free to marry this Miss X. Any truth to that? Tell this jury. Yes or no, which is it?" "No, no, I never did plot to kill her or anyone," protested Clyde, quite dramatically, and clutching at the arms of his chair and seeking to be as emphatic as possible, since he had been instructed so to do. At the same time he arose in his seat and sought to look stern and convincing, although in his heart and mind was the crying knowledge that he had so plotted, and this it was that most weakened him at this moment, most painfully and horribly weakened him. The eyes of all these people, the eyes of the judge and jury, and Mason, and all the men and women of the press. And once more his brow was wet and cold, and he licked his thin lips nervously, and swallowed with difficulty because his throat was dry. And then it was piecemeal, and beginning with the series of letters written by Roberta to Clyde after she reached her home, and ending with the one demanding that he come for her, or she would return to Lycurgus and expose him, Jephson took up the various phases of the alleged plot and crime, and now did his best to minimize and finally dispel all that had been testified to so far. Clyde's suspicious actions in not writing Roberta. Well, he was afraid of complications in connection with his relatives, his work, everything. And the same with arranging to meet her in Fonda. He had no plan as to any trip with her anywhere in particular at the time. He only thought vaguely of meeting her somewhere, anywhere, and possibly persuading her to leave him. But July arriving and his plan still so indefinite, the first thing that occurred to him was that they might go off to some inexpensive resort somewhere. It was Roberta who in Utica had suggested some of the lakes north of there. It was there in the hotel, not at the railway station, that he had secured some maps and folders. A fatal contention in one sense, for Mason had one folder with a Lycurgus House stamp on the cover, which Clyde had not noticed at the time. And as he was so testifying, Mason was thinking of this. In regard to leaving Lycurgus by a back street, well, there had been a desire to conceal his departure with Roberta, of course, but only to protect her name and his from notoriety. And so with riding in separate cars, registering as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden, and so on indefinitely throughout the entire list of shifty concealments and evasions. In regard to the two hats, well, the one hat was soiled, and seeing one that he liked, he bought it. Then when he lost the hat in the accident, he naturally put on the other. To be sure, he had owned and carried a camera, and it was true that he had it at the Cranstons on his first visit there on the 18th of June. The only reason he denied having it at first was because he was afraid of being identified with this purely accidental death of Roberta in a way that would be difficult to explain. He had been falsely charged with her murder immediately upon his arrest in the woods, and he was fearful of his entire connection with this ill-fated trip, and not having any lawyer or anyone to say a word for him, he thought it best to say nothing, and so for the time being had denied everything, although at once, on being provided counsel, he had confided to his attorneys the true facts of the case. And so, too, with the missing suit, which, because it was wet and muddy, he had done up in a bundle in the woods, and after reaching the Cranstons had deposited it behind some stones there, intending to return and secure it and have it dry cleaned. But on being introduced to Mr. Belknap and Mr. Jephson, he at once told both, and they had secured it and had it cleaned for him. But now, Clyde, in regard to your plans and your being out on that lake in the first place, let's hear about that now. And then, quite as Jephson had outlined it to Belknap, came the story of how he and Roberta had reached Utica, and afterwards Grass Lake, and yet no plan. He intended, if worst came to worst, to tell her of his great love for Miss X and appeal to her sympathy and understanding, to set him free at the same time that he offered to do anything that he could for her. If she refused, he intended to defy her and leave Lycurgus, if necessary, and give up everything. But when I saw her at Fonda and later in Utica, looking as tired and worried as she was, and here Clyde was endeavoring to give the ring of sincerity to words carefully supplied him, and sort of helpless, I began to feel sorry for her again. Yes, and then what? Well, I wasn't quite so sure whether, in case she refused to let me off, I could go through with leaving her. Well, what did you decide then? Not anything just then. I listened to what she had to say, and I tried to tell her how hard it was going to be for me to do anything much, even if I did go away with her. I only had $50. Yes. And then she began to cry, and I decided I couldn't talk to her any more about it there. She was too run down and nervous. So I asked her if there wasn't any place she would like to go to for a day or two to brace herself up a little, went on Clyde. Only here, on account of the blackness of the lie he was telling, he twisted and swallowed in the weak, stigmatic way that was his, whenever he was attempting something which was beyond him, any untruth or a feat of skill, and then added, and she said yes, maybe to one of those lakes up in the Adirondacks. It didn't make much difference which one, if we could afford it. And when I told her, mostly because of the way she was feeling, that I thought we could, then you really only went up there on her account? Yes, sir, only on account of her. I see. Go on. Well, then she said if I would go downstairs or somewhere to get some folders, we might be able to find a place up there somewhere where it wasn't so expensive. And did you? Yes, sir. Well, and then what? Well, we looked them over and we finally hit on Grass Lake. Who did? The two of you, or she? Well, she took one folder and I took another, and in hers she found an ad about an inn up there where 2 people could stay for $21 a week, or $5 a day for the 2, and I thought that we couldn't do much better than that for one day. Was one day all you intended to stay? No, sir, not if she wanted to stay longer. My idea at first was that we might stay 1 or 2 days or 3. I couldn't tell, whatever time it took me to talk things out with her and make her understand and see where I stood. I see. And then? Well, then we went up to Grass Lake the next morning. In separate cars still? Yes, sir, in separate cars. And when you got there? Why, we registered. How? Clifford Graham and wife. Still afraid someone would know who you were? Yes, sir. Did you try to disguise your handwriting in any way? Yes, sir, a little. But just why did you always use your own initials? C.G. Well, I thought that the initials on my bag should be the same as the initials on the register, and still not be my name either. I see. Clever in one sense, not so clever in another. Just half clever, which is the worst of all. At this, Mason half rose in his seat as though to object, but evidently changing his mind, sank slowly back again. And once more Jephson's right eye swiftly and inquiringly swept to the jury on his right. Well, did you finally explain to her that you wanted to be done with it all as you had planned? Or did you not? I wanted to talk to her about it just after we got there, if I could, the next morning anyhow, but just as soon as we got off up there and got settled, she kept saying to me that if I would only marry her then, that she would not want to stay married long, that she was so sick and worried and felt so bad, that all she wanted to do was to get through and give the baby a name, and after that she would go away and let me go my way, too. And then? Well, and then we went out on the lake. Which lake, Clyde? Why, Grass Lake. We went out for a row after we got there. Right away? In the afternoon? Yes, sir. She wanted to go, and then while we were out there rowing around... He paused. Yes, go on. She got to crying again, and she seemed so much up against it and looked so sick and so worried that I decided that after all she was right and I was wrong, that it wouldn't be right, on account of the baby and all, not to marry her, and so I thought I had better do it. I see. A change of heart. And did you tell her that, then and there? No, sir. And why not? Weren't you satisfied with all the trouble you had caused her so far? Yes, sir. But you see, just as I was going to talk to her at that time, I got to thinking of all the things I had been thinking before I came up. What, for instance? Why, Miss X and my life in Lycurgus, and what we'd be up against in case we did go away this way. Yes. And, well, and then I couldn't just tell her then. Not that day, anyhow. Well, when did you tell her then? Well, I told her not to cry any more, that I thought maybe it would be all right if she gave me 24 hours more to think things all out, that maybe we'd be able to settle on something. And then? Well, then she said after a while that she didn't care for Grass Lake. She wished we would go away from there. She did? Yes. And then we got out the maps again, and I asked a fellow at the hotel there if he knew about the lakes up there. And he said of all the lakes around there, Big Bittern was the most beautiful. I had seen it once, and I told Roberta about it and what the man said, and then she asked why didn't we go there. And is that why you went there? Yes, sir. No other reason? No, sir, none, except that it was back or south, and we were going that way anyhow. I see. And that was Thursday, July 8th? Yes, sir. Well now, Clyde, as you have seen, it has been charged here that you took Miss Alden to and out on that lake with the sole and premeditated intent of killing her, murdering her, finding some unobserved and quiet spot, and then first striking her with your camera, or an oar, or club, or stone, maybe, and then drowning her. Now, what have you to say to that? Is that true, or isn't it? No, sir, it's not true, returned Clyde, clearly and emphatically. I never went there of my own accord in the first place, and I only went there because she didn't like Grass Lake. And here, because he had been sinking down in his chair, he pulled himself up and looked at the jury and the audience with what measure of strength and conviction he could summon, as previously he had been told to do. At the same time, he added, and I wanted to please her in any way that I could so that she might be a little more cheerful. Were you still as sorry for her on this Thursday as you had been the day before? Yes, sir. More, I think. And had you definitely made up your mind by then as to what you wanted to do? Yes, sir. Well, and just what was that? Well, I had decided to play as fair as I could. I had been thinking about it all night, and I realized how badly she would feel, and I too, if I didn't do the right thing by her, because she had said 3 or 4 times that if I didn't, she would kill herself. And I made up my mind that morning that whatever else happened that day, I was going to straighten the whole thing out. This was at Grass Lake. You were still in the hotel on Thursday morning? Yes, sir. And you were going to tell her just what? Well, that I knew that I hadn't treated her quite right, and that I was sorry. Besides, that her offer was fair enough, and that if after what I was going to tell her she still wanted me, I would go away with her and marry her. But that I had to tell her first the real reason for my changing as I had. That I had been, and still was in love with another girl, and that I couldn't help it. That probably whether I married her or not— Miss Alden, you mean? Yes, sir. That I would always go on loving this other girl, because I just couldn't get her out of my mind. But just the same, if that didn't make any difference to her, that I would marry her, even if I couldn't love her any more, as I once did. That was all. But what about Miss X? Well, I had thought about her, too, but I thought she was better off and could stand it easier. Besides, I thought perhaps Roberta would let me go, and we could just go on being friends, and I would help her all I could. Had you decided just where you would marry her? No, sir, but I knew there were plenty of towns below Big Bittern and Grass Lake. But were you going to do that without one single word to Miss X beforehand? Well, no, sir, not exactly. I figured that if Roberta wouldn't let me off, but didn't mind my leaving her for a few days, I would go down to where Miss X lived and tell her, and then come back. But if she objected to that, why, then I was going to write Miss X a letter and explain how it was, and then go on and get married to Roberta. I see. But, Clyde, among other bits of testimony here, there was that letter found in Miss Alden's coat pocket, the one written on Grass Lake Inn stationery and addressed to her mother, in which she told her that she was about to be married. Had you already told her up there at Grass Lake that morning that you were going to marry her for sure? No, sir. Not exactly, but I did say on getting up that day that it was the deciding day for us, and that she was going to be able to decide for herself whether she wanted me to marry her or not. Oh, I see. So that's it, smiled Jeffson, as though greatly relieved. And Mason and Newcomb and Burleigh and State Senator Redmond, all listening with the profoundest attention, now exclaimed, sotto voce and almost in unison, "Of all the bunk!" Well, now we come to the trip itself. You have heard the testimony here, and the dark motive and plotting that has been attributed to every move in connection with it. Now, I want you to tell it in your own way. It has been testified here that you took both bags, yours and hers, up there with you, but that you left hers at Gun Lodge when you got there, and took your own out on the lake in that boat with you. Now, just why did you do that? Please speak so that all of the jurymen can hear you. Well, the reason for that was, and here once more his throat became so dry that he could scarcely speak, we didn't know whether we could get any lunch at Big Bittern, so we decided to take some things along with us from Grass Lake. Her bag was packed full of things, but there was room in mine. Besides, it had my camera with the tripod outside. So I decided to leave hers and take mine. You decided? Well, I asked her what she thought, and she said she thought that was best. Where was it you asked her that? On the train coming down. And did you know then that you were coming back to Gun Lodge after going out on the lake? Yes, sir, I did. We had to. There was no other road. They told us that at Grass Lake. And in riding over to Big Bittern, do you recall the testimony of the driver who told you over, that you were very nervous, and that you asked him whether there were many people over there that day? I recall it, yes, sir, but I wasn't nervous at all. I may have asked about the people, but I can't see anything wrong with that. It seems to me that anyone might ask that. And so it seems to me, echoed Jephson. Then what happened after you registered at Big Bittern Inn and got into the boat and went out on the lake with Miss Alden? Were you or she especially preoccupied or nervous or in any state different from that of any ordinary person who goes out on the lake to row? Were you particularly happy or particularly gloomy or what? Well, I don't think I was especially gloomy. No, sir. I was thinking of all I was going to tell her, of course, and of what was before me either way she decided. I wasn't exactly gay, I guess, but I thought it would be all right whichever way things went. I had decided that I was willing to marry her. And how about her? Was she quite cheerful? Well, yes, sir. She seemed to feel much happier for some reason. And what did you talk about? Oh, about the lake first. How beautiful it was, and where we would have our lunch when we were ready for it. And then we rode along the west shore looking for water lilies. She was so happy that I hated to bring up anything just then, and so we just kept on rowing until about 2, when we stopped for lunch. And just where was that? Just get up and trace on the map with that pointer there, just where you did go and how long you stopped and for what. And so Clyde, pointer in hand and standing before the large map of the lake and region which particularly concerned this tragedy, now tracing in detail the long row along the shore, a group of trees, which, after having lunch, they had rowed to see, a beautiful bed of water lilies which they had lingered over, each point at which they had stopped, until reaching Moon Cove at about 5 in the afternoon, they had been so enchanted by its beauty that they had merely sat and gazed, as he said. Afterwards, in order that he might take some pictures, they had gone ashore in the woods nearby, he all the while preparing himself to tell Roberta of Miss X and ask her for her final decision. And then, having left the bag on shore for a few moments, while they rowed out and took some snapshots in the boat, they had drifted in the calm of the water and the stillness and beauty, until finally he had gathered sufficient courage to tell her what was in his heart. And at first, as he now said, Roberta seemed greatly startled and depressed, and began crying a little, saying that perhaps it was best for her not to live any longer, she felt so miserable. But afterwards, when he had impressed on her the fact that he was really sorry and perfectly willing to make amends, she had suddenly changed and begun to grow more cheerful, and then of a sudden, in a burst of tenderness and gratefulness, he could not say exactly, she had jumped up and tried to come to him. Her arms were outstretched, and she moved as if to throw herself at his feet or into his lap. But just then her foot or her dress had caught and she had stumbled, and he, camera in hand, a last-minute decision or legal precaution on the part of Jephson, had risen instinctively to try and catch her and stop her fall. Perhaps, he would not be able to say here, her face or hand had struck the camera. At any rate, the next moment, before he quite understood how it all had happened, and without time for thought or action, on his part or hers, both were in the water, and the boat, which had overturned, seemed to have struck Roberta, for she seemed to be stunned. I called her to try to get to the boat. It was moving away, to take hold of it, but she didn't seem to hear me or understand what I meant. I was afraid to go too near her at first because she was striking out in every direction, and before I could swim 10 strokes forward her head had gone down once, and come up, and then gone down again for a second time. By then the boat had floated all of 30 or 40 feet away, and I knew that I couldn't get her into that. And then I decided that if I wanted to save myself, I had better swim ashore. And once there, as he now narrated, it suddenly occurred to him how peculiar and suspicious were all the circumstances surrounding his present position. He suddenly realized, as he now said, how bad the whole thing looked from the beginning. The false registering, the fact his bag was there, hers not. Besides, to return now meant that he would have to explain it and it would become generally known, and everything connected with his life would go. Miss X, his work, his social position, all. Whereas if he said nothing, and here it was, and for the first time, as he now swore, that this thought occurred to him, it might be assumed that he too had drowned. In view of this fact, and that any physical help he might now give her would not restore her to life, and that acknowledgment would mean only trouble for him and shame for her, he decided to say nothing. And so, to remove all traces, he had taken off his clothes and wrung them out and wrapped them for packing as best he could. Next, having left the tripod on shore with his bag, he decided to hide that, and did. His first straw hat, the one without the lining, but about which absent lining he now declared he knew nothing, had been lost with the overturning of the boat, and so now he had put the extra one he had with him, although he had a cap which he also might have worn. He usually carried an extra hat on a trip, because so often, it seemed, something happened to one. Then he had ventured to walk south through the woods toward a railroad which he thought cut through the woods in that direction. He had not known of any automobile road through there then, and as for making for the Cranston so directly, he confessed quite simply that he would naturally have gone there. They were his friends, and he wanted to get off somewhere where he could think about this terrible thing that had descended upon him so suddenly out of a clear sky. And then, having testified to so much, and no more appearing to occur either to Jephson or himself, the former, after a pause, now turned and said, most distinctly and yet somehow quietly, "Now, Clyde, you have taken a solemn oath before this jury, this judge, all these people here, and above all your God, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You realize what that means, don't you?" "Yes, sir, I do." "You swear before God that you did not strike Roberta Alden in that boat?" "I swear I did not." "Or throw her into that lake?" "I swear it, I did not." "Or willfully or willingly in any way attempt to upset that boat, or in any other fashion bring about the death that she suffered?" "I swear it!" cried Clyde, emphatically and emotionally. "You swear that it was an accident, unpremeditated and undesigned by you?" "I do," lied Clyde, who felt that in fighting for his life he was telling a part of the truth, for that accident was unpremeditated and undesigned. It had not been as he had planned, and he could swear to that. And then Jephson, running one of his large strong hands over his face, and looking blandly and nonchalantly around upon the court and jury, the while he compressed his thin lips into a long and meaningful line, announced, "The prosecution may take the witness." End of Book 3, Chapter 24. Section 34 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 25. The mood of Mason throughout the entire direct examination was that of a restless harrier anxious to be off at the heels of its prey, of a foxhound within the last leap of its kill. A keen and surging desire to shatter this testimony, to show it to be from start to finish the tissue of lies, that in part at least it was, now animated him. And no sooner had Jephson concluded than he leaped up and confronted Clyde, who, seeing him blazing with this desire to undo him, felt as though he was about to be physically attacked. "Griffiths, you had that camera in your hand at the time she came toward you in the boat?" "Yes, sir." "She stumbled and fell and you accidentally struck her with it?" "Yes." "I don't suppose in your truthful and honest way you remember telling me there in the woods on the shore of Big Bittern that you never had a camera?" "Yes, sir, I remember that." And that was a lie, of course? Yes, sir. And told with all the fervor and force that you are now telling this other lie. I'm not lying. I've explained why I said that. You've explained why you said that. You've explained why you said that. And because you lied there, you expect to be believed here, do you? Belknap rose to object, but Jephson pulled him down. Well, this is the truth just the same. And no power under heaven could make you tell another lie here, of course. Not a strong desire to save yourself from the electric chair? Clyde blanched and quivered slightly. He blinked his red, tired eyelids. Well, I might maybe, but not under oath, I don't think. You don't think? Oh, I see. Lie all you want wherever you are, and at any time, and under any circumstances, except when you're on trial for murder. No, sir, it isn't that, but what I just said is so. And you swear on the Bible, do you, that you experienced a change of heart? Yes, sir. That Miss Alden was very sad, and that was what moved you to experience this change of heart? Yes, sir, that's how it was. Well now, Griffiths, when she was up there in the country and waiting for you, she wrote you all those letters there, did she not? Yes, sir. You received one on an average of every 2 days, didn't you? Yes, sir. And you knew she was lonely and miserable there, didn't you? Yes, sir, but then I've explained. Oh, you've explained. Did you mean your lawyers have explained it for you? Didn't they coach you day after day in that jail over there as to how you were to answer when the time came? No, sir, they didn't, replied Clyde defiantly, catching Jephson's eye at this moment. Well then, when I asked you up there at Bear Lake how it was that this girl met her death, why didn't you tell me then and save all this trouble and suspicion and investigation? Don't you think the public would have listened more kindly and believingly there than it will now, after you've taken 5 long months to think it all out with the help of 2 lawyers? But I didn't think it out with my lawyers, persisted Clyde, still looking at Jephson, who was supporting him with all his mental strength. I've just explained why I did that. You've explained? You've explained? Roared Mason, almost beside himself with the knowledge that this false explanation was sufficient of a shield or barrier for Clyde to hide behind whenever he found himself being too hard pressed, the little rat. And so now he fairly quivered with baffled rage as he proceeded. And before you went up, while she was writing them to you, you considered them sad, didn't you? Why, yes, sir. That is, he hesitated incautiously. Some parts of them, anyhow. Oh, I see. Only some parts of them now. I thought you just said you considered them sad. Well, I do. And did? Yes, sir, and did. But Clyde's eyes were beginning to wander nervously in the direction of Jephson, who was fixing him as with a beam of light. Remember her writing you this? And here Mason picked up and opened one of the letters and began reading. Clyde, I shall certainly die, dear, if you don't come. I am so much alone. I am nearly crazy now. I wish I could go away and never return or trouble you any more. But if you would only telephone me, even so much as once every other day, since you won't write, and when I need you, and a word of encouragement, so. Mason's voice was mellow. It was sad. One could feel, as he spoke, the wave of passing pity that was moving as sound and color, not only through him, but through every spectator in the high, narrow courtroom. Does that seem at all sad to you? Yes, sir, it does. Did it then? Yes, sir, it did. You knew it was sincere, didn't you? Snarled Mason. Yes, sir, I did. Then why didn't a little of that pity that you claim moved you so deeply out there in the center of Big Bittern move you down there in Lycurgus to pick up the telephone there in Mrs. Peyton's house, where you were, and reassure that lonely girl by so much as a word that you were coming? Was it because your pity for her then wasn't as great as it was after she wrote you that threatening letter? Or was it because you had a plot, and you were afraid that too much telephoning to her might attract attention? How was it that you had so much pity all of a sudden up at Big Bittern, but none at all down there at Lycurgus? Is it something you can turn on and off like a faucet? I never said I had none at all, replied Clyde defiantly, having just received an eye flash from Jephson. Well, you left her to wait until she had to threaten you because of her own terror and misery. Well, I've admitted that I didn't treat her right. Ha ha! Right. Right! And because of that admission, and in face of all the other testimony we've had here, your own included,
You expect to walk out of here a free man, do you?" Belknap was not to be restrained any longer. His objection came, and with bitter vehemence he addressed the judge. "This is infamous, Your Honor. Is the district attorney to be allowed to make a speech with every question?" "I heard no objection," countered the court. "The district attorney will frame his questions properly." Mason took the rebuke lightly and turned again to Clyde. "In that boat there in the center of Big Bittern, you have testified that you had in your hand that camera that you once denied owning?" "Yes, sir." "And she was in the stern of the boat?" "Yes, sir." "Bring in that boat, will you, Burton?" He called to Burley at this point, and forthwith 4 deputies from the district attorney's office retired through a west door behind the judge's rostrum, and soon returned carrying the identical boat in which Clyde and Roberta had sat, and put it down before the jury. And as they did so, Clyde chilled and stared. The identical boat! He blinked and quivered as the audience stirred, stared, and strained, an audible wave of curiosity and interest passing over the entire room. And then Mason, taking the camera and shaking it up and down, exclaimed, "Well, here you are now, Griffiths, the camera you never owned. Step down here into this boat, and take this camera here and show the jury exactly where you sat, and where Miss Alden sat, and exactly, if you can, how and where it was that you struck Miss Alden, and where and about how she fell." "Object!" declared Belknap. A long and wearisome legal argument, finally terminating in the judge allowing this type of testimony to be continued for a while at least, and at the conclusion of it, Clyde declaring, "I didn't intentionally strike her with it, though," to which Mason replied, "Yes, we heard you testify that way." Then Clyde stepping down, and after being directed here and there, finally stepping into the boat at the middle seat, and seating himself while 3 men held it straight. "And now, Newcomb, I want you to come here and sit wherever Miss Alden was supposed to sit, and take any position which she describes as having been taken by her." "Yes, sir," said Newcomb, coming forward and seating himself, while Clyde vainly sought to catch Jephson's eye, but could not, since his own back was partially turned from him. "And now, Griffiths," went on Mason, "just you show Mr. Newcomb here how Miss Alden arose and came toward you. Direct him." And then Clyde, feeling weak and false and hated, arising again and in a nervous and angular way, the eerie strangeness of all this affecting him to the point of unbelievable awkwardness, attempting to show Newcomb just how Roberta had gotten up and half walked and half crawled, then had stumbled and fallen. And after that, with the camera in his hand, attempting to show as nearly as he could recall how unconsciously his arm had shot out and he had struck Roberta, he scarcely knowing where. On the chin and cheek, maybe? He was not sure, but not intentionally, of course, and not with sufficient force really to injure her, he thought at the time. But just here a long wrangle between Belknap and Mason as to the competency of such testimony, since Clyde declared that he could not remember clearly. But Oberwalzer finally allowing the testimony on the ground that it would show, relatively, whether a light or heavy push or blow was required in order to upset anyone who might be lightly or loosely poised. "But how in heaven's name are these antics as here demonstrated on a man of Mr. Newcomb's build to show what would follow in the case of a girl of the size and weight of Miss Alden?" persisted Belknap. "Well then, we'll put a girl the size and weight of Miss Alden in here." And at once calling for Zillah Sanders and putting her in Newcomb's place. But Belknap nonetheless proceeding with, "And what of that? The conditions aren't the same. This boat isn't on the water. No 2 people are going to be alike in their resistance or their physical responses to accidental blows." "Then you refuse to allow this demonstration to be made?" This was from Mason, turning and cynically inquiring. "Oh, make it if you choose. It doesn't mean anything, though, as anybody can see," persisted Belknap suggestively. And so Clyde, under directions from Mason, now pushing at Zillah about as hard, he thought, as he had accidentally pushed at Roberta, and she falling back a little, not much, but in so doing being able to lay a hand on each side of the boat and so save herself. And the jury, in spite of Belknap's thought that his contentions would have counteracted all this, gathering the impression that Clyde, on account of his guilt and fear of death, was probably attempting to conjure something that had been much more viciously executed, to be sure. For had not the doctors sworn to the probable force of this and another blow on the top of the head? And had not Burton Burley testified to having discovered a hair in the camera? And how about the cry that woman had heard? How about that? But with that particular incident the court was adjourned for this day.
On the following morning at the sound of the gavel, there was Mason, as fresh and vigorous and vicious as ever, and Clyde, after a miserable night in his cell and much bolstering by Jephson and Belknap, determined to be as cool and insistent and innocent appearing as he could be, but with no real heart for the job, so convinced was he that local sentiment in its entirety was against him, that he was believed to be guilty, and with Mason beginning most savagely and bitterly. "You still insist that you experienced a change of heart, do you, Griffiths?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Ever hear of people being resuscitated after they have apparently drowned?" "I don't quite understand." "You know, of course, that people who are supposed to be drowned, who go down for the last time and don't come up, are occasionally gotten out of the water and revived, brought back to life by first aid methods, working their arms and rolling them over a log or a barrel. You've heard of that, haven't you?" "Yes, sir, I think I have. I've heard of people being brought back to life after they're supposed to be drowned, but I don't think I ever heard just how." "You never did?" "No, sir." "Or how long they could stay under water and still be revived?" "No, sir, I never did." "Never heard, for instance, that a person who had been in the water as long as 15 minutes might still be brought to?" "No, sir." "So it never occurred to you after you swam to shore yourself that you might still call for aid and so save her life even then?" "No, sir, it didn't occur to me. I thought she was dead by then." "I see. But when she was still alive out there in the water, how about that? You're a pretty good swimmer, aren't you?" "Yes, sir, I'd swim fairly well." "Well enough, for instance, to save yourself by swimming over 500 feet with your shoes and clothes on. Isn't that so?" "Well, I did swim that distance then. Yes, sir." "Yes, you did indeed, and pretty good for a fellow who couldn't swim 35 feet to an overturned boat, I'll say," concluded Mason. Here Jephson waved aside Belknap's suggestion that he move to have this comment stricken out. Clyde was now dragged over his various boating and swimming experiences, and made to tell how many times he had gone out on lakes in craft as dangerous as canoes and never had an accident. "The first time you took Roberta out on Crumb Lake was in a canoe, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir." "But you had no accident then?" "No, sir." "You cared for her then very much, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "But the day she was drowned in Big Bittern, in this solid, round-bottomed rowboat, you didn't care for her any more." "Well, I've said how I felt then." "And of course there couldn't be any relation between the fact that on Crumb Lake you cared for her, but on Big Bittern—" "I said how I felt then." "But you wanted to get rid of her just the same, didn't you? The moment she was dead to run away to that other girl. You don't deny that, do you?" "I've explained why I did that," reiterated Clyde. "Explain. Explained, and you expect any fair-minded, decent, intelligent person to believe that explanation, do you?" Mason was fairly beside himself with rage, and Clyde did not venture to comment as to that. The judge anticipated Jephson's objection to this, and bellowed, "Objection sustained." But Mason went right on. "You couldn't have been just a little careless, could you, Griffiths, in the handling of the boat and upset it yourself, say?" He drew near and leered. "No, sir, I wasn't careless. It was an accident that I couldn't avoid." Clyde was quite cool, though pale and tired. "An accident? Like that other accident out there in Kansas City, perhaps. You're rather familiar with accidents of that kind, aren't you, Griffiths?" queried Mason sneeringly and slowly. "I've explained how that happened," replied Clyde nervously. "You're rather familiar with accidents that result in death to girls, aren't you? Do you always run away when one of them dies?" "Object!" yelled Belknap, leaping to his feet. "Objection sustained," called Oberwalzer sharply. "There is nothing before this court concerning any other accident. The prosecution will confine itself more closely to the case at hand." "Griffiths," went on Mason, pleased for the way he had made a return to Jephson for his apology for the Kansas City accident, "when that boat upset after that accidental blow of yours, and you and Miss Alden fell into the water, how far apart were you?" "Well, I didn't notice just then." "Pretty close, weren't you? Not much more than a foot or two, surely, the way you stood there in the boat?" "Well, I didn't notice. Maybe that, yes, sir." "Close enough to have grabbed her and hung on to her if you had wanted to, weren't you? That's what you jumped up for, wasn't it, when she started to fall out?" "Yes, that's what I jumped up for," replied Clyde heavily. "But I wasn't close enough to grab her. I know I went right under, and when I came up she was some little distance away."
Well, how far exactly? As far as from here to this end of the jury box, or that end, or halfway, or what? Well, I say I didn't notice quite. About as far from here to that end, I guess, he lied, stretching the distance by at least 8 feet. Not really, exclaimed Mason, pretending to evince astonishment. This boat here turns over. You both fall in the water close together, and when you come up, you and she are nearly 20 feet apart. Don't you think your memory is getting a little the best of you there? Well, that's the way it looked to me when I came up. Well, now, after that boat turned over and you both came up, where were you in relation to it? Here is the boat now, and where were you out there in the audience, as to distance, I mean? Well, as I say, I didn't exactly notice when I first came up, returned Clyde, looking nervously and dubiously at the space before him. Most certainly a trap was being prepared for him. About as far from here to that railing beyond your table, I guess. About 30 to 35 feet, then, suggested Mason, slyly and hopefully. Yes, sir, about that, maybe. I couldn't be quite sure. And now, with you over there and the boat here, where was Miss Alden at that time? And Clyde now sensed that Mason must have some geometric or mathematic scheme in mind, whereby he proposed to establish his guilt, and at once he was on his guard, and looking in the direction of Jeffson. At the same time, he could not see how he was to put Roberta too far away either. He had said she couldn't swim. Wouldn't she be nearer the boat than he was? Most certainly. He leaped foolishly, wildly, at the thought that it might be the best to say that she was about half that distance, not more, very likely, and said so. And at once Mason proceeded with, Well, then she was not more than 15 feet or so from you or the boat. No, sir, maybe not. I guess not. Well, then, do you mean to say that you couldn't have swum that little distance and buoyed her up until you could reach the boat just 15 feet beyond her? Well, as I say, I was a little dazed when I came up, and she was striking about and screaming so. But there was that boat, not more than 35 feet away, according to your own story, and a mighty long way for a boat to move in that time, I'll say. And do you mean to say that when you could swim 500 feet to shore afterwards, that you couldn't have swum to that boat and pushed it to her in time for her to save herself? She was struggling to keep herself up, wasn't she? Yes, sir, but I was rattled at first, pleaded Clyde, gloomily, conscious of the eyes of all the jurors and all the spectators fixed upon his face. And, because of the general strain of his suspicion and incredulity now, focused as a great force upon him, his nerve was all but failing him, and he was hesitating and stumbling. I didn't think quite quick enough, I guess, what to do. Besides, I was afraid if I went near her. I know, a mental and moral coward, sneered Mason. Besides, very slow to think when it's to your advantage to be slow, and swift when it's to your advantage to be swift. Is that it? No, sir. Well then, if it isn't, just tell me this, Griffiths. Why was it, after you got out of the water a few moments later, you had sufficient presence of mind to stop and bury that tripod before starting through the woods, whereas when it came to rescuing her, you got rattled and couldn't do a thing? How was it that you could get so calm and calculating the moment you set your foot on land? What can you say to that? Well, I told you that afterwards I realized that there was nothing else to do. Yes, we all know about that. But doesn't it occur to you that it takes a pretty cool head after so much panic in the water to stop at a moment like that and take such a precaution as that? Burying that tripod? How was it that you could think so well of that, and not think anything about the boat a few moments before? Well, but you didn't want her to live in spite of your alleged change of heart. Isn't that it? Yelled Mason. Isn't that the black, sad truth? She was drowning, as you wanted her to drown, and you just let her drown. Isn't that so? He was fairly trembling as he shouted this, and Clyde, the actual boat before him, and Roberta's eyes and cries as she sank, coming back to him with all their pathetic and horrible force, now shrank and cowered in his seat, the closeness of Mason's interpretation to what had really happened terrifying him. For never, even to Jeffson and Belknap, had he admitted that when Roberta was in the water he had not wished to save her. Changelessly and secretively he had insisted he had wanted to, but that it had all happened so quickly, and he was so dazed and frightened by her cries and movements, that he had not been able to do anything before she was gone. I wanted to save her, he mumbled, his face quite gray.
But, as I said, I was dazed and... Don't you know that you're lying? Shouted Mason, leaning still closer, his stout arms aloft, his disfigured face glowering and scowling like some avenging nemesis or fury of gargoyle design. That you deliberately and with cold-hearted cunning allowed that poor, tortured girl to die there when you might have rescued her as easily as you could have swum 50 of those 500 feet you did swim in order to save yourself? For by now he was convinced that he knew just how Clyde had actually slain Roberta, something in his manner and mood convincing him, and he was determined to drag it out of him if he could. And although Belknap was instantly on his feet with a protest that his client was being unfairly prejudiced in the eyes of the jury, and that he was really entitled to, and now demanded, a mistrial, which complaint Justice Oberwalzer eventually overruled, still Clyde had time to reply, but most meekly and feebly, No, I didn't. I wanted to save her, if I could. Yet his whole manner, as each and every juror noted, was that of one who was not really telling the truth, who was really all of the mental and moral coward that Belknap had insisted he was, but worse yet, really guilty of Roberta's death. For after all, asked each juror of himself as he listened, why couldn't he have saved her if he was strong enough to swim to shore afterwards, or at least have swum to and secured the boat and helped her to take a hold of it? She only weighed 100 pounds, didn't she? Went on Mason feverishly. Yes, I think so. And you, what did you weigh at the time? About 140, replied Clyde. And 140-pound man, sneered Mason, turning to the jury, is afraid to go near a weak, sick, 100-pound little girl who is drowning for fear she will cling to him and drag him under, and a perfectly good boat, strong enough to hold 3 or 4 up within 15 or 20 feet. How's that? And to emphasize it and let it sink in, he now paused, and took from his pocket a large white handkerchief, and after wiping his neck and face and wrists, since they were quite damp from his emotional and physical efforts, turned to Burton Burley and called, You might as well have this boat taken out of here, Burton. We're not going to need it for a little while anyhow. And forthwith the 4 deputies carried it out. And then, having recovered his poise, he once more turned to Clyde and began with, Griffiths, you knew the color and feel of Roberta Alden's hair pretty well, didn't you? You were intimate enough with her, weren't you? I know the color of it, or I think I do, replied Clyde, wincing, an anguished chill at the thought of it affecting him most observably. And the feel of it, too, didn't you? Persisted Mason. In those very loving days of yours before Miss X came along, you must have touched it often enough. I don't know whether I did or not, replied Clyde, catching a glance from Jeffson. Well, roughly. You must know whether it was coarse or fine, silky or coarse. You know that, don't you? It was silky, yes. Well, here's a lock of it, he now added, more to torture Clyde than anything else, to wear him down nervously, and going to his table where was an envelope, and from it extracting a long lock of light brown hair. Don't that look like her hair? And now he shoved it forward at Clyde, who, shocked and troubled, withdrew from it as from some unclean or dangerous thing, yet a moment after sought to recover himself, the watchful eyes of the jury having noted all. Oh, don't be afraid, persisted Mason sardonically. It's only your dead lover's hair. And shocked by the comment, and noting the curious looks of the jury, Clyde took it in his hand. That looks and feels like her hair, doesn't it? Went on Mason. Well, it looks like it anyhow, returned Clyde shakily. And now here, continued Mason, stepping quickly to the table and returning with the camera, in between which the lid and the taking mechanism were caught, the 2 threads of Roberta's hair put there by Burley, and then holding it out to him. Just take this camera. It's yours, even though you did swear that it wasn't, and look at those 2 hairs there. See them? And he poked the camera at Clyde as though he might strike him with it. They were caught in there, presumably, at the time you struck her so lightly that it made all those wounds on her face. Can't you tell the jury whether those hairs are hers or not? I can't say, replied Clyde most weakly. What's that? Speak up. Don't be such of a moral and mental coward. Are they or are they not? I can't say, repeated Clyde, but not even looking at them. Look at them. Look at them. Compare them with these others. We know these are hers, and you know that these in this camera are, don't you? Don't be so squeamish. You've often touched her hair in real life. She's dead, they won't bite you. Are these two hairs, or are they not, the same as these other hairs here, which we know are hers? The same color, same feel, all? Look, answer. Are they or are they not? But Clyde, under such pressure and in spite of Belknap, being compelled to look and then feel them too, yet cautiously replying, I wouldn't be able to say. They look and feel a little alike, but I can't tell. Oh, can't you? And even when you know that when you struck her that brutal, vicious blow with that camera, these two hairs caught and held. But I didn't strike her any vicious blow, insisted Clyde, now observing Jeffson. And I can't say. He was saying to himself that he would not allow himself to be bullied in this way by this man, yet at the same time feeling very weak and sick. And Mason, triumphant because of the psychologic effect, if nothing more, returning the camera and the lock to the table and remarking, Well, it's been amply testified that those two hairs were in that camera when found in the water, and you yourself swear that it was last in your hand before it reached the water. He turned to think of something else, some new point with which to rack Clyde, and now began once more. Griffiths, in regard to that trip south through the woods, what time was it when you got to 3 Mile Bay? About 4 a.m, I think, just before dawn. And what did you do between then and the time that boat down there left? Oh, I walked around. In 3 Mile Bay? No, sir, just outside of it. In the woods, I suppose, waiting for the town to wake up so you wouldn't look so much out of place. Was that it? Well, I waited after the sun came up. Besides, I was tired and I sat down and rested for a while. Did you sleep well and did you have pleasant dreams? I was tired and I slept a little, yes. And how was it you knew so much about the boat and the time and all about 3 Mile Bay? Hadn't you familiarized yourself with this data beforehand? Well, everybody knows about the boat from Sharon to 3 Mile Bay around there. Oh, do they? Any other reason? Well, in looking for a place to get married, both of us saw it, returned Clyde shrewdly, but we didn't see that any train went to it, only to Sharon. But you did notice that it was south of Big Bittern? Why, yes, I guess I did, replied Clyde. And that road west of Gun Lodge led south toward it around the lower edge of Big Bittern? Well, I noticed after I got up that there was a road of some kind, or a trail anyhow, but I didn't think of it as a regular road. I see. How was it, then, that when you met those three in the woods, you were able to ask them how far it was to 3 Mile Bay? I didn't ask him that, replied Clyde, as he had been instructed by Jeffson to say. I asked him if they knew any road to 3 Mile Bay, and how far it was. I didn't know whether that was the road or not. Well, that wasn't how they testified here. Well, I don't care what they testified to. That's what I asked them just the same. It seems to me that according to you all the witnesses are liars, and you are the only truthful one in the bunch. Isn't that it? But when you reached 3 Mile Bay, did you stop to eat? You must have been hungry, weren't you? No, I wasn't hungry, replied Clyde simply. You wanted to get away from that place as quickly as possible. Wasn't that it? You were afraid that those 3 men might go up to Big Bittern, and having heard about Miss Alden, tell about having seen you. Wasn't that it? No, that wasn't it. But I didn't want to stay around there. I've said why. I see. But after you got down to Sharon, where you felt a little more safe, a little further away, you didn't lose any time in eating, did you? It tasted pretty good all right down there, didn't it? Oh, I don't know about that. I had a cup of coffee and a sandwich. And a piece of pie, too, as we've already proved here, added Mason. And after that you joined the crowd coming up from the depot as though you had just come up from Albany, as you afterwards told everybody. Wasn't that it? Yes, that was it. Well, now, for a really innocent man who only so recently experienced a kindly change of heart, don't you think you were taking an awful lot of precaution, hiding away like that and waiting in the dark and pretending that you had just come up from Albany? I explained all that, persisted Clyde. Mason's next tack was to hold Clyde up to the shame for having been willing, in the face of all that she had done for him, to register Roberta in 3 different hotel registers as the unhallowed consort of presumably 3 different men in 3 different days. Why didn't you take separate rooms? Well, she didn't want it that way. She wanted to be with me. Besides, I didn't have any too much money. Even so, how could you have so little respect for her there, and then be so deeply concerned about her reputation after she was dead that you had to run away and keep the secret of her death all to yourself, in order, as you say, to protect her name and reputation." "Your Honor," interjected Belknap, "this isn't a question, it's an oration." "I withdraw the question," countered Mason, and then went on. "Do you admit, by the way, that you are a mental and moral coward, Griffiths? Do you?" "No, sir, I don't." "You do not?" "No, sir." "Then when you lie and swear to it, you are just the same as any other person who is not a mental and moral coward, and deserving of all the contempt and punishment due a person who is a perjurer and a false witness. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir, I suppose so." "Well, if you are not a mental and moral coward, how can you justify your leaving that girl in that lake, after, as you say, you accidentally struck her, and when you knew how her parents would soon be suffering because of her loss, and not say a word to anybody, just walk off, and hide the tripod in your suit and sneak away like an ordinary murderer? Wouldn't you think that that was the conduct of a man who had plotted and executed murder and was trying to get away with it, if you had heard of it about someone else? Or would you think it was just the sly, crooked trick of a man who was only a mental and moral coward, and who was trying to get away from the blame for the accidental death of a girl whom he had seduced, and the news of which might interfere with his prosperity? Which?" "Well, I didn't kill her just the same," insisted Clyde. "Answer the question," thundered Mason. "I ask the court to instruct the witness that he need not answer such a question," put in Jephson, rising and fixing first Clyde and then Oberwalzer with his eye. "It is purely an argumentative one, and has no real bearing on the facts of this case." "I so instruct," replied Oberwalzer. "The witness need not answer." Whereupon Clyde merely stared, greatly heartened by this unexpected aid. "Well, to go on," proceeded Mason, now more nettled and annoyed than ever by this watchful effort on the part of Belknap and Jephson to break the force and significance of his each and every attack, and all the more determined not to be outdone. "You say you didn't intend to marry her if you could help it, before you went up there." "Yes, sir." "That she wanted you to, but you hadn't made up your mind?" "Yes." "Well, do you recall the cookbook and the salt and pepper shakers and the spoons and knives and so on that she put in her bag?" "Yes, sir, I do." "What do you suppose she had in mind when she left Bilt's, with those things in her trunk? That she was going out to live in some hall bedroom somewhere, unmarried, when you came to see her once a week or once a month?" Before Belknap could object, Clyde shot back the proper answer. "I can't say what she had in her mind about that." "You couldn't possibly have told her over the telephone there at Bilt's, for instance, after she wrote you that if you didn't come for her she was coming to Lycurgus, that you would marry her?" "No, sir, I didn't." "You weren't mental and moral coward enough to be bullied into anything like that, were you?" "I never said I was a mental and moral coward." "But you weren't to be bullied by a girl you had seduced." "Well, I couldn't feel then that I ought to marry her." "You didn't think she'd make as good a match as Miss X?" "I didn't think I ought to marry her if I didn't love her any more." "Not even to save her honor, and your own decency?" "Well, I didn't think we would be happy together then." "That was before your great change of heart, I suppose?" "It was before we went to Utica, yes." "And while you were still so enraptured with Miss X?" "I was in love with Miss X, yes." "Do you recall, in one of those letters to you that you never answered," and here Mason proceeded to take up and read from one of the first 7 letters, "her writing this to you: 'I feel so upset and uncertain about everything, although I try not to feel so, now that we have our plan and you are going to come for me as you said.' Now, just what was she referring to there when she wrote, 'now that we have our plan'?" "I don't know, unless it was that I was coming to get her and take her away somewhere temporarily." "Not to marry her, of course?" "No, I hadn't said so." "But right after that, in the same letter, she says, 'On the way up, instead of coming straight home, I decided to stop at Homer to see my sister and brother-in-law, since I am not sure now when I'll see them again, but I want so much that they shall see me respectable or never at all any more.' Now, just what do you suppose she meant by that word respectable? Living somewhere in secret and unmarried, and having a child while you sent her a little money, and then coming back, maybe, and posing as single or innocent or married and her husband dead, or what? Don't you suppose she saw herself married to you, for a time at least, and the child given a name? That plan she mentions couldn't have contemplated anything less than that, could it?" Well, maybe as she saw it, it couldn't, evaded Clyde. But I never said I would marry her. Well, we'll let that rest a minute, went on Mason doggedly. But now take this. And here he began reading from the 10th letter. It won't make any difference to you about your coming a few days sooner than you intended, will it, dear? Even if we have got to get along on a little less, I know we can. For the time I will be with you anyhow, probably no more than 6 or 8 months at the most. I agreed to let you go by then, you know, if you want to. I can be very saving and economical. It can't be any other way now, Clyde, although for your own sake I wish it could. What do you suppose all that means? Saving and economical? And not letting you go until after 8 months? Living in a hall bedroom and you coming to see her once a week? Or hadn't you really agreed to go away with her and marry her, as she seems to think here? I don't know unless she thought she could make me, maybe, replied Clyde, the while various backwoodsmen and farmers and jurors actually sniffed and sneered, so infuriated were they by the phrase make me, which Clyde had scarcely noticed. I never agreed to. Unless she could make you. So that was the way you felt about it, was it, Griffiths? Yes, sir. You'd swear to that about as quick as you would to anything else? Well, I have sworn to it. And Mason, as well as Belknap and Jephson and Clyde himself, now felt the strong public contempt and rage that the majority of those present had for him from the start, now surging and shaking all. It filled the room. Yet before him were all the hours Mason needed in which he could pick and choose at random from the mass of testimony as to just what he should quiz and bedevil and torture Clyde with next. And so now, looking over his notes, arranged fan-wise on the table by Earl Newcomb for his convenience, he now began once more with, Griffiths, in your testimony here yesterday, through which you were being led by your counsel, Mr. Jephson, at this Jephson bowed sardonically, you talked about that change of heart that you experienced after you encountered Roberta Alden once more at Fonda and Utica back there in July, just as you were starting on this death trip. Clyde's yes, sir, came before Belknap could object, but the latter managed to have death trip changed to trip. Before going up there with her, you hadn't been liking her as much as you might have. Wasn't that the way of it? Not as much as I had at one time, no, sir. And just how long, from when to when, was the time in which you really did like her, before you began to dislike her, I mean? Well, from the time I first met her until I met Miss X. But not afterwards? Oh, I can't say not entirely afterwards. I cared for her some, a good deal, I guess, but still not as much as I had. I felt more sorry for her than anything else, I suppose. And now, let's see. That was between December 1st last, say, and last April or May, wasn't it? About that time, I think. Yes, sir. Well, during that time, December 1st to April or May 1st, you were intimate with her, weren't you? Yes, sir. Even though you weren't caring for her so much. Why, yes, sir, replied Clyde, hesitating slightly, while the rurals jerked and craned at this introduction of the sex crime. And yet at nights, and in spite of the fact that she was alone over there in her little room, as faithful to you as you yourself have testified as anyone could be, you went off to dances, parties, dinners, and automobile rides while she sat there. Oh, but I wasn't off all the time. Oh, weren't you? But you heard the testimony of Tracy and Jill Trumbull, and Frederick Sells, and Frank Harriet, and Burchard Taylor on this particular point, didn't you? Yes, sir. Well, were they all liars, or were they telling the truth? Well, they were telling the truth as near as they could remember, I suppose. But they couldn't remember very well, is that it? Well, I wasn't off all the time. Maybe I was gone 2 or 3 times a week, maybe 4 sometimes, but not more. And the rest you gave to Miss Alden? Yes, sir. Is that what she meant in this letter here? And here he took up another letter from the pile of Roberta's letters, and opening it and holding it before him, read, Night after night, almost every night after that dreadful Christmas day when you left me, I was alone nearly always. Is she lying or isn't she? Snapped Mason fiercely, and Clyde, sensing the danger of accusing Roberta of lying here, weakly and shamefacedly replied, No, she isn't lying, but I did spend some evenings with her just the same. And yet you heard Mrs. Gilpin and her husband testify here that night after night from December 1st on, Miss Alden was mostly always alone in her room, and that they felt sorry for her,
and thought it so unnatural, and tried to get her to join them, but she wouldn't. You heard them testify to that, didn't you? Yes, sir. And yet you insist that you were with her some. Yes, sir. Yet at the same time loving and seeking the company of Miss X? Yes, sir. And trying to get her to marry you? I wanted her to, yes, sir. Yet continuing relations with Miss Alden when your other interests left you any time? Well, yes, sir. Once more hesitated Clyde, enormously troubled by the shabby picture of his character which these disclosures seemed to conjure, yet somehow feeling that he was not as bad, or at least had not intended to be, as all this made him appear. Other people did things like that too, didn't they? Those young men in Lycurgus society, or they had talked as though they did. Well, don't you think your learned counsel found a very mild term for you when they described you as a mental and moral coward? Sneered Mason, and at the same time from the rear of the long, narrow courtroom, a profound silence seeming to precede, accompany, and follow it, yet not without an immediate roar of protest from Belknap, came the solemn, vengeful voice of an irate woodsman. Why don't they kill the goddamn bastard and be done with him? And at once Oberwalzer gaveling for order, and ordering the arrest of the offender at the same time that he ordered all those not seated driven from the courtroom, which was done, and then the offender arrested and ordered arraigned on the following morning. And after that, silence, with Mason once more resuming. Griffiths, you say when you left Lycurgus you had no intention of marrying Roberta Alden unless you could not arrange in any other way. Yes, sir, that was my intention at that time. And accordingly you were fairly certain of coming back? Yes, sir, I thought I was. Then why did you pack everything in your room in your trunk and lock it? Well, that is, hesitated Clyde, the change coming so quickly and so entirely apart from what had just been spoken of before that he scarcely had time to collect his wits. Well, you see, I wasn't absolutely sure. I didn't know but what I might have to go whether I wanted or not. I see. And so if you had decided up there unexpectedly, as you did, and here Mason smirked on him as much as to say, you think anyone believes that? You wouldn't have had time to come back and decently pack your things and depart? Well, no, sir, that wasn't the reason either. Well, then, what was the reason? Well, you see, and here for lack of previous thought on this subject, as well as lack of wit to grasp the essentiality of a suitable and plausible answer quickly, Clyde hesitated, as everyone, first and foremost Belknap and Jephson, noted, and then went on. Well, you see, if I had to go away, even for a short time, as I thought I might, I decided that I might need whatever I had in a hurry. I see. You're quite sure it wasn't that in case the police discovered who Clifford Golden or Carl Graham were that you might wish to leave quickly? No, sir, it wasn't. And so you didn't tell Mrs. Peyton you were giving up the room either, did you? No, sir. In your testimony the other day, you said something about not having money enough to go up there and take Miss Alden away on any temporary marriage scheme, even one that would last so long as 6 months. Yes, sir. When you left Lycurgus to start on the trip, how much did you have? About $50. About 50? Don't you know exactly how much you had? I had $50. Yes, sir. And while you were in Utica and Grass Lake and getting down to Sharon afterwards, how much did you spend? I spent about $20 on the trip, I think. Don't you know? Not exactly. No, sir. Somewhere around $20, though. Well, now, let's see about that exactly if we can, went on Mason. And here, once more, Clyde began to sense a trap and grew nervous, for there was all that money given him by Sondra, and some of which he had spent, too. How much was your fare from Fonda to Utica for yourself? $1.25. And what did you have to pay for your room at the hotel at Utica for you and Roberta? That was $4. And of course you had dinner that night and breakfast the next morning, which cost you how much? It was about $3 for both meals. Was that all you spent in Utica? Mason was taking a side glance occasionally at a slip of paper on which he had some figures and notes, but which Clyde had not noticed. Yes, sir. How about the straw hat that it has been proved you purchased while there? Oh, yes, sir, I forgot about that, said Clyde nervously. That was $2. Yes, sir. He realized that he must be more careful. And your fares to Grass Lake were, of course, $5, is that right? Yes, sir. Then you hired a boat at Grass Lake. How much was that?
That was 35 cents an hour. And you had it how long? 3 hours. Making $1.05. Yes, sir. And then, that night at the hotel, they charged you how much? $5, wasn't it? Yes, sir. And then didn't you buy that lunch that you carried out in that lake with you up there? Yes, sir, I think that was about 60 cents. And how much did it cost you to get to Big Bittern? It was $1 on the train to Gun Lodge and $1 on the bus for the two of us to Big Bittern. You know these figures pretty well, I see. Naturally you would. You didn't have much money and it was important. And how much was your fare from 3 Mile Bay to Sharon afterwards? My fare was 75 cents. Did you ever stop to figure this all up exactly? No, sir. Well, will you? Well, you know how much it is, don't you? Yes, sir, I do. It is $24.65. You said you spent $20. But here's a discrepancy of $4.65. How do you account for it? Well, I suppose I didn't figure just exactly right, said Clyde, irritated by the accuracy of figures such as these. But now Mason, slyly and softly inquiring, Oh, yes, Griffiths, I forgot. How much was the boat you hired at Big Bittern? He was eager to hear what Clyde would have to say as to this, seeing that he had worked hard and long on this pitfall. That is, began Clyde, hesitatingly, for at Big Bittern, as he now recalled, he had not even troubled to inquire the cost of the boat, feeling as he did at the time that neither he nor Roberta were coming back. But now here and in this way, it was coming up for the first time. And Mason, realizing that he had caught him here, quickly interpolated a yes, to which Clyde replied, but merely guessing at that, Why, 35 cents an hour, just the same as at Grass Lake, so the boatman said. But he had spoken too quickly, and he did not know that in reserve was the boatman who was still to testify that he had not stopped to ask the price of the boat, and Mason continued, Oh, it was it? The boatman told you that, did he? Yes, sir. Well now, don't you recall that you never asked the boatman at all? It was not 35 cents an hour, but 50 cents. But of course you do not know that because you were in such a hurry to get out on the water, and you did not expect to have to come back and pay for it anyway. So you never even asked, you see? Do you see? Do you recall that now? And here Mason produced a bill that he had gotten from the boatman and waved it in front of Clyde. It was 50 cents an hour, he repeated. They charge more than at Grass Lake. But what I want to know is, if you are so familiar with these other figures, as you have just shown that you are, how comes it that you are not familiar with this figure? Didn't you think of the expense of taking her out in a boat and keeping the boat from noon until night? The attack came so swiftly and bitterly that at once Clyde was confused. He twisted and turned, swallowed, and looked nervously at the floor, ashamed to look at Jeffson, who had somehow failed to coach him as to this. Well, bawled Mason, any explanation to make as to that? Doesn't it strike even you as strange that you can remember every other item of all your expenditures, but not that item? And now each juror was once more tense and leaning forward, and Clyde, noting their interest and curiosity, and most likely suspicion, now returned. Well, I don't know just how I came to forget that. Oh no, of course you don't, snorted Mason. A man who is planning to kill a girl on a lone lake has a lot of things to think of, and it isn't any wonder if you forget a few of them. But you didn't forget to ask the purser the fare to Sharon once you got to 3 Mile Bay, did you? I don't remember if I did or not. Well, he remembers. He testified to it here. You bothered to ask the price of the room at Grass Lake. You asked the price of the boat there. You even asked the price of the bus fare to Big Bittern. What a pity you couldn't think to ask the price of the boat at Big Bittern. You wouldn't be so nervous about it now, would you? And here Mason looked at the jurors as much as to say, You see? I just didn't think of it, I guess, repeated Clyde. A very satisfactory explanation, I'm sure, went on Mason sarcastically, and then as swiftly as possible. I don't suppose you happen to recall an item of $13.20 paid for a lunch at the casino on July 9th, the day after Roberta Alden's death, do you or do you not? Mason was dramatic, persistent, swift, scarcely giving him time to think or breathe as he saw it. At this, Clyde almost jumped. So startled was he by this question and charge, for he did not know how they had found out about the lunch. And do you remember, too, went on Mason, that over $80 was found on you when you were arrested? Yes, I remember it now, he replied. As for the $80, he had forgotten, yet now he said nothing, for he could not think what to say. How about that? Went on Mason, doggedly and savagely. If you only had $50 when you left Lycurgus, and over $80 when you were arrested, and you spent $24.65 plus $13 for a lunch, where did you get that extra money from? Well, I can't answer that just now, replied Clyde, sullenly, for he felt cornered and hurt. That was Sondra's money, and nothing would drag out of him where he had gotten it. Why can't you answer it? Roared Mason. Where do you think you are, anyhow? And what do you think we are here for? To say what you will or will not answer. You are on trial for your life. Don't forget that. You can't play fast and loose with the law, however much you may have lied to me. You are here before these 12 men, and they are waiting to know. Now what about it? Where did you get that money? I borrowed it from a friend. Well, give his name. What friend? I don't care to. Oh, you don't? Well, you're lying about the amount of money you had when you left Lycurgus. That's plain. And under oath, too. Don't forget that. That sacred oath that you respect so much. Isn't that true? No, it isn't, finally observed Clyde, stung to reason by this charge. I borrowed that money after I got to 12th Lake. And from whom? Well, I can't say. Which makes the statement worthless, retorted Mason. Clyde was beginning to show a disposition to balk. He had been sinking his voice, and each time Mason commanded him to speak up and turn around so the jury could see his face, he had done so, only feeling more and more resentful toward this man who was trying to drag out of him every secret he possessed. He had touched on Sondra, and she was still too near his heart to reveal anything that would reflect on her. So now he sat staring down at the jurors somewhat defiantly, when Mason picked up some pictures. Remember these? He now asked Clyde, showing him some of the dim and watermarked reproductions of Roberta, besides some views of Clyde and some others, none of them containing the face of Sondra, which were made at the Cranstons on his first visit, as well as 4 others made at Bear Lake later, and with one of them showing him holding a banjo, his fingers in position. Recall where these were made? Asked Mason, showing him the reproduction of Roberta first. Yes, I do. Where was it? On the south shore of Big Bittern the day we were there. He knew that they were in the camera and had told Belknap and Jeffson about them, yet now he was not a little surprised to think that they had been able to develop them. Griffiths, went on Mason, your lawyers didn't tell you that they fished and fished for that camera you swore you didn't have with you before they found that I had it, did they? They never said anything to me about it, replied Clyde. Well, that's too bad. I could have saved them a lot of trouble. Well, these were the photos that were found in that camera, and that were made just after that change of heart you experienced, remember? I remember when they were made, Clyde replied sullenly. Well, they were made before you 2 went out in that boat for the last time, before you finally told her whatever it was you wanted to tell her, before she was murdered out there, at a time when, as you testified, she was very sad. No, that was the day before, defied Clyde. Oh, I see. Well, anyhow, these pictures look a little cheerful for one who was as depressed as you say she was. Well, but she wasn't nearly as depressed then as she was the day before, flashed Clyde, for this was the truth, and he remembered it. I see. But just the same, look at these other pictures. These 3 here, for instance. Where were they made? At the Cranston Lodge on 12th Lake, I think. Right. And that was June 18th or 19th, wasn't it? On the 19th, I think. Well now, do you recall a letter Roberta wrote you on the 19th? No, sir. You don't recall any particular one? No, sir. But they were all very sad, as you said. Yes, sir, they were. Well, this is that letter written at the time these pictures were made. He turned to the jury. I would like the jury to look at these pictures, and then listen to just one passage from this letter written by Miss Alden to this defendant on the same day. He has admitted that he was refusing to write or telephone her, although he was sorry for her, he said, turning to the jury. And here he opened a letter and read a long, sad plea from Roberta. And now here are 4 more pictures, Griffiths. And he handed Clyde the 4 made at Bear Lake. Very cheerful, don't you think? Not much like pictures of a man who has just experienced a great change of heart after a most terrific period of doubt and worry and evil conduct, and has just seen the woman whom he had most cruelly wronged, but whom he now proposed to do right by, suddenly drowned. They look as though you hadn't a care in the world, don't they? Well, they were just group pictures. I couldn't very well keep out of them. But this one in the water here, didn't it trouble you the least bit to go in the water the second or third day after Roberta Alden had sunk to the bottom of Big Bittern, and especially when you had experienced such an inspiring change of heart in regard to her? I didn't want anyone to know I had been up there with her. We all know about that. But how about this banjo picture here? Look at this. And he held it out. Very gay, isn't it? He snarled. And now Clyde, dubious and frightened, replied, But I wasn't enjoying myself just the same. Not when you were playing the banjo here? Not when you were playing golf and tennis with your friends the very next day after her death? Not when you were buying and eating $13 lunches? Not when you were with Miss X again, and where you yourself testified that you preferred to be? Mason's manner was snarling, punitive, sinister, bitterly sarcastic. Well, not just then, anyhow. No, sir. What do you mean, not just then? Weren't you where you wanted to be? Well, in one way I was, certainly, replied Clyde, thinking of what Sondra would think when she read this, as unquestionably she would. Quite everything of all this was being published in the papers each day. He could not deny that he was with her and that he wanted to be with her. At the same time, he had not been happy. How miserably unhappy he had been, enmeshed in that shameful and brutal plot. But now he must explain in some way so that Sondra, when she should read it, and this jury, would understand. And so now he added, while he swallowed with his dry throat and licked his lips with his dry tongue, But I was sorry about Miss Alden just the same. I couldn't be happy then. I couldn't be. I was just trying to make people think that I hadn't had anything to do with her going up there, that's all. I couldn't see that there was any better way to do. I didn't want to be arrested for what I hadn't done. Don't you know that this is false? Don't you know you are lying? Shouted Mason, as though to the whole world, and the fire and the fury of his unbelief and contempt was sufficient to convince the jury, as well as the spectators, that Clyde was the most unmitigated of liars. You heard the testimony of Rufus Martin, the second cook up there at Bear Lake? Yes, sir. You heard him swear that he saw you and Miss X at a certain point overlooking Bear Lake, and that she was in your arms, and that you were kissing her. Was that true? Yes, sir. And that exactly 4 days after you had left Roberta Alden under the waters of Big Bittern. Were you afraid of being arrested then? Yes, sir. Even when you were kissing her and holding her in your arms? Yes, sir, replied Clyde, drearily and hopelessly. Well, of all things, bawled Mason. Could you imagine such stuff being whimpered before a jury if you hadn't heard it with your own ears? Do you really sit there and swear to this jury that you could bill and coo with one deceived girl in your arms, and a second one in a lake 100 miles away, and yet be miserable because of what you were doing? Just the same, that's the way it was, replied Clyde. Excellent, incomparable, shouted Mason. And here he wearily and sighfully drew forth his large white handkerchief once more, and surveying the courtroom at large, proceeded to mop his face, as much as to say, Well, this is a task indeed, and then continuing with more force than ever. Griffiths, only yesterday on the witness stand you swore that you personally had no plan to go to Big Bittern when you left Lycurgus. No, sir, I hadn't. But when you two got in that room at the Renfrew Lodge in Utica, and you saw how tired she looked, it was you that suggested that a vacation of some kind, a little one, something within the range of your joint purses at the time, would be good for her. Wasn't that the way of it? Yes, sir, that was the way of it, replied Clyde. But up to that time you hadn't even thought of the Adirondacks, specifically. Well, no, sir, no particular lake, that is. I did think we might go to some summer place, maybe. There are mostly lakes around there, but not to any particular one that I knew of. I see. And after you suggested it, it was she that said that you had better get some folders or maps, wasn't it? Yes, sir. And then it was you that went downstairs and got them. Yes, sir. At the Renfrew house in Utica. Yes, sir. Not anywhere else by any chance? No, sir. And afterwards, in looking over those maps, you saw Grass Lake and Big Bittern and decided to go up that way. Was that the way of it? Yes, we did, lied Clyde, most nervously, wishing now that he had not testified that it was in the Renfrew house that he had secured the folders. There might be some trap here again. You and Miss Alden? Yes, sir. And you picked on Grass Lake as being the best because it was the cheapest. Wasn't that the way of it? Yes, sir, that was the way. I see. And now, do you remember these? He added, reaching over and taking from his table a series of folders, all properly identified as part and parcel of the contents of Clyde's bag at Bear Lake at the time he was arrested, and which he now placed in Clyde's hands. Look them over. Are those the folders I found in your bag at Bear Lake? Well, they look like the ones I had there. Are these the ones you found in the rack at the Renfrew house and took upstairs to show Miss Alden? Not a little terrified by the care with which this matter of folders was now being gone into by Mason, Clyde opened them and turned them over. Even now, because of the label of the Lycurgus house, Compliments of Lycurgus House, Lycurgus N.Y., was stamped in red very much like the printed red lettering on the rest of the folder, he failed to notice it at first. He turned and turned them over, and then, having decided that there was no trap here, replied, "Yes, I think these are the ones." "Well now," went on Mason slyly, "in which one of these was it that you found that notice of Grass Lake Inn and the rate they charged up there? Wasn't it in this one?" And here he returned the identical stamped folder, on one page of which, and the same indicated by Mason's left forefinger, was the exact notice to which Clyde had called Roberta's attention. Also in the center was a map showing the Indian chain together with 12th, Big Bittern, and Grass Lakes, as well as many others, and at the bottom of this map a road plainly indicated as leading from Grass Lake and Gun Lodge south past the southern end of Big Bittern to 3 Mile Bay. Now seeing this after so long a time again, he suddenly decided that it must be his knowledge of this road that Mason was seeking to establish, and a little quivery and creepy now, he replied, "Yes, it may be the one. It looks like it. I guess it is, maybe." "Don't you know that it is?" insisted Mason, darkly and dourly. "Can't you tell from reading that item there whether it is or not?" "Well, it looks like it," replied Clyde, evasively, after examining the item which had inclined him toward Grass Lake in the first place. "I suppose maybe it is." You suppose! Getting a little more cautious now that we're getting down to something practical. Well, just look at that map there again and tell me what you see. Tell me if you don't see a road marked as leading south from Grass Lake." "Yes," replied Clyde, a little sullenly and bitterly after a time, so flayed and bruised was he by this man who was so determined to harry him to his grave. He fingered the map and pretended to look as directed, but was seeing only all that he had seen long before there in Lycurgus, so shortly before he departed for Fonda to meet Roberta, and now here it was being used against him. "And where does it run, please? Do you mind telling the jury where it runs? From where to where?" And Clyde, nervous and fearful and physically very much reduced, now replied, "Well, it runs from Grass Lake to 3 Mile Bay." "And to what or near what other places in between?" continued Mason, looking over his shoulder. "Gun Lodge, that's all." "What about Big Bittern? Doesn't it run near that when it gets to the south of it?" "Yes, sir, it does here." "Ever notice or study that map before you went to Grass Lake from Utica?" persisted Mason, tensely and forcefully. "No, sir, I did not." "Never knew the road was on there?" "Well, I may have seen it," replied Clyde, "but if so, I didn't pay any attention to it." "And, of course, by no possible chance could you have seen or studied this folder and that road before you left Utica?" "No, sir, I never saw it before." "I see. You're absolutely positive as to that?" "Yes, sir, I am." "Well, then, explain to me, or to this jury if you can, and under your solemn oath which you respect so much, how it comes that this particular folder chances to be marked Compliments of the Lycurgus House, Lycurgus N.Y. And here he folded the folder, and presenting the back, showed Clyde the thin red stamp in between the other red lettering, and Clyde, noting it, gazed as one in a trance. His ultra-pale face now blanched gray again, his long thin fingers opened and shut, the red and swollen and weary lids of his eyes blinked and blinked to break the strain of this damning fact before him. "I don't know," he said, a little weakly, after a time. "It must have been in the Renfrew house rack." "Oh, must it? And if I bring 2 witnesses here to swear that on July 3rd, 3 days before you left Lycurgus for Fonda, you were seen by them to enter the Lycurgus house and take 4 or 5 folders from the rack there, will you still say that it must have been in the rack at the Renfrew house on July 6th? And as he said this, Mason paused and looked triumphantly about, as much as to say, "There, answer that if you can." And Clyde, shaken and stiff and breathless for the time being, was compelled to wait at least 15 seconds before he was able to sufficiently control his nerves and voice in order to reply, Well, it must have been. I didn't get it in Lycurgus. Very good. But in the meantime, we'll just let these gentlemen here look at this. And he now turned the folder over to the foreman of the jury, who in turn passed it to the juryman next to him, and so on, while a distinct whisper and buzz passed over the entire courtroom. And when they had concluded, and much to the surprise of the audience, which was expecting more and more attacks and exposures almost without cessation, Mason turned and explained, "That's all." And at once many of the spectators in the room beginning to whisper, "Trapped! Trapped!" And Justice Oberwalzer at once announcing that because of the lateness of the hour, and in the face of a number of additional witnesses for the defense, as well as a few in rebuttal for the prosecution, he would prefer it if the work for the day ended here, and both Belknap and Mason gladly agreeing. And Clyde, the doors of the courtroom being stoutly locked until he should be in his cell across the way, being descended upon by Kraut and Sissel, and by them led through and down the very door and stairs which for days he had been looking at and pondering about. And once he was gone, Belknap and Jephson looking at each other, but not saying anything, until once more safely locked in their own office, when Belknap began with, "Not carried off with enough of an air. The best possible defense, but not enough courage. It just isn't in him, that's all." And Jephson, flinging himself heavily into a chair, his overcoat and hat still on, and saying, "No, that's the real trouble, no doubt. It must have been that he really did kill her. But I suppose we can't give up the ship now. He did almost better than I expected at that." And Belknap adding, "Well, I'll do my final best and damnedest in my summing it up, and that's all I can do." And Jephson replying, a little wearily, "That's all right, Alvin. It's mostly up to you now. I'm sorry. But in the meantime, I think I'll go around to the jail to try and hearten him up a bit. It won't do to let him look too winged or lame tomorrow. He has to sit up and make the jury feel that he himself feels that he isn't guilty, whatever they think." And rising, he shoved his hands in the side pockets of his long coat, and proceeded through the winters dark and cold of the dreary town to see Clyde. End of Book 3, Chapter 25. Section 35 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 26. The remainder of the trial consisted of the testimony of 11 witnesses, 4 for Mason and 7 for Clyde. One of the latter, a Dr. A.K. Sword of Rehoboth, chancing to be at Big Bittern on the day that Roberta's body was returned to the boathouse, now declared that he had seen and examined it there, and that the wounds, as they appeared then, did not seem to him as other than such as might have been delivered by such a blow as Clyde admitted to having struck accidentally, and that unquestionably Miss Alden had been drowned while conscious, and not unconscious, as the state would have the jury believe, a result which led Mason into an inquiry concerning the gentleman's medical history, which, alas, was not as impressive as it might have been. He had been graduated from a second-rate medical school in Oklahoma, and had practiced in a small town ever since. In addition to him, and entirely apart from the crime with which Clyde was charged, there was Samuel Yearsley, one of the farmers from around Gun Lodge, who, driving over the road which Roberta's body had traveled in being removed from Big Bittern to Gun Lodge, now earnestly swore that the road, as he had noticed in driving over it that same morning, was quite rough, making it possible for Belknap, who was examining him, to indicate that this was at least an approximate cause of the extra severity of the wounds upon Roberta's head and face. This bit of testimony was later contradicted, however, by a rival witness for Mason, the driver for Lutz Brothers, no less, who as earnestly swore that he found no ruts or rough places whatsoever in the road. And again there were Liggett and Wiggum to say that insofar as they had been able to note or determine, Clyde's conduct in connection with his technical efforts for Griffiths and Company had been attentive, faithful, and valuable. They had seen no official harm in him. And then several other minor witnesses to say that insofar as they had been able to observe his social comings and goings, Clyde's conduct was most circumspect, ceremonious, and guarded. He had done no ill that they knew of. But alas, as Mason in cross-examining them was quick to point out, they had never heard of Roberta Alden, or her trouble, or even of Clyde's social relationship with her. Finally, many small and dangerous and difficult points, having been bridged or buttressed or fended against as well as each side could, it became Belknap's duty to say his last word for Clyde. And to this he gave an entire day, most carefully, and in the spirit of his opening address, retracing and emphasizing every point which tended to show how, almost unconsciously, if not quite innocently, Clyde had fallen into the relationship with Roberta which had ended so disastrously for both. Mental and moral cowardice, as he now reiterated, inflamed or at least operated on by various lacks in Clyde's early life, plus new opportunities such as previously had never appeared to be within his grasp, had affected his perhaps too pliable and sensual and impractical and dreaming mind. No doubt he had not been fair to Miss Alden. No question as to that, he had not. But on the other hand, and as had been most clearly shown by the confession which the defense had elicited, he had not proved ultimately so cruel or vile as the prosecution would have the public and this honorable jury believe. Many men were far more cruel in their love life than this young boy had ever dreamed of being, and of course they were not necessarily hung for that. And in passing technically on whether this boy had actually committed the crime charged, it was incumbent upon this jury to see that no generous impulse relating to what this poor girl might have suffered in her love relations with this youth be permitted to sway them to the belief or decision that for that this youth had committed the crime specifically stated in the indictment. Who among both sexes were not cruel at times in their love life, the one or the other? And then a long and detailed indictment of the purely circumstantial nature of the evidence, no single person having seen or heard anything of the alleged crime itself, whereas Clyde himself had explained most clearly how he came to find himself in the peculiar situation in which he did find himself. And after that, a brushing aside of the incident of the folder, as well as Clyde's not remembering the price of the boat at Big Bittern, his stopping to bury the tripod, and his being so near Roberta and not aiding her, as either being mere accidents of chance or memory, or, in the case of his failing to go to her rescue, of his being dazed, confused, frightened, hesitating fatally but not criminally at the one time in his life when he should not have hesitated. A really strong, if Jesuitical plea, which was not without its merits and its weight. And then Mason, blazing with his conviction that Clyde was a murderer of the coldest and blackest type, and spending an entire day in riddling the spider's tissue of lies and unsupported statements with which the defense was hoping to divert the minds of the jury from the unbroken and unbreakable chain of amply substantiated evidence, wherewith the prosecution had proved this bearded man to be the red-handed murderer that he was, and with hours spent in retracing the statements of the various witnesses, and other hours in denouncing Clyde, or retelling the bitter miseries of Roberta, so much so that the jury, as well as the audience, was once more on the verge of tears, and with Clyde deciding in his own mind, as he sat between Belknap and Jephson, that no jury such as this was likely to acquit him in the face of evidence so artfully and movingly recapitulated. And then Oberwalzer, from his high seat, finally instructing the jury, "Gentlemen, all evidence is, in a strict sense, more or less circumstantial, whether consisting of facts which permit the inference of guilt or whether given by an eyewitness. The testimony of an eyewitness is, of course, based on circumstances. If any of the material facts of this case are at variance with the probability of guilt, it will be the duty of you gentlemen to give the defendant the benefit of the doubt raised. And it must be remembered that evidence is not to be discredited or decried because it is circumstantial. It may often be more reliable evidence than direct evidence. Much has been said here concerning motive and its importance in this case, but you are to remember that proof of motive is by no means indispensable or essential to conviction. While a motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in fixing a crime, yet the people are not required to prove a motive. If the jury finds that Roberta Alden accidentally or involuntarily fell out of the boat, and that the defendant made no attempt to rescue her, that does not make the defendant guilty, and the jury must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if the jury finds that the defendant in any way, intentionally, there and then brought about or contributed to that fatal accident, either by a blow or otherwise, it must find the defendant guilty. While I do not say that you must agree upon your verdict, I would suggest that you ought not, any of you, place your minds in a position which will not yield, if after careful deliberation you find you are wrong." So Justice Oberwalzer, solemnly and didactically from his high seat to the jury. And then, that point having been reached, the jury rising and filing from the room at 5 p.m, and Clyde immediately thereafter being removed to his cell before the audience proper was allowed to leave the building. There was constant fear on the part of the sheriff that he might be attacked, and after that 5 long hours in which he waited, walking to and fro in his cell, or pretending to read or rest, The while Kraut or Sissel, tipped by various representatives of the press for information as to how Clyde took it at this time, slyly and silently remained as near as possible to watch. And in the meantime, Justice Oberwalzer and Mason and Belknap and Jeffson, with their attendants and friends, in various rooms of the Bridgeburg Central Hotel, dining and then waiting impatiently, with the aid of a few drinks, for the jury to agree, and wishing and hoping that the verdict would be reached soon, whatever it might be. And in the meantime, the 12 men, farmers, clerks, and storekeepers, recanvassing for their own mental satisfaction the fine points made by Mason and Belknap and Jeffson. Yet out of the whole 12, but one man, Samuel Upham, a druggist, politically opposed to Mason and taken with the personality of Jeffson, sympathizing with Belknap and Jeffson, and so pretending that he had doubts as to the completeness of Mason's proof, until at last, after 5 ballots were taken, he was threatened with exposure and the public rage, and obloquy which was sure to follow in case the jury was hung. "We'll fix you. You won't get by with this without the public knowing exactly where you stand." Whereupon, having a satisfactory drug business in North Mansfield, he at once decided that it was best to pocket this opposition to Mason and agree. Then 4 hollow knocks on the door leading from the jury room to the courtroom. It was the foreman of the jury, Foster Lund, a dealer in cement, lime, and stone. His great fist was knocking. And at that, the hundreds who had crowded into the hot, stuffy courtroom after dinner, though many had not even left, stirred from the half-stupor into which they had fallen. "What's that? What's happened? Is the jury ready to report? What's the verdict?" And men and women and children starting up to draw nearer the excluding rail, and the 2 deputies on guard before the jury door beginning to call, all right, as soon as the judge comes," and then other deputies hurrying to the prison over the way in order that the sheriff might be notified and Clyde brought over, and to the Bridgeburg Central Hotel to summon Oberwalzer and all the others. And then Clyde, in a half-stupor or dazed from sheer loneliness and killing suspense, being manacled to Kraut and led over between Slack, Sissel, and others. And Oberwalzer, Mason, Belknap, and Jeffson, and the entire company of newspaper writers, artists, photographers, and others, entering and taking the places that they had occupied all these long weeks. And Clyde winking and blinking as he was seated behind Belknap and Jeffson now, not with them, for as stoutly manacled as he was to Kraut, he was compelled to sit by him. And then Oberwalzer on the bench and the clerk in his place, the jury room door being opened and the 12 men filing solemnly in, quaint and varied figures in angular and for the most part much worn suits of the ready-made variety. And as they did so, seating themselves in the jury box, only to rise again at the command of the clerk, who began, "Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed on a verdict?" Yet without one of them glancing in the direction of either Belknap or Jeffson or Clyde, which Belknap at once interpreted as fatal. "It's all off," he whispered to Jeffson. "Against us, I can tell." And then Lund announcing, We find the defendant guilty of murder in the 1st degree." And Clyde, entirely dazed and yet trying to keep his poise and remain serene, gazing straight before him toward the jury and beyond, and with scarcely a blink of the eye. For had he not, in his cell the night before, been told by Jeffson, who had found him deeply depressed, that the verdict in this trial, assuming that it proved to be unfavorable, was of no consequence. The trial from start to finish had been unfair. Prejudice and bias had governed its every step. Such bullying and browbeating and innuendo as Mason had indulged in before the jury would never pass as fair or adequate in any higher court, and a new trial, on appeal, would certainly be granted, although by whom such an appeal was to be conducted he was not now prepared to discuss. And now, recalling that, Clyde saying to himself that it did not so much matter, perhaps, after all. It could not, really. Or could it? Yet think what these words meant in case he could not get a new trial. Death. That is what it would mean if this were final, and perhaps it was final. And then to sit in that chair he had seen in his mind's eye for so long, these many days and nights when he could not force his mind to drive it away. Here it was again before him, that dreadful, ghastly chair, only closer and larger than ever before, there in the very center of the space between himself and Justice Oberwalzer. He could see it plainly now. Squarish, heavy-armed, heavy-backed, some straps at the top and sides. God, supposing no one would help him now. Even the Griffiths might not be willing to pay out any more money. Think of that. The Court of Appeals to which Jeffson and Belknap had referred might not be willing to help him either. And then these words would be final. They would. They would. God! His jaws moved slightly, then set, because at the moment he became conscious that they were moving. Besides, at that moment Belknap was rising and asking for an individual poll of the jury, while Jeffson leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry about it. It isn't final. We'll get a reversal as sure as anything." Yet as each of the jurors was saying yes, Clyde was listening to them, not to Jeffson. Why should each one say that with so much emphasis? Was there not one who felt that he might not have done as Mason had said, struck her intentionally? Was there not one who even half believed in that change of heart which Belknap and Jeffson had insisted that he had experienced? He looked at them all, little and big. They were like a blackish-brown group of wooden toys with creamish-brown or old ivory faces and hands. Then he thought of his mother. She would hear of this now, for here were all these newspaper writers and artists and photographers assembled to hear this. And what would the Griffiths, his uncle and Gilbert, think now? And Sondra, not a word from her. And through all this he had been openly testifying, as Belknap and Jeffson had agreed that he must do, to the compelling and directing power of his passion for her, the real reason for all this. But not a word. And she would not send him any word now, of course, she who had been going to marry him and give him everything. But in the meantime the crowd about him silent, although, or perhaps because, intensely satisfied. The little devil hadn't gotten by. He hadn't fooled the 12 sane men of this county with all that bunk about a change of heart. What rot! While Jeffson sat and stared, and Belknap, his strong face written all over with contempt and defiance, making his motions, and Mason and Burley and Newcomb and Redmond thinly repressing their intense satisfaction behind masks preternaturally severe, the while Belknap continued with a request that the sentence be put off until the following Friday, a week hence, when he could more conveniently attend, but with Justice Oberwalzer replying that he thought not, unless some good reason could be shown. But on the morrow, if counsel desired, he would listen to an argument. If it were satisfactory, he would delay sentence. Otherwise, pronounce it the following Monday. Yet even so, Clyde was not concerned with this argument at the moment. He was thinking of his mother and what she would think, feel. He had been writing her so regularly, insisting always that he was innocent and that she must not believe all or even a part of what she read in the newspapers. He was going to be acquitted, sure. He was going to go on the stand and testify for himself. But now? Oh, he needed her now, so much. Quite everyone, as it seemed now, had forsaken him. He was terribly, terribly alone. And he must send her word, quickly. He must. And then, asking Jeffson for a piece of paper and a pencil, he wrote, "Mrs. Asa Griffiths, care of Star of Hope Mission, Denver, Colorado. Dear Mother, I am convicted. Clyde." And then handing that to Jeffson, he asked him, nervously and weakly, if he would see that it was sent right away. "Right away, son, sure," replied Jeffson, touched by his looks, and waving to a press boy who was near, and gave it to him, together with some money. And then, while this was going on, all the public exits being locked, until Clyde, accompanied by Sissel and Kraut, had been ushered through the familiar side entrance, through which he had hoped to escape. And with all the press and the public and the still remaining jury gazing, for even yet they had not seen enough of Clyde, but must stare into his face now to see how he was taking it. And because of the local feeling against him, Justice Oberwalzer, at Slack's request, holding court unadjourned until word was brought that Clyde was once more locked in his cell, whereupon the doors were reopened. And then the crowd surging out, but only to wait at the courtroom door in order to glimpse, as he passed out, Mason, who now, of all the figures in this case, was the true hero, the nemesis of Clyde, the avenger of Roberta. But he not appearing at first, but instead Jeffson and Belknap together, and not so much depressed as solemn, defiant, Jeffson in particular looking unconquerably contemptuous. Then someone calling, "Well, you didn't get him off, just the same," and Jeffson replying with a shrug of his shoulders, "Not yet, but this county isn't all of the law, either." Then Mason, immediately afterward, a heavy, baggy overcoat thrown over his shoulder, his worn soft hat pulled low over his eyes, and followed by Burley, Height, Newcomb, and others as a royal train, while he walked in the manner of one entirely oblivious of the meaning or compliment of this waiting throng. For was he not now a victor and an elected judge? And as instantly being set upon by a circling, huzzahing mass, the while a score of those nearest sought to seize him by the hand or place a grateful pat upon his arm or shoulder. "Hurrah for Orville! Good for you, Judge!" his new or fast-approaching title. "By God! Orville Mason, you deserve the thanks of this county. Hi-oh! Hey! Hey! 3 cheers for Orville Mason! and with that the crowd bursting into 3 resounding huzzas, which Clyde in his cell could clearly hear and at the same time sense the meaning of. They were cheering Mason for convicting him. In that large crowd out there was not one who did not believe him totally and completely guilty. Roberta, her letters, her determination to make him marry her, her giant fear of exposure, had dragged him down to this, to conviction, to death maybe, away from all he had longed for, away from all he had dreamed he might possess. And Sondra! Sondra! Not a word! Not a word! And so now, fearing that Kraut or Sissel or someone might be watching, ready to report even now his very gesture, and not willing to show after all how totally collapsed and despondent he really was, he sat down, and taking up a magazine, pretended to read, the while he looked far, far beyond it to other scenes, his mother, his brother and sisters, the Griffiths, all he had known. But finding these unsubstantiated mind visions a little too much, he finally got up, and throwing off his clothes, climbed into his iron cot. Convicted! Convicted! And that meant he must die! God! But how blessed to be able to conceal his face upon a pillow and not let anyone see, however accurately they might guess. End of Book 3, Chapter 26. Section 36 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Section 27. The dreary aftermath of a great contest and a great failure, with the general public from coast to coast, in view of this stern local interpretation of the tragedy, firmly convinced that Clyde was guilty, and, as heralded by the newspapers everywhere, that he had been properly convicted. The pathos of that poor little murdered country girl, her sad letters, how she must have suffered, that weak defense! Even the Griffiths of Denver were so shaken by the evidence as the trial had progressed that they scarcely dared read the papers openly, one to the other, but for the most part read of it separately and alone, whispering together afterwards of the damning, awful deluge of circumstantial evidence. Yet, after reading Belknap's speech and Clyde's own testimony, this little family group that had struggled along together for so long, coming to believe in their own son and brother, in spite of all they had previously read against him, and because of this, during the trial as well as afterwards, writing him cheerful and hopeful letters, based frequently on letters from him in which he insisted over and over again that he was not guilty. Yet once convicted, and out of the depths of his despair writing his mother as he did, and the papers confirming it, absolute consternation in the Griffiths family. For was not this proof? Or was it? All the papers seemed to think so, and they rushed reporters to Mrs. Griffiths, who, together with her little brood, had sought refuge from the unbearable publicity in a remote part of Denver entirely removed from the mission world. A venal moving van company had revealed her address. And now this American witness to the rule of God upon earth, sitting in a chair in her shabby, nondescript apartment, hard-pressed for the very means to sustain herself, degraded by the milling forces of life and the fell and brutal blows of chance, yet serene in her trust, and declaring, "I cannot think this morning. I seem numb and things look strange to me. My boy found guilty of murder, but I am his mother and I am not convinced of his guilt by any means. He has written me that he is not guilty, and I believe him. And to whom should he turn with the truth and for trust, if not to me? But there is he who sees all things and who knows." At the same time, there was so much in the long stream of evidence, as well as Clyde's first folly in Kansas City, that had caused her to wonder, and fear. Why was he unable to explain that folder? Why couldn't he have gone to the girl's aid when he could swim so well? And why did he proceed so swiftly to the mysterious Miss X, whoever she was? Oh, surely, surely, she was not going to be compelled, in spite of all her faith, to believe that her eldest, the most ambitious and hopeful, if restless, of all of her children, was guilty of such a crime. No! She could not doubt him, even now. Under the merciful direction of a living God, was it not evil in a mother to believe evil of a child, however dread his erring ways might have been? In the silence of the different rooms of the mission, before she had been compelled to remove from there, because of curious and troublesome visitors, had she not stood many times in the center of one of those miserable rooms while sweeping and dusting, free from the eye of any observer, her head thrown back, her eyes closed, her strong brown face molded in homely and yet convinced and earnest lines, a figure of the early biblical days of her 6,000-year-old world, and earnestly directing her thoughts to that imaginary throne which she saw as occupied by the living, giant mind and body of the living God, her Creator, and praying by the quarter and the half hour that she be given strength and understanding and guidance to know of her son's innocence or guilt, and if innocent, that this searing burden of suffering be lifted from him and her and all those dear to him and her, or if guilty, she be shown how to do, how to endure the while he be shown how to wash from his immortal soul for ever the horror of the thing he had done, make himself once more, if possible, white before the Lord. Thou art mighty, O God, and there is none beside thee. Behold, to thee all things are possible. In thy favor is life. Have mercy, O God. Though his sins be as scarlet, make him white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, make them as wool. Yet in her then, and as she prayed, was the wisdom of Eve in regard to the daughters of Eve. That girl whom Clyde was alleged to have slain, what about her? Had she not sinned too? And was she not older than Clyde? The papers said so. Examining the letters, line by line, she was moved by their pathos, and was intensely and pathetically grieved for the misery that had befallen the Aldens. Nevertheless, as a mother and a woman full of the wisdom of ancient Eve, she saw how Roberta herself must have consented, how the lure of her must have aided in the weakening and betrayal of her son. A strong, good girl would not have consented, could not have. How many confessions about the same thing had she not heard in the mission and at street meetings? And might it not be said in Clyde's favor, as in the very beginning of life in the Garden of Eden, "The woman tempted me"? Truly, and because of that. "His mercy endureth forever," she quoted. And if his mercy endureth, must that of Clyde's mother be less? "If ye have faith so much as the grain of a mustard seed," she quoted to herself, and now, in the face of these importuning reporters, added, "Did my son kill her? That is the question. Nothing else matters in the eyes of our Maker." And she looked at the sophisticated, callous youths with the look of one who was sure that her God would make them understand. And even so, they were impressed by her profound sincerity and faith. Whether or not the jury has found him guilty or innocent is neither here nor there in the eyes of him who holds the stars in the hollow of his hand. The jury's finding is of men. It is of the earth's earthy. I have read his lawyer's plea. My son himself has told me in his letters that he is not guilty. I believe my son. I am convinced that he is innocent. And Asa, in another corner of the room, saying little. Because of his lack of comprehension of the actualities, as well as his lack of experience of the stern and motivating forces of passion, he was unable to grasp even a tithe of the meaning of this. He had never understood Clyde, or his lax, or his feverish imaginings, so he said, and preferred not to discuss him. "But," continued Mrs. Griffiths, "at no time have I shielded Clyde in his sin against Roberta Alden. He did wrong, but she did wrong too in not resisting him. There can be no compromising with sin in anyone. And though my heart goes out in sympathy and love to the bleeding heart of her dear mother and father who have suffered so, still we must not fail to see that this sin was mutual, and that the world should know and judge accordingly. Not that I want to shield him," she repeated. "He should have remembered the teachings of his youth." And here her lips compressed in a sad and somewhat critical misery. "But I have read her letters too, and I feel that but for them the prosecuting attorney would have had no real case against my son. He used them to work on the emotions of the jury." She got up, tried as by fire, and exclaimed, tensely and beautifully, "But he is my son. He has just been convicted. I must think as a mother how to help him, however I feel as to his sin." She gripped her hands together, and even the reporters were touched by her misery. "I must go to him. I should have gone before. I see it now." She paused, discovering herself to be addressing her inmost agony, need, fear to these public ears and voices, which might in no wise understand or care. "Some people wonder," now interrupted one of these same, a most practical and emotionally calloused youth of Clyde's own age, "why you weren't there during the trial. Didn't you have the money to go?" "I had no money," she replied simply. "Not enough, anyhow. And besides, they advised me not to come, that they did not need me. But now I must go. In some way. I must find out how." She went to a small, shabby desk, which was a part of the sparse and colorless equipment of the room. "You boys are going downtown," she said. "Would one of you send a telegram for me if I give you the money?" "Sure," exclaimed the one who had asked her the rudest question. "Give it to me. You don't need any money. I'll have the paper send it." Also, as he thought, he would write it up, or in, as a part of his story. She seated herself at the yellow and scratched desk, and after finding a small pad and pen, she wrote, "Clyde, trust in God. All things are possible to him. Appeal at once. Read Psalms 51. Another trial will prove your innocence. We will come to you soon. Father and Mother." "Perhaps I had just better give you the money," she added nervously, wondering whether it would be well to permit a newspaper to pay for this, and wondering at the same time if Clyde's uncle would be willing to pay for an appeal. It might cost a great deal. Then she added, "It's rather long." "Oh, don't bother about that," exclaimed another of the trio, who was anxious to read the telegram. "Write all you want. We'll see that it goes." "I want a copy of that," added the third, in a sharp and uncompromising tone, seeing that the first reporter was proceeding to take and pocket the message. "This isn't private. I get it from you or her. Now." And at this, number one, in order to avoid a scene, which Mrs. Griffiths, in her slow way, was beginning to sense, extracted the slip from his pocket and turned it over to the others, who there and then proceeded to copy it. At the same time that this was going on, the Griffiths of Lycurgus, having been consulted as to the wisdom and cost of a new trial, disclosed themselves as by no means interested, let alone convinced, that an appeal, at least at their expense, was justified. The torture and socially, if not commercially, destroying force of all this, every hour of it a Golgotha, Bella and her social future, to say nothing of Gilbert and his, completely overcast and charred by this awful public picture of the plot and crime that one of their immediate blood had conceived and executed. Samuel Griffiths himself, as well as his wife, fairly macerated by this blasting flash from his well-intentioned, though seemingly impractical and nonsensical good deed. Had not a long, practical struggle with life taught him that sentiment in business was folly? Up to the hour he had met Clyde, he had never allowed it to introduce him in any way. But his mistaken notion that his youngest brother had been unfairly dealt with by their father. And now this! This! His wife and daughter compelled to remove from the scene of their happiest years and comforts and live as exiles, perhaps forever, in one of the suburbs of Boston or elsewhere, and forever endure the eyes and sympathy of their friends. And himself and Gilbert almost steadily conferring ever since as to the wisdom of uniting the business in stock form with some of the others of Lycurgus or elsewhere, or, if not that, of transferring, not by degrees but speedily, to either Rochester or Buffalo or Boston or Brooklyn, where a main plant might be erected. The disgrace of this could only be overcome by absenting themselves from Lycurgus and all that it represented to them. They must begin life all over again, socially at least. That did not mean so much to himself or his wife. Their day was about over anyhow. But Bella and Gilbert and Myra, how to rehabilitate them in some way, somewhere? And so, even before the trial was finished, a decision on the part of Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths to remove the business to South Boston, where they might decently submerge themselves until the misery and shame of this had in part at least been forgotten. And because of this, further aid to Clyde absolutely refused, and Belknap and Jephson then sitting down together to consider. For obviously, their time being as valuable as it was, devoted hitherto to the most successful practice in Bridgeburg, and with many matters waiting on account of the pressure of this particular case, they were by no means persuaded that either their practical self-interest or their charity permitted or demanded their assisting Clyde without further recompense. In fact, the expense of appealing this case was going to be considerable, as they saw it. The record was enormous. The briefs would be large and expensive, and the state's allowance for them was pitifully small. At the same time, as Jephson pointed out, it was folly to assume that the Western Griffiths might not be able to do anything at all. Had they not been identified with religious and charitable work this long while? And was it not possible the tragedy of Clyde's present predicament pointed out to them that they might, through appeals of various kinds, raise at least sufficient money to defray the actual costs of such an appeal? Of course, they had not aided Clyde up to the present time, but that was because his mother had been notified that she was not needed. It was different now. "Better wire her to come on," suggested Jephson practically. "We can get Oberwalzer to set the sentence over until the 10th if we say that she's trying to come on here. Besides, just tell her to do it, and if she says she can't, we'll see about the money then. But she'll be likely to get it, and maybe some towards the appeal, too." And forthwith a telegram and a letter to Mrs. Griffiths, saying that as yet no word had been said to Clyde, but nonetheless his Lycurgus relatives had declined to assist him further in any way. Besides, he was to be sentenced not later than the 10th, and for his own future welfare it was necessary that someone, preferably herself, appear.
also that funds to cover the cost of an appeal be raised, or at least the same guaranteed. And then Mrs. Griffiths, on her knees, praying to her God to help her. Here, now, he must show his almighty hand, his never-failing mercy. Enlightenment and help must come from somewhere. Otherwise, how was she to get the fare, let alone raise money for Clyde's appeal? Yet as she prayed, on her knees, a thought. The newspapers had been hounding her for interviews. They had followed her here and there. Why had she not gone to her son's aid? What did she think of this? What of that? And now, she said to herself, why should she not go to the editor of one of the great papers, so anxious to question her always, and tell him how great was her need? Also that if he would help her to reach her son in time to be with him on the day of sentence, that she, his mother, would report the same for him. These papers were sending their reporters here, there, even to the trial, as she had read. Why not her, his mother? Could she not speak and write too? And how many, many tracts had she not composed? And so now to her feet, only to sink once more on her knees. "Thou hast answered me, O my God!" she exclaimed. Then, rising, she got out her ancient brown coat, the commonplace brown bonnet with strings, based on some mood in regard to religious livery, and at once proceeded to the largest and most important newspaper. And because of the notoriety of her son's trial, she was shown directly to the managing editor, who was as much interested as she was impressed, and who listened to her with respect and sympathy. He understood her situation, and was under the impression that the paper would be interested in this. He disappeared for a few moments, then returned. She would be employed as a correspondent for a period of 3 weeks, and after that until further notice. Her expenses to and fro would be covered. An assistant, into whose hands he would now deliver her, would instruct her as to the method of preparing and filing her communications. He would also provide her with some ready cash. She might even leave tonight if she chose. The sooner, the better. The paper would like a photograph or two before she left. But as he talked, and as he noticed, her eyes were closed, her head back. She was offering thanks to the God who had thus directly answered her plea. End of Book 3, Chapter 27. Section 37 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 28. Bridgeburg and the slow train that set down a tired, distrait woman at its depot after midnight on the 8th of December. Bitter cold and bright stars. A lone depot assistant who on inquiry directed her to the Bridgeburg Central House, straight up the street which now faced her, then 2 blocks to her left after she reached the second street. The sleepy night clerk of the Central House providing her instantly with a room, and, once he knew who she was, directing her to the county jail. But she deciding after due rumination that now was not the hour. He might be sleeping. She would go to bed and rise early in the morning. She had sent him various telegrams. He knew that she was coming. But as early as 7 in the morning, rising, and by 8 appearing at the jail, letters, telegrams, and credentials in hand. And the jail officials, after examining the letters she carried and being convinced of her identity, notifying Clyde of her presence. And he, depressed and forlorn, on hearing this news, welcoming the thought of her as much as at first he had dreaded her coming. For now things were different. All the long, grim story had been told. And because of the plausible explanation which Jeffson had provided him, he could face her perhaps and say without a quaver that it was true, that he had not plotted to kill Roberta, that he had not willingly left her to die in the water. And then hurrying down to the visitor's room, where, by the courtesy of Slack, he was permitted to talk with his mother alone. On seeing her rise at his entrance and hurrying to her, his troubled, intricate soul not a little dubious, yet confident also that it was to find sanctuary, sympathy, help, perhaps, and that without a criticism, in her heart, and exclaiming with difficulty, as a lump thickened in his throat, "Gee, Ma, I'm glad you've come." But she too moved for words, her condemned boy in her arms, merely drawing his head to her shoulder and then looking up. The Lord God had vouchsafed her this much. Why not more? The ultimate freedom of her son, or if not that, at least a new trial, a fair consideration of the evidence in his favor, which had not been had yet, of course. And so they stood for several moments. Then news of home, the reason for her presence, her duty as a correspondent to interview him, later to appear with him in court at the hour of his sentence, a situation over which Clyde winced. Yet now, as he heard from her, his future was likely to depend on her efforts alone. The Lycurgus Griffiths, for reasons of their own, had decided not to aid him further. But she,
if she were but able to face the world with a sound claim, might still aid him. Had not the Lord aided her thus far? Yet to face the world and the Lord with her just plea, she must now know from him, now, the truth as to whether he had intentionally or unintentionally struck Roberta, whether intentionally or unintentionally he had left her to die. She had read the evidence in his letters and had noted all the defects in his testimony. But were those things as contended by Mason true or false? Clyde, now as always overawed and thrown back on himself by that uncompromising and shameless honesty which he had never been able to quite comprehend in her, announced, with all the firmness he could muster, yet with a secret quavering chill in his heart, that he had sworn to the truth. He had not done those things with which he had been charged. He had not. But alas, as she now said to herself, on observing him, what was that about his eyes? A faint flicker, perhaps? He was not so sure, as self-convinced and definite as she had hoped, as she had prayed he would be. No, there was something in his manner, his words, as he spoke, a faint recessive intonation, a sense of something troubled, dubious, perhaps, which quite froze her now. He was not positive enough, and so he might have plotted, in part at least, as she had feared at first, when she had first heard of this, might have even struck her on that lone secret lake. Who could tell? The searing, destroying power of such a thought as that, and that in the face of all his testimony to the contrary. But Jehovah Jireh, thou wilt not require of a mother, in her own and her son's darkest hour, that she doubt him, make sure his death through her own lack of faith? Oh no, thou wilt not. O Lamb of God, thou wilt not. She turned, she bruised under her heel the scaly head of this dark suspicion, as terrifying to her as his guilt was to him. O Absalom, my Absalom, come, we will not entertain such a thought. God himself would not urge it upon a mother. Was he not here, her son, before her, declaring firmly that he had not done this thing? She must believe. She would believe him utterly. She would, and did. Whatever fiend of doubt might still remain locked in the lowest dungeon of her miserable heart. Come, the public should know how she felt. She and her son would find a way. He must believe and pray. Did he have a Bible? Did he read it? And Clyde, having been long since provided with a Bible by a prison worker, assured her that he had and did read it. But now she must go first to see his lawyers, next to file her dispatch, after which she would return. But once out on the street, being immediately set upon by several reporters and eagerly questioned as to the meaning of her presence here. Did she believe in her son's innocence? Did she or did she not think that he had had a fair trial? Why had she not come on before? And Mrs. Griffiths, in her direct and earnest and motherly way, taking them into her confidence, and telling how as well as why she came to be here, and also why she had not come before. But now that she was here, she hoped to stay. The Lord would provide the means for the salvation of her son, of whose innocence she was convinced. Would they not ask God to help her? Would they not pray for her success? And with the several reporters, not a little moved and impressed, assuring her that they would, of course, and thereafter describing her to the world at large as she was, middle-aged, homely, religious, determined, sincere and earnest, and with a moving faith in the innocence of her boy. But the Griffiths of Lycurgus, on hearing this, resenting her coming as one more blow, and Clyde, in his cell, on reading of it later, somewhat shocked by the gross publicity now attending everything in connection with him, yet, because of his mother's presence, resigned, and after a time almost happy. Whatever her faults or defects, after all, she was his mother, wasn't she? And she had come to his aid. Let the public think what it would. Was he not in the shadow of death, and she at least had not deserted him? And with this, her suddenly manifested skill in connecting herself in this way with the Denver paper, to praise her for. She had never done anything like this before, and who knew but that possibly, and even in the face of her dire poverty now, she might still be able to solve this matter of a new trial for him, and so save his life. Who knew? And yet how much and how indifferently he had sinned against her. Oh, how much! And still here she was, his mother still anxious and tortured, and yet loving, and seeking to save his life by writing up his own conviction for a Western paper. No longer did the shabby coat and the outlandish hat, and the broad, immobile face, and somewhat stolid and crude gestures seem the racking and disturbing things they had so little time since. She was his mother, and she loved him, and believed him, and was struggling to save him. On the other hand, Belknap and Jephson, on first encountering her, were by no means so much impressed. For some reason they had not anticipated so crude and unlettered, and yet convinced a figure. The wide, flat shoes, the queer hat, the old brown coat, yet somehow, after a few moments, arrested by her earnestness and faith and love for her son, and her fixed, inquiring, and humanly clean and pure blue eyes, in which dwelt immaterial conviction and sacrifice, with no shadow of turning. Did they personally think her son innocent? She must know that first. Or did they secretly believe that he was guilty? She had been so tortured by all the contradictory evidence. God had laid a heavy cross upon her and hers. Nevertheless, blessed be his name! And both, seeing and feeling her great concern, were quick to assure her that they were convinced of Clyde's innocence. If he were executed for this alleged crime, it would be a travesty on justice. Yet both, now that they saw her, troubled as to the source of any further funds, her method of getting here, which she now explained, indicating that she had nothing, an appeal sure to cost not less than 2,000, and Mrs. Griffiths, after an hour in their presence, in which they made clear to her the basic cost of an appeal, covering briefs to be prepared, arguments, trips to be made, asserting repeatedly that she did not quite see how she was to do. Then, suddenly, and to them somewhat inconsequentially, yet movingly and dramatically, exclaiming, "The Lord will not desert me, I know it. He has declared himself unto me. It was his voice there in Denver that directed me to that paper, and now that I am here I will trust him and he will guide me." But Belknap and Jephson merely looking at one another in unconvinced and pagan astonishment. Such faith! An exhorter! An evangelist, no less! Yet to Jephson here was an idea. There was the religious element to be reckoned with everywhere, strong in its agreement with just such faith. Assuming the Griffiths of Lycurgus to remain obdurate and unmoved, why then, and now that she was here, there were the churches and the religious people generally. Might it not be possible, with such a temperament and faith as this, to appeal to the very element that had hitherto most condemned Clyde and made his conviction a certainty, for funds wherewith to carry this case into the Court of Appeals? This lone mother, her faith in her boy. Presto! A lecture, at so much for admission, and in which, hard-pressed as she was and could show, she would set forth the righteousness of her boy's claim, seek to obtain the sympathy of the prejudiced public, and incidentally $2,000 or more with which this appeal could be conducted. And now Jephson, turning to her and laying the matter before her, and offering to prepare a lecture or notes, a condensation of her various arguments, in fact, an entire lecture which she could rearrange and present as she chose, all the data which was the ultimate basic truth in regard to her son. And she, her brown cheeks flushing and her eyes brightening, agreeing she would do it. She would try. She could do no less than try. Verily, verily, was this not the voice and hand of God in the darkest hour of her tribulation? On the following morning Clyde was arraigned for sentence, with Mrs. Griffiths given a seat near him, and seeking, paper and pencil in hand, to make notes of, for her, an unutterable scene, while a large crowd surveyed her. His own mother! And acting as a reporter! Something absurd, grotesque, insensitive, even ludicrous about such a family and such a scene, and to think the Griffiths of Lycurgus should be so immediately related to them. Yet Clyde sustained and heartened by her presence, for had she not returned to the jail the previous afternoon with her plan? And as soon as this was over, whatever the sentence might be, she would begin with her work. And so, and that almost in spite of himself, in his darkest hour, standing up before Justice Oberwalzer, and listening first to a brief recital of his charge and trial, which was pronounced by Oberwalzer to have been fair and impartial, then to the customary, "Have you any cause which shows why the judgment of death should not now be pronounced against you according to law?" To which, and to the astonishment of his mother and the auditors, if not Jephson, who had advised and urged him so to do, Clyde now, in a clear and firm voice, replied, "I am innocent of the crime as charged in the indictment. I never killed Roberta Alden, and therefore I think this sentence should not be passed." And then, staring straight before him, conscious only of the look of admiration and love turned on him by his mother, for had not her son now declared himself, here at this fatal moment, before all these people? And his word here, if not in that jail, would be true, would it not? Then her son was not guilty. He was not. He was not. Praised be the name of the Lord in the highest. And deciding to make a great point of this in her dispatch, so as to get it in all the papers, and in her lecture afterwards. However, Oberwalzer, without the faintest sign of surprise or perturbation, now continued, "Is there anything else you care to say?" "No," replied Clyde, after a moment's hesitation. "Clyde Griffiths," then concluded Oberwalzer,
The judgment of the court is that you, Clyde Griffiths, for the murder in the first degree of one, Roberta Alden, whereof you are convicted, be, and you are hereby sentenced to the punishment of death. And it is ordered that, within 10 days after this day's session of court, the sheriff of this county of Cataraqui deliver you, together with the warrant of this court, to the agent and warden of the state prison of the state of New York at Auburn, where you shall be kept in solitary confinement until the week beginning Monday, the 28th day of January, 19 blank, and, upon some day within the week so appointed, the said agent and warden of the state prison of the state of New York at Auburn is commended to do execution upon you, Clyde Griffiths, in the mode and manner prescribed by the laws of the state of New York. And that done, a smile from Mrs. Griffiths to her boy, and an answering smile from Clyde to her. For since he had announced that he was not guilty, her spirit had risen in the face of this sentence. He was really innocent. He must be, since he had declared it here. And Clyde, because of her smile, saying to himself, his mother believed in him now. She had not been swayed by all the evidence against him. And this faith, mistaken or not, was now so sustaining, so needed. What he had just said was true as he now saw it. He had not struck Roberta. That was true, and therefore he was not guilty. Yet Kraut and Slack were once more seizing him and escorting him to the cell. Immediately thereafter, his mother, seating herself at a press table, proceeded to explain to contiguous press representatives now curiously gathering about her. You mustn't think too badly of me, you gentlemen of the papers. I don't know much about this, but it is the only way I could think of to be with my boy. I couldn't have come otherwise. And then one lanky correspondent stepping up to say, Don't worry, Mother. Is there any way I can help you? Want me to straighten out what you want to say? I'll be glad to. And then sitting down beside her and proceeding to help her arrange her impressions in the form in which he assumed her Denver paper might like them, and others as well offering to do anything they could, and all greatly moved. 2 days later, the proper commitment papers having been prepared, and his mother notified of the change, but not permitted to accompany him, Clyde was removed to Auburn, the western penitentiary of the state of New York, where in the death house, or Murderer's Row, as it was called, as gloomy and torturesome an inferno as one could imagine any human compelled to endure, a combination of some 22 cells on 2 separate levels, he was to be restrained until ordered retried or executed. Yet as he traveled from Bridgeburg to this place, impressive crowds at every station, young and old, men, women, and children, all seeking a glimpse of the astonishingly youthful slayer, and girls and women, under the guise of kindly interest, but which at best spelled little more than a desire to achieve a facile intimacy with this darling and romantic, if unfortunate figure, throwing him a flower here and there, and calling to him gaily and loudly as the train moved from one station to another, "Hello, Clyde! Hope to see you soon again. Don't stay too long down there. If you take an appeal, you're sure to be acquitted. We hope so, anyhow." And with Clyde not a little astonished, and later even heartened by this seemingly favorable discrepancy between the attitude of the crowds in Bridgeburg and this sudden, morbid, feverish, and even hectic curiosity here, bowing and smiling and even waving with his hand, yet thinking none the less, I am on the way to the death house, and they can be so friendly. It is a wonder they dare. And with Kraut and Sissel, his guards, because of the distinction and notoriety of being both his captors and jailers, as well also because of these unusual attentions from passengers on the train and individuals in these throngs, without being themselves flattered and ennobled. But after this one brief, colorful flight in the open since his arrest, past these waiting throngs and over winter sunlit fields and hills of snow that reminded him of Lycurgus, Sondra, Roberta, and all that he had so kaleidoscopically and fatally known in the 20 months just past, the gray and restraining walls of Auburn itself, with, once he was presented to a clerk in the warden's office and his name and crime entered in the books, himself assigned 2 assistants, who saw it that he was given a prison bath and haircut, all the wavy black hair he so much admired cut away, a prison-striped uniform and hideous cap of the same material, prison underwear and heavy gray felt shoes to quiet the restless prison tread, in which in time he might indulge, together with the number, 77221. And so accoutred, immediately transferred to the death house proper, where in a cell on the ground floor he was now locked, a squarish, light, clean space, 8 by 10 feet in size, and fitted with sanitary plumbing, as well as a cot bed, a table, a chair, and a small rack for books. And there then, while he barely sensed that there were other cells about him, ranging up and down a wide hall, he first stood, and then seated himself,
now no longer buoyed by the more intimate and sociable life of the jail at Bridgeburg, or those strange throngs and scenes that had punctuated his trip here. The hectic tensity and misery of these hours, that sentence to die, that trip with all those people calling to him, that cutting of his hair downstairs in that prison barber shop, and by a convict, the suit and underwear that was now his and that he now had on. There was no mirror here, or anywhere, but no matter, he could feel how he looked. This baggy coat and trousers and his striped cap, he threw it hopelessly to the floor. For but an hour before he had been clothed in a decent suit and shirt and tie and shoes, and his appearance had been neat and pleasing, as he himself had thought as he left Bridgeburg. But now, how must he look? And tomorrow his mother would be coming, and later Jeffson or Belknap, maybe. God! But worse, there in that cell directly opposite him, a sallow and emaciated and sinister-looking Chinaman in a suit exactly like his own, who had come to the bars of his door and was looking at him out of inscrutable slant eyes, but is immediately turning and scratching himself. Vermin, maybe, as Clyde immediately feared. There had been bedbugs at Bridgeburg. A Chinese murderer, for was this not the death house? But as good as himself here, and with a garb like his own. Thank God visitors were probably not many. He had heard from his mother that scarcely any were allowed, that only she and Belknap and Jeffson and any minister he chose might come once a week. But now these hard, white-painted walls, brightly lighted by wide, unobstructed skylights by day as he could see, by incandescent lamps in the hall without at night, yet also different from Bridgeburg, so much more bright or harsh illuminatively. For there, the jail being old, the walls were a grey-brown and not very clean, the cells larger, the furnishings more numerous, a table with a cloth on it at times, books, papers, a chess and checkerboard, whereas here was nothing. These hard, narrow walls, the iron bars rising to a heavy solid ceiling above, and that very, very heavy iron door, which yet, like the one at Bridgeburg, had a small hole through which food would be passed, of course. But just then a voice from somewhere. "Hey, we got a new one with us, fellers! Ground tier, second cell, east." And then a second voice. "You don't say! What's he like?" And a third. "What's your name, new man? Don't be scared, you ain't no worse off than the rest of us." And then the first voice answering number 2. "Kinda tall and skinny. A kid. Looks like a little mama's boy, but not as bad at that. Hey you, tell us your name." And Clyde, amazed and dumb and pondering, for how was one to take such an introduction as this? What to say? What to do? Should he be friendly with these men? Yet this instinct for tact prompting him even here to reply, most courteously and promptly, "Clyde Griffiths." And one of the first voices continuing, "Oh, sure, we know who you are. Welcome, Griffiths. We ain't as bad as we sound. We've been reading a lot about you up there in Bridgeburg. We thought you'd be along pretty soon now." And another voice, "You don't want to be too down. It ain't so worse here. At least the place is all right. A roof over your head, as they say." And then a laugh from somewhere. But Clyde, too horrified and sickened for words, was sadly gazing at the walls and door, then over at the Chinaman, who, silent at his door, was once more gazing at him. Horrible! Horrible! And they talked to each other like that, and to a stranger among them so familiarly. No thought for his wretchedness, his strangeness, his timidity, the horror he must be suffering. But why should a murderer seem timid to anyone, perhaps, or miserable? Worst of all, they had been speculating here as to how long it would be before he would be along, which meant that everything concerning him was known here. Would they nag, or bully, or make trouble for one unless one did just as they wished? If Sondra, or any one of all the people he had known, should see or even dream of him as he was here now. God, and his own mother was coming tomorrow. And then an hour later, now evening, a tall, cadaverous guard in a more pleasing uniform, putting an iron tray with food on it through that hole in the door. Food! And for him here. And that sallow, rickety Chinaman over the way taking his. Whom had he murdered? How? And then the savage scraping of iron trays in the various cells. Sounds that reminded him more of hungry animals being fed than men. And some of these men were actually talking as they ate and scraped. It sickened him. Gee, it's a wonder them guys in the mush gallery couldn't think of something else besides cold beans and fried potatoes and coffee. The coffee tonight? Oh boy. Now, in the jail at Buffalo, though. "Oh, cut it out," came from another corner. "We've heard enough about the jail at Buffalo, Nurse Swell Chow. You don't show any afternoon tea appetite around here, I notice." "Just the same," continued the first voice, "as I look back on it now, must have been pretty good. That's the way it seems, anyhow, now." "Oh, Rafferty, do let up," called still another. And then, presumably, Rafferty, once more, who said, "Now, I'll just take a little siesta after this, and then I'll call me a chauffeur and go for a little spin. The air tonight must be fine." Then from still another hoarse voice, "Oh, you with your sick imagination. Say, I'd give me life for a smoker, and then a good game of cards." "Do they play cards here?" thought Clyde. "I suppose since Rosenstein was defeated for mayor here, he won't play." "Won't he, though?" This presumably from Rosenstein. To Clyde's left, in the cell next to him, a voice, to a passing guard, low and yet distinctly audible. "Psst! Any word from Albany yet?" "No word, Herman." "And no letter, I suppose?" "No letter." The voice was very strained, very tense, very miserable, and after this, silence. A moment later, from another cell farther off, a voice from the lowest hell to which a soul can descend, complete and unutterable despair. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" And then from the tier above another voice. "Oh Jesus! Is that farmer going to begin again? I can't stand it. Guard! Guard! Can't you get some dope for that guy?" Once more the voice from the lowest. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Clyde was up, his fingers clenched. His nerves were as taut as cords about to snap. A murderer! And about to die, perhaps, or grieving over some terrible thing like his own fate. Moaning, as he in spirit at least had so often moaned there in Bridgeburg. Crying like that? God, and there must be others. And day after day and night after night more of this, no doubt, until, maybe, who could tell? Unless... But oh no, not himself. Not that. Not his day. Oh no, a whole year must elapse before that could possibly happen. Or so Jephson had said, maybe 2, but at that, in 2 years. He found himself stricken with an ague because of the thought that even in so brief a time as 2 years. That other room, it was in here somewhere too. This room was connected with it. He knew that. There was a door. It led to that chair. That chair. And then the voice again, as before. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" He sank to his couch and covered his ears with his hands. End of Book 3, Chapter 28. Section 38 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 29. The death house in this particular prison was one of those crass erections and maintenances of human insensitiveness and stupidity, principally for which no one primarily was really responsible. Indeed, its total plan and procedure were the results of a series of primary legislative enactments, followed by decisions and compulsions as devised by the temperaments and seeming necessities of various wardens, until at last, by degrees and without anything worthy of the name of thinking on anyone's part, there had been gathered and was now being enforced all that could possibly be imagined in the way of unnecessary and really unauthorized cruelty or stupid and destructive torture. And to the end of that, a man, once condemned by a jury, would be compelled to suffer not alone the death for which his sentence called, but 1,000 others before that. For the very room by its arrangement, as well as the rules governing the lives and actions of the inmates, was sufficient to bring about this torture willy-nilly. It was a room 30 by 40 feet, of stone and concrete and steel, and surmounted some 30 feet from the floor by a skylight, presumably an improvement over an older and worse death house, with which it was still connected by a door. It was divided lengthwise by a broad passage, along which, on the ground floor, were 12 cells, 6 on a side and 8 by 10 each, and facing each other, and above again a second tier of what were known as balcony cells, 5 on a side. There was, however, at the center of this main passage, and dividing those lower cells equally as to number, a second and narrower passage, which at one end gave way into what was now known as the old death house, where at present only visitors to the inmates of the new death house were received, and at the other into the execution room in which stood the electric chair. 2 of the cells on the lower passage, those at the junction of the narrower passage, faced the execution room door.
The two opposite these, on the corresponding corners, faced the passage that gave into the old death house, or what now, by a large stretch of the imagination, could be called the condemned man's reception room, where twice weekly an immediate relative or a lawyer might be met, but no others. In the old death house, or present reception room, the cells still there, and an integral part of this reception plan, were all in a row and on only one side of a corridor, thus preventing prying inspection by one inmate of another, and with a wire screen in front as well as green shades which might be drawn in front of each cell. For in an older day, whenever a new convict arrived or departed, or took his daily walk, or went for a bath, or was led eventually through the little iron door to the west, where formerly was the execution chamber, these shades were drawn. He was not supposed to be seen by his associates. Yet the old death house, because of this very courtesy and privacy, although intense solitude, was later deemed inhuman, and hence this newer and better death house, as the thoughtful and condescending authorities saw it, was devised. In this, to be sure, were no such small and gloomy cells as those which characterized the old, for there the ceiling was low and the sanitary arrangements wretched, whereas in the new one the ceiling was high, the rooms and corridors brightly lighted, and in every instance no less than 8 by 10 feet in size. But by contrast with the older room, they had the enormous disadvantage of the unscreened, if not uncurtained, cell doors. Besides, by housing all together in 2 such tiers as were here, it placed upon each convict the compulsion of enduring all the horrors of all the vicious, morbid, or completely collapsed and despairing temperaments about him. No true privacy of any kind. By day, a blaze of light pouring through an overarching skylight high above the walls. By night, glistening incandescence of large size and power which flooded each nook and cranny of the various cells. No privacy, no games other than cards and checkers, the only ones playable without releasing the prisoners from their cells. Books, newspapers, to be sure, for all who could read or enjoy them under the circumstances, and visits, mornings and afternoons, as a rule, from a priest, and less regularly from a rabbi or a Protestant minister, each offering his sympathies or services to such as would accept them. But the curse of the place was not because of these advantages, such as they were, but in spite of them, this unremitted contact, as anyone could see, with minds now terrorized and discolored by the thought of an approaching death that was so near, for many, that it was as an icy hand upon brow or shoulder. And none, whatever the bravado, capable of enduring it without mental or physical deterioration in some form. The glooms, the strains, the indefinable terrors and despairs that blew like winds or breaths about this place, and depressed or terrorized all by turns. They were manifest at the most unexpected moments, by curses, sighs, tears even, calls for a song, for God's sake, or the most unintended and unexpected yells or groans. Worse yet, and productive of perhaps the most grinding and destroying of all the miseries here, the transverse passage leading between the old death house on the one hand and the execution chamber on the other. For this, from time to time, alas, how frequently, was the scene or stage for at least a part of the tragedy that was here so regularly enacted, the final business of execution. For through this passage, on his last day, a man who was transferred from his better cell in the new building, where he might have been incarcerated for so much as a year or two, to one of the older ones in the old death house, in order that he might spend his last hours in solitude, although compelled at the final moment none the less, the death march, to retrace his steps along this narrower cross passage, and where all might see, into the execution chamber at the other end of it. Also, at any time, in going to visit a lawyer or relative brought into the old death house for this purpose, it was necessary to pass along the middle passage to the smaller one, and so into the old death house, there to be housed in a cell, fronted by a wire screen 2 feet distant, between which and the cell proper a guard must sit, while a prisoner and his guest, wife, son, mother, daughter, brother, lawyer, should converse, the guard hearing all. No handclasps, no kisses, no friendly touches of any kind, not even an intimate word that a listening guard might not hear. And when the fatal hour for anyone had at last arrived, every prisoner, if sinister or simple, sensitive or of rugged texture, was actually, if not intentionally, compelled to hear, if not witness, the final preparations, the removal of the condemned man to one of the cells of the older death house, the final and perhaps weeping visit of a mother, son, daughter, father. No thought in either the planning or the practice of all this, of the unnecessary and unfair torture for those who were brought here, not to be promptly executed, by any means, but rather to be held until the higher courts should have passed upon the merits of their cases, an appeal. At first, of course, Clyde sensed little if anything of all this. Insofar as his first day was concerned, he had but tasted the veriest spoonful of it all. And to lighten or darken his burden, his mother came at noon the very next day. Not having been permitted to accompany him, she had waited over for a final conference with Belknap and Jephson, as well as to write in full her personal impressions in connection with her son's departure, those nervously searing impressions. And although anxious to find a room somewhere near the penitentiary, she hurried first to the office of the penitentiary immediately upon her arrival at Auburn, and, after presenting an order from Justice Oberwalzer, as well as a solicitous letter from Belknap and Jephson urging the courtesy of a private interview with Clyde to begin with, at least, she was permitted to see her son in a room entirely apart from the old death-house. For already the warden himself had been reading of her activities and sacrifices, and was interested in seeing not only her, but Clyde also. But so shaken was she by Clyde's so sudden and amazingly changed appearance here, that she could scarcely speak upon his entrance, even in recognition of him, and blanched and grey were his cheeks, and so shadowy and strained his eyes. His head clipped that way, this uniform, and in this dreadful place of iron gates and locks, and long passages with uniformed guards at every turn. For a moment she winced and trembled, quite faint under the strain, although previous to this she had entered many a jail and larger prison, in Kansas City, Chicago, Denver, and delivered tracts and exhortations, and proffered her services in connection with anything she might do. But this, her own son! Her broad, strong bosom began to heave. She looked, and then turned her heavy, broad back to hide her face for the nonce. Her lips and chin quivered. She began to fumble in the small bag she carried for her handkerchief, at the same time that she was muttering to herself, "My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" But even as she did so, there came the thought, No, he must not see her so. What a way was this to do, and by her tears weaken him? And yet, despite her great strength, she could not now cease at once, but cried on. And Clyde, seeing this, and despite his previous determination to bear up and say some comforting and heartening word to his mother, now began, "But you mustn't, Ma. Gee, you mustn't cry. I know it's hard on you, but I'll be all right. Sure I will. It isn't as bad as I thought." Yet inwardly saying, "Oh God, how bad!" And Mrs. Griffiths adding aloud, "My poor boy, my beloved son, but we mustn't give way. No. Behold, I will deliver thee out of the snares of the wicked. God has not deserted either of us, and he will not, that I know. He leadeth me by the still waters, he restoreth my soul. We must put our trust in him. Besides," she added, briskly and practically, as much as to strengthen herself as Clyde, "haven't I already arranged for an appeal? It is to be made yet this week. They're going to file a notice. And that means that your case can't even be considered under a year. But it is just the shock of seeing you so. You see, I wasn't quite prepared for it." She straightened her shoulders, and now looked up and achieved a brave, if strained smile. "The warden here seems very kind, but still, somehow, when I saw you just now—" She dabbed at her eyes, which were damp from this sudden and terrific storm, and to divert herself as well as him as she talked of the so very necessary work before her. Messrs. Belknap and Jephson had been so encouraging to her just before she left. She had gone to their office, and they had urged her and him to be of good cheer. And now she was going to lecture, and at once, and would soon have means to do with that way. Oh yes. And Mr. Jephson would be down to see him one of these days soon. He was by no means to feel that the legal end of all this had been reached. Far from it. The recent verdict and sentence was sure to be reversed and a new trial ordered. The recent one was a farce, as he knew. And as for herself, as soon as she found a room near the prison, she was going to the principal ministers of Auburn and see if she could not secure a church, or 2 or 3, in which to speak and plead his cause. Mr. Jephson was mailing her some information she could use within a day or 2. And after that, other churches in Syracuse, Rochester, Albany, Schenectady, in fact many cities in the East, until she had raised the necessary sum. But she would not neglect him. She would see him at least once a week and write him a letter every other day, or maybe even daily if she could. She would talk to the warden. So he must not despair. She had much hard work ahead of her, of course, but the Lord would guide her in all that she undertook. She knew that. Had he not already shown his gracious and miraculous mercy? Clyde must pray for her and for himself. Read Isaiah. Read the Psalms, the 23rd and the 51st and the 91st daily. Also Habakkuk. Are there walls against the hand of the Lord? And then, after more tears, an utterly moving and macerating scene, at last achieving her departure, while Clyde, shaken to his soul by so much misery, returned to his cell. His mother, and at her age, and with so little money, she was going to try to raise the money necessary to save him, and in the past he had treated her so badly, as he now saw. He sat down on the side of his cot and held his head in his hands, the while outside the prison, the iron door of the same closed, and only a lonely room and the ordeal of her proposed lecture tour ahead of her, Mrs. Griffiths paused, by no means so assured or convinced of all she had said to Clyde. To be sure, God would aid her. He must. Had he ever failed her yet? Completely? And now, here, in her darkest hour, her son's. Would he? She paused for a moment a little later in a small parking place beyond the prison to stare at the tall gray walls, the watchtowers with armed guards in uniform, the barred windows and doors. A penitentiary. And her son was now within, worse yet, in that confined and narrow death-house, and doomed to die in an electric chair. Unless... But no, that should not be. It could not be. That appeal, the money for it. She must busy herself as to that at once, not think or brood or despair. Oh no. My shield and my buckler, my light and my strength. O Lord, thou art my strength and my deliverance. In thee will I trust. And then, dabbing at her eyes once more, and adding, O Lord, I believe. Help thou mine unbelief. So Mrs. Griffiths, alternately praying and crying as she walked. End of Book 3, Chapter 29. Section 39 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 30. But after this, the long days in prison for Clyde. Except for a weekly visit from his mother, who, once she was entered upon her work, found it difficult to see him more than that, traveling as she did in the next 2 months between Albany and Buffalo and even New York City, but without the success she had at first hoped for. For in the matter of her appeal to the churches and the public, as most wearily, and in secret if not to Clyde, and after 3 weeks of more or less regional and purely sectarian trying, she was compelled to report the Christians, at least, were very indifferent. Not as Christian as they should be. For as all, but more particularly the ministers of the region, since they most guardedly and reservedly represented their congregations in every instance, unanimously saw it, here was a notorious, and, of course, most unsavory trial, which had resulted in a conviction with which the more conservative element of the country, if one could judge by the papers, at least, were in agreement. Besides, who was this woman, as well as her son? An exhorter, a secret preacher, one who, in defiance of all the tenets and processes of organized and historic, as well as hieratic, religious powers and forms, theological seminaries, organized churches and their affiliations and product, all carefully and advisedly and legitimately, because historically and dogmatically interpreting the word of God, choosing to walk forth, and without ordination after any fashion conduct an unauthorized and hence nondescript mission. Besides, if she had remained at home as a good mother should, and devoted herself to her son, as well as to her other children, their care and education, would this have happened? And not only that, but according to Clyde's own testimony in this trial, had he not been guilty of adultery with this girl, whether he had slain her or not? A sin almost equal to murder in many minds. Had he not confessed it? And was an appeal for a convicted adulterer, if not murderer, who could tell us to that, to be made in a church? No. No Christian church was the place to debate, and for a charge, the merits of this case, however much each Christian of each and every church might sympathize with Mrs. Griffiths personally, or resent any legal injustice that might have been done her son. No. It was not morally advisable. It might even tend to implant in the minds of the young some of the details of the crime. Besides, because of what the newspapers had said of her coming east to aid her son, and the picture that she herself presented in her homely garb, it was assumed by most ministers that she was one of those erratic persons, not a constituent of any definite sect or schooled theology, who tended by her very appearance to cast contempt on true and pure religion. And in consequence, each in turn, not hardening his heart exactly, but thinking twice, and deciding no, there must be some better way, less troublesome to Christians, a public hall, perhaps, to which Christians, if properly appealed to through the press, might well appear. And so Mrs. Griffiths, in all but one instance, rejected in that fashion and told to go elsewhere, while in regard to the Catholics, instinctively, because of prejudice, as well as a certain dull wisdom not inconsistent with the facts,
She failed even to so much as think of them. The mercies of Christ, as interpreted by the holder of the sacred keys of St. Peter, as she knew, were not for those who failed to acknowledge the authority of the Vicar of Christ. And therefore, after many days spent in futile knockings here and there, she was at last compelled, and in no little depression, to appeal to a Jew who controlled the principal moving picture theater of Utica, a sinful theater. And from him, this she secured free for a morning address on the merits of her son's case. A Mother's Appeal for Her Son, it was entitled, which netted her, at 25 cents per person, the amazing sum of $200. At first, this sum, small as it was, so heartened her that she was now convinced that soon, whatever the attitude of the Orthodox Christians, she would earn enough for Clyde's appeal. It might take time, but she would. Nevertheless, as she soon discovered, there were other factors to be considered. Car fare, her own personal expenses in Utica and elsewhere, to say nothing of certain very necessary sums to be sent to Denver to her husband, who had little or nothing to go on at present, and who, because of this very great tragedy in the family, had become ill. So ill indeed that the letters from Frank and Julia were becoming very disturbing. It was possible that he might not get well at all. Some help was necessary there. And in consequence, in addition to paying her own expenses here, Mrs. Griffiths was literally compelled to deduct other reducing sums from this, her present and only source of income. It was terrible, concerning Clyde's predicament, but nevertheless must she not sustain herself in every way in order to win to victory? She could not reasonably abandon her husband in order to aid Clyde alone. Yet in the face of this, as time went on, the audiences growing smaller and smaller, until at last they constituted little more than a handful, and barely paying her expenses, although through this process nonetheless she finally managed to put aside, over and above all her expenses, $1,100. Yet also, just at this time, and in a moment of extreme anxiety, Frank and Julia wiring her that if she desired to see Asa again she had better come home at once. He was exceedingly low and not expected to live. Whereupon, played upon by these several difficulties, and there being no single thing other than to visit him once or twice a week, as her engagements permitted, which she could do for Clyde, she now hastily conferred with Belknap and Jephson, setting forth her extreme difficulties. And these, seeing that $1,100 of all she had thus far collected was to be turned over to them, now, in a burst of humanity, advised her to return to her husband. Decidedly, Clyde would do well enough for the present, seeing that there was an entire year, or at least 10 months before it was necessary to file the record and the briefs in the case. In addition, another year assuredly must elapse before a decision could be reached, and no doubt before that time the additional part of the appeal fee could be raised. Or, if not, well then, anyhow, seeing how worn and distrait she was at this time, she need not worry. Belknap and Jephson would see to it that her son's interests were properly protected. They would file an appeal and make an argument, and do whatever else was necessary to ensure her son a fair hearing at the proper time. And with that great burden off her mind, and 2 last visits with Clyde in which she assured him of her determination to return as speedily as possible, once Asa was restored to strength again and she could see her way to financing such a return, she now departed, only to find that once she was in Denver once more, it was not so easy to restore him by any means. And in the meantime, Clyde was left to cogitate on and make the best of a world that at its best was a kind of inferno of mental ills, above which, as above Dante's might have been written, abandon hope, ye who enter here. The somberness of it, its slow and yet searing psychic force, the obvious terror and depression, constant and unshakable, of those who, in spite of all their courage or their fears, their bravado or their real indifference, there were even those, were still compelled to think and wait. For now, in connection with this coldest and bitterest form of prison life, he was in constant psychic, if not physical contact, with 20 other convicted characters of varying temperaments and nationalities, each one of whom, like himself, had responded to some heat or lust or misery of his nature or his circumstances, and with murder, a mental as well as physical explosion, as the final outcome or concluding episode, which, being detected, and after what horrors and wearinesses of mental as well as legal contest and failure, such as fairly paralleled his own, now found themselves islanded, immured, in one or another of these 22 iron cages, and awaiting what? How well they knew, and how well he knew, and here with what loud public rages and despairs or prayers, at times, and others, what curses, foul or coarse jests, or tales addressed to all, or ribald laughter, or sighings and groanings in these later hours, when the straining spirit having struggled to silence, there was supposedly rest for the body and the spirit. In an exercise court beyond the farthermost end of the long corridor, twice daily, for a few minutes each time, between the hours of 10 and 5, the various inmates in groups of 5 or 6 were led forth, to breathe, to walk, to practice calisthenics, or run and leap as they chose, but always under the watchful eyes of sufficient guards to master them in case they attempted rebellion in any form. And to this it was, beginning with the second day, that Clyde himself was led, now with one set of men, and now with another. But with the feeling at first strong in him that he could not share in any of these public activities, which, nevertheless, these others, and in spite of their impending doom, seemed willing enough to indulge in. The 2 dark-eyed, sinister-looking Italians, one of whom had slain a girl because she would not marry him, the other who had robbed and then slain and attempted to burn the body of his father-in-law in order to get money for himself and his wife, and big Larry Donahue, square-headed, square-shouldered, big of feet and hands, an overseas soldier, who, being ejected from a job as night watchman in a Brooklyn factory, had lain for the foreman who had discharged him, and then killed him on an open common somewhere at night, but without the skill to keep from losing a service medal which had eventually served to betray and identify him. Clyde had learned all this from the strangely indifferent and non-committal, yet seemingly friendly guards, who were over these cells by night and by day, 2 and 2, turn about, who relieved each other every 8 hours. And police officer Riordan of Rochester, who had killed his wife because she was determined to leave him, and now himself was to die. And Thomas Morer, the young farmer, or farmhand, as he really was, whom Clyde on his first night had heard moaning, a man who had killed his employer with a pitchfork, and was soon to die now. As Clyde heard, who walked and walked, keeping close to the wall, his head down, his hands behind his back, a rude, strong, loutish man of about 30, who looked more beaten and betrayed than as though he had been able to torture or destroy another. Clyde wondered about him, his real guilt. Again, Miller Nicholson, a lawyer of Buffalo of perhaps 40 years of age, who was tall and slim and decidedly superior-looking, a refined, intellectual type, one you would have said was no murderer, any more than Clyde, to look at, who, nonetheless, was convicted of poisoning an old man of great wealth and afterwards attempting to convert his fortune to his own use. Yet decidedly with nothing in his look or manner, as Clyde felt, at least, which marked him as one so evil, a polite and courteous man, who, noting Clyde on the very first morning of his arrival here, approached and said, "Scared?" But in the most gentle and solicitous tone, as Clyde could hear and feel, even though he stood blank and icy, afraid almost to move, or think. Yet in this mood, and because he felt so truly done for, replying, "Yes, I guess I am," but once it was out, wondering why he had said it, so weak a confession, and afterwards something in the man heartening him, wishing that he had not. "Your name's Griffiths, isn't it?" "Yes." "Well, my name's Nicholson. Don't be frightened, you'll get used to it." He achieved a cheerful, if wan, smile, but his eyes, they did not seem like that, no smile there. "I don't suppose I'm so scared either," replied Clyde, trying to modify his first, quick, and unintended confession. "Well, that's good. Be game. We all have to be here, or the whole place would go crazy. Better breathe a little, or walk fast. It'll do you good." He moved away a few paces and began exercising his arms while Clyde stood there, saying, almost loudly, so shaken was he still, "We all have to be, or the whole place would go crazy." That was true, as he could see and feel after that first night. Crazy indeed. Tortured to death, maybe, by being compelled to witness these terrible and completely destroying, and for each, impending tragedies. But how long would he have to endure this? How long could he? In the course of a day or two, again he found this death-house was not quite like that either. Not all terror, on the surface at least. It was in reality, and in spite of impending death in every instance, a place of taunt and jibe and jest. Even games. Arguments on every conceivable topic from death and women to athletics, the stage, all forms of human contest of skill, or the lack of it, as far at least as the general low intelligence of the group permitted. For the most part, as soon as breakfast was over, among those who were not called upon to join the first group for exercise, there were checkers or cards, 2 games that were played, not with a single set of checkers or a deck of cards between groups released from their cells, but by one of the ever-present keepers providing 2 challenging prisoners, if it were checkers,
with one checker board, but no checkers. They were not needed. Thereafter the opening move was called by one. I moved from F2 to E1, each square being numbered, each side lettered. The moves checked with a pencil. Thereafter the second party, having recorded this move on his own board, and having studied the effect of it on his own general position, would call, I move from E7 to F5. If more of those present decided to join in this, either on one side or the other, additional boards and pencils were passed to each signifying his desire. Then Shorty Bristol, desiring to aid Dutch Swigert 3 cells down, might call, I wouldn't do that, Dutch. Wait a minute, there's a better move than that. And so on, with taunts, oaths, laughter, arguments, according to the varying fortunes and difficulties of the game. And so, too, with cards. These were played with each man locked in his cell, yet quite as successfully. But Clyde did not care for cards, or for these jibing and coarse hours of conversation. There was for him, and with the exception of the speech of one, Nicholson, alone, too much ribald and even brutal talk which he could not appreciate. But he was drawn to Nicholson. He was beginning to think after a time, a few days, that this lawyer, his presence and companionship during the exercise hour, whenever they chanced to be in the same set, could help him to endure this. He was the most intelligent and respectable man here. The others were also different, taciturn at times, and for the most part so sinister, crude, or remote. But then, and that not more than a week after his coming here, and when, because of his interest in Nicholson, he was beginning to feel slightly sustained at least, the execution of Pascal Catroni, of Brooklyn, an Italian, convicted of the slaying of his brother for attempting to seduce his wife. He had one of the cells nearest the transverse passage, so Clyde learned after arriving, and had in part lost his mind from worrying. At any rate, he was invariably left in his cell when the others, in groups of 6, were taken for exercise. But the horror of his emaciated face, as Clyde passed and occasionally looked in, a face divided into 3 grim panels by 2 gutters or prison lines of misery that led from the eyes to the corners of the mouth. Beginning with his, Clyde's, arrival, as he learned, Pascal had begun to pray night and day, for already before that he had been notified of the approximate date of his death, which was to be within the week. And after that he was given to crawling up and down his cell on his hands and knees, kissing the floor, licking the feet of a brass Christ on a cross that had been given him. Also, he was repeatedly visited by an Italian brother and sister fresh from Italy, and for whose benefit, at certain hours, he was removed to the old death-house. But as all now whispered, Pascal was mentally beyond any help that might lie in brothers and sisters. All night long and all day long, when they were not present, he did this crawling to and fro and praying, and those who were awake and trying to read to pass the time were compelled to listen to his mumbled prayers, the click of the beads of a rosary on which he was numbering numberless Our Fathers and Hail Marys. And though there were voices which occasionally said, "Oh, for Christ's sake, if he would only sleep a little," and on, and the tap of his forehead on the floor, in prayer, until at last the fateful day preceding the one on which he was to die, when Pascal was taken from his cell here and escorted to another in the old death-house beyond, and where, before the following morning, as Clyde later learned, last farewells, if any, were to be said. Also he was to be allowed a few hours in which to prepare his soul for his Maker. But throughout that night, what a strange condition was this that settled upon all who were of this fatal room! Few ate any supper as the departing trays showed. There was silence, and after that mumbled prayers on the part of some, not so greatly removed by time from Pascal's fate as they knew. One Italian, sentenced for the murder of the bank watchman, became hysterical, screamed, hashed the chair and table of his cell against the bars of his door, tore the sheets of his bed to shreds, and even sought to strangle himself, before eventually he was overpowered and removed to a cell in a different part of the building to be observed as to his sanity. As for the others, throughout this excitement, one could hear them walking or mumbling or calling to the guards to do something. And as for Clyde, never having experienced or imagined such a scene, he was literally shivering with fear and horror. All through the last night of this man's life he lay on his pallet, chasing phantoms. So this was what death was like here. Men cried, prayed, they lost their minds, yet the deadly process was in no way halted, for all their terror. Instead, at 10 o'clock, and in order to quiet all who were left, a cold lunch was brought in and offered, but with none eating save the Chinaman over the way. And then at 4 the following morning, the keepers in charge of the deadly work coming silently along the main passage, and drawing the heavy green curtains with which the cells were equipped so that none might see the fatal procession, which was yet to return along the transverse passage from the old death-house to the execution room, and yet with Clyde and all others waking and sitting up at the sound. It was here, the execution. The hour of death was at hand. This was the signal. In their separate cells, many of those who, through fear or contrition, or because of innate religious convictions, had been recalled to some form of shielding or comforting faith, were upon their knees praying. Among the rest were others who merely walked or muttered, and still others who screamed from time to time in an uncontrollable fever of terror. As for Clyde, he was numb and dumb, almost thoughtless. They were going to kill that man in that other room there. That chair which he had so greatly feared this long while he was in there, was so close now. Yet his time, as Jephson and his mother had told him, was so long and distant as yet. If ever it was to be, if ever. But now other sounds, certain walkings to and fro, a cell door clanking somewhere. Then plainly the door leading from the old death-house into this room opening, for there was a voice, several voices indistinct as yet. Then another voice, a little clearer, as if someone praying. That telltale shuffling of feet as a procession moved across and through that passage. Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy. Mary, Mother of Grace, Mary, Mother of Mercy, Saint Michael, pray for me, my good angel, pray for me. Holy Mary, pray for me, Saint Joseph, pray for me, Saint Ambrose, pray for me, all you saints and angels, pray for me. Saint Michael, pray for me, my good angel, pray for me. It was the voice of the priest accompanying the doomed man and reciting a litany, yet he was no longer in his right mind, they said. And yet was not that his voice mumbling too? It was. Clyde could tell. He had heard it too much recently. And now that other door would be opened. He would be looking through it, this condemned man, so soon to be dead, at it, seeing it, that cap, those straps. Oh, he knew all about those by now, though they should never come to be put upon him, maybe. Goodbye, Catroni. It was a hoarse, shaky voice from some nearby cell. Clyde could not tell which. Go to a better world than this. And then other voices. Goodbye, Catroni. God keep you, even though you can't talk English. The procession had passed. That door was shut. He was in there now. They were strapping him in, no doubt, asking him what more he had to say, he who was no longer quite right in his mind. Now the straps must be fastened on, surely. The cap pulled down? In a moment, surely. And then, although Clyde did not know or notice at the moment, a sudden dimming of the lights in this room, as well as over the prison, an idiotic or thoughtless result of having one electric system to supply the death voltage and the incandescence of this and all other rooms. And instantly a voice calling, There she goes. That's one. Well, it's all over with him. And a second voice. Yes, he's topped off, poor devil. And then, after the lapse of a minute perhaps, a second dimming lasting for 30 seconds, and finally a third dimming. There, sure, that's the end now. Yes, he knows what's on the other side now. Thereafter silence, a deadly hush, with later some murmured prayers here and there. But Clyde cold and with a kind of shaking ague. He dared not think, let alone cry. So that's how it was. They drew the curtains, and then, he was gone now. Those 3 dimmings of the lights? Sure, those were the flashes. And after all those nights at prayer, those moanings, those beatings of his head, and only a minute ago he had been alive, walking by there, but now dead. And some day he, how could he be sure that he would not? How could he? He shook and shook, lying on his couch face down. The keepers came and ran up the curtains, as sure and secure in their lives, apparently, as though there was no death in the world. And afterwards he could hear them talking, not to him so much, he had proved too reticent thus far, but to some of the others. Poor Pascal. This whole business of the death penalty was all wrong. The warden thought so. So did they. He was working to have it abolished. But that man! His prayers! And now he was gone. His cell over there was empty, and another man would be put in it. To go to, later. Someone, many, like Catroni, like himself, had been in this one, on this pallet. He sat up, moved to the chair. But they had sat on that, too. He stood up, only to sink down on the pallet again. God, 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 God! He now exclaimed to himself, but not aloud, and yet not unlike that other man who had so terrorized him on the night of his arrival here and who was still there. But he would go too, and all of these others. and himself, maybe, unless he had seen his first man die. End of Book 3, Chapter 30. Section 40 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 31. In the meantime, however, Ace's condition had remained serious, and it was 4 entire months before it was possible for him to sit up again, or for Mrs. Griffiths to dream of resuming her lecturing scheme. But by that time, public interest in her and her son's fate was considerably reduced. No Denver paper was interested to finance her return for anything she could do for them. And as for the public in the vicinity of the crime, it remembered Mrs. Griffiths and her son most clearly, and insofar as she was concerned, sympathetically. But only, on the other hand, to think of him as one who probably was guilty, and in that case, being properly punished for his crime, that it would be as well if an appeal were not taken, or, if it were, that it be refused. These guilty criminals with their interminable appeals. And with Clyde where he was, more and more executions, although, as he found, to his invariable horror, no one ever became used to such things there. Farmhand Maurer for the slaying of his former employer, Officer Riordan for the slaying of his wife, and a fine upstanding officer too, but a minute before his death, and afterwards, within the month, the going of the Chinaman, who seemed, for some reason, to endure a long time, and without a word in parting to anyone, although it was well known that he spoke a few words of English. And after him Larry Donahue, the overseas soldier, with a grand call, just before the door closed behind. "Goodbye, boys. Good luck." And after him again, but oh, that was so hard, so much closer to Clyde, so depleting to his strength to think of bearing this deadly life here without Miller Nicholson, no less. For after 5 months in which they had been able to walk and talk and call to each other from time to time from their cells, and Nicholson had begun to advise him as to books to read, as well as one important point in connection with his own case, on appeal, or in the event of any second trial, i.e., that the admission of Roberta's letters as evidence, as they stood, at least, be desperately fought on the ground that the emotional force of them was detrimental in the case of any jury anywhere, to a calm, unbiased consideration of the material facts presented by them, and that instead of the letters being admitted as they stood, they should be digested for the facts alone, and that digest, and that only, offered to the jury. If your lawyers can get the Court of Appeals to agree to the soundness of that, you will win your case, sure. And Clyde at once, after inducing a personal visit on the part of Jephson, laying this suggestion before him, and hearing him say that it was sound, and that he and Belknap would assuredly incorporate it in their appeal. Yet not so long after that, the guard, after locking his door on returning from the courtyard, whispered, with a nod in the direction of Nicholson's cell, "His next. Did he tell you? Within 3 days." And at once Clyde shriveling, the news playing upon him as an icy and congealing breath. For he had just come from the courtyard with him, where they had walked and talked of another man who had just been brought in, a Hungarian of Utica who was convicted of burning his paramour, in a furnace, then confessing it, a huge, rough, dark, ignorant man with a face like a gargoyle, and Nicholson saying he was more animal than man, he was sure, yet no word about himself, and in 3 days, and he could walk and talk as though there was nothing to happen, although, according to the guard, he had been notified the night before. And the next day, the same, walking and talking as though nothing had happened, looking up at the sky and breathing the air. Yet Clyde, his companion, too sick and feverish, too awed and terrified from merely thinking on it all night to be able to say much of anything as he walked, but thinking, "And he can walk here, and be so calm. What sort of a man is this?" and feeling enormously overawed and weakened. The following morning Nicholson did not appear, but remained in his cell destroying many letters he had received from many places, and near noon calling to Clyde, who was 2 cells removed from him on the other side, "I'm sending you something to remember me by," but not a word as to his going. And then the guard bringing 2 books, Robinson Crusoe and the Arabian Nights. That night Nicholson's removal from his cell, and the next morning before dawn the curtains, the same procession passing through, which was by now an old story to Clyde. But somehow this was so different, so intimate, so cruel, and as he passed, calling, "God bless you all, I hope you have good luck and get out," and then that terrible stillness that followed the passing of each man. And Clyde thereafter, lonely,
terribly so. Now there was no one here, no one in whom he was interested. He could only sit and read and think, or pretend to be interested in what these others said, for he could not really be interested in what they said. His was a mind that, freed from the miseries that had now befallen him, was naturally more drawn to romance than to reality. Where he read at all, he preferred the light, romantic novel that pictured some such world as he would have liked to share, to anything that even approximated the hard reality of the world without, let alone this. Now what was going to become of him eventually? So alone was he. Only letters from his mother, brother, and sisters. And Asa getting no better, and his mother not able to return as yet. Things were so difficult there in Denver. She was seeking a religious school in which to teach somewhere, while nursing Asa. But she was asking the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, a young minister whom she had encountered in Syracuse in the course of her work there, to come and see him. He was so spiritual and kindly. And she was sure, if he would but come, that Clyde would find him a helpful and strong support in these, his dark and weary hours when she could no longer be with him herself. For while Mrs. Griffiths was first canvassing the churches and ministers of this section for aid for her son, and getting very little from any quarter, she had met the Reverend Duncan Macmillan in Syracuse, where he was conducting an independent, non-sectarian church. He was young, and like herself or Asa, an unordained minister or evangelist of, however far stronger and more effective temperament religiously. At the time Mrs. Griffiths appeared on the scene, he had already read much concerning Clyde and Roberta, and was fairly well satisfied that, by the verdict arrived at, justice had probably been done. However, because of her great sorrow and troubled search for aid, he was greatly moved. He himself was a devoted son, and possessing a highly poetic and emotional, though so very far repressed or sublimated sex nature, he was one who, out of the many in this northern region, had been touched and stirred by the crime of which Clyde was presumed to be guilty. Those highly emotional and tortured letters of Roberta's, her seemingly sad life at Lycurgus and Bilt's, how often he had thought of those before he had ever encountered Mrs. Griffiths. The simple and worthy virtues which Roberta and her family had seemingly represented in that romantic, pretty country world from which they had derived. Unquestionably, Clyde was guilty. And yet here, suddenly, Mrs. Griffiths, very lorn and miserable, and maintaining her son's innocence. At the same time, there was Clyde in his cell, doomed to die. Was it possible that by any strange freak or circumstance, a legal mistake had been made, and Clyde was not as guilty as he appeared? The temperament of Macmillan was exceptional, tense, exotic, a present hour St. Bernard, Savonarola, St. Simeon, Peter the Hermit. Thinking of life, thought, all forms and social structures as the word, the expression, the breath of God, no less. Yet room for the devil and his anger, the expelled Lucifer going to and fro in the earth. Yet thinking on the Beatitudes, on the Sermon on the Mount, on St. John and his direct seeing and interpretation of Christ and God. He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth. A strange, strong, tense, confused, merciful, and too, after his fashion, beautiful soul, sorrowing with misery, yearning toward an impossible justice. Mrs. Griffiths, in her talks with him, had maintained that he was to remember that Roberta was not wholly guiltless. Had she not sinned with her son? And how was he to exculpate her entirely? A great legal mistake. Her son was being most unjustly executed, and by the pitiful but none the less romantic and poetic letters of this girl, which should never have been poured forth upon a jury of men at all. They were, as she now maintained, incapable of judging justly or fairly where anything sad in connection with a romantic and pretty girl was concerned. She had found that to be true in her mission work. And this idea now appealed to the Reverend Duncan as important and very likely true. And perhaps, as she now contended, if only some powerful and righteous emissary of God would visit Clyde, and through the force of his faith and God's word make him see, which she was sure he did not yet, and which she in her troubled state, and because she was his mother, could not make him, the blackness and terror of his sin with Roberta as it related to his immortal soul here and hereafter. Then, in gratitude to, reverence and faith in God, would be washed away, all his iniquity, would it not? For irrespective of whether he had committed the crime now charged against him or not, and she was convinced that he had not, was he not, nevertheless, in the shadow of the electric chair, in danger at any time through death, even before a decision should be reached, of being called before his Maker, and with the deadly sin of adultery, to say nothing of all his lies and false conduct, not only in connection with Roberta, but that other girl there in Lycurgus, upon him? And by conversion and contrition should he not be purged of this? If only his soul were saved, she and he too would be at peace in this world. And after a first and later a second pleading letter from Mrs. Griffiths, in which, after she had arrived at Denver, she set forth Clyde's loneliness and need of counsel and aid, the Reverend Duncan setting forth for Auburn. And once there, having made it clear to the warden what his true purpose was, the spiritual salvation of Clyde's soul, for his own as well as his mother and God's sake, he was at once admitted to the death house, and to Clyde's presence, the very door of his cell, where he paused and looked through, observing Clyde lying most wretchedly on his cot trying to read, and then Macmillan outlining his tall, thin figure against the bars, and without introduction of any kind, beginning, his head bowed in prayer. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin, for I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee, thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit away from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners will be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. He paused, but only after he had intoned, and in a most sonorous and really beautiful voice, the entire 51st Psalm. And then looking up, because Clyde, much astonished, had first sat up and risen, and curiously enticed by the clean and youthful and vigorous, if pale figure, had approached nearer the cell door, he now added, I bring you, Clyde, the mercy and the salvation of your God. He has called on me, and I have come. He has sent me that I may say unto you, though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white, like snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. Come now, let us reason together with the Lord. He paused and stared at Clyde tenderly. A warm, youthful, half-smile, half-romantic played about his lips. He liked the youth and refinement of Clyde, who, on his part, was plainly taken by this exceptional figure. Another religionist, of course. But the Protestant chaplain who was here was nothing like this man, neither so arresting nor attractive. Duncan Macmillan is my name, he said, and I come from the work of the Lord in Syracuse. He has sent me, just as he sent your mother to me. She has told me all that she believes. I have read all that you have said, and I know why you are here. But it is to bring you spiritual joy and gladness that I am here. And he suddenly quoted from Psalms chapter 13, verse 2. How shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? That is from Psalms chapter 13, verse 2. And here is another thing that now comes to me as something that I should say to you. It is from the Bible, too, the 10th Psalm. He hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. But you are in adversity, you see. We all are who live in sin. And here is another thing that comes to me just now to say. It is from Psalm chapter 10, verse 11. He hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten, he hideth his face. And I am told to say to you that he does not hide his face. Rather, I am told to quote this to you from the 18th Psalm. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too many for me. He brought me forth also unto a large place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. Clyde, those are all words addressed to you. They come to me here to say to you, just as though they were being whispered to me. I am but the mouthpiece for these words spoken direct to you. Take counsel with your own heart. Turn from the shadow to the light. Let us break these bonds of misery and gloom. Chase these shadows in this darkness. You have sinned. The Lord can and will forgive. Repent. Join him who has shaped the world and keeps it. He will not spurn your faith. He will not neglect your prayers. Turn, in yourself, in the confines of this cell, and say, Lord, help me. Lord, hear thou my prayer. Lord, lighten my eyes. Do you think there is no God, that he will not answer you? Pray. In your trouble turn to him, not me or any other, but to him. Pray. Speak to him. Call to him. Tell him the truth and ask for help, as surely as you are here before me, and if in your heart you truly repent of any evil you have done, truly, truly you will hear and feel him. He will take your hand. He will enter this cell and your soul. You will know him by the peace and the light that will fill your mind and heart. Pray. And if you need me again to help you in any way, to pray with you, or to do you any service of any kind, to cheer you in your loneliness, you have only to send for me. Drop me a card. I have promised your mother, and I will do what I can. The warden has my address. He paused, serious and conclusive in his tone, because up to this time, Clyde had looked more curious and astonished than anything else. At the same time, because of Clyde's extreme youthfulness and a certain air of lonely dependence which marked him ever since his mother and Nicholson had gone. I'll always be in easy reach. I have a lot of religious work over in Syracuse, but I'll be glad to drop it at any time, that I can really do anything more for you. And here he turned as if to go. But Clyde, now taken by him, his vital, confident, and kindly manner, so different to the tense, fearful, and yet lonely life here, called after him, "Oh, don't go just yet. Please don't. It's very nice of you to come and see me, and I'm obliged to you. My mother wrote me you might. You see, it's very lonely here. I haven't thought much of what you were saying, perhaps, because I haven't felt as guilty as some think I am, but I've been sorry enough, and certainly anyone in here pays a good deal." His eyes looked very sad and strained. And at once, Macmillan, now deeply touched for the first time, replied, "Clyde, you needn't worry. I'll come to see you again within a week, because now I see you need me. I'm not asking you to pray because I think you are guilty of the death of Roberta Alden. I don't know. You haven't told me. Only you and God know what your sins and your sorrows are. But I do know you need spiritual help, and he will give you that. Oh, fully. The Lord will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in a time of trouble." He smiled as though he were now really fond of Clyde. And Clyde, feeling this and being intrigued by it, replied that there wasn't anything just then that he wanted to say, except to tell his mother that he was all right, and make her feel a little better about him, maybe, if he could. Her letters were very sad, he thought. She worried too much about him. Besides, he himself wasn't feeling so very good, not a little run down and worried these days. Who wouldn't be in his position? Indeed, if only he could win to spiritual peace through prayer, he would be glad to do it. His mother had always urged him to pray, but up to now he was sorry to say he hadn't followed her advice very much. He looked very distrait and gloomy, the marked prison pallor having long since settled on his face. And the Reverend Duncan, now very much touched by his state, replied, "Well, don't worry, Clyde. Enlightenment and peace are surely going to come to you. I can see that. You have a Bible there, I see. Open it anywhere in Psalms and read. The 51st, 91st, 23rd. Open to St. John. Read it all, over and over. Think and pray, and think on all the things about you. The moon, the stars, the sun, the trees, the sea, your own beating heart, your body and strength, and ask yourself who made them. How did they come to be? Then, if you can't explain them, ask yourself if the one who made them and you, whoever he is, whatever he is, wherever he is, isn't strong enough and wise enough and kind enough to help you when you need help, provide you with light and peace and guidance when you need them. Just ask yourself what of the maker of all this certain reality, and then ask him, the creator of it all, to tell you how and what to do. Don't doubt. Just ask and see. Ask in the night, in the day. Bow your head and pray and see. Verily he will not fail you. I know, because I have that peace." He stared at Clyde convincingly, and then smiled and departed. And Clyde, leaning against his cell door, began to wonder. The Creator! His Creator! The Creator of the world! Ask and see! And yet, there was still lingering here in him that old contempt of his for religion and its fruits, the constant and yet fruitless prayers and exhortations of his father and mother. Was he going to turn to religion now, solely because he was in difficulties and frightened like these others? He hoped not. Not like that, anyway. Just the same, the mood, as well as the temperament of the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, his young, forceful, convinced and dramatic body, face, eyes, now intrigued and then moved Clyde as no religionist or minister in all his life before ever had. He was interested, arrested, and charmed by the man's faith, whether at once or not at all, ever, he could come to put the reliance in it that plainly this man did. End of Book 3, Chapter 31. Section 41 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 32. The personal conviction and force of such an individual as the Reverend Macmillan, while in one sense an old story to Clyde and not anything which so late as 18 months before could have moved him in any way, since all his life he had been accustomed to something like it, still here, under these circumstances, affected him differently. Incarcerated, withdrawn from the world, compelled by the highly circumscribed nature of this death-house life to find solace or relief in his own thoughts, Clyde's, like every other temperament similarly limited, was compelled to devote itself either to the past, the present, or the future. But the past was so painful to contemplate at any point. It seared and burned. And the present, his immediate surroundings, as well as the future, with its deadly fear of what was certain to happen in case his appeal failed, were two phases equally frightful to his waking consciousness. What followed then was what invariably follows in the wake of every tortured consciousness. From what it dreads or hates, yet knows or feels to be unescapable, it takes refuge in that which may be hoped for, or at least imagined. But what was to be hoped for or imagined? Because of the new suggestion offered by Nicholson, a new trial was all that he had to look forward to, in which case, assuming himself to be acquitted thereafter, he could go far, far away, to Australia, or Africa, or Mexico, or some such place as that, where, under a different name, his old connections and ambitions relating to that superior social life that had so recently intrigued him laid aside, he might recover himself in some small way. But directly in the path of that hopeful imagining, of course, stood the death's-head figure of a refusal on the part of the Court of Appeals to grant him a new trial. Why not, after that jury at Bridgeburg? And then, as in that dream in which he turned from the tangle of snakes to face the tramping rhinoceros with its 2 horns, he was confronted by that awful thing in the adjoining room. That chair! That chair! Its straps and its flashes which so regularly dimmed the lights in this room. He could not bear to think of his entering there, ever. And yet supposing his appeal was refused, away! He would like to think no more about it. But then, apart from that, what was there to think of? It was that very question that up to the time of the arrival of the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, with his plea for a direct and certainly, as he insisted, fruitful appeal to the Creator of all things, that had been definitely torturing Clyde. Yet see, how simple was his solution. "It is given unto you to know the peace of God," he insisted, quoting Paul and thereafter sentences from Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, on how easy it was, if Clyde would but repeat and pray as he had asked him to, for him to know and delight in the peace that passeth all understanding. It was with him, all around him. He had but to seek, confess the miseries and errors of his heart, and express contrition. "Ask, and ye shall receive, seek, and ye shall find, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. For what man is there of you whom, if his son ask bread, will give him a stone? Or, if he ask fish, will give him a serpent?" So he quoted, beautifully and earnestly. And yet before Clyde always was the example of his father and mother. What had they? It had not availed them much, praying. Neither, as he noticed here, did it appear to avail or aid these other condemned men, the majority of whom lent themselves to the pleas or prayers of either priest or rabbi or minister, one and the other of whom was about daily. Yet were they not led to their death just the same, and complaining or protesting, or mad like Cutrone, or indifferent? As for himself, up to this he had not been interested by any of these. Bunk, notions. Of what? He could not say. Nevertheless, here was the appealing Reverend Duncan Macmillan, his mild, serene eyes, his sweet voice, his faith. It moved and intrigued Clyde deeply. Could there? Could there? He was so lonely, so despairing, so very much in need of help. Was it not also true, the teaching of the Reverend Macmillan influencing him to that extent at least, that if he had led a better life, had paid more attention to what his mother had said and taught, not gone into that house of prostitution in Kansas City, or pursued Hortense Briggs in the evil way that he had, or after her, Roberta, had been content to work and save, as no doubt most men were, Would he not be better off than he now was? But then again, there was the fact or truth of those very strong impulses and desires within himself that were so very, very hard to overcome. He had thought of those, too, and then of the fact that many other people, like his mother, his uncle, his cousin, and this minister here, did not seem to be troubled by them. And yet also he was given to imagining at times that perhaps it was because of superior mental and moral courage in the face of passions and desires, equivalent to his own, which led these others to do so much better. He was perhaps just willfully devoting himself to these other thoughts and ways, as his mother and Macmillan and most everyone else whom he had heard talk since his arrest seemed to think. What did it all mean? Was there a God? Did he interfere in the affairs of men, as Mr. Macmillan was now contending? Was it possible that one could turn to him, or at least some creative power, in some such hour as this, and when one had always ignored him before, and asked for his aid? Decidedly one needed aid under such circumstances, so alone and ordered and controlled by law, not man, since these, all of them, were the various servants of the law. But would this mysterious power be likely to grant aid? Did it really exist and hear the prayers of men? The Reverend Macmillan insisted yes. He hath said God hath forgotten, he hideth his face, but he has not forgotten, he has not hidden his face. But was that true? Was there anything to it? Tortured by the need of some mental, if not material, support in the face of this great danger, Clyde was now doing what every other human in related circumstances inevitably does, seeking, and yet in the most indirect, involute, and all but unconscious way, the presence or existence, at least, of some superhuman or supernatural personality or power that could and would aid him in some way, beginning to veer, however slightly or unconsciously as yet, toward the personalization and humanization of forces, of which, except in the guise of religion, he had not the faintest conception. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. He recalled that as a placard in one of his mother's mission windows, and another which read, For he is thy life and thy length of days. Just the same, and far from it as yet, even in the face of his sudden predisposition toward the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, was he seriously moved to assume that in religion of any kind was he likely to find surcease from his present miseries? And yet the weeks and months going by, the Reverend Macmillan calling regularly thereafter, every 2 weeks at the longest, sometimes every week, and inquiring after his state, listening to his wants, advising him as to his health and peace of mind, and Clyde, anxious to retain his interest and visits, gradually, more and more, yielding himself to his friendship and influence, that high spirituality, that beautiful voice, and quoting always such soothing things. Brethren, now are we the children of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. And every man that has his hope in him purifieth himself, even as he is pure. Hereby know that we dwell in him and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit. Of his own will begot he us with the word of truth, and we should be a kind of first fruits of his creatures. And every good and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Draw nigh unto God, and he will draw nigh unto you. He was inclined at times to feel that there might be peace and strength, aid even, who could say, in appealing to this power. It was the force and the earnestness of the Reverend Macmillan operating upon him. And yet the question of repentance, and with it confession. But to whom? The Reverend Duncan Macmillan, of course. He seemed to feel that it was necessary for Clyde to purge his soul to him, or someone like him, a material and yet spiritual emissary of God. But just there was the trouble, for there was all of that false testimony he had given in the trial, yet on which had been based his appeal. To go back on that now, and when his appeal was pending, better wait, had he not, until he saw how that appeal had eventuated. But how shabby, false, fleeting, insincere, to imagine that any god would bother with a person who sought to dicker in such a way. No, that was not right either. What would the Reverend Macmillan think of him if he knew what he was thinking? But again, there was the troubling question in his own mind as to his real guilt, the amount of it. True, there was no doubt that he had plotted to kill Roberta there at first, a most dreadful thing as he now saw it, for the complications and the fever in connection with his desire for Sondra having subsided somewhat, it was possible on occasion now for him to reason without the desperate sting and tang of the mental state that had characterized him at the time when he was so immediately in touch with her. Those terrible, troubled days when, in spite of himself, as he now understood it, Belknap's argument having cleared it up for him, he had burned with that wild fever which was not unakin in its manifestations to a form of insanity. The beautiful Sondra, the glorious Sondra, the witchery and fire of her smile then. Even now that dreadful fever was not entirely out, but only smoldering, smothered by all of the dreadful things that had since happened to him. Also, it must be said on his behalf now, must it not, that never, under any other circumstances, would he have succumbed to any such terrible thought or plot as that, to kill anyone, let alone a girl like Roberta, unless he had been so infatuated, lunatic even. But had not the jury there at Bridgeburg listened to that plea with contempt? And would the Court of Appeals think differently? He feared not. And yet was it not true? Or was he all wrong? Or what? Could the Reverend Macmillan or anyone else to whom he could explain tell him as to that? He would like to talk with him about it, confess everything, perhaps, in order to get himself clear on all this. Further, there was the fact that having plotted for Sondra's sake, and God, if no one else, knew that, he still had not been able to execute it, and that had not been brought out in the trial, because the false form of defense used permitted no explanation of the real truth then. And yet it was a mitigating circumstance, was it not? Or would the Reverend Macmillan think so? A lie had to be used, as Jephson saw it, but did that make it any the less true? There were phases of this thing, the tangles and doubts involved in that dark, savage plot of his, as he now saw and brooded on it, which were not so easily to be disposed of. Perhaps the two worst were, first, that in bringing Roberta there to that point on the lake, that lone spot, and then growing so weak and furious with himself because of his own incapacity to do evil, he had frightened her into rising and trying to come to him, and that in the first instance made it possible for her to be thus accidentally struck by him, and so made him, in part at least, guilty of that blow. Or did it? A murderous, sinful blow in that sense. Maybe. What would the Reverend Macmillan say to that? And since because of that she had fallen into the water, was he not guilty of her falling? It was a thought that troubled him very much now, his constructive share of guilt and all that. Regardless of what Oberwalzer had said there at the trial in regard to his swimming away from her, that if she had accidentally fallen into the water it was no crime on his part, supposing he refused to rescue her. Still, as he now saw it, and especially when taken in connection with all that he had thought in regard to Roberta up to that moment, it was a crime just the same, was it not? Wouldn't God, Macmillan, think so? And unquestionably, as Mason had so shrewdly pointed out at the trial, he might have saved her, and would have, too, no doubt, if she had been Sondra, or even the Roberta of the summer before. Besides, the fear of her dragging him down had been no decent fear. It was at nights in his bunk at this time that he argued and reasoned with himself, seeing that Macmillan was urging him now to repent and make peace with his God. Yes, he would have to admit that to himself. Decidedly and instantly he would have sought to save her life if it had been Sondra. And such being the case, he would have to confess that, if he confessed it all to the Reverend Macmillan, or to whomever else one told the truth, when one did tell it, the public at large perhaps. But such a confession once made, would it not surely and truly lead to his conviction? And did he want to convict himself now, and so die? No, better wait a while perhaps, at least until the Court of Appeals had passed on his case. Why jeopardize his case when God already knew what the truth was? Truly, he was sorry. He could see how terrible all this was now, how much misery and heartache, apart from the death of Roberta, he had caused. But still, was not life sweet? Oh, if he could only get out. Oh, if he could only go away from here, never to see or hear or feel anything more of this terrible terror that now hung over him. The slow coming dark, the slow coming dawn, the long night, the sighs, the groans, the tortures by day and by night until it seemed at times as though he should go mad, and would perhaps, except for Macmillan, who now appeared devoted to him, so kind, appealing, and reassuring, too, at times. He would just like to sit down some day, here or somewhere, and tell him all, and get him to say how really guilty, if at all, he thought him to be, and if so guilty, to get him to pray for him. At times he felt so sure that his mother's and the Reverend Duncan Macmillan's prayers would do him so much more good with this God than any prayers of his own would. Somehow he couldn't pray yet. And at times, hearing Macmillan pray, softly and melodiously, his voice entering through the bars, or reading from Galatians, Thessalonians, Corinthians, he felt as though he must tell him everything, and soon. But the days going by, until finally one day 6 weeks after, and when, because of his silence in regard to himself, the Reverend Duncan was beginning to despair of ever affecting him in any way toward his proper contrition and salvation, a letter or note from Sondra, It came through the warden's office, and by the hand of the Reverend Preston Guilford, the Protestant chaplain of the prison, but was not signed. It was, however, on good paper, and because the rule of the prison so requiring had been opened and read. Nevertheless, on account of the nature of the contents, which seemed to both the warden and the Reverend Guilford to be more charitable and punitive than otherwise, and because plainly, if not verifiably, it was from that Miss X of repute or notoriety in connection with his trial, it was decided, after due deliberation, that Clyde should be permitted to read it, even that it was best that he should. Perhaps it would prove of value as a lesson, the way of the transgressor. And so it was handed to him at the close of a late fall day, after a long and dreary summer had passed, soon a year since he had entered here, and he taking it. And although it was typewritten with no date nor place save on the envelope, which was postmarked New York, yet sensing somehow that it might be from her, and growing decidedly nervous, so much so that his hand trembled slightly, and then reading, over and over and over, during many days thereafter. Clyde, this is so that you will not think that someone once dear to you has utterly forgotten you. She has suffered much, too, and though she can never understand how you could have done as you did, still, even now, although she is never to see you again, she is not without sorrow and sympathy, and wishes you freedom and happiness. But no signature, no trace of her own handwriting. She was afraid to sign her name, and she was too remote from him in her mood now to let him know where she was. New York. But it might have been sent there from anywhere to mail, and she would not let him know, would never let him know, even though he died here later, as well he might. His last hope, the last trace of his dream, vanished, forever. It was at that moment, as when night at last falls upon the faintest remaining gleam of dusk in the west, a dim, weakening tinge of pink, and then the dark. He seated himself on his cot. The wretched stripes of his uniform and his gray felt shoes took his eye. A felon. These stripes, these shoes, this cell, this uncertain, threatening prospect so very terrible to contemplate at any time. And then this letter. So this was the end of all that wonderful dream. And for this he had sought so desperately to disengage himself from Roberta, even to the point of deciding to slay her. This! He toyed with the letter, then held it quite still. Where was she now? Who in love with, maybe? She had had time to change, perhaps. She had only been captivated by him a little, maybe. And then that terrible revelation in connection with him had destroyed forever, no doubt, all sentiment in connection with him. She was free. She had beauty, wealth, now some other. He got up and walked to his cell door, to still a great pain. Over the way, in that cell the Chinaman had once occupied, was a Negro, Wash Higgins. He had stabbed a waiter in a restaurant, so it was said, who had refused him food and then insulted him. And next to him was a young Jew. He had killed the proprietor of a jewelry store in trying to rob it, but he was very broken and collapsed now that he was here to die, sitting for the most part all day on his cot, his head in his hands. Clyde could see both from where he stood, the Jew holding his head, but the Negro on his cot, one leg above the other, smoking and singing. "Oh, big wheel rollin', oh, big wheel rollin', oh, big wheel rollin', for me, for me." And then Clyde, unable to get away from his own thoughts, turning again. Condemned to die, he, and this was the end as to Sondra. He could feel it. Farewell, although she is never to see you again. He threw himself on his couch, not to weep, but to rest. He felt so weary. Lycurgus, Fourth Lake, Bear Lake, laughter, kisses, smiles, what was to have been in the fall of the preceding year, and now, a year later. But then, that young Jew. There was some religious chant into which he fell when his mental tortures would no longer endure silence. And oh, how sad. Many of the prisoners had cried out against it. And yet, how appropriate now, somehow. I have been evil. I have been unkind. I have lied. Oh, oh, oh. I have been unfaithful. My heart has been wicked. I have joined with those who have done evil things. Oh, oh, oh. I have stolen. I have been false. I have been cruel. Oh, oh, oh. And the voice of Big Tom Rooney, sentenced for killing Thomas T., a rival for the hand of an underworld girl. For Christ's sake, I know you feel bad, but so do I. Oh, for God's sake, don't do that. Clyde, on his cot, his thoughts responding rhythmically to the chant of the Jew, and joining him silently. I have been evil. I have been unkind. I have lied. Oh, 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 I have been unfaithful. My heart has been wicked. I have joined with those who have done evil things. Oh, 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 I have been false. I have been cruel. I have sought to murder. Oh, and for what? A vain, impossible dream? Oh. When the guard, an hour later, placed his supper on the shelf in the door, he made no move. Food. And when the guard returned in another 30 minutes, there it was, still untouched, as was the Jew's, and was taken away in silence. Guards knew when blue devils had seized the inmates of these cages. They couldn't eat. And there were times, too, when even guards couldn't eat. End of Book 3, Chapter 32. Section 42 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 33. The depression resulting, even after 2 days, was apparent to the Reverend Macmillan, who was concerned to know why. More recently, he had been led to believe by Clyde's manner, his visits, if not the fact that the totality of his preachments, would not have been greeted with as much warmth as he would have liked, that by degrees Clyde was being won to his own spiritual viewpoint. With no little success, as it had seemed to him, he had counseled Clyde as to the folly of depression and despair. What? Was not the peace of God within the grasp and for the asking? To one who sought God and found him, as he surely would, if he sought, there could be no sorrow, but only joy. Hereby we know that we dwell in him, and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit. So he preached or read, until finally, 2 weeks after receiving the letter from Sondra, and because of the deep depression into which he had sunk on account of it, Clyde was finally moved to request of him that he try to induce the warden to allow him to be taken to some other cell or room, apart from this room or cell, which seemed to Clyde to be filled with too many of his tortured thoughts, in order that he might talk with him and get his advice. As he told the Reverend Macmillan, he did not appear to be able to solve his true responsibility in connection with all that had so recently occurred in his life, and because of which he seemed not to be able to find that peace of mind of which Macmillan talked so much. Perhaps there must be something wrong with his viewpoint. Actually, he would like to go over the offense of which he was convicted and see if there was anything wrong in his understanding of it. He was not so sure now. And Macmillan, greatly stirred, an enormous spiritual triumph this, as he saw it, the true reward of faith and prayer, at once proceeding to the warden, who was glad enough to be of service in such a cause. And he permitted the use of one of the cells in the old death-house for as long as he should require, and with no guard between himself and Clyde, one only remaining in the general hall outside. And there Clyde began the story of his relations with Roberta and Sondra. Yet because of all that had been set forth at the trial, merely referring to most of the evidence, apart from his defense, the change of heart as so, afterwards dwelling more particularly on the fatal adventure with Roberta in the boat, did the Reverend Macmillan, because of the original plotting, and hence the original intent, think him guilty, especially in view of his obsession over Sondra, all his dreams in regard to her. Did that truly constitute murder? He was asking this because, as he said, it was as he had done, not as his testimony at the trial had indicated that he had done. It was a lie that he had experienced a change of heart. His attorneys had counseled the defense as best, since they did not feel that he was guilty and had thought that plan the quickest route to liberty. But it was a lie. In connection with his mental state also there in the boat, before and after her rising and attempting to come to him, and that blow and after, he had not told the truth either, quite. That unintentional blow, as he now wished to explain, since it affected his efforts at religious meditation, a desire to present himself honestly to his Creator, if at all, he did not then explain that, as yet he had scarcely attempted to so present himself, there was more to it than he had been able yet to make clear, even to himself. In fact, even now to himself, there was much that was evasive and even insoluble about it. He had said that there had been no anger, that there had been a change of heart. But there had been no change of heart. In fact, just before she had risen to come to him, there had been a complex troubled state, bordering, as he now saw it, almost upon trance or palsy, and due, but he could scarcely say to what it was due, exactly. He had thought at first, or afterwards, that it was partly due to pity for Roberta, or at least the shame of so much cruelty in connection with her, his plan to strike her. At the same time there was anger, too, hate maybe, because of her determination to force him to do what he did not wish to do. Thirdly, yet he was not so sure as to that. He had thought about it long, and yet he was not sure even now. There might have been fear as to the consequences of such an evil deed. although just at that time, as it seemed to him now, he was not thinking of the consequences, or of anything save his inability to do as he had come to do, and feeling angry as to that. Yet in the blow, the accidental blow that had followed upon her rising and attempting to come to him, had been some anger against her for wanting to come near him at all, and that it was perhaps, he was truly not sure, even now, that had given the blow its so destructive force. It was so afterward, anyhow, that he was compelled to think of it. And yet there was also the truth that in rising he was seeking to save her, even in spite of his hate. That he was also, for the moment at least, sorry for that blow. Again, though, once the boat had upset and both were in the water, in all that confusion, and when she was drowning, he had been moved by the thought, do nothing, for thus he would be rid of her. Yes, he had so thought. But again, there was the fact that all through, as Mr. Belknap and Mr. Jephson had pointed out, he had been swayed by his obsession for Miss X, the super-motivating force in connection with all this. But now, did the Reverend Macmillan, considering all that went before, and all that came after, the fact that the unintentional blow still had anger in it, angry dissatisfaction with her, really, and that afterwards he had not gone to her rescue, as now, honestly and truly as he was trying to show, did he think that that constituted murder, mortal blood guilt for which spiritually, as well as legally, he might be said to deserve death? Did he? He would like to know for his own soul's peace, so that he could pray, maybe. The Reverend Macmillan, hearing all this, and never in his life before having heard or having had passed to him so intricate and elusive and strange a problem, and because of Clyde's faith in and regard for him, enormously impressed. And now sitting before him quite still and pondering most deeply, sadly, and even nervously, so serious and important was this request for an opinion, something which, as he knew, Clyde was counting on to give him earthly and spiritual peace. But nonetheless, the Reverend Macmillan was himself too puzzled to answer so quickly. Up to the time you went in that boat with her, Clyde, you had not changed in your mood toward her, your intention to... The Reverend Macmillan's face was gray and drawn. His eyes were sad. He had been listening, as he now felt, to a sad and terrible story, an evil and cruel, self-torturing and destroying story. This young boy, really. His hot, restless heart, which plainly for the lack of so many things, which he, the Reverend Macmillan, had never wanted for, had rebelled, and because of that rebellion had sinned mortally and was condemned to die. Indeed, his reason was as intensely troubled as his heart was moved. No, I had not. You were, as you say, angry with yourself for being so weak as not to be able to do what you had planned to do. In a way, it was like that, yes. But then I was sorry, too, you see, and maybe afraid. I'm not exactly sure now. Maybe not, either. The Reverend Macmillan shook his head. So strange, so evasive, so evil, and yet... But at the same time, as you say, you were angry with her for having driven you to that point. Yes. Where you were compelled to wrestle with so terrible a problem? Yes. Tsk. And so you thought of striking her. Yes, I did. But you could not. No. Praise be the mercy of God. Yet in the blow that you did strike, unintentionally, as you say, there was still some anger against her. That was why the blow was so severe. You did not want her to come near you. No, I didn't. I think I didn't, anyhow. I'm not quite sure. It may be that I wasn't quite right. Anyhow, all worked up, I guess. Sick, almost. In his uniform, with his hair cropped so close, Clyde sat there, trying honestly now to think how it really was, exactly, and greatly troubled by his inability to demonstrate to himself even, either his guilt or his lack of guilt. Was he, or was he not? And the Reverend Macmillan, himself intensely strained, muttering, Wide is the gate, and broad the way that leadeth to destruction. And yet finally adding, But you did rise up to save her. Yes, afterwards I got up. I meant to catch her after she fell back. That was what upset the boat. And you did really want to catch her? I don't know. At the moment, I guess I did. Anyhow, I felt sorry, I think. But can you say now, truly and positively, as your Creator sees you, that you were sorry? Or that you wanted to save her then? It all happened so quick, you see, began Clyde nervously, hopelessly almost, that I'm not just sure. No, I don't know that I was so very sorry. No, I really don't know, you see, now. Sometimes I think maybe I was. A little, sometimes not, maybe. But after she was gone and I was on shore, I felt sorry. A little. But I was sort of glad, too, to be free, and yet frightened, too. You see, yes, I know, you were going to that Miss X. But out there, when she was in the water. No. You did not want to go to her rescue? No. Tst. You felt no sorrow? No shame? Then? Yes, shame, maybe. Maybe sorrow, too, a little. I knew it was terrible. I felt that it was, of course. But still, you see. Yes, I know. That Miss X. You wanted to get away. Yes, but mostly I was frightened and I didn't want to help her. Yes. If she drowned, you could go to that Miss X. You thought of that. The Reverend Macmillan's lips were tightly and sadly compressed. Yes. My son, in your heart was murder then. Yes, Clyde said reflectively. I have thought since it must have been that way. The Reverend Macmillan paused, and to hearten himself for this task began to pray, but silently to himself. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. He stirred again after a time. Ah, Clyde, the mercy of God is equal to every sin. I know it. He sent his own Son to die for the evil of the world. It must be so, if you will but repent. But that thought, that deed, you have much to pray for, my son. Much. Oh, yes. For in the sight of God, I fear. Yes. And yet, I must pray for enlightenment. This is a strange and terrible story. There are so many phases. It may be, but pray. Pray with me now that you and I may have light. He bowed his head. He sat for minutes in silence, while Clyde also in silence and troubled doubt sat before him. Then, after a time, he began. O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am weak. Heal me in my shame and sorrow, for my soul is wounded and dark in thy sight. O let the wickedness of my heart pass. Lead me, O God, into thy righteousness. Let the wickedness of my heart pass and remember it not. Clyde, his head down, sat still, very still. He himself was at last shaken and mournful. No doubt his sin was very great. Very, very terrible. And yet... But then the Reverend Macmillan ceasing and rising, he too rose, the while Macmillan added, But I must go now. I must think, pray. This has troubled and touched me deeply. Oh, very, Lord. And you, my son, you return and pray, alone. Repent. Ask of God on your knees his forgiveness, and he will hear you. Yes, he will. And tomorrow, or as soon as I honestly can, I will come again. But do not despair. Pray always, for in prayer alone, prayer and contrition is salvation. Rest in the strength of him who holds the world in the hollow of his hand. In his abounding strength and mercy is peace and forgiveness. Oh, yes. He struck the iron door with a small key-ring that he carried, and at once the guard, hearing it, returned. Then, having escorted Clyde to his cell, and seen him once more shut within that restraining cage, he took his own departure, heavily and miserably burdened with all that he had heard. And Clyde was left to brood on all he had said, and how it had affected Macmillan as well as himself, his new friend's stricken mood, the obvious pain and horror with which he viewed it all. Was he really and truly guilty? Did he really and truly deserve to die for this? Was that what Reverend Macmillan would decide? And in the face of all this tenderness and mercy? After another week in which, moved by Clyde's seeming contrition and all the confusing and extenuating circumstances of his story, and having wrestled most earnestly with every moral aspect of it, the Reverend Macmillan once more before his cell door, but only to say that however liberal or charitable his interpretation of the facts, as at last Clyde had truthfully pictured them, still he could not feel that either primarily or secondarily could he be absolved from guilt for her death. He had plotted, had he not? He had not gone to her rescue when he might have. He had wished her dead, and afterwards had not been sorry. In the blow that had brought about the upsetting of the boat had been some anger, also in the mood that had not permitted him to strike. The facts that he had been influenced by the beauty and position of Miss X to the plotting of his deed, and, after his evil relations with Roberta, that she had been determined he should marry her, far from being points in extenuation of his actions, were really further evidence of his general earthly sin and guilt. Before the Lord, then, he had sinned in many ways. In those dark days, alas, as Mr. Macmillan saw it, He was little more than a compound of selfishness and unhallowed desire and fornication, against the evil of which Paul had thundered. It had endured to the end and had not changed, until he had been taken by the law. He had not repented, not even there at Bear Lake where he had time for thought. And besides, had he not, from beginning to end, bolstered it with false and evil pretenses? Verily. On the other hand, no doubt if he were sent to the chair now, in the face of this first, and yet so clear manifestation of contrition, when now, for the first time, he was beginning to grasp the enormity of his offense, it would be but to compound crime with crime, the state in this instance being the aggressor. For, like the warden and many others, Macmillan was against capital punishment, preferring to compel the wrongdoer to serve the state in some way. But nonetheless, he felt himself compelled to acknowledge Clyde was far from innocent. Think as he would, and however much spiritually he desired to absolve him, was he not actually guilty? In vain it was that Macmillan now pointed out to Clyde that his awakened moral and spiritual understanding more perfectly and beautifully fitted him for life and action than ever before. He was alone. He had no one who believed in him. No one. He had no one who, in any of his troubled and tortured actions before that crime, saw anything but the darkest guilt, apparently. And yet, and this despite Sondra and the Reverend Macmillan, and all the world for that matter, Mason, the jury at Bridgeburg, the Court of Appeals at Albany, if it should decide to confirm the jury at Bridgeburg, he had a feeling in his heart that he was not as guilty as they all seemed to think. After all, they had not been tortured as he had by Roberta with her determination that he marry her, and thus ruin his whole life. They had not burned with that unquenchable passion for the Sondra of his beautiful dream as he had. They had not been harassed, tortured, mocked by the ill fate of his early life and training, forced to sing and pray on the streets as he had in such a degrading way, when his whole heart and soul cried out for better things. How could they judge him, these people, all or any one of them, even his own mother, when they did not know what his own mental, physical, and spiritual suffering had been? And as he lived through it again in his thoughts at this moment, the sting and mental poison of it was as real to him as ever. Even in the face of all the facts, and as much as everyone felt him to be guilty, there was something so deep within him that seemed to cry out against it, that even now, at times, it startled him. Still, there was the Reverend Macmillan. He was a very fair, and just, and merciful man. Surely he saw all this from a higher light and better viewpoint than his own. While at times he felt strongly that he was innocent, at others he felt that he must be guilty. Oh, these evasive and tortured and tanglesome thoughts! Would he never be able, quite, to get the whole thing straightened out in his own mind? So Clyde, not being able to take advantage truly of either the tenderness and faith and devotion of so good and pure a soul as the Reverend Macmillan, or the all-merciful and all-powerful God, of whom here he stood as the ambassador, what was he to do, really? How pray, resignedly, unreservedly, faithfully? And in that mood, and because of the urge of the Reverend Duncan, who was convinced by Clyde's confession that he must have been completely infused with the Spirit of God, once more thumbing through the various passages and chapters pointed out to him, reading and rereading the Psalms most familiar to him, seeking from their inspiration to catch the necessary contrition, which once caught would give him that peace and strength which in these long and dreary hours he so much desired, yet never quite catching it. Parallel with all this, 4 more months passed, and at the end of that time, in January 19 blank, the Court of Appeals finding, Fulham J. reviewing the evidence as offered by Belknap and Jeffson, with Kincaid, Briggs, Truman, and Dobshuter concurring that Clyde was guilty as decided by the Cataraqui County jury, and sentencing him to die at some time within the week beginning February 28th, or 6 weeks later, and saying in conclusion, "We are mindful that this is a case of circumstantial evidence, and that the only eyewitness denies that death was the result of crime. But in obedience to the most exacting requirements of that manner of proof, the counsel for the people, with very unusual thoroughness and ability, has investigated and presented evidence of a great number of circumstances for the purpose of truly solving the question of the defendant's guilt or innocence. We might think that the proof of some of these facts standing by themselves was subject to doubt by reason of unsatisfactory or contradictory evidence, and that other occurrences might be so explained or interpreted as to be reconcilable with innocence. The defense, and very ably, sought to enforce this view. But taken altogether and considered as a connected whole, they make such convincing proof of guilt that we are not able to escape from its force by any justifiable process of reasoning, and we are compelled to say that not only is the verdict not opposed to the weight of evidence, and to the proper inference to be drawn from it, but that it is abundantly justified thereby. Decision of the lower court unanimously confirmed. On hearing this, Macmillan, who was in Syracuse at the time, hurrying to Clyde in the hope that before the news was conveyed officially, he should be there to encourage him spiritually, since, only with the aid of the Lord, as he saw it, the eternal and ever-present help in trouble, would Clyde be able to endure so heavy a blow. And finding him, for which he was most deeply grateful, wholly unaware as to what had occurred, since no news of any kind was conveyed to any condemned man until the warrant for his execution had arrived. After a most tender and spiritual conversation, in which he quoted from Matthew, Paul, and John as to the unimportance of this world, the true reality and joy of the next, Clyde was compelled to learn from Macmillan that the decision of the court had gone against him, and that, even though Macmillan talked of an appeal to the governor, which he, and some others whom he was sure to be able to influence, would make, unless the governor chose to act, within 6 weeks, as Clyde knew, he would be compelled to die. And then, once the force of that fact had finally burst on him, and while Macmillan talked on about faith and the refuge which the mercy and wisdom of God provided, Clyde, standing before him, with more courage and character showing in his face and eyes than at any time previously in his brief and eager career. So, they've decided against me. Now I will have to go through that door after all, like all those others. They'll draw the curtains for me, too. Into that other room, then back across the passage, saying goodbye as I go, like the others. I will not be here any more. He seemed to be going over each step in his mind, each step with which he was so familiar, only now, for the first time, he was living it for himself. Now, in the face of this dread news, which somehow was as fascinating as it was terrible, feeling not as distrait or weak as he first had imagined he would be. Rather, to his astonishment, considering all his previous terror in regard to this, thinking of what he would do, what he would say, in an outwardly calm way. Would he repeat prayers read to him by the Reverend Macmillan here? No doubt, and maybe gladly, too. And yet, in his momentary trance he was unconscious of the fact that the Reverend Duncan was whispering, "But you see, we haven't reached the end of this yet. There is a new governor coming into office in January. He is a very sensible and kindly man, I hear. In fact, I know several people who know him, and it is my plan to see him personally, as well as to have some other people whom I know write him on the strength of what I will tell him." But from Clyde's look at the moment, as well as what he now said, he could tell that he was not listening. "My mother, I suppose someone ought to telegraph her. She's going to feel very bad." And then, "I don't suppose they believed that those letters shouldn't have been introduced just as they were, did they? I thought maybe they would." He was thinking of Nicholson. "Don't worry, Clyde," replied the tortured and saddened Macmillan, at this point more eager to take him in his arms and comfort him than to say anything at all. "I have already telegraphed your mother. As for that decision, I will see your lawyers right away. Besides, as I say, I propose to see the governor myself. He is a new man, you see." Once more he was now repeating all that Clyde had not heard before. End of Book 3, Chapter 33. Section 43 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 34. The scene was the executive chamber of the newly elected governor of the state of New York. Some 3 weeks after the news conveyed to Clyde by Macmillan. After many preliminary and futile efforts on the part of Belknap and Jeffson to obtain a commutation of the sentence of Clyde from death to life imprisonment, the customary filing of a plea for clemency, together with such comments as they had to make in regard to the way the evidence had been misinterpreted and the illegality of introducing the letters of Roberta in their original form, to all of which Governor Waltham, an ex-district attorney and judge from the southern part of the state, had been conscientiously compelled to reply that he could see no reason for interfering, there was now before Governor Waltham Mrs. Griffiths together with the Reverend Macmillan. For, moved by the widespread interest in the final disposition of Clyde's case, as well as the fact that his mother, because of her unshaken devotion to him, and having learned of the decision of the Court of Appeals, had once more returned to Auburn, and since then had been appealing to the newspapers, as well as to himself through letters, for a correct understanding of the extenuating circumstances surrounding her son's downfall, and because she herself had repeatedly appealed to him for a personal interview, in which she should be allowed to present her deepest convictions in regard to all this, the governor had at last consented to see her. It could do no harm. Besides, it would tend to soothe her. Also, variable public sentiment, whatever its convictions in any given case, was usually on the side of the form or gesture of clemency, without, however, any violence to its convictions. And in this case, if one could judge by the newspapers, the public was convinced that Clyde was guilty. On the other hand, Mrs. Griffiths, owing to her long meditations in regard to Clyde, Roberta, his sufferings during and since the trial, the fact that according to the Reverend Macmillan he had at last been won to a deep contrition and spiritual union with his Creator, whatever his original sin, was now more than ever convinced that humanity and even justice demanded that at least he be allowed to live. And so, standing before the governor, a tall, sober, and somewhat somber man, who never in all his life had even so much as sensed the fevers or fires that Clyde had known, yet who, being a decidedly affectionate father and husband, could very well sense what Mrs. Griffith's present emotions must be, yet greatly exercised by the compulsion which the facts, as he understood them, as well as a deep-seated and unchangeable submission to law and order, thrust upon him. Like the pardon clerk before him, he had read all the evidence submitted to the Court of Appeals, as well as the latest brief submitted by Belknap and Jephson. But on what grounds could he, David Waltham, and without any new or varying data of any kind, just a reinterpretation of the evidence as already passed on, venture to change Clyde's death sentence to life imprisonment? Had not a jury, as well as the Court of Appeals, already said he should die? In consequence, as Mrs. Griffiths began her plea, her voice shaky, retracing as best she could the story of Clyde's life, his virtues, the fact that at no time had he ever been a bad or cruel boy, that Roberta, if not Miss X, was not entirely guiltless in this matter, he merely gazed at her, deeply moved. The love and devotion of such a mother, her agony in this hour, her faith that her son could not be as evil as the proven fact seemed to indicate to him and everyone else. Oh, my dear governor, how can the sacrifice of my son's life now, and when spiritually he has purged his soul of sin and is ready to devote himself to the work of God, repay the state for the loss of that poor, dear girl's life, whether it was accidentally or otherwise taken? How can it? Cannot the millions of people of the state of New York be merciful? Cannot you, as their representative, exercise the mercy that they may feel? Her voice broke. She could not go on. Instead, she turned her back and began to cry silently, while Waltham, shaken by an emotion he could not master, merely stood there. This poor woman, so obviously honest and sincere. Then the Reverend Macmillan, seeing his opportunity, now entering his plea. Clyde had changed. He could not speak as to his life before, but since his incarceration, or for the last year at least, he had come into a new understanding of life, duty, his obligations to man and God. If but the death sentence could be commuted to life imprisonment! And the governor, who was a very earnest and conscientious man, listened with all attention to Macmillan, whom, as he saw and concluded, was decidedly an intense and vital and highly idealistic person. No question in his own mind but what the words of this man, whatever they were, would be true, in so far as his own understanding would permit the conception of a truth. But you, personally, Mr. Macmillan, the governor at last found voice to say, because of your long contact with him in the prison there, do you know of any material fact not introduced at the trial, which would in any way tend to invalidate or weaken any phase of the testimony offered at the trial? As you must know, this is a legal proceeding. I cannot act upon sentiment alone, and especially in the face of the unanimous decision of 2 separate courts. He looked decidedly at Macmillan, who, pale and dumb, now gazed upon him in return. For now, on his word, on his shoulders, apparently, was being placed the burden of deciding as to Clyde's guilt or innocence. But could he do that? Had he not decided, after due meditation as to Clyde's confessions, that he was guilty before God and the law? And could he now, for mercy's sake, and in the face of his deepest spiritual conviction, alter his report of his conviction? Would that be true, white, valuable before the Lord? And as instantly deciding that he, Clyde's spiritual adviser, must not in any way be invalidated in his spiritual worth to Clyde. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost his savour, wherewith shall it be salted? And forthwith he declared, as his spiritual adviser, I have entered only upon the spiritual, not the legal aspect of his life. And thereupon Waltham, at once deciding, from something in Macmillan's manner, that he, like all the others, apparently, was satisfied as to Clyde's guilt, and so, finally finding courage to say to Mrs. Griffiths, Unless some definite evidence such as I have not yet seen, and which will affect the legality of these two findings, can be brought me, I have no alternative, Mrs. Griffiths, but to allow the verdict as written to stand. I am very sorry. Oh, more than I can tell you. But if the law is to be respected, its decisions can never be altered, except for reasons that in themselves are full of legal merit. I wish I could decide differently. I do indeed. My heart and my prayers go with you. He pressed a button. His secretary entered. It was plain that the interview was ended. Mrs. Griffiths, violently shaken and deeply depressed by the peculiar silence and evasion of Macmillan at the crucial moment of his interview, when the governor had asked such an all-important and direct question as to the guilt of her son, was still unable to say a word more. But now what? Which way? To whom to turn? God, and God only. She and Clyde must find in their Creator the solace for his failure and death in this world. And as she was thinking and still weeping, the Reverend Macmillan approached and gently led her from the room. When she was gone, the governor finally turned to his secretary. Never in my life have I faced a sadder duty. It will always be with me. He turned and gazed out upon a snowy February landscape. And after this, but 2 more weeks of life for Clyde, during which time, and because of this ultimate decision conveyed to him first by Macmillan, but in company with his mother, from whose face Clyde could read all, even before Macmillan spoke, and from whom he heard all once more as to his need of refuge and peace in God, his Saviour, he now walked up and down his cell, unable to rest for any length of time anywhere. For because of this final, completely convincing sensation, that very soon he was about to die, he felt the need, even now, of retracing his unhappy life, his youth, Kansas City, Chicago, Lycurgus, Roberta and Sondra. How swiftly they and all that was connected with them passed in review, the few brief, bright, intense moments, his desire for more, that intense desire he had felt there in Lycurgus after Sondra came, and now this, and now even this was ending, why, he had scarcely lived at all as yet, and these last 2 years so miserably between these crushing walls, and of his life but 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 of the filtering and now feverish days left. They were going. But life, how was one to do without that? The beauty of the days, of the sun and rain, of work, love, energy, desire. Oh, he really did not want to die. He did not. Why say to him so constantly as his mother and the Reverend Macmillan now did, to resolve all his care in divine mercy and think only of God, when now was all? And yet the Reverend Macmillan insisting that only in Christ and the hereafter was real peace. Oh yes, but just the same, before the governor, might he not have said that he was not guilty, or at least not entirely guilty, if only he had seen it that way, that time, and then, why then the governor might have commuted his sentence to life imprisonment, might he not? For he had asked his mother what the Reverend Macmillan had said to the governor, yet without saying to her that he had ever confessed all to him, and she had replied that he had told him how sincerely he had humbled himself before the Lord, but not that he was not guilty. And Clyde, feeling how strange it was that the Reverend Macmillan could not conscientiously bring himself to do more than that for him. How sad, how hopeless. Would no one ever understand, or give him credit for his human, if all too human, and perhaps wrong hungers, yet from which so many others, along with himself, suffered? But worse yet, if anything, Mrs. Griffiths, because of what the Reverend Macmillan had said, or failed to say, in answer to the final question asked him by Governor Waltham, and although subsequently in answer to an inquiry of her own, he had repeated the statement, she was staggered by the thought that perhaps, after all, Clyde was as guilty as at first she had feared, and because of that, asking at one point, "Clyde, if there is anything you have not confessed, you must confess it before you go." "I have confessed everything to God and to Mr. Macmillan, mother. Isn't that enough?" "No, Clyde. You have told the world that you are innocent, but if you are not, you must say so." "But if my conscience tells me that I am right, is not that enough?" "No, not if God's word says differently, Clyde," replied Mrs. Griffiths nervously, and with great inward spiritual torture. But he chose to say nothing further at the time. How could he discuss with his mother or the world the strange shadings which in his confession and subsequent talks with the Reverend Macmillan he had not been able to solve? It was not to be done. And because of that refusal on her son's part to confide in her, Mrs. Griffiths, tortured not only spiritually but personally, her own son, and so near death and not willing to say what apparently already he had said to Mr. Macmillan. Would not God ever be done with this testing her? And yet, on account of what Macmillan had already said, that he considered Clyde, whatever his past sins, contrite and clean before the Lord, a youth truly ready to meet his Maker, she was prone to rest. The Lord was great. He was merciful. In his bosom was peace. What was death? What life? To one whose heart and mind were at peace with him. It was nothing. A few years, how very few, and she and Asa, and after them, his brothers and sisters would come to join him, and all his miseries here would be forgotten. But without peace in the Lord, the full and beautiful realization of his presence, love, care, and mercy, she was tremulous at moments now in her spiritual exaltation, no longer quite normal, as Clyde could see and feel, but also by her prayers and anxiety as to his spiritual welfare, he was also able to see how little, really, she had ever understood of his true moods and aspirations. He had longed for so much there in Kansas City, and he had had so little. Things, just things, had seemed so very important to him, and he had so resented being taken out on the street as he had been, before all the other boys and girls, many of whom had all the things that he craved, and when he would have been glad to have been anywhere else in the world than out there, on the street. That mission life that to his mother was so wonderful, yet to him so dreary. But was it wrong for him to feel so? Had it been? Would the Lord resent it now? And maybe she was right as to her thoughts about him. Unquestionably, he would have been better off if he had followed her advice. But how strange it was that to his own mother, and even now in these closing hours, when above all things he craved sympathy, but more than sympathy, true and deep understanding, even now, and as much as she loved and sympathized with, and was seeking to aid him with all her strength in her stern and self-sacrificing way, still he could not turn to her now and tell her, his own mother, just how it all happened. It was as though there was an insurmountable wall or impenetrable barrier between them, built by the lack of understanding, for it was just that. She would never understand his craving for ease and luxury, for beauty, for love, his particular kind of love that went with show, pleasure, wealth, position, his eager and immutable aspirations and desires. She could not understand these things. She would look on all of it as sin, evil, selfishness, and in connection with all the fatal steps involving Roberta and Sondra, as adultery, unchastity, murder even. And she would and did expect him to be terribly sorry and wholly repentant, when even now, and for all he had said to the Reverend Macmillan and to her, he could not feel so, not wholly so, although great was his desire now to take refuge in God, but better yet, if it were only possible in her own understanding and sympathetic heart. If it were only possible. Lord, it was all so terrible. He was so alone, even in these last few and elusive hours, the swift passing of the days, with his mother and also the Reverend Macmillan here with him, but neither understanding. But apart from all this and much worse, he was locked up here and they would not let him go. There was a system, a horrible routine system, as long since he had come to feel it to be so. It was iron. It moved automatically like a machine without the aid or the hearts of men. These guards, they with their letters, their inquiries, their pleasant and yet really hollow words, their trips to do little favors, or to take the men in and out of the yard or to their baths, they were iron too, mere machines, automatons, pushing and yet restraining one, within these walls, as ready to kill as to favor in case of opposition, but pushing, always toward that little door over there, from which there was no escape, just on and on, until at last they would push him through it, never to return. Each time he thought of this, he arose and walked on the floor. Afterwards, usually, he resumed the puzzle of his own guilt. He tried to think of Roberta and the evil he had done her, to read the Bible, even, lying on his face on the iron cot, repeating over and over, Lord, give me peace. Lord, give me light. Lord, give me strength to resist any evil thoughts that I should not have. I know I am not wholly white. Oh no, I know I plotted evil. Yes, I know that, I confess. But must I really die now? Is there no help? Will you not help me, Lord? Will you not manifest yourself, as my mother says you will, for me? Will you get the governor to change my sentence before the final moment to life imprisonment? Will you get the Reverend Macmillan to change his views, and go to him, and my mother too? I will drive out all sinful thoughts. I will be different. Oh yes, I will, if you will only spare me. Do not let me die now, so soon. Do not. I will pray. Yes, I will. Give me the strength to understand and believe, and pray. Oh, do. It was like this in those short, horrible days between the return of his mother and the Reverend Macmillan from their final visit to the governor, and in his last hour, that Clyde thought and prayed, yet finally, in a kind of psychic terror, evoked by his uncertainty as to the meaning of the hereafter, his certainty of death, and the faith and emotions of his mother, as well as those of the Reverend Macmillan, who was about every day with his interpretations of divine mercy, and his exhortations as to the necessity of complete faith and reliance upon it. He himself coming at last to believe, not only must he have faith, but that he had it, and peace, complete and secure. In that state, and at the request of the Reverend Macmillan and his mother, finally composing, with the personal aid and supervision of Macmillan, who changed some of the sentences in his presence and with his consent, and addressed to the world, and more particularly to young men of his own years, which read, "In the shadow of the valley of death, it is my desire to do everything that would remove any doubt as to my having found Jesus Christ, the personal Savior and unfailing friend. My one regret at this time is that I have not given him the preeminence in my life while I had the opportunity to work for him. If I could only say some one thing that would draw young men to him, I would deem it the greatest privilege ever granted me. But all I can now say is, I know in whom I have believed, and am persuaded that he is able to keep that which I have committed unto him against that day," a quotation that Macmillan had familiarized him with. "If the young men in this country could only know the joy and pleasure of a Christian life, I know they would do all in their power to become earnest, active Christians, and would strive to live as Christ would have them live. There is not one thing I have left undone which will bar me from facing my God, knowing that my sins are forgiven, for I have been free and frank in my talks with my spiritual adviser, and God knows where I stand. My task is done, the victory won. Clyde Griffiths." Having written this, a statement so unlike all the previous rebellious moods that had characterized him, that even now he was not a little impressed by the difference, handing it to Macmillan, who, heartened by this triumph, exclaimed, "And the victory is won, Clyde. This day shalt thou be with me in paradise. You have his word. Your soul and your body belong to him. Praised everlastingly be his name." And then so wrought up was he by this triumph, taking both Clyde's hands in his, and kissing them, and then folding him in his arms. my son, in whom I am well pleased. In you God has truly manifested his truth, his power to save. I see it. I feel it. Your address to the world is really his own voice to the world." And then pocketing the note with the understanding that it was to be issued after Clyde's death, not before. And yet Clyde, having written this, still dubious at moments. Was he really saved? The time was so short. Could he rely on God with that absolute security which he had just announced now characterized him? Could he? Life was so strange, the future so obscure. Was there really a life after death? A God by whom he would be welcomed as the Reverend Macmillan and his own mother insisted? Was there? In the midst of this, 2 days before his death, and in a final burst of panic, Mrs. Griffiths writing the Honorable David Waltham, "Can you say before your God that you have no doubt of Clyde's guilt? Please wire. If you cannot, then his blood will be upon your head. His mother." And Robert Fessler, the secretary to the governor, replying by wire, "Governor Waltham does not think himself justified in interfering with the decision of the Court of Appeals." At last, the final day, the final hour, Clyde's transfer to a cell in the old death house, where, after a shave and a bath, he was furnished with black trousers, a white shirt without a collar, to be opened at the neck afterwards, new felt slippers, and gray socks. So accoutred, he was allowed once more to visit his mother and Macmillan, who, from 6 o'clock in the evening preceding the morning of his death until 4 of the final morning, were permitted to remain near him, to counsel with him as to the love and mercy of God. And then at 4, the warden appearing to say that it was time, he feared, that Mrs. Griffiths depart, leaving Clyde in the care of Mr. Macmillan, the sad compulsion of the law, as he explained. And then Clyde's final farewell to his mother, before which, and in between the silences and painful twisting of heartstrings, he had managed to say, "Mamma, you must believe that I die resigned and content. It won't be hard. God has heard my prayers. He has given me strength and peace." But to himself adding, "Had he?" And Mrs. Griffiths exclaiming, my son, I know. I have faith too. I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he is yours. Though we die, yet shall we live." She was looking heavenward, and seemed transfixed. Yet as suddenly turning to Clyde and gathering him in her arms, and holding him long and firmly to her, whispering, "My son, my baby," and her voice broke and trailed off into breathlessness, and her strength seemed to be going all to him until she felt she must leave or fall, and so she turned quickly and unsteadily to the warden, who was waiting to lead her to Auburn friends of Macmillan's. And then, in the dark of this midwinter morning, the final moment, with the guards coming, first to slit his right trouser leg for the metal plate, and then going to draw the curtains before the cells. It is time, I fear. Courage, my son. It was the Reverend Macmillan, now accompanied by the Reverend Gibson, who, seeing the prison guards approaching, was then addressing Clyde. And Clyde now getting up from his cot, on which, beside the Reverend Macmillan, he had been listening to the reading of John 14, 15, 16. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. And then the final walk with the Reverend Macmillan on his right hand and the Reverend Gibson on his left, the guards front and rear. But with, instead of the customary prayers, Reverend Macmillan announcing, Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, that he might exalt you in due time. Cast all your care upon him, for he careth for you. Be at peace. Wise and righteous are his ways, who hath called us into his eternal glory by Christ Jesus. After that we have suffered a little. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. But various voices, as Clyde entered the first door to cross to the chair room, calling, Goodbye, Clyde. And Clyde, with enough earthly thought and strength to reply, Goodbye, all. But his voice sounding so strange and weak, even to himself, so far distant as though it emanated from another being walking alongside of him, and not from himself, and his feet were walking, but automatically it seemed, and he was conscious of that familiar shuffle, shuffle as they pushed him on and toward that door. Now it was here. Now it was being opened. There it was, at last, the chair he had so often seen in his dreams, that he so dreaded, to which he was now compelled to go. He was being pushed toward that, into that, on, through the door which was now open, to receive him, but which was as quickly closed again on all the earthly life he had ever known. It was the Reverend Macmillan who, grey and weary, a quarter of an hour later, walked desolately, and even a little uncertainly, as one who is physically very weak, through the cold doors of the prison. It was so faint, so weak, so grey as yet, this late winter day, and so like himself now. Dead! He, Clyde, had walked so nervously and yet somehow trustingly beside him but a few minutes before, and now he was dead. The law, prisons such as this, strong, evil men who scoffed betimes where Clyde had prayed. That confession! Had he decided truly, with the wisdom of God, as God gave him to see wisdom? Had he? Clyde's eyes! He himself, the Reverend Macmillan, had all but fainted beside him as that cap was adjusted to his head, that current turned on, and he had had to be assisted, sick and trembling from the room, he upon whom Clyde had relied, and he had asked God for strength, was asking it. He walked along the silent street, only to be compelled to pause and lean against a tree, leafless in the winter, so bare and bleak. Clyde's eyes! That look as he sank limply into that terrible chair, his eyes fixed nervously, and, as he thought, appealingly and dazedly upon him and the group surrounding him. Had he done right? Had his decision before Governor Waltham been truly sound, fair, or merciful? Should he have said to him that perhaps there had been those other influences playing upon him? Was he never to have mental peace again, perhaps? I know my Redeemer liveth, and that he will keep him against that day. And then he walked and walked, hours before he could present himself to Clyde's mother, who, on her knees in the home of the Reverend and Mrs. Francis Galt, Salvationists of Auburn, had been, since 4:30, praying for the soul of her son, whom she still tried to visualize in the arms of his Maker. I know in whom I have believed, was a part of her prayer. Souvenir. Dusk of a summer night, and the tall walls of the commercial heart of the city of San Francisco, tall and gray in the evening shade. And up a broad street from the south of Market, now comparatively hushed after the din of the day, a little band of 5, a man of about 60, short, stout, yet cadaverous as to the flesh of his face, and more especially about the pale, dim eyes, and with bushy white hair protruding from under a worn, round felt hat, a most unimportant and exhausted-looking person, who carried a small portable organ, such as is customarily used by street preachers and singers, and by his side, a woman not more than 5 years his junior, taller, not so broad, but solid of frame and vigorous, with snow-white hair and wearing an unrelieved costume of black, dress, bonnet, shoes. and her face broader and more characterful than her husband's, but more definitely seamed with lines of misery and suffering. At her side, again, carrying a Bible and several hymn books, a boy of not more than 7 or 8, very round-eyed and alert, who, because of some sympathetic understanding between him and his elderly companion, seemed to desire to walk close to her, a brisk and smart-stepping, although none too well-dressed boy. With these three, again, but walking independently behind, a faded and unattractive woman of 27 or 8, and another woman of about 50, apparently, because of their close resemblance, mother and daughter. It was hot, with the sweet languor of a Pacific summer about it all. At Market, the great thoroughfare which they had reached, and because of threading throngs of automobiles and various lines of cars passing in opposite directions, they awaited the signal of the traffic officer. "Russell, stay close now." It was the wife speaking. "Better take hold of my hand." "It seems to me," commented the husband, very feeble and yet serene, "that the traffic here grows worse all the time." The cars clanged their bells, the automobiles barked and snorted, but the little group seemed entirely unconscious of anything save a set purpose to make its way across the street. "Street preachers," observed a passing bank clerk to his cashier girlfriend. "Sure, I see them up here every Wednesday." "Gee, it's pretty tough on the little kid, I should think. He's pretty small to be dragged around on the streets, don't you think, Ella?" "Well, I'll say so. I'd hate to see a brother of mine in such game. What kind of a life is that for a kid, anyhow?" commented Ella as they passed on. Having crossed the street and reached the first intersection beyond, they paused and looked around as though they had reached their destination, the man putting down his organ which he proceeded to open, setting up, as he did so, a small but adequate music rack. At the same time, his wife, taking from her grandson the several hymnals and the Bible she carried, gave the Bible as well as a hymnal to her husband, put one on the organ, and gave one to each of the remaining group, including one for herself. The husband looked somewhat vacantly about him, yet none the less with a seeming wide-eyed assurance, and began with, "We will begin with 276 tonight. How firm a foundation. All right, Miss Shoof." At this, the younger of the two women, very parched and spare, angular and homely, to whom life had denied quite all, seated herself upon the yellow camp chair, and after arranging the stops and turning the leaves of the book, began playing the chosen hymn, the tune of which they all joined in. By this time various homeward-bound individuals of diverse occupations and interests, noticing this small group, so advantageously disposed near the principal thoroughfare of the city, hesitated a moment, either to eye them askance or to ascertain the character of their work, and as they sang, the nondescript and indifferent street audience gazed, held by the peculiarity of such an unimportant group publicly raising its voice against the vast skepticism and apathy of life. That gray and flabby and ineffectual old man in his worn and baggy suit, the robust and yet uncouth and weary and white-haired woman, this fresh and unsoiled and unspoiled and uncomprehending boy, what was he doing here? And again that neglected and thin spinster and her equally thin and distrait-looking mother. Of the group, the wife stood out in the eyes of the passers-by as having the force and determination, which, however blind or erroneous, makes for self-preservation, if not real success in life. She, more than any of the others, stood up with an ignorant yet somehow respectable air of conviction, and, as several of the many who chanced to pause watched her, her hymn-book dropped to her side, her glance directed straight before her into space, each set on his way. Well, here is one who, whatever her defects, probably does what she believes as nearly as possible. A kind of hard, fighting faith in the wisdom and mercy of the definite overruling and watchful and merciful power which she proclaimed was written in her every feature and gesture. The song was followed with a long prayer by the wife, then a sermon by the husband, testimonies by the others, all that God had done for them. Then the return march to the hall, the hymnals having been gathered, the organ folded and lifted by a strap over the husband's shoulder. And as they walked, it was the husband that commented, "A fine night. It seemed to me that they were a little more attentive than usual." "Oh, yes," returned the younger woman that had played the organ. "At least 11 took tracts, and one old gentleman asked me where the mission was and when we held services." "Praise the Lord," commented the man. And then at last the mission itself, the Star of Hope, Bethel Independent Mission, meetings every Wednesday and Saturday night 8 to 10, Sundays at 11, 3, 8, everybody welcome. And under this legend in each window, God is love. And below that again in smaller type, "How long since you wrote to Mother?" "Can I have a dime, Grandma? I want to go up the corner and get some hot chestnuts." It was the boy asking. "Yes, I guess so, Russell. But listen to me, you are to come right back."
Yes, I will, Grandma, sure. You know me. He took the dime that his grandmother had extracted from a deep pocket in her dress and ran with it to the chestnut vendor. Her darling boy, the light and color of her declining years. She must be kind to him, more liberal with him, not restrain him too much, as maybe she had. She looked affectionately and yet a little vacantly after him as he ran. For his sake. The small company, minus Russell, entered the yellow, unprepossessing door and disappeared. The end. End of Book 3, Chapter 34. End of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser.